never be there. You can only see, but you can never be there.
Listen, you can only see, but you will never want them. You can only see, but you will never be there.
You can only see.
Ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ni ẹ kí n gbọ́, àkànbí ewé ayò, ewé tún méje, ìtún ló ní ọ̀tún ẹ̀ ṣe, ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ̀ mọ́ra, àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ, gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà, gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́, orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn, gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀. Akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́, ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀. Wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́, wọ́n á fi jóye ẹlẹ́mọ́. Akọni wọ́n bá lọ bèbèrè, wọ́n á fi jóye ẹrùkù. Bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀lé, wọ́n á fi jóye aláre. Àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀. Wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́, ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ. Wọ́n ń pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún. Wọ́n ń pàdé ìyọ̀dà ọmọ àtàràbọ̀bà. Àkànbí wọ́n ń pàdé ṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè. Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ, ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run. Tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, lọ́ máa ń darí jọ wí. Àgbèrò mi kún gbọ́wọ́, ọ̀gọ́ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé, àbẹ́tì ló máa ń gbé, àyàn ti ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́. Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ, kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́. Aṣíwájú Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ. Àkànbí Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. Ọkọ̀ olúrẹ̀mí Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. Òdò lè sọ bẹ́ẹ̀.
And there it is right there. Oh, there it is. There it is right there. So, a lot of you may have wondered why I started off with the British anthem. Why this your man is suddenly subsumed by a wave of Englishness. So I've just been watching the European Championships, and England beat Netherlands. So Solly may not turn up today, or he may be crying in his milk. So I've just been watching the European Championships. England beat the Netherlands, which is Holland to you. So England beat the Netherlands to go into the finals to take on Spain. So that was what the anthem was all about. So that was what the British anthem was all about. So another burst of it just to celebrate that English victory. So God save the King. And there it is right there. Make him victorious, mighty, and glorious, long to reign over you. So that's what that's the British anthem. God save our noble king, God save our gracious king, God save the king. Mighty and glorious. I don't, but I know that phrase. Make him victorious, mighty, and glorious, long to reign over you. Not over me, because I already have an Allah of him, but long to reign over you. Maybe the phrase is. So long to reign over you. So I'm not quite sure how this session will go because I know a lot of people are wrapped up in the football, but we'll have the session nevertheless. Hopefully the room starts to populate in the cost of. So the usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you come in, subscribe if you haven't done that already. The hyperlink that says StreamYard, let me put it out there again. The hyperlink that says StreamYard invites you into the studio. Just as soon as I can find it, yes, this hyperlink right here, Study, I hope you turned up today, by the way, so I can mock you a little bit. So this hyperlink right here that says StreamYard, it invites you into the studio. Click on it, come have a conversation with me. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, and then follow the example that Ayo has put up here. We have the anticipation of 5 super chats per session, as you know, and Ayo often instances kicks us off. He's kicked us off in this instance as well. Celebrating the English victory over the Dutch. Up 3 Lions. Is it finally coming home? Well, you know, maybe celebrate this victory, but as Spain, man, the way Spain has been playing, on the England winning that, and this is the last commentary on the football, but England winning that tournament or not is not at all dependent on England. It's entirely dependent on Spain. If Spain turns up, they will give England a resounding beating. But if they don't turn up, then we have a fighting chance. So we'll see how that goes. That's on Sunday. So that's on Sunday. So everybody charged up in the United Kingdom. Well, not in the United Kingdom, but in England. I'm not quite sure that the Scottish or the Welsh or even the Northern Irish are best pleased. They would, because it's also unbearable for others whenever England win the tournament. So the next few days will be torture for the Scotsman at work, especially if he works in England. So so yes, click on like, click on subscribe, click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard, and then click on the $sign to super chat towards the stream. So do all those nice things. So there's going to be a series of we're going to be playing you a series of clips in the course of this stream. So let's kick it off with this one. This is the moment Dangote realized that he was a rich man, and this is how it came to him. Listen to this.
I have much more than 12, 13 billion, you know, and I said, okay, fine. All these numbers are just written numbers,
yeah,
you know. And one day I went to a bank.
Yeah.
You know, at that time there were no restrictions of this, and I wrote a check and cash $10 million, and I took it home.
For yourself?
For myself, yes.
You cashed $10 million from the bank?
Yes.
Yes, and took it?
I put it in the boot of my vehicle,
yeah,
and I went home, and I opened it, and I look at 10 million, I said, okay, fine, now I believe I have money.
So there it is right there. So it's got 10, 12, 13 billions. He said he's got more than that. And then when he's bored, this is it. When he's bored, he'll go to a bank down the road, cash $10 million, not Naira, $10 billion. He will spread it around his coffee table at home and look at it and smile, take selfies, and then take it back to the bank again. So that is how the rich live. Let's go on from there to another clip. So I've got a series of clips lined up. Let's go on from there to another clip. So this clip here speaks to the real turnaround that is happening in Nigeria just within the last 12 months or so since TINUBU took over. A lot of people saying that he's not done anything, but he has certainly done this. Watch this.
I beg, they pay me. Festus, Festus, promise and do. Video. I they pay me for Nigeria. I've been acquired by the. Said a man show loto. Hey, Mama Terror Gideni. Festus, Mama Shisheke. Hey, history the father was airport. They come out history for school, then bring history for airport. Kayamo show wine. Lagos? Is this Akwaba? Festus Kayama, you do this one? Hey, Is it not nice? Are you not happy to be home? Don't you like it? Airport. Did you call her wow? Ghana la land is you. This is Ghana. Wait.
So there it is right there. It's just little cosmetic changes, isn't it? And we had Aizon reporting the same thing as well, that is experienced through, not only have they tidied up the place, not only are the air, these are just low-hanging fruits. So I'm not quite sure why it was a struggle for Buhari to do it. He believes in suffering, of course, keep them hemmed down and keep them pegged down. So, I mean, look at that airport now. It's certainly like, it looks like something that purports to be an airport. So low-hanging fruit. And Aizon, anecdotally, I think about 2 sessions ago, he was telling us then that his experience through actually getting off the plane and all the way to the outside, it is a novel experience in all of his travels to Nigeria. So those are low-hanging fruit. So we have to now add Festus Keyamo to the list of our TINUBU ministers working. So there's another minister that is not working, though we'll get to her in a moment. She will form the hub of this conversation. But before we get to her, watch this.
I didn't. I was laying foundation for your answer. I don't quite think I would describe it as trial and error because you are in a state of emergency. So when you're in a state of emergency, it means you have waived your right to do these things the way you thought it could have been done. So you are in a mixed bag. So now the issue of, I can tell you how politicization of insecurity has also added to the politics. You know, I was with the Minister of Agriculture. I was discussing with him on the NTA, on this television, NTA News, Tuesday Live. And I was saying to him, why would we are talking about this, the distribution of palliatives and the procurement of palliatives. And then and he actually said to me that the distribution of palliatives that they did now was actually masterminded by National Security Advisor's Office and NEMA, the emergency unit. And so you can even see how they now have to involve the National Security Office and emergency to actually distribute. It shows you the level of politicization of all of these distribution structures and mechanisms. So it is the evidence. So and then for president to think of having a new ministry for livestock is also telling you is symptomatic of a kind of challenge. But I would think rather than have 4 ministers in water resources, 2 in agriculture and 1 in livestock, you can move the Minister of State for agriculture to livestock. So we still have 3 ministers rather than have 4 ministers in the same agricultural space. That would be my recommendation. But in terms of just hoping that I'm answering all your questions, though, or even addressing the questions, I think that the issue of the liberalization, the limited liberalization on a shorter time scale of particular number of food items could be justified in the sense that when we have a natural gap in planting season, that is the weakest time in our food supply because farmers have put everything that they have on the ground. And then the inflation indices also collaborate the fact that that is a weak period for us. So we should be importing if necessary. But I address what do you import? Rather than import just rice, you can import paddy. And then you are strengthening the production system that processes the rice and keep the jobs. And you can address use the same methodology to address all other items you want to import, rather than just throw the window open. And then also, if you are going to, in fact, the minister actually answered to me to say that she has refused certain procurement of food palliative from the country and asked the agencies that are to go and fund farmers to produce more food, which I thought was brilliant. But I think, there are many of these things here and there that we can piece together to make sure that there's a coherence, and even the people, or, telling people what exactly is going on is as important as what we are trying to do. Because when people have that sense, as you are just portraying to me, that there's no plan, that it is trial and error, firefighting, then, it creates far more confusion. And we need to try and build a construct behind this and then educate those who are at the helm of affairs to try and demonstrate that there is thinking, strategic priority and allocation of resources and, and prioritizing of the.
All right. So that guy right there, he's speaking to the lifting of tariffs. Yes, I can't get the words out. So that guy right there is speaking to the lifting of tariffs on the food item space, just to crash the price of food. And he's saying us, he's saying to us that the government should have been essentially, it's saying that the government should let me remove this thing. Actually, it's a bit disconcerting. I'm trying to see if I can improve the background somewhat, but that's not quite what I want. So let me just remove this for a moment. Yes, that's better. So yes, that guy right there is telling us essentially that instead of allowing the importations of rice, they should allow the importations of paddy that can then be processed into rice. But I think it's missing the point, because the point is to have immediate insulation to the food hunger in the country, which is to say import ready-to-cook items, so that crashes the price of the inflated food space. So I think a misreading of what's going on somewhat by that guy. But let's go into the readouts now. Let's go into the readouts. So we kick it off with this hardship. TINUBU has shut his doors. Even some ministers can't see him. So this is Senator NDUME, a very lost critic of the administration. In an interview with BBC Hausa, let's take it from the top. Let's take it from the top. Chief Whip of the Senate, Ali NDUME, has expressed concern over the rising cost of living and food scarcity. In an interview with BBC Hausa, NDUME said the federal government's inability to address these issues is a major challenge, adding that some ministers are unable to meet with President TINUBU to discuss the matter. He said, the major problem with this government is that its doors are closed, to the extent that even some ministers cannot see the president, not to mention members of the National Assembly who do not have the opportunity to meet him and discuss the issues affecting their constituencies. He spoke shortly after he and his colleague, Senator Sunday Karimi, sponsored a motion to address the food crisis in the country. They noted that the World Food Programme had warned that 82 million Nigerians are likely to face food insecurity in the next 5 years. So yes, I think some of the measures being taken by TINUBU is actually to address that food insecurity frontally and once and for all. So let's leave that there. Let's go on to this one. ECOWAS court finds Nigeria guilty of human rights violations. So this is going back to the answer phase, and I think this is somewhat a victory for DJ Swift. So a couple of paragraphs. The ECOWAS Community Court of Justice held on Wednesday that the federal government of Nigeria violated the human rights of Obianuju Catherine Ude and 2 others. The regional court specifically found Nigeria in breach of Articles 1, 4, 6, 9, 10, and 11 of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights pertaining to the rights to life, security of person, etc., etc. The applicants, Obianuju Catherine Ude, Perpetual Kamzi, and Adeyinka, alleged that these violations occurred during the peaceful protest at the Lekki Toll Gate in Lagos State on the 20th and 21st of October 2020. Justice Koroma, the judge rapporteur who delivered the judgment, said the court dismissed the allegation that the right to life as guaranteed under Article 4 was violated. However, he said the respondent, Nigeria, must pay each applicant 2 million as compensation for violation of their right to security, prohibition of torture, and cruel, inhumane, and degrading treatment, right to freedom of expression, assembly, and association, duty to investigate human rights violation, and the right to effective remedy. So that sounds somewhat like a qualified judgment from the ECOWAS court right there. Senators proposed gold reserve bill to help CBN curb inflation, stabilize the naira. So I thought the gold standard was abolished as far back as the Americans, but let's see. A bill proposing the use of gold as by the Central Bank of Nigeria (CBN) to curb inflation and stabilize the naira has passed second reading in the Senate. Natasha Akpoti, a senator of the People's Democratic Party representing Kogi Central, proposed the gold reserve bill to formalize the bank's role in the gold industry. So a gold standard then for the naira. So let's just leave that there. So we have a video on this. So we watch that video in a moment. House of Representatives queried TINUBU's minister for spending 45 million naira on New Year party, 20 million naira on sanitary pads. So that is your friend and mine, Uju Kennedy. You want to shock people to death. Obasanjo tackles TINUBU over economic hardship. So let's have a few paragraphs on this. Former President Olusegun Obasanjo has accused President Bola Tinubu's administration of following tired old recipes from the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank. Obasanjo said the recipe called structural adjustment is not needed because Nigeria has no structure. So this is Obasanjo now. We've been waiting for him to come into the TINUBU space, but it looks as though he's finally dipping his toe somewhat. Former President Olusegun Obasanjo has accused President Bola Tinubu's administration of following tired old recipes from the International Monetary Fund, IMF, and the World Bank. Obasanjo said the recipe called structural adjustment is not needed because Nigeria has no structure. So Obasanjo still leaning towards that obedience space, somewhat you will say. It says structural, these are quotation marks now, structural adjustment. That term is loathed in Nigeria and much of Africa, where it is associated with foreign imposed austerity. What are we adjusting when we have no structures? You say it is shock therapy, says Obasanjo, who is extremely critical about both the logic and execution of Tinubu's program. What's the shock? You want to shock your people to death? The former president questioned the decision of Tinubu's government to devalue the naira, given how many manufacturers need to import the bulk of their inputs, negating the positive impact of a weak naira. What is the purpose of devaluing your currency? Is it to sell more of the oil that we have? Obasanjo added that not everyone is convinced that the return to monetary and fiscal orthodoxy, even if it can be maintained, will be enough. So correspondents recall that Obasanjo visited the First Lady Remi Tinubu at the president's Ikoyi residence in Lagos, etc., etc. Obasanjo felicitated with Mrs. Tinubu on the celebration of Eid al-Adha, also known as Feast of Sacrifice. So there it is. Obasanjo then just jumping on that trade to knock at the Tinubu administration. But let's go on from there to this. Our hope is renewed. Mieti Allah Lord Tinubu for creating livestock ministry. So ministry for the Fulanis, and the Fulanis, of course, celebrate. You'll be thankful that you wouldn't have to listen to me read it, because I think we may have a clip.
Mr. Chamberlain, first of all, thank you for having me. You can see I'm excited today, very happy for the creation of this ministry. And I express my gratitude to God for making it possible, and my gratitude to President Ahmed Bola Tinubu and his government for establishing this ministry at the right time, when we need it more than any other time. We thank him very much for that, and we appreciate him on behalf of His Eminence, the Sultan of Sokoto, who is the Chairman Board of Trustee Magban, and the other Board of Trustee members, the ESCO, and every other member across the country. We thank Mr. President for giving us a ministry for livestock development in the country. This is what we have been agitating for, as you have rightly said. This is what we are looking forward for, and today we have it. We are so excited and very happy, where our hopes have been renewed under the renewed hope agenda of Mr. President. So we thank him very much. We appreciate him for giving us this very wonderful achievement, and a historic one for that matter. You see, Mr. Chamberlain, creating a ministry at this time is what we have been yearning for, because we felt over the decades, the potentials involved in the livestock subsector has not been tapped by the country. While we compare it with our neighbors who had since served this Ministry of Livestock Development, and today they are reaping from the benefits of livestock. Some of these countries' economy solely depend on livestock because it has not been neglected. It has been given the right attention it deserves. While we are talking of only 10.
Oh, all right, so there it is. So that's Miyetti Allah celebrating the creation of a Ministry of Fulanis by the TINUBU administration. But would that be sufficient enough to douse the insecurity in the country? So that remains to be seen. So that remains to be seen. But if you couple the creation of that ministry with this, then we may be on the cusp of solving that insecurity linked to moving cattle up and down the country. Cattle movement by rail to resume soon. This is the NRC. So the final question had always been how that how those cattle then move from the north to the south if they stop them from moving them via the forest via the forestries. So let's have a listen to this.
Every thriving economy across the globe.
Actually, we're not going to have a listen to that because it's 30 minutes long. So let me just give you the readout instead. The Nigerian Rail Corporation says herders and traders can soon move their cattle from northern Nigeria to the country's southern region using rail services. NRC Managing Director Fidit Okiria disclosed this on Channels Television's This Morning Breakfast Show on Wednesday, hours after President Bola Tinubu announced the creation of a new Ministry for Livestock Development. He said the movement of cows and other goods would resume with the Warri-Ekpati route, the NRC famous passenger traffic. Let's do that again. I don't quite like how that sounds. The Nigerian Rail Corporation says herders and traders can soon move their cows from northern Nigeria to the country's southern region using rail services. NRC Managing Director of Fidit disclosed this on Channels Television on Wednesday, hours after President Bola Tinubu announced the creation of a new Ministry for Livestock Development. He said the movement of cows and other goods will resume with the Warri-Ekpati route. The NRC, famous for passenger traffic, had in 2017 suspended the movement of cattle by train following technical hitches. So it looks as though then so that opens up. So that opens up. Let's go on from that to this one. Okay, I think we've done this one already. So let's go on. Let me just make sure I've picked up all of the, yes, let's go to this one. So this one's the ongoing narrative around, no, it's actually Osun State, not Ogun State. So maybe we'll bring this one in later. Oh, let's bring it in now, actually. Osun State's competitive advantage, third largest exporter of cocoa in Nigeria, lowest poverty rate in Nigeria, home of tourism, hosts the annual famous Osun Osogbo Festival, largest gold deposit in Nigeria, 11 gold licenses, 16 hours a day of constant supply of electricity in the state's capital, fifth in the forestry subsector in Nigeria, have a rail station, investment opportunities, cashew, gold, tourism, cocoa, cassava, education, forestry, feldspar. I don't know what feldspar is or whatever that is, granite and power. So no reason then why Osun State should not be at the top of the pyramid. So no reason then why Osun State should not be at the top of the. All right, let's go on from that to this. So let's go on from that to this. This will be the last bit, and then hopefully we have a panel to have a conversation with. This blew my mind when I first saw it, but watch this.
Honorable Minister and your team, Mr. DFA, I'm at a loss because fortunately I attended the last meeting. And one of the reasons why we took you on oath was to get the truth from you. And today you have deviated. You have deviated because you did say, yes, there was release of money and you take instructions from the principal. And there and then, I confronted permanent secretary. He said he was not in the known. And I still making my statement that you are running the business, you are running the ministry with your minister. What of you? I take exception to. I take
interrupt, honorable member. Don't interrupt.
Take exception to this.
Interrupt, honorable member.
Allegations.
Please let her finish.
I am not scared to anybody.
Interrupting.
Yes, there was release of money and you take instructions from the principal. And there and then, I confronted permanent secretary. He said he was not in the known. And I still making my statement that you are running the business, you are running the ministry with your minister. What of you? I take exception to.
Don't interrupt, honorable member. Don't interrupt.
Take exception to this.
Interrupt, honorable member.
Allegations.
Please let her finish.
I am not scared to anybody.
Interrupting, honorable member.
She should. Honorable minister, about me.
Honorable minister, honorable minister.
I'm repeating what I said. I confronted the permanent secretary and the DFA last week, Thursday. I'm still alive talking. I confronted the permanent secretary and the DFA last week, Thursday. I'm still alive talking. You did say it's what they approved to you. I said, Mr. Pamsek, what happened? You are not in the known. I said, look, I was twice commissioner in my state, and the accounting officer is the permanent secretary. Please, you people should work with the permanent secretary. Didn't I say so, Mr. DFA? I am still saying it because from the revelations, what's coming out is one-man show. One-man show you people are doing it. Two-man show.
Can I talk since you talk?
Things without facts. Please, honorable minister, we will call you when you have to call.
You will have your time. Allegation against.
You will have your time.
People say
honorable minister, you will have your time. You will have your time.
Yes, some fairness. Yeah, it's a top.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson.
Jump into the top.
Chairperson, thank you.
Nothing. I've stolen nothing.
Honorable minister, you will have your time to talk.
Is anything. That's why I don't fear anybody. I'm not.
Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister.
Honorable minister, we are working with records. We are working with records. We are working with records.
Yeah, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, hold on. Chairperson.
You have to call. Just calm down. You will talk. You will have your time.
Allegation against.
You will have your time.
People say
honorable minister, we will have your time. You will have your time.
Chairperson.
Yes, some fairness. Yeah, it's a trap.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson.
Jump into the trap.
Chairperson, thank you.
I fear nothing. I've stolen nothing.
Honorable minister, you will have your time to talk.
Is anything. That's why I don't fear anybody. I'm not.
Honorable Minister.
Honorable minister, we are working with records. We are working
Honorable
with
Minister.
records. We are working with
Order.
Honorable minister, please, can you allow us to finish this meeting properly? No, No, you cannot interrupt. You cannot. Off your mic. Honorable Minister cannot be accused here. I cannot be accused that I keep quiet.
Honorable Minister, I think the committee is being so lenient with you. You are attacking the supremacy, the autonomy of this institution. We cannot come to your ministry and shout at you the way you're doing.
DFA, why were they not paid?
Thank you,
the procurement officer has made it clear that by procurement law, before they even award the contract, they will ensure that there is fund to fund that job. So apparently the money was there. So why were they not paid? Please, I just want the answer straight. Don't waste our time.
I will give you the answer right there. Now, the money was released up to the tune of only 25%.
We know it was only one item that was not released. We know.
That one item, how I hope I will get the document specifying that, because I read out the explanation of each warrant. Two of them that came last year, one before I joined the ministry, one after I joined. The description is being released of capital cash needs for the ministry. It didn't say except Nigeria for Women project. I've been emphasizing this, but understanding differs. There is no document you lay your hands on now that we say that monies released last year excluded Nigeria for Women project. That is why we are having this.
You are still not ready to answer the question the way you should. Permanent Secretary, please, can you tell us why these contractors have not been paid? You're distracting us. Permanent Secretary.
No, I gave him that is 2023 budget.
I want Nigerians to know why these people, these poor Nigerians have not been paid. Because some of them, their monies are not even, they are not even up to the money you people used to fuel your cars from the records that we have here.
Honorable Chair, Vice and members, I think I wish that we had brought the Accountant General's office here so that they can address the budget subheads that were released, because now it becomes a bit dicey. Like I said, let me also place it on record. I only resumed in February. These whole things happened last year, 2023. And all these issues, I met them when I resumed. So I am not in the position to say what was or wasn't. But like we agreed at the last meeting, there were major subheads, out of which some monies were released. And then part was not released. And the DFA has made a very fundamental statement now, which says that the warrants that he got only said capital needs, and it did not specify. Now let us put that on one end. What we might now need to do is to find out from the Accountant General what specific budget subheads for 2023 did you release. If we have the warrants stating clearly what was or wasn't released, then they make our job easier. And then that way we can say X was released, but was not paid. Because if we put that together with what the procurement officer said, please, can we have one house? If we put that together, please, with what the procurement officer said, he said, by law, letters are not awarded for contracts until funding is available. We all know that as a procurement rule. And he is insisting that these monies were available before those letters were awarded in 2023. But now we also need to juxtapose that with the comments of the DFA that says the releases he got did not specify what projects they were exactly for. So I think for us to make a very objective assessment of the situation here, we might need to see these warrants. What exactly was the funding released for? Because we know that about 70-something% was not released, and the amount for Nigeria for Women project was that same amount that wasn't released. But then there is no warrant. So if we can get that warrant that tells us precisely what was released, I believe that will help us to go forward with this.
Okay, thank you. Let the deputy speak. Please, we are getting the warrant. Put it there. Take note, clerk.
My chairman.
No, please, hold on. Let the deputy speak.
My chairman, dear colleagues.
This interactive session is not to witch hunt, like I said the last time, or malign anyone, but to exercise our constitutional power as enshrined in the principle of checks and balance of government expenditure. The committee's mandate is anchored in the House Order 20, Rule 138. As we discharge our duties, let us remain committed to upholding these constitutional and legal imperatives, ensuring that our actions and decisions align with the highest standards of the law.
One of the points that caught my attention in that clip was when the contractor was complaining that they have done a job, they've delivered, and everything has been signed, but they did not pay them. I think one woman was even said in that clip that he borrowed 5 million for the bank and he supplied items to Minister of Women's Affairs, but he delivered, they signed the documents, and money has not been paid. And she's still paying interest on that money. So it catch my attention because when we are trying to support our local suppliers, when we are trying to encourage our people with this current situation of people in Nigeria, we are still having this kind of situation.
You need to appreciate the standing of this institution in our nation today. No one of us will come to your office and shout the way you're doing. I'm being very, very honest and truthful to you. Now let me land. I understand that you're new in government. When I came in and I saw Ambassador Duda, I was a little at ease because I know him. He may have forgotten me, but I know him when he was Permanent Secretary for Foreign Affairs. And I know him to be a PAMSEC that knows his onions. So I expected that this would be a lot.
I'm sorry to cut you short.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. It seems the Honorable Minister doesn't want to calm down. She doesn't want us to go to the root of this matter. She's challenging the committee. She's, being rude to even honorable members. And this is very insulting and highly unacceptable. You are interrupting honorable members when they are speaking. We are still here. I told you you will have your ground to speak. And in view of this, honorable members, I cannot be here and allow the honorable minister to insult any member of this committee. We are going to adjourn Synodal, and I hope that by the time we call the honorable minister again and this team to come together, we'll be able to behave yourself. We are going to have a report to the leadership of the House that the honorable minister is not allowing us to do our job. She's interrupting. She's not answering the questions the way she ought to. And the records that we have is what we are speaking to. We have not manufactured any record here. Everything that we have here, they are from your ministry. We are only asking you to account for the monies that was paid to you. And you are speaking about monies that was released. We are all aware that the only item that was not released is that single last item. That 10 billion, over 10 billion item. We are all aware. We don't want anybody to come here to play on our intelligence. We are only concerned about these poor Nigerians, that their monies are being withheld, that are being misappropriated to pay some other contractors for other projects that were not appropriated for. This sitting is hereby adjourned Synodal. Thank you very much.
It's made a very fundamental.
Sorry, I was talking all the way through. I didn't even know I was off screen. So I was saying that when they say it's renewed hope, and some people say it's renewed shege, that is what they mean right there. That's a good, perfect example of renewed shege right there. So there is a woman that the finance space has released monies to her ministry, and the parliamentarians are calling her to account for the spend so far. And because she couldn't account for the spend so far, she turned it into a street fight. So this is actually what they are alleging that she spent the money on. If I can just get where's our headline? This is what they are actually alleging that she spent the money on. So they said House of Representatives queried Tinubu's minister for spending 45 million naira on New Year's party, 20 million naira on sanitary pads. So she's just spending it, misappropriating, reappropriating, and all of that. But when I saw that, I felt a sense of deja vu, just the sinking feeling that nothing has really changed within that country. If we go back memory lane, we've been there before. So what's this?
Question 4, Honorable Minister. Article 16(2) stated, at all times and for the avoidance of doubt, the contractor shall comply with Nigerian federal or state laws, the Executive Order 003 of 2017 titled Executive Order on Support of Local Content in Public Procurement by the federal government, May 18, 2017, regulations and policies in relation to the promotion and development of local content provisions in the execution of projects, whether specifically mentioned in this agreement or otherwise. Can you provide us with details of how the contractors have materially complied with these provisions?
I hope you're not repeating yourself. Let me tell why I hope you don't repeat yourself. You asked me to bring the names of those who have been employed, who are Nigerians. That's local content. You asked me to bring the names of those they have sublet contract to. That's local content. Unless you want to be the general contractor, in which case it's no longer local content.
I don't think that's
Can you repeat your question?
That shouldn't be a response at all.
Can you repeat your question? You said I should provide you with documents to show local content. You have earlier asked me to provide you with workers who are Nigerians, and I said tomorrow morning.
Is that the only local content?
Can you hold on, sir? When you said I should provide you with that, I said tomorrow. You asked me to provide you with the contractors who are Nigerians, who are doing contract there. I said tomorrow I will ask the company to provide you with that. So the top question you're repeating is that you're repeating those two questions, sir.
Honorable Ministers, I say, can you provide us with detail of how the contractors have complied materially with these provisions? Now, there are provisions in the contract agreements. If you are taking local content, has those contractors complied with it? That is a question of supervisions on those critical areas. If we also want to know the quality of what that project being executed in line with the specification.
Maybe the House needs to appoint a supervising engineer. For us in Ministry of Transport, we are convinced about the quality. Nigerians are using the rail going to Kaduna from Abuja. Very soon in September, we'll begin to use the one from Lagos to Ibadan. If the committee is in, or the witness must be a governor.
So you will not take a messenger to sign your document?
Well, it's a law. It's a law you pass.
Which law? Can you
the one you pass. So no, there's no law that said it must be.
Can you provide us with the law? Please, Honorable Minister, can you provide us with the detail of the Addendum 2 contract agreements from where you made variations? From where you made variations to sign revised contract for Addendum 2A.
Mr. Chairman, one of the responsibilities of the House is to appoint for you legislative assistants. Is that not true? Please, sir, ask the legislative assistant to read our booklet. You will see Addendum 2.
Mr. Honorable Minister, I took time to go through your documents. I took time. And if that page is not available here in the document you provided.
Sorry, what's going on? Oh, speaker, sit here. Come on. Somebody can sit here. Gentlemen, please, can we just take a break for about 10 to 15 minutes, please? Let's take a break.
So there it is right there, renewed Shege. So that is Rotimi Amechi being asked to come and account for monies missing from the books when he was transportation minister. And that is Femi Gbadabiamila, who was the Speaker of the House of Representatives there, coming to shut that session down for reasons that they're asking Rotimi Amechi to account for money. So fast forward to Ujo Kennedy, and that's the renewed Shege right there. So that's the renewed Shege right there. Everything changes but remains the same. Let me play you one more clip, and then we'll bring, we have one or two people, so we see how the session goes. We may have to, wrap it up sharpish. But let me play you this. This is nothing to do with our politics, but this is trending number one within the Nigerian social media space. So watch this.
I want to die. But before I die, a lot of you bullies will die together. I have kept quiet. You guys have pushed me to the wall. I want to die. I don't mind. Emigo, I want to die. I wish to die. The way I am, I want to die. Because you guys have pushed me to the wall. I did not commit any crime. I only exercised my rights. I came out, begging you guys. I did not collect money. Me ogbowo anybody. Me ogbowo. I voted for Jonathan that time. And you guys did what? You bullied me. I've had it up to here. You cursed my child. You do everything to my child. I did not arrest anybody's mother. I wrote a petition. From there, they said I should go to the cyber crime. I got there. I wrote a petition. I gave them the handle. I gave them the screenshot. The reason why I didn't ask,
So that is right there. So that's Tony Abrahams, who have had cause to have somebody on the Twitter space locked up for reasons of defaming her. So the level of abuse and vitriol on that space. I thank God I'm not really on Twitter. I stream to Twitter, but I don't really have a strong presence there. I'm not quite sure I could cope with that space. But let's play the K guys, kick the session off and see where it lands. First, the K guys.
Only water, where they see my water. Oh yes, water. Only water, where they see my Hapa oh naido. Hapa you don't come oh. Hapa oh naido. Oro keke elemu ye o. Oro keke. Ide shodi akekere elemu re o. Oro keke. Bobby master kekere elemu re o. Oro keke. Chifu Wailati kekere elemu re o. Oro keke. Eruku lele elemu de. Eruku lele. Eruku lele egbe elemu dodo jare o. Eruku lele Ghana ti de egbe body o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o odile o. Oduyẹla ẹyẹ o odile o. Petrosoname ẹyẹ o odile o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ odile o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And it is right there. Ikuko Niru Agweche, may death have nothing to do with us. Amen to that on behalf of all of us. So Thomas joins us. Good to see Thomas. Solly is in the house. I'm sorry that I had to turn up, but Solly, because you turned up, should I give you a blast of what happened today? Solly, Kwelema Bino. God save our king. Sorry, what happened now? All this
No,
bullshit.
no problem. I already told you that I prefer if England wins. You know, some of these people here were doubting the power of Nigerians because they've not seen plenty Nigerians, and I simply told them that Shebi is Curacao versus Nigerians. We'll see who really sucks. You know, so as I saw England's victory. I have already uploaded my laughter all over social media, and you know, they are not taking it.
You know, it usually happens the other way around. It's usually England that loses in the last minute. Just going back decades and decades. It's just, you know, it's just they always end up in tears. But there it is, England in the finals. Can you believe that?
If you are very good at being creative, you know, you always beat the Dutch people because the Dutch people, all they know is rules. It's not as bad as Germany, but they would have had their game plan for that match and they won't change it for any single thing. That's how Dutch people behave. So if you are very creative, like somebody like playing people like Brazil, you know, Argentina, they always beat the Dutch. That's just the way I see it. But it's good for them.
But where is your sense of loyalty to the country that you live in?
Nigeria.
You don't live in Nigeria now?
You said where is my sense of loyalty? I told you where it is.
But that country gives you a lot now. They give you soccer, they give you shelter, you make money there. Huh?
What is soccer and shelter?
It's shelter.
I pay my own bills.
So why don't you go and pay your bills in Nigeria then? If it's such a what's this guy, man?
I don't need to pay bills in Nigeria now. My father's house is there. You know, so I pay my bills here. Nothing is free. Where's the loyalty?
All right. Let's leave the football, go to the politics. So do you want to start it off with? Yeah.
Let me kick it off with that last video you play. Good evening, everyone.
Live. Tony Abraham.
Abraham, no, you don't get the drill, one man. You didn't get the drill. What happened is he's being bullied online because he voted and supported TINUBU. So she has been quiet about it. You know, all this, some people let internet get to them. I understand sometimes it could be frustrating. You have to come out, but she doesn't need to go this extreme. So he has been bullied online, bullied. He has been quiet. Now he has gotten to the peak of it. So that's why you saw that video there. So they were bullying him, calling him bastard because he supported TINUBU. That's what happened there. Yeah.
Okay. But the guy has been released. The guy she had locked up
because she asked for him to be released. See, can I speak on the topic now?
Yeah, you can go on. Yes.
Yeah. Carry on.
So, yeah, I'm just giving one man the background. Yeah.
Okay. Do you know that Nigerian people they have bullied so many white people into suicide? Just this their normal cruise is becoming so prevalent in the USA. Their normal cruise. They are bullying children online, and those children are killing themselves. I don't know why Nigerians are worried that this woman took that guy to jail. That guy defamed her. Nigerians defame you like it's nothing. The ones online that don't have anything to do, because they think everything is like election. They will go beyond Nigeria. They will start bullying you, and they won't let you rest. As you wake up, boom, they are insulting you. As you sleep, boom, they are insulting. Joblessness. It shows the amount of unemployment in that country. They will buy internet just to frustrate your life, and they will be calling it cruise. What she did is along her legal rights. You are going online, you are defaming somebody because of who they voted you for. Like, what is wrong? That kind of person needs to be locked up in a mental psychiatric hospital. Because what makes you do that? What makes you get to that level where you are going online and you are now lying about somebody? Now, this woman went with her legal rights which is legal anywhere in the world, and reported to the authorities, and the authorities locked this guy up. She didn't even say they should arrest him. She just did normal report, and they took him up because what he did is a crime. Cyberbullying. And then Nigerians say, oh, she's a wicked person, and they should release the criminal. If I was in Nigeria, I won't fight people.
You know, Solid. Normally, I would weigh against this woman, but that cyberbullying is becoming a real thing, and the impact it has on people, you cannot underestimate it.
I said, Nigerians are allowing children abroad to commit suicide.
Don't use that word too often. Don't use that word too often.
Sorry, to fight themselves, and it's not like once in a year incident or plenty. There are plenty.
Nigerians are adept at bullying. I think that we are probably the foremost country in terms of I don't know anybody that knows how to bully better than a Nigerian. Even Africans are scared of us.
Yes. And that's just US on their own report though. We don't even know about the other countries. They don't know what cyberbullying is, and they don't know their limits. If I was in that country, I won't fight with you. I'll just wait for you to defame me online. I will just be locking them up. I will be locking them up till they have common sense, because they never take warning when you don't take action. It's until you take action that they start using their brain. No matter what you tell them, no matter how much you warn them.
Do you know bullying here is a crime? You can be jailed for
it.
No, not in Nigeria. Not in Nigeria.
Even in Nigeria, that's why they
it's a crime in Nigeria. That's why they locked the guy up.
But it's been released, isn't it? It's supposed to do some time. One man, this bullying thing is getting out of hand. We have to do something.
What happened is she filed reports. Police now saw that this is a crime, something they cannot be. They now picked him up and locked him. So she now had to go back to tell them to release him. Because Nigeria now started bullying her.
The story actually started. It links back to the election still. Yes. There was a time that she said that that TINUBU showed her plans or something like. I'm going from memory, and I think people are saying that in the comment section too. There was a time that she said TINUBU showed her plans, and he had good plans for Nigeria. And then subsequently, I don't know if she came out to admit that she voted for TINUBU or not, but if she did vote for TINUBU, that is within her fundamental right to do that. But ever since she's associated and aligned herself with that TINUBU space, they've been poking at her to the point that that boy now tipped it over and she felt she had to act.
And the funny thing is that it also has to do with a bit of how do you pronounce it? Misogyny, because she's not the only one that did such. There are even Igbo people that did it. Why are they not bullying them? It's because she's a woman, and they've seen that they always get emotional reaction from her, so they decided to concentrate on that woman. If she wasn't a Nigerian, she would have buyed herself.
Sorry, give me 1 sec. One man, I don't know what happened in your country. Did celebrity always support a politician and they will make it open? UK, America, do we know any of that?
Yes, but this last cycle of elections, people are not letting it go somewhat. They are almost acting as though voting for TINUBU was an act of evil, and that's the narrative that is being put out there. So I'm not sure.
They have sense of entitlement because they believe that the election was. This is why I don't always like propaganda, because some people will just take it and live by it. They believe that the election was stolen from them. So in their mind, they won it. So when somebody steals something from you now, that grudge, they will not let it go. But they always let go their politicians that steal from them. I've never seen them give that kind of anger to their politicians before. That's why I said that is a targeted misogynistic attack on that woman and her family. Imagine over 1 year of consistent bullying. They did not miss a single day.
But what she has done now makes her an even greater target. This is not going to back them off now. They'll just now they know they can get a reaction out of her. They are just going to go even harder.
And the worst part is now they know they can get away with it. She should have not.
No, they didn't get away with it though. She released him. So
yes, that means if they can do it again, I should release them again. They don't. This kind of people don't take. They don't take success.
Hold on. Let Solid land and then come in. Yeah, Solid land.
These people don't take any sign of weakness. They will keep on going. No, see that Chioma, she behaves like that too. I just had to block her.
No. Leave Chioma alone.
Yeah. Yes. I'll say it. No, you don't.
No. Leave Chioma alone.
You didn't stop her like this. So, but when I voice, that's how she behaves too, like a typical Nigerian youth.
But she's not here to defend herself now. Yeah.
They don't know. Does she insult me when I'm here to defend myself?
No. Just leave Chioma. Go back to no. Hold on. Leave Chioma alone. Leave Chioma alone. Go to we're talking Tony Abraham, not Chioma. So
I was just trying to give an example.
Right, carry on. Thomas, what are you doing? Carry on, Chioma. So sorry. Carry on, Solly.
So I was just trying to give an example. They don't know what cyberbullying is. And if the law enforcement is not enforcing it, people are just going to continue doing it. They literally had to, those Nigerian boys, they had to come to Nigeria to carry them to US to put them in jail. That's how bad it is. They are now carrying them to US to put them in jail because Nigeria is not doing anything about it. You are bullying somebody, the person reacts with their legal rights, and you still bully the person for reacting with their legal rights. Like, there's really something wrong with them. So you say
all right, yeah. Let Ekene come in for a moment before we move on. Ekene, you have a perspective on it. Tony Abraham. Ekene?
Okay, one man. I followed the issue on the airspace. So the lady, right from the time of election, she said that Tinubu showed her his plan for Nigeria, and that the plan is very perfect and okay, and that's why she'll be supporting her. So, with the kind of things going on in the country now, Nigerians are looking for who to hold responsible since they cannot get to Tinubu. So all these people that said that Tinubu give them plan and the plan is perfect, they are now coming online, asking them to bring that plan. They want to see it. Let them. Since that time, they have not explained the plan, and that's what the guy did. So the guy, after the guy made the comment, he made some. At the end of that comment, she said maybe bullshit or foolish, something like that. I don't know. So that guy name is Ayo. So she wanted to arrest her. They tracked the guy, wanted to arrest her. When they get there, the guy was not available. They arrested her, his mother, and another person before they were able to get to the guy. So that's why Nigerian became angry with her. Why should he arrest the mother of that guy?
But that's not actually true. The guy was arrested. And then the mother went to the station and said she wasn't going to live without her son. So she didn't arrest the mother. She arrested the boy. And then the mother went to the station and said
that's the story I saw on the X. So whether maybe another thing happened, but that is the story I saw on the X space. So, but for me, solely using the name Nigerians, lazy Nigerians, they don't have work, Nigerians, this and that. I don't think it's good making such statement on your fellow youth, seeing the kind of poverty they have been subjected into in their own country. In your own country, dear, you are getting everything you want. The government gave you privilege to work, earn your money, pay your tax. No discrimination. You just said it that you are not owing anybody anything in that country you are. because you pay your rent, all this and all that. But even in your own country, you tell other people stay in another state to go, not minding that they also pay their own tax and pay for their own rent in that state.
So sorry, are you saying it's justified that the woman was bullied?
Well, I think now Nigerians are angry and they want all these people giving.
Nigerians can be, and by the way, Nigerians are not angry. Also, only a subset that are acting out their political whatever. So all these broad Nigerians are. I think we should go away from that. Because we don't, we only see a tiny little group showing reactions on the social media space. So that's not a representation of Nigerians. But even if they are angry, then they should take their anger to the government. That woman is entitled to her own.
Listen to Babash, this El-Rufai son. Look at what he told Tinubu. You didn't read his comment to Tinubu.
No, I thought that nobody is anybody is too big to be voted out of government or something like that. Is that not what he said?
Yeah, and he made some other ratings, and not only him. Many Northerners are putting it. Somebody said that, another one said that, well, you know, this 2027 TINUBU bill, that they said that anybody that will bring it to the North, that person will have himself to be blamed, that they don't want to see that nonsense in the North in 2027.
Yes,
so a lot of that
no, not a lot of it. It's just, look, you cannot use isolated commentaries to broad stroke an entire region. You yourself, you recall from that, the fact that some random Northerner says something is not representative of the entirety of the Northern view.
Well, it might not be representing the whole North, but at least the people we know online, we are seeing their tweet and their actions every day. This is the reaction we are seeing every day from them. And you also listen to NDUME, his own speech. So in the Senate, what he said, and all, even the former Senate president, I was even surprised that he could even rise up and be speaking against the government. You know, if one former
Ekene, please, man. Can I please ask Ekene one question, please?
Yeah, of course. Carry
yeah, Ekene, with due respect, not disrespect to you, please. This question: have you ever been bullied before? Never in your life, maybe in school, maybe colleague, friends, maybe family. Have you ever been bullied before?
Yes, even in this platform, I've been bullied. By a lot of
forget about this platform.
Who bullied you? You do more the bullying, though.
I'm being bullied now. Part of bullying. That's why you are talking like this.
No, yeah, the impact is that they are comment that hurts you and all those stuff. So most of the time you see it here, a lot of people that comment here call you all sort of name, you know, terrorist, this and that. When somebody call you terrorist, what do you mean? What else? How do you want that person to bully you again? And it happens here. This guy, what is his name? He no longer comes here again. It's like one man has cautioned him. I forgot his name. Now you always come here to bully me and the rational mind. So many of them, even apart from that guy, there are other ones here. They always come here to call people terrorists and all that. Those words are bullying. And the guy didn't call this to Abraham a terrorist. You understand? But, you know, for me, people should understand that Nigerians are angry. That's the fact, especially the supporters of this government. And nobody wants to hear anything. Apart from what they should do is to make sure to pressure the president to start to do something. So that this anger will disappear within a very short time, because the former Senate president has already made it clear to them.
Why can't people take their anger to the government? Tony Abraham is
no, you know, these are individuals and they are already arresting people. So just talk about the government, just what the government would do. One of these guys, this flag boy that was arrested, is it day before yesterday in Abuja, for raising up a flag that said that Nigerians are hungry. They arrested him now. He took the power of a lot of Nigerians there to go and rescue him, and he was released that day. Just for him to raise that flag in Abuja. They pick him up. He never did anything, oh. They are not. And you see another guy, this Nollywood actor, Hanky Anuku. They are on the street of Abuja now. But they picked that flag guy, that flag boy guy up today, the day before yesterday or day before yesterday, just for him to raise that flag. So you see the kind of country, and you are telling people why are they not taking the anger to Abuja. But I just gave you one example. Now, the guy didn't kill anybody. Oh. He's not holding any arms. So he just took a Nigerian flag, write it, Nigerians are hungry, raised it in Abuja. Immediately, police people saw him. They pick him up. Nigeria begin to react. That is why they released him that evening. So your government is more than even a Abacha government, that you cannot even talk. You cannot even protest. You cannot even lend your voice. NDUME said that TINUBU is no more. NDUME said that TINUBU is no more accessible. They have shielded him. People no longer get close to him again. That's the word of NDUME. So he don't know what is happening in Nigeria again. He said that even his ministers cannot even access him. Talk less of them, the senators. The man has went into hiding in Aso Rock. Nobody is seeing him again. You don't have any right to visit him again. That's the word of NDUME. So maybe one man can play the tape or read the headline.
No, we've already read the headline. Is one of the talking points. But let's see this your flag boy. See what he did. Let's see this.
Hunger day, hunger no day, say hunger no day, hunger no day, hunger no day, hunger day, hungry day.
I did do my normal protest, hungry day.
Can you see now why he was arrested? Can you see why he was arrested? It's disturbing the peace. It's disturbing vehicular movement. We saw it now. It's disturbing the peace.
It's disturbing the peace of the people. But you say why don't people take the anger to Abuja? I just gave you one example. You are not even saying that it's disturbing the peace of the people. One man somebody is protesting to know if the government will react. You are saying that he's disturbing the peace of the people. How is he disturbing the peace of the people? Did anybody here tell you that he's disturbing his peace?
You can see it now. Can you not see him disturbing vehicular movement?
He's not disturbing anything. He's shouting making his video.
It's not disturbing vehicular movement.
Where did he stop anybody?
He's on the road. It's not disturbing vehicular movement.
Come on. I beg, leave that guy. Leave that guy. The only thing I know is that this government, I don't know what to say. You are telling people to go to...
He's now attacking people in their cars.
Where did he
we just saw it now. Did you not see it? Let me scroll back. We saw it now. He's now attacking people in their cars.
You are just finding fault. And the people that he attacked, we are supposed to be the one that to arrest him, not you, not the police to come from anywhere and arrest him. And these guys that are in the car, they don't tell you that they don't like what he's doing. It's not that these are the issue. You just have to believe it or not. People cannot even have a peaceful protest in their own country. Police.
Is this a peaceful protest?
It's a peaceful protest. The guy is not carrying a gun. He's not carrying any machete. He's just Nigerian flag.
He's not carrying any gun.
So it's just a Nigerian flag. So if you want Nigerian to move forward, you should support Nigerians that are speaking up against this government.
Okay,
This
look at him
government is
right
not
here.
doing
Look at him right here, approaching this vehicle in a threatening manner.
what, approaching what?
With a weapon.
What did he touch the man? Man, I beg, forget that one.
Look at that now.
You know, I don't like this kind of argument. You know, I don't like this kind of argument.
Look at that.
I don't like this. I don't like this kind of argument. One man, you are just making this an argument, and this is.
Can I get my
this is, it's not. So my only thing is that Nigerians are angry. So anybody that know how to explain the policy that this government has released, which they said, even you one man, that Tinubu has one of the best policy to move Nigeria forward, to come and explain to us. So that is what the guy asked Abraham to do, and she became angry. Why would she be angry when she knows that she supports, she really trusts the government that she supported? Let her come and explain that policy for us on how to move what Tinubu gave him, because she was the one that said it. So forget all these things. Nigerians don't protest. Nigerians don't protest. Only one man protested. They just pick him up. We don't get time. So all you people should come and explain to us. That's all.
Can I get my session back?
You can continue. I will still come back.
So all these arguments, the moment you step outside Nigeria, nobody will argue those arguments back with you. They will just lock you up, you know. And then you have to get a lawyer, and then you have to pay so much bills. Before you know it, you are in debt. You can argue all you want with the people in jail cell and tell them that, well, Nigerians are angry, that is why you did this one and did that. They will just deport you. When Nigerians come abroad, that's why so many of them used to get arrested. That's why so many of them get into issues, because you are so used to not following laws that you think it is normal, and that you think it is normal for you to be breaking laws because you feel somehow. That guy was causing traffic issue. They will lock him up anywhere outside Nigeria. Nobody will even argue for him. Nobody. They will lock him up. The argument is pissing you off because you know it's the truth. Then secondly, you say I was insulting Nigerian youth for being unemployed. No, I was pointing out the statistics of unemployment. And you say I said people should go out of Lagos. I've never said that before. And we've not had plenty sessions together, but even with the sessions without you, and I've been on this platform for years, I've never said that before. So this is an example of what I would call defaming. And like I said, if I was living in Nigeria, I would just be locking up people for defamation for fun. By the time I feel
you just come and lock me up now for defaming
you see your response. That's the typical response I usually get from Nigerians before I show them shaggy.
Sorry.
You know,
sorry, take it easy. You got arrested.
This kind of mentality is what I like. I'll be so happy because when I feel the jail cell with 200 people, everybody in that street will know me. Because once you just defame me, I will just laugh. I will just be very, very happy. Because now I can show somebody Pepe. All those Igberaga, all those mounts that people used to have before you show them legal Pepe, I always like it. Because I know that when it's time for me to release you, me too, I want to laugh and I want to show my arrogance too. I let you show your arrogance because I want to know where your level is. I will use that same level, not to let that legal case go. And I will drag it on and drag it on and I will drag it for years.
All right, sorry. Let's just move on. Let me move you on to this. Let me move you on to this Uju Kennedy interaction with the parliament. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm listening. Okay, I thought you wanted to.
No, yes. I played the video. Oh, actually, I have a little clip of her. She was being asked to account for monies that has been disbursed to her ministry, and this is how she responded. Let me just look for that. Yes, this is how she responded.
Appropriated for 2023 from the Accountant General's office. Was it released to the account of the Ministry of Women Affairs? Yes or no?
Honorable Minister and your team, Mr. DFA, I'm at a loss because fortunately I attended the last meeting, and one of the reasons why we took you on oath was to get the truth from you. And today you have deviated. You have deviated because you did say, yes, there was release of money, and you take instruction from the principal. And there and then, I confronted permanent secretary. He said he was not in the known. And I still making my statement that you are running the ministry with your minister. Both of you will be
I take exception to that.
Please don't interrupt, honorable member. Don't interrupt.
I take exception to this.
Don't interrupt, honorable member.
Please
let her finish.
I am not scared to anybody.
Interrupting,
I don't want it.
member.
She should
Honorable
withdraw that statement she said about me.
Honorable minister, calm down. Honorable minister, calm down.
Repeating what I said. I confronted the permanent secretary and the DFA last week Thursday. I'm still alive talking. You did say it's what they approved to you. I said, Mr. Pamsek, what happened? You are not in the known. I said, look, I was twice commissioner in my state, and the accounting officer is the permanent secretary. Please, you people should work with the permanent secretary. Didn't I say so, Mr. DFA? I am still saying it because from the revelations, what's coming out is one-man show. One-man show you people are doing. Two.
All right, so that's Uju Kennedy, the Minister for Women Affairs. So she's been asked by the Parliament to come and account for the monies released to her ministry, and rather than being able to account, she's turned it into a cat fight.
Of course, now, don't they know that Nigerian politicians are allergic to accountability? How dare they? How dare they question and try to make a Nigerian politician accountable? Of course, they are not going to get a reply now. But this shows it's good that Nigerian women are getting into politics because we can have good cat fights.
Is this a good example, though, of women in politics? The chairperson, the chairperson of that committee was screeching in a high-pitched voice. The minister screeching in a high-pitched voice, and the whole thing just turned into like some high-pitched shootout.
Yes, because she's showing how guilty she is. If women, even if they are guilty, they cannot lie too much. Before you know it, if you pressure them, it will get to them and they will just scatter everything. So you could see all the stolen money in her gold necklace, her big earring. Everything she was wearing was extra large. The necklace was so big. The earrings were so big. Her rings on her finger, gigantic gold rings. So when they were asking for the money, we could see it when she was shaking. The money was shaking with her. Even her clothes was shaking with her. She could not even hide the stolen wealth. She came to her interview with the stolen wealth and she was denying. So before you know it, if they pressure her a little bit more, because when it comes to Nigerian politicians, you can see with Amici, after a while, they just found a way to end it, But because it's a woman, they are putting the fire, they are putting the pressure on. Now, if 50% of women were in politics, before you know it, they will just be confessing easily. They will just be returning the money easily. They will not be able to have one grand scheme plan. And then we have to go back to our banking sector. I've always said it. Nigerian politicians, it's not hard for them to steal money. You just go to maybe, let me not mention the bank. But you just go to a bank, right? You just tell them transfer the money from this account to this account. In less than 30 minutes, the money is stolen. It's so easy for them. And then when they are facing this issue, the bank officials that did the transfer, they've collected their transfer fees. They are chopping their own toothpick in their house while the woman is crying at the panel. So if Nigerian banks are not involved in corruption, then there will be no corruption in the country. Plain and simple, you want to fight corruption in the country, hold Nigerian banks to standard. If they pass any corrupt funds, close their bank, you will see how corruption will end overnight in that country.
All right, brilliant. Hold steady, Ekene. Let me move you around a bit. Let me go to Ekene. I'll still look around back to you. There are a couple of more topics I wanted to speak on.
There's one topic I wanted to bring up too. Wike's wife got a role. I think it's to checkmate Fubara.
No, I think she was going to get that role anyway. I'm not sure that.
But it's still in It's still
As a federal high court judge or some, so, or is it appeal court even?
But it still favors Wiki at the end of the day.
Yeah, well, I don't know. Everything favors Wiki now. That's just the way life is. Yeah, you speak on that in a moment. Let's go to Ekene just to vary the conversation a little bit. So Ekene, you're up next. So Ekene, we're talking about ECOWAS court finding Nigerian guilty on that on human rights violation. So that's the verdict coming in from that NSA space. We're talking about Tony Abraham and encounter with the social media space that's led her putting somebody in jail. We're talking about the Senate proposing gold as the reserve for the Nigerian currency to insulate what's going on there, the currency running amok. House of Representatives queried Tinubu's minister for spending 45 million naira on New Year party, 20 million naira on sanitary pads. So that's Uju Kennedy's outing just earlier on today. You want to shock your people to death. Tinubu, Obasanjo tackles Tinubu over economic hardship. Obasanjo saying that using the IMF World Bank template of structural adjustment has never worked for any country. Mieti Allah on board now with the renewed hope, with Tinubu now creating a ministry for the Fulanis, and still within that Fulani space, cattle movement by rail to resume soon. So that's the Nigerian Railway Corporation giving us somewhat good news there. And this one as well, Ekene, this is, I think you hinted at this earlier on. Tinubu has shut his doors. Even some ministers can't see him. So this is NDUME, the guy you were referencing earlier on. So take your pick. Let's hear from you.
Okay. Let me take it a bit because I just want to speak maybe on three things. I want to speak on
or you can just speak to anything else, so you are not restricted to
Ahmed Alawal. But I'll start from that Uju Kennedy. You know, for me, I don't have anything too much to say. It's just character begets character. So it's the character of APC. We started seeing this character since 2015. We just showed them which we own. So it's a party that is not accountable. They are not aligned to anything called accountability. So whatever accountability is bring to their doorstep, they scatter the whole environment. They are ready to fight. They are ready to quarrel. So that's the character of the APC. And when it starts from the head. When the head is not accountable, the arms of the government can never be accountable. It's a fact. So when the head is accountable, it is easy for the organs of the government to be accountable. So just take it like that. So I'm not surprised to be seeing all this kind of character that is not accountable to Nigerian. It just whenever the money comes to you, do whatever you want to do with it. Nobody will query you. And if they want to query you, shout on them. Shout on anybody. Do whatever you want to do. Get away with it. Just all those stuff. So it's a character that has been building up since 2015 till date. And it's been escalating in our political space. And it's very dangerous to our existence as a Nigerian and our governance and all that. So check everything. Go to the judiciary, no accountability. You even see your Minister of Justice saying that the law or the judgment or the favor of the law now goes to the highest bidder. So it's for the highest bidder. That is your Minister of Justice saying that. It's not from me. So accountability is not anywhere in the book of APC, starting from 2015. So we can give indices, we can give examples. It was in this APC government.
Can I ask you a question? Before 2015, all the previous governments, were they accountable?
No, it gets to it gets to a level now that when it comes to a level that a snake now swallows money in our government, python swallows money in our government, and all those stuff, it has moved to another level. of non-accountability. So it's only in this APC government that accountability has moved to the highest level. I'm not saying that other governments are accountable. They are not accountable. But the level of unaccountability starting from 2015 is alarming. It's alarming. So tell me, just check our NDCs today. Everything is just.
Was there accountability under Goodluck Jonathan?
I'm not saying there is accountability under Goodluck Jonathan. I'm saying the level of accountability. You understand? Where it has risen to. It has escalated to every organs of the government. At least during Goodluck Jonathan, you can still see some part of this legislative arms of the government working. You understand? They're still performing their duties, even though they're the government in power. You understand?
Was that not what we saw with the Uju Kennedy clip we just played now?
No, this one is not. She's not showing accountability. She was just shouting. At the end of the, what's the end of the meeting? Nothing to show. You know, you just show the same thing with Amechi before this Uju Kennedy, and all these things are in APC. You know, so let's keep it there. The only thing I know is that this is the character they have built for themselves, and that character is living within them, and they are governing with that character. So Nigeria has to deal with it. I don't care who is involved. So I want to talk about Lawal telling Tinubu that all these things that we are doing, you know, you saw many of you say that there is food in our, we have a reserve in our food basket, this and all that. Lawal was exposing them today in the house, telling them we have nothing. There is nothing like food reserve. There is nothing in anywhere. We don't have anything. Even if you say you want to import, the exchange rate is high. So even if you import food with this kind of exchange rate, that food will still be costly in the market. You understand? So the senior president was trying to explain to him and tell him their tariff has been removed from importation of food for 150 days or so. I don't know. But let's see the outcome. Let's know how it pans out. Because for me, it's whenever the thing begins to be effective, that's when I begin to say my mind. But the senior president was trying to tell them that the former senior president, I mean, not the current one, that they are deceiving themselves. What they are doing is just propaganda. You say most of the time when you guys come here, we say Nigeria has stored how many food in their food basket. This go to the food basket and do this. He said there is nothing like food basket. We don't have it. Nothing is there. Sheshe. You know there. So that's the voice of the former senior president. So coming out from there, talking about NDUME, saying that the president is no more accessible. And that is what, you know, this APC government, I don't know where they learn their own style of leadership. I don't know. That somebody will be elected as a leader of a nation. You hardly see him talk to Nigerians. It's a slap to many elite, professors, educationists, business moguls in Nigeria. It's a slap to their face that you elect a man to come and govern you. You cannot have access to him for a complete 8 years, and you are comfortable. And you still come and defend him. Even his minister.
What are they looking for access to him for? Is it their beer parlor? Are they bringing better plans for Nigeria? Please, I just
are they not his cabinet? Are they not his cabinet? They are his cabinet. He was the one that formed them. At least cabinet should have meetings with the president when things are going wrong. They should be able to confide themselves and say, Mr. President, what are we going to do? There is anger in the land. You understand? That is his cabinet. At least if you have an organization, you solely, If you have an organization today, there must be a day, a time to have meetings with your organization, your staffs. You talk about the progress of your company, discuss about the profit being made, the loss being made, all those stuff. You bring it together and know how to march forward. You understand? If you own a company, you cannot just have appointed you guys, or yeah, go and work. Whether you work or you don't, nobody should have access to me. Is that how to run a company?
Is it forever? You don't get access to your CEO every time now. You can't be going to his office.
I said there must be a time.
And also, you cannot go off the back of what Senator NDUME said, because he, of course, is an opposition person. We don't have the feedback that is the case. All the ministers tell us that they can access the presidency. So I'm not quite sure that. But you can go with that. But I'm not sure that that holds.
Okay, maybe whatever you want to. NDUME, I know, supported is an APC member. As far as I know, he's not a member of PDP or Labour Party. He's an APC member, and he's one of the chief whip in the house. And another is the one that championed the election of Senator Akpabio, Godswill Akpabio. So what are you trying to tell me? He's speaking. There was a video I even watched Adam Soshomole. I wish you can go and search that video. How he talked about the policies of this government not working. These are APC's members talking about their own policies not working. So I'm not just cooking out stories. I'm talking based on the discussions of the APC members, what they are saying against their own policies of their own government. So it's not my own formulation. So I wish that video, it's like, is it day before yesterday that I watched it from Adam Soshomolo? All these IMF and all these policies that TINUBU is bringing. It's not going to help us. Use Chinese as an example and all those stuff. So these policies are not business friendly. They're not going to improve production the way you guys are saying production. You know, today now we just have to import food. I'm not against it as far as it's going to reduce the hunger in the land. I'm not against it, but it's for you people to know that importation you are trying to condemn is still a way out. Because most of the time when people come here and say let's kill, you think it is easy.
Importation is never a way out, because that's capital flight.
For now, you need it.
Yeah, no, you need it, and I think they've put a moratorium of 150 days. Yeah,
you need it. Most of the time when you guys, it is starting from the Buhari's government that this diversification of the economy has started, and up till today, I could remember that this in Galili come to national TV and tell us that Nigeria now export rice, that we have enough rice and we are now exporting. Just lie that started from 2015 till today, and they are not tired of lying. When he was just running his mouth trying to campaign for TINUBU with all those lies, Nigeria is now the exporter of rice. Today, what is happening? You are going to the market to import rice. When Ngeleli came out to tell you that you are now exporter of rice.
Well, what happened to that rice pyramid that Buhari stood behind?
Go ask TINUBU and your supporters. Go ask if Emeka come. Emeka is a card-carrying member of APC. Go and ask him. Even Kulata, ask them. They are members of APC. They will tell you what happened to the rice. You understand? So today we are proposing to go and import rice, import maize, import millet, all of them. That's what they are trying to do. Until we see them in the market. I'm not even against it, because for me now, once I see it and it's cheap, I will buy it as far as I can and go and feed myself first. But you should not be in a haste to begin to condemn importers in your nation, because because the policies of Nigerian government is not effective to the manufacturing sector of our country. That is why you see a lot of importers doing importation today. It's very understandable. You cannot tell me nobody wants to send these millions of naira, go and put it in a faraway country for how many months until it returns to Nigeria before you start to make your sales. Manufacturing is easier if you have access. If you have access to fund, to finance, if the policies are conducive, you can, manufacturing is easier. You just manufacture, spread it across the country, or export it to other countries. It's very easy. So who told you that people don't want to do manufacturing or production? It's just that when you import, the imported goods today is cheaper than manufactured ones in Nigeria. As far as the ones I know. Anything you import in Nigeria, even if you want to doubt it, allow people to import cement. You will see that imported cement will be cheaper than this in Dangote is stifling people, saying that he's doing a manufacturing cement in Nigeria. So what's the essence of telling people to go into manufacturing when your policies are not ready to help manufacturing, and the things you manufacture are supposed to be cheaper? Look at our rice. You said the reason why you close border is because of rice. Since you close border, the price of local rice has risen. Nobody have bought local rice for 7,000 naira or 12,000 naira when we used to buy it in 2012. We never bought it. Rather, the price started to rise from 19,000, 20,000, 22, 32, 35 till Buhari left. Now Tinubu has come in. It's about 70-something thousand naira for local rice. And you say you are telling people to go and do manufacturing. What kind of manufacturing is that? Manufacturing is meant to lesser prices, because there is no duty to be paid. A lot of things. You have access to finance. The interest rate is very low. Today, if you go and borrow money to even do rice farm at the interest rate of 30%, add it to that price of rice. Today, petrol in many states today is about 1,100 naira. Transportation cost is high. Transporting this rice and all those stuff to many parts of the country is no longer 1 naira.
All right.
All these things are involved. So,
are you starting to miss Buhari? Is that what it is?
You know, Osun said that Tinubu is trying to make Buhari a hero. That's what Osun Rufai said. That Tinubu government is trying to make Buhari a hero.
Do you know what I think?
What do you think? Yeah,
I think Tinubu is the best president that Nigeria has ever had. Even in just the 1 year that he has been there, I think just in terms of what he has achieved, I think he has proven already, never mind what is to come, to be the best president Nigeria has ever had. And I don't think we'll ever have any. Huh?
Maybe you will be the one to explain this Tinubu policy to us. So the way they are dragging.
There's a revolution going on right across every single sector within the Nigerian space. A necessary revolution that should have taken place some 30, 40 years ago. So it's realigning the financial sector. He has realigned the educational sector. He has realigned the credit sector. He has realigned agriculture. He has repositioned the country globally. He is paid off all the.
I hope you know that the exchange rate is approaching 1.6 now.
Forget the exchange rate. Wherever it lands is wherever it is. Yeah. No.
Why are you doing Nigeria this way?
let me tell you, the naira has to stand on its own feet. That's just what it is. Because you cannot afford to continue to subsidize it, and that is and ultimately it will land round about the 9,000.
What I understand
is the best thing to have ever happened to that country.
What I understand in Tinubu government is that I think Tinubu is not the one governing. I think he's not working with his policy. I think his policies is that of IMF and all those stuff. That the one controlling, telling him what to do.
Well, the IMF are not telling him what to do. It's the economic realities that are telling him what to do.
No, it's not economic reality.
It looks like IMF policies. See how they are checkmating us. Whatever we do is just checkmated back.
Who's checkmating you? You know, you ran that narrative yesterday or the day before. It's not IMF policy. Look, the naira was being subsidized by as close to instances 40% of the country's GDP, the country's revenue. So how do you sustain that? You cannot sustain that.
When they are pushing you to devalue your naira,
nobody is pushing you. Nobody.
Read their news now. That's what they brought up to him, and he's obeying them.
No, that's just the totality of a nonsense. Look, Nigeria was using 40% of its revenue to insulate the naira, and that policy was not working because it was just a cesspool for corruption. So there was no way that they should have floated that currency 10 decades, 20 decades ago. I
don't know why I don't see you. One man, why I don't see you on the X space. I think you should be there to be dragging these things with it. Maybe if they drag you there, your English, you will forget it.
Like you did to Tony Abraham, Abi. Like you did to Tony Abraham.
I wish I have your handle. I know your name in that. Just come there and begin to give this your explanation. They will, even this Tony Abraham now, she's crying because they are writing to Netflix now, trying to close up or to remove all his video in Netflix. So
but is that just not ridiculous because she doesn't align with your political?
It's not because of that arrest. People are angry. So that arrest that she made begin to anger people more. You understand? So you cannot tell me that you cannot.
Hold on. Let's just address something because I think Solly is with you as well. That you are saying that the floating of the naira is an IMF policy. It is not. It's an economic survival policy. It's an economic. The country had no choice but to do it.
Okay, what about the subsidies? Why are they removing
which subsidies?
Fuel subsidy.
The fuel subsidy is a scam.
Okay.
Yes, the whole of the subsidy is a scam. Even Buhari, before he came in 2015, he told us it was a scam.
Are they not paying it behind the scenes now?
They are not. Well, they're not paying it behind the scenes. So let's even address that as well. You know, all this. Well, you've opened so many questions. So let's do it one by one. The naira fluctuation is an inevitability. The country was using close to 40% of its revenue to defend that currency, but that currency was not being defended. That subsidizing that currency was being hemorrhaged to fraudulent activities, as essentially round stripping, and we know it. The people who were even doing it, they told us they were doing it.
That is the sign of landing of big money when MFL give you in official right.
So that subsidy has to go. That's our honorable Kazwari right there. So that subsidy has to go because you cannot just insulate it. And really, the currency has to establish its value, and that is the process that is ongoing now. Oh, naira is exchanging for let it exchange for whatever it is that is exchanging for. It's a demand, willing buyer, willing seller. So let it land where it lands, And then when it establishes a plateau, then we know what the value of our economy is. And that is the thing that has to be done for sustainable growth. So there's that one. And then that fuel subsidy, the totality of it is a scam. We've had countless stories of people just invoicing and getting money. We've got stories of empty vessels being invoiced and just a plethora of all manners of scammings and shit. So
why can't they cop the scam instead of just wiping out the whole subsidy?
the scam is embedded in the system. How can they cop the scam? The scam is embedded in the system, and the subsidy itself, it wasn't really happening. And a lot of the deals that the NNPC strike, by the way, is all for refined goods. You know, not oil for oil for money, not refined for money. Is crude, and then for refined good for refined petrol. So that area is just too shady anyway. It needed to go, and also it was embedded in the constitution by the previous administration that the subsidy had to stop. So it was a scam.
That's just
okay. One man. Subsidy is a scam.
The Western world, they will stop these scams instead of
forget the Western world. We're talking about our country.
It just sounds like.
Sorry, let me tell one man that you know, you say that subsidy is a scam. Yes, everybody agrees subsidy must go. Yeah, subsidy is gone, but you have a provision of 27 trillion budget, and the under 4 to 5 months we have already paid subsidy of 5.4 trillion out of that 27 trillion budget. So how much is left? And the government is already putting
that's already wrong anyway, because
let me finish now, because you said that subsidy is gone.
But you are spreading misinformation now.
I'm not misinforming people. It's on the news.
No, you are. You are saying
I am not. Then you are the one misinforming people now. How can you be telling people that subsidy is gone, that this and that, this and that, this and that? No, you quite all right that government is paying subsidy, and they are not even paying a small amount.
I don't know that. You know that, but I don't. Maybe you know that, but I don't. You know?
No, there is nothing like I don't. You know, all of us come here, we discuss it. The headline appeared that the government has spent 5.something trillion to pay subsidy under 4 to 5 months. And you're telling me I don't know that, you know that. How am I misinforming people?
You are misinforming people.
Let me come in one man.
No, I have to correct the misinformation. The government, there's no line item for subsidy in the budget, because we went through the budget with a fine-tooth comb on this platform. So there's no line item for subsidy. Whatever the intervention that we're getting in that space is actually coming from NNPC, not the government. So it's not coming out.
Whatever NNPC borrow the money on behalf of government, whatever you want to put it.
What do you mean they borrow? No, it's not true now.
Government cannot be paying subsidy with NNPC cannot be paying subsidy without the government.
No, but you're spreading misinformation.
I don't want to talk. If you don't want me to respond to what you are saying,
no, you can respond. You can respond.
Allow me to talk now. Then when I respond, don't stifle my own voice. You have made your own.
I'm not stifling you, but you are spreading falsehood. That's just the thing.
You cannot say I will not talk, and you at the same time saying that I'm spreading falsehood. Let the people listen and know that I'm spreading falsehood. I'm not the one that said it. L00TING come out and say that the government is even paying higher subsidy, and they begin to pursue him. Then after that, it appeared in the news that TINUBU government has paid under 4 months or 5 months about 5.4 trillion subsidy. And you are even proud that this money they are paying is not captured in the budget. Is it not criminality? You cannot be paying subsidy that is not captured in the budget, and you are being proud of it. That's criminality in the highest order. Because for you to pay subsidy, you have to capture it in the budget in the first place. It's not your money. It's our money. It's not your money. It's not your personal money in your account. So if you say that I'm spreading false news, that is left for you. Let the government come out and debunk it. And with the record we have today,
the government
with the
doesn't have
record,
to come out.
and you know when you are
now.
when you are paying such amount of when you are paying.
Ekene, have you ever heard this phrase? A little knowledge is a very dangerous thing. Have you ever heard that phrase? That a little knowledge is a very dangerous thing.
It's not a dangerous thing.
A little, okay, it's a very, very dangerous. Has been exemplified now. But carry on.
One man, but one man, can I please let me come in? But one man, that is kind of relative. All right. I mean, you in this particular argument, you lost it.
No,
there's no way. Hold on, man.
Go on.
Subsidy is still being paid in Nigeria. Whether you want to call it intervention, whether you want to call it subsidy, it's a matter of semantics. Whether it's coming from NNPC, who owns NNPC? Nigeria. So let's all go back and forth. It's making it look like are you trying to tell him that he does not think right? No, it's the opposite.
No, I didn't say that.
No, he's saying like he's thinking little. No, little knowledge is no. It's not on this particular issue. Somebody is saying it.
No, it doesn't have hold on, Joe. It doesn't have the full grasp of the situation, and it wants to be categorical.
No, one man, I get it. Sometimes we make it easy. Sometimes we want to use, grammar to cover many things. No, it is easy. Is there subsidy? Yes or no? Yes, there is subsidy.
No,
make it clear for
no, there isn't.
We still pay subsidy, one man. Let's prove it. You say the money is being paid by NNPC. Who owns NNPC?
We're not paying subsidy. We're paying a stabilization intervention.
Oh my goodness.
Okay.
As and when needed. Stabilization intervention.
Yeah. One man, Tinubu need to appoint you. I mean, Tinubu really need to find you. You are a good defender of this government, and you have all it takes to work in their cabinet. All this like you and Ngelili, I don't know who
just continue spinning it, right? Just continue spinning it. But we know what we know.
Whatever grammar you want to use, I don't want to tell Nigerians that your government is paying subsidy. So there is nothing like intervention or I don't know the grammar that one want. The only language that a lot of Nigerians understand is subsidy. So whether you want to use intervention, stabilize intervention and all that, it's left for you. So what matters is that subsidy is being paid. And the annoying part of it is that they are paying higher amount with the price of petrol at 750, 1,000 something. It's quite pathetic. And another thing is another news that I want to speak on another thing, one man. I want to move out from there. Bread.
Hold on, let me just say this. Round it up in about 2 more minutes. The reason why is I want to go to Pansat because I want to leave, and I know that Thomas and Pansat, they don't seem to want to cohabit somewhat. So land off. I'll go to Pansat, and then I'll live with Pansat, and then you guys can carry on.
Okay, there is a bread scarcity in Kano State. In Kaduna, I think about 3 or 4 states.
They don't need bread in Kano now. They eat. What do you mean? But they don't even need bread in Kano. Who told you they eat bread in Kano?
Who told you they don't eat bread in Kano? They're telling you that bread is scarce in Kano. Bread is scarce in Kaduna, and one other state like that. There is no bread. They don't see bread anywhere again. So the scarcity is even rising too much that even in a state like Kaduna, Kano, you cannot see bread. You understand? So that's the kind of scarcity Nigerians are facing. And I don't know the reason for all this. I cannot even ascertain. I cannot even say this is the main reason that a state like Kaduna is having bread scarcity. And that projection that is it that something million Nigerians are going to experience hunger in few months' time, and the government by UNN The government is not taking it serious. You understand? The government is not taking it serious. They are thinking it's a joke. All these things will begin to rise. But I pity what will happen because I can see the angers coming from the northern side. I can see a lot of them frustrating their anger on Tinubu and all that. So for me, Allah, what I want to say on that regard is that, well, even though that the ministers, this is the highest government that has the most ministers. I've never experienced it. So this Ministry of Livestock and all those, I think it's supposed to be under Ministry of Agriculture. But if Tinubu deems it fit, maybe to settle, if that will settle the quarrels of the herders and the farmers, I think it's good. But another thing is what is good for the ganja is also good for another person. So if they request for that ministerial position and it was given to them, let him listen to other part of the nation, like the Southeast, and listen to their own request also. It's very important. You cannot just do it because they are from the North or you are afraid they will not vote for you in 2017 if you don't give them that ministry. You understand? At the end of the day, you fulfill their promise. But because you know that the Southeast cannot do anything, you are taking their own requests for nothing. Even when those requests are coming from the governors, from the senators, from the high-ranking members of the state, of the region, you neglect it because maybe their votes don't count to you. You don't need them to win an election. It's only the Miete, Allah, and the Northerners that you need. So anything they require, you give to them. It's good. I'm an advocate of peace. That whatever you know, especially when that thing is not criminal, if you know this is going to solve and build peace in our nation, it's good to do it. But don't do it one-sided. Spread it across the nation. The Southeast have a request on the table of the government. I think the Southwest, their own request has been granted by releasing Sunday Igboho. Miiti Allah, their own request now has been granted by giving them that Ministry of Livestock. The Southeast own request is not being looked upon. The government is not saying anything about it. And it's quite unfortunate. So what you do to what you know that is good for you and you do it also to other people. That's the golden rule. You understand? That thing that is good for you, just maybe for your political reason, because you want to achieve 2017 election or whatever. Also do it to other region, even if they will not give you their vote. At least let there be peace in that region. Restore it. It's very, very important. But if you say it is not important, continue with your nepotism. Thank you, one man.
All right, brilliant, excellent. So that's the majestic.
One man.
Yes.
Yeah, one man, please. Ekene, but you as a southerner
don't ask a question, no, because I want to go to Pansat and then leave and hand over to you. So make it a statement.
Oh yes, yeah. We will leave it for after. You go on.
Yes, I just want to do Pansat and then Bill. Pansat, you're up next. Do you want to free flow? I think you've heard the backdrop of the conversation.
I have. Let me say a couple of things and then we'll go to the flip floater. You're going to be out of here very soon because I'm not going to go on as long as others here. Could you then to make the deal that we have with what's his name, Thomas? Can you remove him now then until I'm done? He doesn't want to be with me when I'm on.
No, it's fine.
You see, there's no honor. There's no honor.
There's honor among thieves now. There's always honor among thieves.
No honor. Nigerians have no honor whatsoever. Here you've taken a principal position. Look, I don't want to be on when Pansat is on. But he's going to be there with his mouth agape while I'm here.
No, don't prod at him now. You did that yesterday.
He's telling the truth. But
no, let's not do that.
The protocol of saying hello to the beautiful Tokwe, right? Lovely, elegant, graceful, magnificent, and she got a good heart. She comes here and she really wishes that we're all one and we're doing the country with a little humor. She plays for us. See her giving you a lot of money here, even on her birthday. Now, on that day, I told you to return that money to her. It's her birthday. You're supposed to be giving her some money, not the other way around.
You are right. Actually, we should be sending her a present. We have to arrange to do that, to send her something for her birthday. Yeah.
Very, very good sister. A real Nigerian when you're looking for one. That's
Who's that person?
That's Tokwe.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, one man, I'm looking over there on the comment section. Is that who is that? What's his name again? Yeah, Nigerian man. Is that the same boy that was
No, don't do that now. You did that yesterday now. So
no, I'm not doing that. I just want to know, is that the same guy? He's one of your, what you may call it now?
No, it's not. So carry on. Yeah.
So I wanted to make a suggestion. Actually, that's why I'm here today. You know that thing that you do, you have two people arguing and fighting. It's really a good thing. There's one suggestion I want to make about that, though. For example, if you had Einstein, he wants to talk about energy equal to the mass and the speed of light squared, right? And then somebody else is shouting and he's trying to make his case. He's never going to win, right? If you have an Einstein here. So you do need to be still there, remove everybody, let two people go at it by weight, not by shouting and talking nonsense, right? I'm here in the United States.
The pen is mightier than the sword, Pansa.
No, that's what I'm saying. It's good to do that. I really like it. Let two people, if you want to challenge somebody's weight, give this person a chance to talk, give the other person a chance to talk.
Are you saying that your wit is being overwhelmed by somebody else's?
No, but it's just that he's shouting, right? He's back home. It's not everybody.
Then you use your wit to succumb him.
No. I could do both. But what I'm saying, we have rules on this platform, right? So there's only two rules: don't curse, don't do this. So no matter what you do, you have to have some class. Not everybody's like Kene, who's like the brain on this platform. Even though he's back home, he knows more than all the people in diaspora here. He knows economics. I know you were trying to tell him somehow that shallow draughts will befuddle or intoxicate the brain or something like that. You're trying to tell him that half education is better than none, or that kind of stuff.
No, not half education. No, half understanding.
Understand
so let me just address that. Ekene is a highly educated man.
Yes,
is well learned, and let me also say this. Ekene, don't be bashful. Ekene is probably. Ekene could pay the salary of probably 80% of the people on the screen. It's a highly successful man, highly. He transacts internationally and in hard currency. He has to have his wit about him. He's very quick to the mark. So anybody that thinks Ekene is some random something, that person is more fool you. So don't worry about Ekene. He's doing perfectly all right. But carry on.
I'm happy that I gave you opportunity to correct that, because after all, even unorthodox education counts, and it's actually more respected. But I nevertheless, though, it does not break one of my thing here, which is somebody like that Nigerian man who's in Nigeria. I'm here in the United States, right? He's in Nigeria. He hasn't been out. I'm here trying to help him. If he knows, then get out on the street and get it done. I sacrifice. I come here taking salts. He comes here, he wants to abuse me. That's fine. All I'm saying to you, even you yourself, one man, I'm here in the United States. One of our cities is bigger than your entire country. Just a city here. $30 trillion economy. I'm not one of those who are in America and it's nothing to them. I know what I've got. I'm in the United States. I went home often. When I go home, people like this, that Nigerian man, I'll tell him, get on the floor, and he will do it. Gladly. Now, social media has bridged it to where you get on your phone and here I am, Pansa. Are you just gonna be running your mouth with me? That's okay. And I don't blame him. It's people in diaspora who come here to lie. I mean, people, they back home and they see us here. Normally they look at us as you both said. People come here, they have no class. They're afraid of the truth. So, but like I said, last week I resolved, I don't care about Nigeria as far as it's a short term. Anapa. Mban. So they do what they do, mess up between now till we get back there. That place is still gonna be there. We're gonna take it back and fix it and do the right thing over there. TINUBU take all the money or whatever. It's nothing. It's like you have a bunch of nuisance as tenants, and then when you take back your house, you evict them and clean it up, cut the grass, plant some plants, and do all kinds of things. And you get your building, your property back. So let them starve for right now, but they're not doing anything. I'm not Simon Ekpa and Nnamdi Kanu. When I come home, I'm going to come with justice. I'm going to bring it down there like they did for Iraq. Exactly the same thing. We're going to bring justice to Nigeria. Since they won't come to justice, we'll bring it to them. Anyway, so I said that, and I was saying my suggestion is that when you have two people match up with, there should be somebody to do the time thing. It's not about shouting and talking nonsense. Is that what you want? Somebody shouting on top of the voice. I could turn up my
no, that would be a debate now. The ring is for fighting. So the ring is for fighting.
Right. That's not. Look, I want.
So if you're wanting a structured something, that's a debate. But the ring is for fighting.
No, that's not a ring. You put somebody.
One man. Pastor, let me just help what you said. I think probably if you just make it, he's right. If you have like a referee, you have to just be there. Give this person 3 minutes, give this person 3 minutes. It's not something that has to go on and on and on and on.
No. But that would be a debate then, wouldn't it?
No, I'm just saying like give this person 3 minutes, give this person 3 minutes. Because at the end of the day, 80% of what they're going to say is just cussing each other out, right? So I mean, the more you leave it there, the more they cuss each other out. I mean, it doesn't really look nice, but I mean,
it was actually Pansat that started it with the AJL Speaks.
No, but look, one man, I'm not against that. You notice that all those who, when you come, I'm an elder man, I'm an older man, right? I come here with Ofonogu. You don't know what that means. Every one of those people who are insulting me,
does it go with pounded yam?
No. Ofonogu, it's spiritual. It's the biggest in Africa.
Yeah, it means authority, doesn't it?
Notice that when they insult me, guess what happens to each one of them, right? Don't you ever go and check and see? Now, I don't want it to be like that. You have to respect your elders. Who has Ofonogu? When I come here and I'm okay, watch this Nigerian man that insulted me yesterday. Watch. Now he might have run away from the platform today, right? But it's still, I have Ofonogu. I'm not coming here to play. When they mess with me and they assault me, like Ijele, for example, now I'm on his side. I believe that they're abusing his rights and he doesn't have due process. But when they start insulting me, guess what happens? So even you yourself here, you have to be careful. I have Ofonogu when I'm here. I have
a Jesara. I have a Jesara.
That's a small Yoruba thing. I'm talking about Ofonogu. That's from Igbo land, right? So
I have a Jesara. Do you know what a Jesara is?
You better be careful. I go with me here. I just told you to stay away from. Let's go to the what do you have?
All right. I did warn you not to prod at people, but you know, so shall we give Nigerian man the right to reply?
Yes.
Pansat.
Yes.
Be careful, you have for Nogu.
You don't know the one I have now. Maybe that is all is just a man of making. So are you still weeping for the yesterday beating or what?
No. You know, say these people say maybe 2 months ago, you and I were at Dr. Damages.
And I beat you blue black.
We went backstage. So
and I beat you. I still beat you. Even on the live stream, I still beat you, beat the Canadian.
Well, I'm trying to suggest to one man, when there's two people who want to exchange wheats, right? It's a good thing. But you talk your own, I go talk my own.
Oh, you don't talk your own, no way.
Okay, now. I know the play, I don't tell you.
Because you only talk your own every time and go away. You never stay.
No.
See, Pastor, let me tell you one thing. I cannot tell you how to speak, as you said. You understand? And you cannot tell me how to swim I'll go for you. That is normal. You see, let's just have it like that. I cannot tell you how to speak. You cannot still tell me how to swim I'll go for you.
Okay,
that is life.
Let me tell you, no problem. Let me say that I come here and
Asad, forget. It's okay. This is past. You know, I even regret even having this issue. I thought you are even joking since.
Nigerian, but the thing is, he is joking. You know, a lot of people don't seem to get concerned. Oftentimes, the indignation, 80%, Pansat is just trolling now. You can hear it in his tonality. There's elements of laughter in it sometimes, you know.
Let me land. I'm here to speak for myself.
He said he's come here for seriousness. He's not here to joke.
That's right. And I mean, you and I went back. We normally don't talk about what happens backstage. We went for hours and we had our stuff and we talked and we debated. The only thing I don't like, and I'm going to say this and I'm going to conclude it. As a matter of fact, we can go. So one man will get a break. What I'm saying is that I've made it very clear. The problem we have in our country is being instigated by minority groups in our country, right? Especially Edo State. It's crazy. The day you were there on that backstage and there were some Igbos on the platform, and I said, you know what? Edo, keep your vote. Don't vote for us, right? And Igbos were mad. And they said, who are you to say? Who are you to tell a whole state don't vote for us? You were there, Nigerian.
Nobody is voting for you. It's you that is looking like that. We are voting for better Nigeria, not for you, not for Obi.
Okay, then. You should be mad when I say something like that because the reason is
no. You let me tell you one thing. Pastor. Let me just say one thing. Let me just please, Wama. You know what? You know before many years I've been dealing with Igbo for the more than 30 years of business. You understand? In abroad. So I don't always reply, but one thing I noticed for the past 5 years when Nnamdi Kanu started this thing, if any Igbo man say any derogative word to any tribe, because they learn it from Nnamdi Kanu, if you go to their comment, 99% of the people that will comment there are Igbo. They will never tell that person, no, don't generalize, don't do this one. That is why after the election, I see this thing continue. They were throwing it to Baba. That is what I pick up. And I said, no matter what, if any Igbo man will call me bigot or will call me whatever, I'm ready for it. But I'm ready to deal with anybody will never take it back. You understand? That's why when they say generalize, I don't want to care. Because when they said it, all of them will go under that comment. They will comment. Even if you come there, you say, no, don't do like this. They will insult you. They will go. The first thing they will do, they'll go to your family father, which I hate. Me and you, we are having argument. Why are you going to the parents? But now, when you now do it back to them, they will not be claiming victim and be telling you you are tribalistic. No, me, I want to be tribalistic now. If to defend my land, to be tribalistic, I'm ready to do it. I owe nobody apology on that. Honestly.
All right, I will suspend. I'll give you a rain check, but we're not done. Okay, I'm gonna suspend the entire episode on that. I still have issue that I want to settle with you, so we're gonna deal with it. But in conclusion, then let me say to Ekene that you're talking about they don't have bread in Kaduna, they don't have bread in Kano, right? And that may be true. It is written, man shall not live by bread alone. Right? That's what these people need.
If they don't have bread, let them eat cake. That's what Marie Antoinette said.
No.
If they don't have bread, let them eat cake.
No, man shall not live by bread alone, but by every word that proceedeth out of the mouth of God. Right? It's Matthew 4:4. You could also find it somewhere else. I believe it's
that is when you are fasting. If they are not fasting, why they must go hungry?
Deuteronomy 8:3.
Do you know the worst thing? You know the worst thing to go.
They need the Lord.
No, Pastor, do you know the worst thing? is to starve yourself to death. Do you know it's the worst in the Bible? Or don't you know?
Oh, are you a Christian?
No, I'm a pagan, a Jujuman.
Pansat, I have 5 minutes to bail out.
Okay, no, you can go ahead. I will yield back. I just want to tell you with that accent, you know, Nigerian, as a Southeastern, right? Once I hear your accent, right? That's all I hear it. I know you're tribalist. We know this.
I'm telling you, I'm not hiding it. I'm a bigot.
Anybody who has that accent,
somebody is a tribalist from accent.
But I was suspended.
No. If they want to defend them, they have to propaganda. Prasad, I'm a tribalist. I'm a bigot. I'm everything. How did they call it? I don't even know. I'm a bigot. I'm everything. If for me to be bigot to deal with you, I'm ready to be it. If for me to deal with you to be bigot, I'm ready to be it 100% time I come to this world.
I'm gonna beat you. I'm gonna beat it out of you. That's what I'm telling
you. I've beat you 3 times. Even when I've beat it more than 3 times and they apologize.
All right,
hold on. You have the energy to do it.
Joy,
I don't tire.
I yield back to you. Go and get some rest. Tomorrow we do it again.
Not me and you again. Bye bye.
One man, please clip this part for TikTok.
I think they are both muted. I don't know what happened. They both dropped just then. I don't know what happened. Let's go to Paddy to hear a Senna voice. Pansat dropped and so did this Paddy man. But Paddy to give us a more sanitized commentary. Paddy, are you ready? oh goodness me! You kept your head away from you. You just my goodness.
Hi, man. The time when I joined, there were like just a few people in the room. I was like, okay, good day. It's gonna be a very lucky one, you know. Lots of sanity, but then, Pastor, I just had to creep in.
Yes.
Unfortunately for me, I haven't been in the news much today. Today was the day like I got back from my staycation with the family. But I tried to catch up on a few things. I'm just more like very light casual stuff caught my attention. The exchange between the Minister of
Women Affairs,
and I did see that. I think we've all known that this is hashtag. You know, we've seen her try to jump on narratives or scenarios that didn't need to be jumped on. We've seen her try to bloviate little issues, trying to make it seem as though she's doing something. But we also understand that our role is largely a political compensation. I just would have hoped that they would have at least done something much more tangible, you know, with their, with our office. But you know, I'm not. I guess everyone just left them, you know, women to women energy. Let them do their thing. You know, at least there's no misogyny cry out there. There's no masculine energy. Let them just have their back and forth. Accountability is something that very many people are shying off. And I think, but what it also does for me is, as a supporter of this government, is to further emphasize what the opposition are saying. You know, like almost as though the office of the presidency aren't setting the very right standards, or they're not setting the right yardsticks for people to understand that you can't but be accountable. You know, accountability is probably one of the paramount things that this government should have been very strong on across board, across all the ministerial and secretaries, you know, palm sector there and everything. But you know, we'll just probably just wait it out and see how it goes. I jumped a little bit of conversation between yourself and Ike, and that's when I jumped. That's when I tapped on the show to see, you know, what was going on, and then I saw that you were live and saw a few people, and it was around the young man that flag dude, you know. And I think I did see that video too yesterday or so, or 2 days ago. I can't remember which other days. And I saw.
Do you think it was a bit excessive? Him being arrested?
No, it was excessive, without doubt. I think we've gotten to a point where, it's not like we've just gotten to a point. We've always been at that point where we see something that's right in front of us. We see that it is wrong, but we still would not want to call it out because it caters to us. You know, and the same thing, similar, is also a reflection of what happened with Toyi Abraham's arrest. She didn't even arrest the guy. She raised a petition, and then the cyber security office of Nigeria were the ones who arrested the young man. What do you know about her? You know, Ekene is not seen as somebody who was barraging people and shouting "Hunger day, hunger day." People are just trying to mind their business. They're just trying to walk, trying to get their daily living. But you're trying to instigate chaos. Like, why are you trying to get chaos away? I think because they've said so much of the narrative of people are hungry, people are starving, people are dying. This is, Nigeria is in chaos. But then when we go to
do you think they are trying to use the Kenyan situation to try and trigger something?
Oh, definitely. So if you've looked at Nigeria, especially this Nigerian youth, this Gen Zs, and of course the opportunists amongst them who tend to claim to be adults, they've always jumped on bandwagons. The NSAS was an aftershoot of the George Floyd movement. If there hadn't been a George Floyd, there would never have been that outrage on NSAS. They would never. So because I even watched David Undane's podcast interview, which was utterly ridiculous.
That guy should be arrested. He was calling for a violent takeover.
He wants to be arrested, man. He wants to be so bad, because that's what gives him that validation. He wants to live abroad so bad. He's applied for visa so many times and he's failed. He wants this.
Did even Ghana not reject him?
No, they didn't reject him. They just called him out. He lives in Ghana. He has their asylum. He's an asylum seeker in Ghana. In Ghana, he was approved. So do you understand? But here's the thing: he came and made a false statement that someone tried to kidnap him in Ghana, and he's still running with that rhetoric. And the Ghanaian government called him out and said, "Look, dude, stop it. Nobody tried to arrest you anyway. Nobody called us to come and nobody did anything. But if you're not careful, we'll go put you in check." And then that matter died down. But he's still running with it because obviously he has a movement that will just continue jumping on that narrative. And I think maybe that's like the only thing that I like about opposition is that they've mastered what their political forefathers also mastered. The Chinua Achebes, the Wole Soyinkas.
We're seeing a new flavor of opposition in Nigeria now. It is more virulent, more punchy, more pungent, more incisive, more attacking, fearless even. Yeah.
But
to be honest,
how effective is it? It can describe it, but is it been effective so far?
Has it not been? It's moving the government's position.
Yeah,
I don't. Does it translate to vote? To vote is what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah, that will be tested in the next election. Yeah, but
So here's the thing, right? You might not even translate to votes so much, but just as much of discrediting, right? You understand? When you discredit the government so much, even when they do good stuff, people don't get to see it because it's not expressed. The other day, I think it was today or so, I saw a few headlines around how the headline was very sensational. How I think maybe like an ECOWAS court called out Nigeria for violating human rights around NSAS. And that headline is very sensational. But there are just about 2 or 3 people whose rights, quote unquote, were supposedly violated. So like 3 young lads who probably had taken their matters to the ECOWAS.
Sorry, Paddy. Thomas, click on mute and unmute. You're not connecting properly. Yeah, sorry, carry on.
All right, and so I think it's not very. It's not very. I think it's not in totality for us to say that the political landscape today is probably at its peak. I think it's probably much more accessible now. So as far back as NTNC and ANC days and the likes, we've always had these vigils. If a little bit of history, we've had very strong political oppositions as well too. Even into the 99 era as well too. We've had very, very many stuff. We've had very strong advocates of people. We've had the Fellas, the likes of them, who the Mariah Jaws. We have very many people, even Sonny Ade, and that's was actually a political song.
Was it really?
Yes, that verse was, but many people did not know. So we've actually had that verse was more like, where's going leading us to? Are you taking us forward? Are you taking us back? We don't know. We are going to me more, me more. So, but of course, maybe it wasn't so known. But we've had very many of those.
But even that song is outside of your generational group.
Don't say that one, man. Don't allow that.
You're not a Gen Z or a Gen Z.
Century. I think it's something about.
I never knew there was a political undercurrent to that song. You know?
Yeah. So it's just one of those things that do happen within that space. I think the only unfortunate part is that the people here, I think that the half side of it is, even though the voice is very loud, right? But many of the people who believe it do not even know the truth of it. They don't even know half of it. So it's a very hook, line, sinker fallacy that they are running with, right? And unfortunately, it's no longer even a political banters. It's now settling and resting into tribal differences. We might be thinking that what's happening right now is just a little bit of a social rhetorics, but there's a huge nuance of bigotry and divide that is brewing online.
It's not a nuance though. It's full blown now. There's just just the thin veneer that covers it. If you unpeel it, it's entirely a tribal narrative, isn't it?
It's utterly ridiculous, one man. People can't even express themselves. I think I listened to Kulata last night on my drive home, because it was a few hour drive, and I had him showing so much vim just for him to just call out decency and say this is happening on both sides. And some people couldn't just admit that they too have a fault, and then they're like, so it's almost as it's like this one man. A certain tribe will talk about their prowess. Oh, we are the best. We are the, we are the John Julios. We are the Rockefellers of the nation. Without us, you can't be anything. And everyone is fine. But once the other person says, oh, we too are, how dare you talk about yourself? You must be a tribal bigot. You get like you almost can't even.
That phrase. I've never heard that phrase bandied around in Nigeria quite as much as now. You cannot even cough. You're a tribal bigot.
Yeah.
Why are you coughing in that way? You're a tribal bigot.
It's you can't even have an opinion anymore. So it's almost it's like this, and I think it's one of the things where. So when during the election, we all came together. People from different leanings, different nations. We all came together. We chose we voted for our candidates. We rallied around one person. But the moment one person won, and the other person people didn't leave, they don't care the fact that they had like one of the largest advocacies on their side. As far as we are concerned, as long as this guy didn't win. Every one of you, including those of you that voted, including those of you who were in forefront, your entire tribe are bigots. Like how
do you think it's going to crescendo if Tinubu, if and when Tinubu is returned in 2027? Do you think it's going to lead to a violent outburst, or?
It's just going to be the same thing. So remember, this was something that was done to the Fulanis, right? So the Fulanis had to endure this. The Hausas that didn't know anything, they were also roped into this. The Canaries, nobody even know that they exist. They still call as long as you're in the north, you are Fulani or Hausa Fulani, as the case may be. And then they spend the entirety of those 8 years demystifying that tribe. But unfortunately, they didn't have this pushback. They didn't have the opportunity for this. They didn't have that platform for pushbacks. So everything that was wrong in Nigeria was caused by the Fulanis. So it's this very same thing, that everything that is wrong in Nigeria is being caused by the Yorubas. We don't care how far back. One might need to understand how well integrated the Yorubas. We've been in the South. How vastly integrated we've been in the South. But all those things do not matter. They do not matter. As long as our guy didn't win, as long as we are not there, every problem that we have is your problem. And even though we live in your own space, we don't care. We will take your space. You are dangerous to us. We don't even want to see any one of you dare mentioning the guy. If you do, we will call you out. We will cuss you out. And if you even react to us cussing you out, we will destroy whatever it is that you built for yourself. So here's the thing. A lady came out last year and said She never even said vote this guy. She said, I chose this guy. And that was at the beginning of the election. And they came for her for one whole year non-stop. Non-stop. Even after she apologized, even her husband had to chicken out and say, look, you know what, guys, just leave me out of this thing. Because my inbox is being called out, my business is being called out, I'm losing deals. This woman couldn't make movies. She couldn't, she make movies, they will put poor reviews on the movies. They were trying to affect her sales. She tried to act tough. They were calling out her children. And people started saying, you know what, arrest one person, just show some sort of punishment on one person. And one particular guy came in and made a defamation and says you were paid. And in between said you won't. I mean, of course, there's a little bit of a cuss in there, and even your children will not, they'll be unlifed. And all she did was to send a petition to the police station, to the police, and police said no, go to the cyberbullying department, which she did, and leave the rest to us. And at that, she did a civic responsibility, and they're still tagging Netflix to pull down all our videos that they don't watch, that they've said was poor. But we would, in fact, they're going as far as going to our Wikipedia page to put denigrating stuff in there.
Oh, Paddy, can I ask a quick question of BT here?
Yeah.
So, if they want political power, wouldn't the logical approach be to grow the tent, to make it bigger? It seems that their own approach is actually shrinking the tent. So, what do you think the end game is? What is their end game here? Like, because if you want political power, then you have to grow bigger by welcoming other factions, other tribes, and other people. But their action seems to be shrinking their own political base. So, my question is, what do you think the end game is for them? In the political scene now, because that. I don't see any logical conclusion and where it helps their own candidates with the way they've behaved so far.
You are still looking for logic.
I'm trying to.
So BT, right? If we look into the beauty of the history of things, it'll give us more clarity. Whatever it is that's happening now was exactly the same approach that Azikwe pulled. It wasn't different. So you had two people who were trained under the same political masters. So you had Azikwe and Awolowo, right under Abba Macaulay, and they had agreed on a consensus. And this guy left Awolowo and went to side with the North. As far as the Igbos are concerned, we don't need to come to you to pander. We can suppress you, suppress your voice, suppress your vote, suppress the Jaws, suppress the ethics, suppress the Edos, take them because they are us. Because all we have to do is tell people that you are Igbo and then you are Igbo, and then we'll align with the North. But the only time is that, we'll align the North when we choose to align with the North. If it is to align with anybody else on the Northern side, it's never a problem. But we will do it the way we want to do it because we feel that that's the only way. Because if we don't do it that way, then how then do we dominate? But you see this soft pandering of diplomacy, it's not their approach. They probably will say we are Republican and this is our approach, but they don't care. It's more like, we know we've lost, we will keep doing this, we will tell you what you need to do. And unfortunately, the only people that will always push back the most are the Yorubas. From as far back as 1948, 1954, 1956, 1960, even after the coup, in the 70s, in the 80s, in the Fourth Republic, it has always been the same thing. Our biggest problem are the Yorubas. We'll call them up. You know what? Because you are equals. Both of us know each other. We are from the same game. We have the same playbook. The only difference is when the Yorubas lose out, they go back inside, strategize, build allies, and then they're able to, get their wins. The Igbos on the other side also build their allies, but unfortunately, the Northerners have not been playing well to their different. I think, and here's why: it's because of that religious divide. If the Muslim had the same joy of religious balance that the Yorubas enjoy with Christian and Muslim, what we have with Kwara and Kogi and the likes can help us build some sort of affinity with the Northerners. They don't have that. As far as they're concerned, we are trying to just build something else. And unfortunately, again, because they also have a double rhetoric of Biafra, we want to build our own secession, we want to secede the country. So you are trying to secede, you're also trying to rule. It's a very big struggle because right now, again, the secession cry is already getting loud. Oh, we want Biafra, we want our country. IPOBians are back again. We want free.
But Paddy,
sorry. BT, let me attempt at your question. What the end game is, and where I wanted to go to was where Paddy just entered there. Like you say, they are not looking to win friends. So certainly they are not winning Tony Abraham as a friend. So they're not looking to. So what are they then looking to achieve? I think they're good. They're trying to push towards 2027, knowing fully well that, of course, their man is not going to be. I think everybody knows that Peter Obi is not going to be announced president in 2027, but they are pushing towards that, and to push them to the breakup of the country and then get their own standalone country. I think that's probably what I thought.
Okay, Paddy, before you respond to what Oman said.
Yeah.
Okay, what is the geographical location of what they? Because like you mentioned, Paddy, even the South side is pushing back that they're not Igbos, they're not part of that movement. So there's also going to be a fight within that space to define what the if you have to break up the country, there's going to be a lot of fight in that space because the South side wants nothing to do with Biafra, as I know for now. So because I've seen different maps from that side of Nigeria, redefining space, and this is what it should be. The whole point is they want access to the sea. That is, they need it because there's no point in being landlocked. So they drawing maps and saying somebody. So this claim of that somebody's they're part of the tribe, not because they care about that tribe necessarily. No, that person just has access to the ocean. That's what it boils down to. So they need. So they will link everybody up to to be part, even if it's Igboroid or whatever. They will find a way. So. If that is the end game, one man, like if that's one man, do you agree that that's the end game, that they don't really care about the political space? Like
no, they don't. Nigeria is a zoo to them now.
Okay. Oh, okay. Well,
yeah, they don't. So, but if you notice, they're already going in that line. They're already using their politicians to start fighting for new states. So check out all the states that they're fighting for. They're asking for Olu state. They're asking for this state. Those states have access to. So they're already trying to create that expansion. So as far as they're concerned. There's a blueprint that happened. We had our eastern region, and in that region we dominated, right? Many of these tribes who are saying no now, we're part of us. They identified with us. But unfortunately, what they did was that they dared to make a plea. They dared to ask to leave. Many people forget something. We forget that Southern Cameroon was part of Nigeria. Southern Cameroon cried to leave Nigeria because they were also feeling very marginalized. That statement that the Southerner made wasn't out of, he didn't make it out of flimsy. Southern Cameroon left Nigeria. The last piece of it was, the settlement was the Bakassi piece, even though that was a little bit of settlement between Gowon and South, but that already happened. Now the Jaws, so it's almost as though, look, we are beginning to define you. Right now, it's as long as our languages are similar, you are us. And once you are us, your land is ours. Meanwhile, but we know that the Niger River was a very big divide between these regions. But they don't care. As long as we've dominated here, as long as we have people here, everybody in this Olu area, everybody in this Agbo area, you are all Igbos. And by doing that, we have access to the sea. So that's exactly what they are going to. And they have to do that thing again. If we can't get access to the sea, we also need Lagos to be decentralized from part of southwestern region and also become some sort of colony that the government, so make Lagos like Abuja again, so that we can have both, best of both worlds. If we miss out on one, we can have the other. That is the game plan. That game plan is not new. It's exactly what Azikwe wanted. It's exactly what Ojukwu did. It's exactly what they are crying for now. And they're trying to do it the normal political way.
Somebody sent this into to slot into what Paddy was. They feel it enhances somewhat or it expands on where Paddy was. Let's have a quick. It's about 2 minutes.
That country now, have they agreed? Have they agreed? The most deadly ethnic and intra-ethnic war was fought in this southwest among themselves. I'm talking of a war that like over 1,006 intra-ethnic war. 1,006 fought in a particular region, the same ethnic group, from Kirigi War to Jabu and the Eba War. Go and check. These are the same people that are telling you that they know this. It's not because we have not been given an opportunity to go into their history. The Nigeria will know where the problem is coming from. This time we want to get to somewhere. It is this time that will truncate it. Remember, Ojukwu and Gowon went to Aburi to sign an accord. Accord would have saved up from that civil war. An accord, Aburi Accord, they have already signed. When Gowon came back, it was people from the South who told Gowon, don't agree with this accord. No, Ojukwu has played you. He has used the process to play you. Don't agree. And because of that, Gowon the next. And Ojukwu said on Aburi I stand. That's what caused the war. That Aburi Accord would have saved them. And go and look at that Aburi Accord. It's what we are going back to today. It's the same thing we are fighting for today. The same restructuring. The same regional autonomy. That's what Ojukwu and Gowon agreed in Aburi. When he came back here, the people from the Southwest, the civil, they truncated it. They truncated it. Unfortunately, Nigerians have not asked the questions. What is your mission in Nigeria? Whenever we want to move forward, these same people will truncate it. And they will not look for a way to shift it to one particular ethnic group, as if they are the problem. Who brought Buhari into office? For selfish interest, nothing else. Tinubu said that it is only Buhari that will defeat Jonathan. That's why they bring him to come and lead, to come and say, no, it was for him to defeat Jonathan because he had popularity in the north. Look at what is going on. Nigerians are not asking questions. I am telling you that if Tinubu have the opportunity, he will remove Obasanjo's since that country now. He will remove Obasanjo's photograph in Aso Rock so that he will be the only Yoruba man that has become president of Nigeria. That is how vindictive these people can be. So that he will be the only Yoruba man that has become president of Nigeria. That is how vindictive these people can be. Obasanjo cried out that Abiola is not the Messiah that Nigeria is waiting for. He said it. Who truncated Abiola's president? Was it not people from the same Southwest? Who went to tell Abacha, don't allow him, don't agree, or don't give him. Go back to history. You can see a record of infamy. Somebody don't wake up because you want to show that yes, you are not the president. So, and they are even among themselves. If people cannot settle among them, how can they settle with you? They will deliberately find a way to put up a fire between two ethnic groups. When they fight, they will go and done. Meanwhile, they are the one that started it too. The coup that started all this problem. Go and check Adele Mogu's book, Why We Struck. It was organized by the Yoruba, but they are shifting it to the Igbos. That is why they not hate the Igbos, thinking that they are the one that carried out the coup. Meanwhile, there are documents to show that the Igbos were not even in the know. That coup was organized to free Awolowo from Calabar prison. But now it has become an Igbo coup that made them to be thinking that the Igbos did it, the Igbos did that. We are saying this so that Nigerians will know the truth. There was no reason to change any national anthem except because it was brought in by Obasanjo. And his kinsman felt that no, it cannot be Obasanjo. It should be me. That's why he brought that in. I was that if he doesn't like the two anthems, why can't he ask people to bring a new national anthem? Since you want to build a new Nigeria. And that's how he told us he built a new Lagos. Meanwhile, we could not see anything. We could not see anything that he did in Lagos.
So there it is. He actually cuts deep, doesn't he?
Oh yes, woman. I mean, I would dare the sanity of Nigeria if any Yoruba elder statesman will come out and call the Igbos vindictive. You will see the chaos that would happen in that country. But this man said that, and it happened like nothing ever happened. And that's the issue that I personally have. Like, look, if one person can say it, the other person can equally say it. When the other person says it, oh, you say no. So, who is this guy? Is he a bigot? Is he a tribalist? Is it just implicit bias with all the fake news that he said? But all of them.
To be fair, though, that guy is clearly a bigot. So I'm not quite sure. I'm not quite sure if it's representative of the views of the. Because it's an extreme. It's like an Adeyinka grandson, isn't he? That guy.
Well, isn't that how most of these kind of videos are?
No, that's exactly the point that I'm making. That it's not representative.
The worst part about this thing is that this is just a 2-minute clip. These people can sit down there for 2 to 3 hours. Look at how many lies he was able to put in 2 minutes.
Right.
These people sit down there for 3 hours, 4 hours. brainwashing and pushing propaganda. And the worst part is that they will tell you to go and verify, knowing fully well what they are saying is a lie, knowing fully well their followers will not verify anything.
Okay,
all right. Let me comment.
So when you said Enrique grandson, it's on the fringe end, right? So if somebody like that is, I mean, the issue I have with that other side is the people saying those things are major political leaders, former governors, ethnic, social, political, cultural leaders of that space saying the same thing. So you can't compare grandson saying it to the head of Ohanese saying the same thing, or somebody developing somewhere. That is the difference. So if grandson says it, of course, it's in the fringe. It's like our own right wing extremists. Of course, we're gonna be like, yeah, okay, you said we won't take him serious. But if the leader of a major social political movement says it, or a former governor talking about they developed everywhere, then that is more concerning. So that's the difference, man. So you can't really compare grandson to the head of Ohanes saying that. It's just completely, just to put in the proper context.
Also, one man, there's actually even a very desperate action or cry or attempt right now to find a way to label someone, no matter how tiny, a Yoruba group also as a terrorist movement. It's a very subtle thing, but it's gaining momentum. And unfortunately for them, they are using that Ronu word as that movement. It's utterly ridiculous. Ronu is almost like Mzogbu. Ronu is almost like
Paddy, didn't Ronu come from 1964 from
yeah, of course.
So I don't know why that turned into
and Awolowo era.
By the way,
yeah.
Somebody, I need to find that video. Woman. Somebody did a comparison between the Zixis movement from the early 40s to the Obedient movement. The striking result, it was astonishing. I mean, it's like Zik hijacked NCNC, Obi hijacked Labour.
I just said it. I just said to one man. Yeah, you're right, BT.
It was almost the same thing.
It is the same thing. It's the same playbook. It's not even almost. It is the very exact same playbook. The only difference is
but why do they
social
always
media
use losing playbooks all the time? Why don't they ever use a winning playbook?
Because that's politics. Is it Solly?
Yes.
Yeah.
It is solid. And don't say it's a losing playbook. It's a technique.
Yeah.
You keep hammering at it and hammering at it until it gets
strategy.
It is not a non-winning strategy.
Yeah, it's not
how does it win in the grand scheme of things?
No, okay. So here's the thing, right? Different people have different goals and different attempts, right? So your goal, you might be looking at it that you think that their aim and their goal is to become maybe president, as an example. But then their end goal is not different. Their end goal is to.
Sorry, Paddy. Let me ease myself out. Thomas is here. I have an early start in the morning. Thank everyone. See you tomorrow. That's Ayo right there. That's Boss, of course. And Tope also. So carry on. Thank everyone. See you tomorrow.
All right. Have a good night, woman. So yeah, the end goal is to expand. Expansionism is the end goal. We think it's about presidency. It is not about presidency. It's never been about presidency. It's expansionism. Just look at every of the antics that they did. Azikwe had the opportunity to become prime minister and Awolowo become president. He chose the latter. He left Awolowo and went to meet the North to say, you know what, I'll be president, you become prime minister, and I'll be president so that I can head the military, because at that time, this in 1960, the president would be the one in charge of the military, and then prime minister, because you know what prime minister would do. In fact, during independence, this man was a total civilian, wore a military gear because he wanted to show that prowess. But look at every of the actions every time they've been in power. It's to grab. It's just to grab. When Agri Ronsi was there, what did he do? Ended regionalizing immediately and pull all the power to the central, which Ojukwu was fine with. So Ojukwu was fine with it. 6 months, no issues. The moment a counter coup happened, the moment Gowon took over, he said, "No, I don't want it again. I want to end. We should split power." But you were fine with it for 6 months. You made no cry about it. But the moment you felt that you were losing, you started crying. The same thing happened as well too. Once Ojukwu was heading, Azikwe's biggest aim was Lagos. We cannot allow Lagos to be part of Western region. He fought for that Lagos to not be a part of Western region almost throughout the entirety of his career. up until what was it?
Hello.
Yeah, one man. I need to come back. I think there's a leak on my roof.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but listen, my son just called me.
Right.
So
Solid.
from what I observed, all this is still a losing strategy. It doesn't matter what the aim is. It has been a losing strategy for almost 100 years.
Because it is very predictable. You know what the next move is, so you can counter it. You can counter it easily. So if it's not working, then one wonders why they keep using the same playbook. Then that's the question.
That was my question too. That was my question too. Because every time they make a play, I can always predict it, and I'm just a kid. I can always predict it. But the play is always made like it's some grand scheme, never thought of, never unpredictable. You know, man, it's just frustrating that you have to go through it all. That's a frustrating thing, that you just have to go through this losing strategy and go through the process of watching it lose and being forced to be involved in it. Very tiring. Hello? Hello?
Yeah, I know who has the floor, so we can move on. Yeah, who has the floor?
Yeah, I'm the one who has the floor.
It's Paddy. Paddy is the man. Is the man of the hour now. So.
Yeah. I hope you are not speaking Efulefu. Yeah, go on, my brother. Yeah, have you gone through the topics, or do you want me to?
No, I already went. I mean, I think I'm just jumping. We just piggybacking on politics generally.
Oh yeah. Oh yes. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think
have you spoke on the livestock ministry.
No. I think that was really trashed yesterday. It's really, for me personally, I think it should have just been an agency and not necessarily a ministry. I'm not sure why TINUBU had to make it into an entirely new ministry, but I mean, we have Ministry of Agriculture, so why not make an agency under that ministry for livestock? But I to be honest, Somos, I don't know what TINUBU is doing.
It's my brother. It sounds so ridiculous, as if I haven't even heard something like that in my lifetime. Ministry of Livestock. What does that mean? What does that mean? It's so ridiculous.
It's obviously trying to pander to some people, and I think for me, what is reflecting is that there's some sort of chaos going on within the Northern space that he's trying to divide, right? Or there's some people who feel like you haven't settled us, you have to settle us. Maybe some Meiti Hala kind of settlements or stuff like that. But again, livestock does not require a ministry. We have agriculture. It can be an agency, a department. It can be expanded. You can probably nominate maybe sub ministers. Those deputy ministers, those software minister of states. Under agriculture, and then make that a minister of state but creating an entirety of a new ministry under this, when we're trying to cut costs. I don't know. It defeats. It's I don't know. It has a poor taste in my mouth, but I'm careful not to slander all the time, even though we can see that this is definitely there's some sort of political game behind this thing. So is there another topic you want me to address?
For Paddy, now they've declared that, don't you think the Southwesterner too, or South as a whole, they should to key into that, and to get some there, nobody will say you can't do your livestock farming as well. You know what I mean? So everybody should go into the Malu business, and just get anything you want to get from the government.
Must they tell you, okay, that's a governor now. If your governor really wants to invest in that, or bringing in the diaspora from their state. They can do that. You don't need federal government to tell you that. If you're a proactive governor, you should have been on that since last year.
Since years ago. I mean,
Yeah.
we remember we used to have this Fashola Farms thing that had when we had those black and white cows in our region, in Southwest region. You know, those black and white cows, those dairy cows, when we had the likes of margarine and the likes, when we were enjoying butter, blue band planter. Those eras, we had very healthy southwestern ranch in our region. I don't think it's a very difficult thing to do. I also know that there's someone who also owns a ranch in Ibadan. It's a private ranch, but it's not large yet to the point where people are talking about it. So it doesn't take away the opportunities that are there. But even at that, we still do not need a ministry for us to be able to get that done. But we know that this is a settlement. We know that this is for some people to feel part of something. But I don't know. It's also a reflection of how poor the Ministry of Agriculture has been, to the fact that they have to create an entire ministry to sort this out. You know, so why does it have to be independent? You know, they could have declared a state of emergency for feeding, which was part of what is agenda at the very early stage of last year. The presidency said they're going to declare an state of emergency on agriculture, you know, and water and fresh water. Those haven't happened. He said he was going to re-energize Lake Chad. That hasn't happened. Like, there's a blueprint agenda. There's a manifesto that is already on ground. If you have focused solely on those things, we should be doing very well now. But again, I just don't want to fully join that.
So, Paddy, what's your take on the introduction of GMO to help boost production?
The flip side,
I'm just asking them. I want on this one now.
We've been consuming GMOs for a long time. It's just like it's not like it's there now.
I mean, this outrage of some Nigerians. We don't want this. Oh my God, they're gonna kill everybody.
We've been consuming for all these rice that people are importing, all the cassava that you're eating, they're not GMO, the fish that we guys have been consuming. These are GMO fish now. Even so there've been so many processed things that we've been consuming, imported. Even the millet, the sorghum we got from Ukraine. Some of them are GMO seeds. And here's the way GMO will work is that it's going to be tailored to our own locally grown seedlings. So it's not that they're going to bring in mango from Portugal over again. We're going to use your local. Okay, let's get your local mango. Let's get your local rice, and see how we can enhance it so that it grows more. Yes, it might be bigger in size, but people have been consuming these things for the longest part. The rice that we are buying here are not the very fresh ones. They're not the best of rice. But in fact, you'll be shocked that Nigerians will rather buy the GMO foods that comes from the cities imported very much more than having the local rice. We've always had our father Abakaliki rice here that are literally really planted in Nigeria. But we'll still go and import the GMO ones from China, Indonesia, stole them from the border, and we'll be consuming it like no man's business. Now they're saying let's do it in your land. Let's use your own soil. Let's use let's create it your way. But of course, because it's coming from this place, say, oh no. So I get it. And we also forget that we are increasing in population far much more than we can even manage. The population growth in Nigeria is going tremendously.
Paddy, are we eating too much?
Yes, that's what we do now.
Are we eating too much?
No, but truthfully, that's what we do in Nigeria. It's about food. If I'm not even Nigeria, Africa largely, the very vast majority of Africans, we consume much more than we produce. And this is not even anything of shame. It's just our history. As far back as when the entire world was going on, we're actually expanding industries.
Paddy, do you eat 3 square meal?
No, personally, as you get older, now you begin to reduce your dietary and start trying to watch your waistline and your stuff like that. But I don't do 3 square meal. I also live in diaspora, but in Nigeria, 3 square meal is a pattern. In fact, people used to use it as a prayer point.
Okay. So let's just get to it here. So Akeredolu before his death, I mean, he had this red line project that he was doing, 70,000 hectares of land for agriculture, for mechanized farming. I think that's the route we should take, right? Mechanized farming, if you're really serious. GMO thing, I agree with you as well, even though I have concerns, but that's what the plan. Ogun State, you have farmlands, you have all that. But in your own, just your own opinion, with state governments now those that are willing to give up that chunk amount, like 70,000, 80,000, what should they? What would, if you had the power to design a policy?
Yeah.
For mechanized farming, how would you go about it? Let's say you are from Ogun State, right, for instance, and they say, oh, we've earmarked 80,000 hectares of land for mechanized farming.
Yeah.
But you still have to incorporate your subsistence farmers, maybe through their cooperatives or whatnot. How would you go about it as a governor with that kind of land available for mechanized farming?
All right. So I think one of the first key things that we need to first clearly admit is that not all our lands are arable, and the ones that are arable are not arable to everything. What we have to first do is identify which one gives us the stress. So thankfully, our weather allows us, for the most part, to be able to grow some certain crops at least twice in a year.
Yeah. So by the way, they were focused on oil palms and vegetable seeds in Ondo. That was that they said the land was can do oil palms and stuff.
Yeah. So if you have those land, there's each region, each state should just focus on what they know will grow in their land the most. So if I'm able, no matter how arable my land will be, as long as it has to do with planting, I'll focus on what grows here the most. Even in Ogun State, if you know FUNAB has one of the very biggest all farms in Southwest. Aside one in Ondo, in Ogun, between Ogun, Osun, Ogun, and Lagos, there's that FUNAB, and I know, I know the owner. I know the person who used to be the owner. So that's why I know that land was so massive that FUNAB, they had to list it to FUNAB, and FUNAB listed it to some Korean company. So there's that oil palm reserve that is there that can serve the southwestern region for the most part. There's also a lot of Ondo. All we have to do is, okay, where can we plant what the most? The tomato we have in the southwest is not like the tomato we have in the north. The tomato in the southwest looks like pumpkin. I don't know if you remember that pumpkin shape, those rings. I think it has its own name. It's not the same species of the kind of tomato we have in the north. So here's the thing: we need to find ways to see how we can make greeneries for places that are not arable, and we can have green farms easily that we don't have to stress. And also see if it has to do with livestock, what livestock can survive within that terrain easily, and also
so GMO also helps with that, because you can plant some, even if the land is not that arable. The way the seed is designed, you can put in more water, use less water, and still. All right.
So GMO will do those things.
If I can chime in real quickly.
Oh yeah, sure. Hi, Prince Daddy.
Hey, Patty, Babati, what's up? Hello, everyone.
Yeah.
Prince Daddy, you have to stop this accent. The ladies are complaining. You are just turning them off with this your accent.
There's a balance here.
I'm just joking.
Thomas, he turns them. He turns them on. You turn them off. So I think that's
yeah, go on. I'm just joking, my brother. How are you, Prince?
Yeah, good. How you doing, Thomas?
Good.
The arability of land you're talking about. Isn't that like a thing of the past, really? To think about it, in today's world, where literally the Jews or the Israel is growing things from thin air or no land, so to speak. See, agriculture overall has advanced to a level whereby complaining about arable land is almost a thing of the past, if you ask me. There's so much advancements in technology and in agriculture. As long as you have a space, you can turn that land into whatever you want, I believe. So our problem has always been laziness, lack of creativity and innovation. That's what is killing us. So this notion about this, even GMO, yeah, maybe we've been consuming GMO for quite a while, but at the same time, I mean, we have plenty of land. We just not, not thinking outside of the box. And the beauty about everything is that, look, we don't even have to innovate anything. Everything that we probably need is out there, being done right now. Is in the Scandinavian countries or in the Middle East by Israel or by the Chinese. Is there to be done. It's for the taking. But this complete identical will come. Insecurity, we can't grow food. Oh, we don't have all our lands are not arable. No, these are all excuses. Absolutely all excuses if you ask me. I'm not a farmer, but sometimes if you look around you and you see things being done, you wonder how come you can't do it in your own space. Are we waiting for the white man to come do it? Is that a problem?
But principle, okay. If I'm the governor, because that's where I was asking Patty. If you were the governor, like if I don't know personally, then I think I should be able to find experts or bring people that are knowledgeable enough in that field to help me, right? That would be the logical way to go, right? Okay, I have no idea. I have this land. Then I'm going to look for experts or in agriculture that might be from my state or from other places to help me. So why don't they do that? So it's not like that. Okay, even if I don't know or I'm lazy, at least find somebody that can help me out. So why don't they actually look for?
Why don't they? I've always said it. The problem of Africa, we Africans and Nigeria, is that lack of leadership and the ability to organize. That's been our problem. We don't organize for nothing. We don't organize. Yeah, you don't have to be an expert, being a governor, to know everything about farming or agriculture. Just like I said, there's nothing we're looking for to do in agriculture to increase our yield in any crop that's not out there already. Somebody, it was a couple of days ago, I can't remember, it was Remy was talking about in the Netherlands, or maybe it was Sally, what they are doing with agriculture, how they are trying to customize agriculture based on different climates and topology around the world in a certain place in their country. The technology is so advanced.
I think it said is it Holland is like slightly big. It's a little bit bigger than the whole of your state. Almost like, is it 32 to 28? So if a country that is as big as your state is producing that much, then Oyo should be producing something like this, maybe half or quarter of that, right?
And correct me if I'm wrong. Usually, in a hotter climate, it's easier to grow things. These countries we're talking about, they are cold countries,
and yet
they're freezing countries. And
Prince Daddy, did I hear you say we are lazy? I hear you say that Nigerians are lazy when it comes to farming. I don't understand. Is it what you said?
No. In terms of like your policy makers finding the best, the brightest minds to help you create policy. Not that the average Nigerian is lazy, but because I don't know, I'm not an expert in all fields. So if you don't know something, at least find the person that knows to help.
You would have used a leadership failure.
Right.
Well, if you listen to my entire, no, if you listen to me, I mentioned everything, but let's talk about the laziness. See, it was Solid I was saying the other day. Was this guy gas him up? About Nigerian soccer players, football players. It's always muscle and grab. We play soccer. It's still in us. When other people, they own the skills, they develop, they to the cutting edge of the sports or whatever they're doing. Yes, we are lazy. Okay, it's not about. See, I said it before. We Africans, black people, we know how to suffer. Okay, but we don't have to sacrifice. But I know many people can't tell the distinction between the two. We can suffer all night long. We can.
Prince Daddy, you are speaking in innuendo, so you need to expatiate what you're saying by saying you are lazy, because I know Nigerian spirit. They don't agree when you come to what they are pursuing. You have to special when you come to farming, as far as their environment is secure for them, they do it. I remember there was a time
that's part of the laziness I'm talking about. That's part of the laziness I'm talking about.
There was a time when in this country we throw food away. There was a time when security was nipped to the bud. We throw food away. We dash food. We export food outside this country. You can't wake up and tell me Nigerians are lazy when it comes to agriculture or anything. We have that spirit to pursue. It's just that the leadership problem has accumulated that there is no vision again to lead.
See, I agree with you, and I mentioned it, but this is the problem. See, life, naturally, life is all about resistance, be it gravity naturally or whatever way. We always go through encounter resistance in everything that we do, be it in the sciences, electricity, or whatnot. But my point here is that because we used to throw food away 20, 30 years ago, now we're encountering other challenges. Do we just throw our hands up and say no, insecurity, non-arable lands, and this and that, and we fold our arms? This is the problem. That's what I'm saying. We're lazy. This is the problem. See, when it comes to food production, agriculture in Nigeria, especially, I would say that should be the least of our problems. Absolutely. When Ajaleko comes here and says, "Oh, there's war, insecurity in the north, this and that," and I've always said it.
But
As big as Nigeria is,
but that is the fact. I
just said it. I'm not disputing it. I'm not disputing it or arguing against it. But again, in life, it's all about resistance. The fact that we have insecurity in the country, what percentage of the land or part of the country is being consumed by insecurity that we cannot secure a certain part of the country for agriculture? This is part of the laziness we're talking about. I guarantee if you go get a white man to come over right now, they'll take care of it. They will take care of it right now.
To me, I think virtually all the land is secure, and that is a leadership problem. So if Abuja could not be secured, that means the whole nation is vulnerable, porous.
Okay. Oh, Paddy, you want to come back in to the topic, because I think you were speaking earlier about it. You want to add to it, Paddy?
Yeah. Personally, I think one of the issues that I have with outright mechanical farming is that we have too many labor, we have too many hands that we need to get busy. Once we mechanize everything, we are going to have too many redundancies. I'm still a believer that we can maximize our physical hands. Yes, so I'm not saying we shouldn't mechanize, but it shouldn't be like the forefront of this agenda. So let's use America as an example. America has mechanized farming, Nebraska, Ohio, and the likes. But then you go to Texas, you go to Arizona, they still have local people who will still pick those cherries, who will still pick those grapes, who will still pick those strawberries, who will still pick those grapes, because they're trying to also need to maximize, and it's cheaper as well too. So let's not forget that we're a third world country and we don't have that huge, tremendous budget. So let's assume that we have this budget. We can split the budget into two. So if you look at what these guys are doing in Nasarawa, so Nasarawa has been able to get some tractors, get some mowers, plowers, and the likes, but there are few.
Niger,
Niger State, yeah. And then you can also now still use people who will still do this. So what we've done is we've created more jobs for people because we have very many jobless people. So we get them busy, they're able to farm, they're able to harvest, they're able to cultivate. We just need to maximize and find better ways. So I know that one of the things that they do that we can do better is rather than using a full tractor, they can use like manual plowers or manual planters. So people plant them around the farm. You have manual people who will pick weeds when they are growing. You have so those things we're able to also maximize both of them, and then we can maximize our cost. So we don't put all our funds into one sector, and then we have the rest of the sectors suffering. So I think that's like where I want a balance of both. And again, let me quickly answer one. Another thing again that we fail to forget is that even though we think we need those expertise, we actually have universities of agriculture in Nigeria that have research institutes and research departments that we need to just fund. So we don't need to bring in some guy from EU or to come and help us all the way. We just need to find ways we can fund our University of Agricultures and have those lecturers and professors in there to do accurate, right research. Now, here's the thing. The research that needs to be done will not be done only on those crops. They will also need to be done on the end use and end consumption of those crops. So for those who probably might remember, yam used to be a single consumable. It took a professor at the University of Ibadan to discover the fact that we can use the back of those yams to make elubo. and amala became one of the biggest staples in that same Ibadan that in fact we all consume very much now. So I want to show where we don't just consume the end product, we need to now find the extract. This extract is what helps those plants to be able to live longer. It reduces waste, and then we can export better as well too. So we can filter, so almost like cassava. Cassava has very many byproducts. Aside just the gari or tapioca, there's ethanol that's in there, there's alcohol that's in there. There's so very many things. Once we understand that cassava itself is a very massive industry, then we can enjoy what we can do with cassava. Same thing with sugar.
I apologize. So you're discussing the entire value chain of, let's say, cassava, not just exporting the raw material. You're not exporting, but just the processed. Maybe 2-3 levels of processing, maybe the entire value chain, at least before you export. Because I'm against exporting raw, like just cocoa or cassava, and I don't think it serves the country well. So if we can also, beyond just investing in the planting of farms, also looking at the entire value chain itself and manufacturing, even storage, processing, I think that should be a better approach than just planting to export or growing seed or just shipping out, because you don't really benefit that. I mean, you will make money in the short term, but in the long term, it doesn't really serve the people well. So I think just to add to the point, I think we should also look at the entire value chain of this agro produce.
Can I just add something to this? Oh, you want to go? You want to speak?
Okay,
please?
10 seconds. Well, 10 seconds. As Patty's point about we don't need mechanized agriculture or farming. I don't know. I don't know how to approach that.
No, I didn't say so. I said I don't want to be a forefront. I want a balance of both, so that we can still maximize the labor that we have, but we'll have limited. So we won't mechanize all through and through. We'll use some manual, we'll use some extractors, but we'll also give local people too. That's why I give the example of Nebraska and Texas.
Okay, I get your point. If it's possible to 90%, even 100% mechanize the farming, I'll say let's do it. But just like Babati said, there are auxiliary opportunities down the stream in agriculture that people can tap into, the young ones. Someone said it a few months ago that even the young people, nobody wants to go to farm anymore. Nobody wants to go to farm. Nobody wants to go to farm and go pick out the mangoes or pear for whatever they do on the farm. Nobody wants to do that. But if we can get the produce out there in the marketplace, I think more innovation and ingenuity will come about that people would capitalize on it and bring about new industry. If it is mechanized farming that can get things out there, I say we should jump on it. And the reason why they wouldn't do, I guess, some product or some produce, you cannot like mechanize them. You have to like carefully pick them. Maybe that's what they do in Texas. I'm not sure which kind of produce are those, but mainly, the corn. I don't know if you can mechanize farm yam and all those things. Whatever we can do in large, massive scale, I think that's what we should embark on. And to the point about, I don't subscribe to the opinion that we should get.
Questions. What happened to our textile industry?
Can I just add something?
I see your answer to that. Let me line this point. Sorry, to Niger. When it comes to the experts, I don't subscribe to bringing in experts from, I don't know, around the world to our country and take over. I'm talking about us targeting certain maybe industries or crops and go out there and learn the technology and the know-how and bring it back home and implement those things. Okay. And in so doing, we grow. Just like you give a good example about Ibadan and yam and the professor, right? We are going to discover more opportunities and what to do with the byproducts of many of these crops. That's how it goes. A smart person once said, technology or innovation is a long-term process. The more you have more iteration in certain area or in any field, you are going to naturally discover new things.
Yeah.
Go ahead,
Thank you. Let me just hold on. Don't clarify this. It's never going to end.
No. Unlike
okay, time limited.
Hold on now.
How long is your own then?
I'm only 10 seconds. Just wait. Unlike you, I don't talk
10
forever.
seconds.
just you don't moderate the show, please. To the guy with the beard, I can't see your name.
You've been talking now. Come on, you just
can you just
let
me just clarify something before you go ahead? Jesus Christ. Do I speak that long on the show anyway?
Don't make me start now. I'm trying to be gentleman now. You want to make me start being rude to you now. You be talking.
Oh, the guy with the beard. Just to clarify,
guys,
just let me finish.
Do we even have a topic to discuss? I don't understand.
I said, hold on. I said the expert. I didn't mean foreigners. You can have Nigerians that are experts. Okay. Hold on. I said experts. Doesn't mean they are foreigners. They can be your Nigerian, the brightest mind in your college. Doesn't mean they have to be foreigners. Just to clarify, that was what I was going to say.
Thank you. Yeah, greetings, this is Thomas. Thank you for having me, and greetings to everyone on the panel and the chat and to the viewers. I take the point that Prince made. I think it was Prince that he made a point about farming has become quite advanced, and there's something they call vertical farming, and not just vertical farming, completely devoid of access to the outside world, which means they can basically farm underground. These are the kind of things we are not thinking about. These people are thinking.
Yeah, my name is Emmanuel.
So the idea is that they can be able to farm underground. They can provide the lighting source and the nutrients that the plants need, and they can feed themselves. That is how far some of these people have gone, and we are not even off the block yet. And I think there was a point that somebody made a comment about security. Our problem is that we lack the ability to properly do threat assessment. I think that is a big problem for our people. I just saw the UK Prime Minister, the new Prime Minister in the UK called Biden. After, thank you for, greeting me for being elected into, congratulating me for being elected into office. Immediately, security, first thing. They started talking about. Nothing else came first. Nothing. It's just security, straight up. But our people will be talking about food and everything else because they think that that's the way the world works. And when we say our people are not be able to go to farm, it's not just about the farm. It's everything. Security is infiltrated into everything. Our debts, our choices that we make for our trade deals, the people we choose to ally with that could have benefited, or like some of the things we wanted to do with China that we cannot do. All that is tied to your ability to defend yourself. And we really need to start understanding this stuff, because one thing that I was looking at, because some of all these things I diagnosed this years ago, and recently I just got this note. Somebody, I don't know whether it's even real, that they said Lord Lugard wrote, but it's really scary, because if he actually wrote this to his people, man, these people figured us out quite a while ago. They said we lack apprehension of the future. Do you know what that means? You can't think into the future and worry about it. That's fear of the future. We don't fear it. We just think everything is okay. And then he goes on to say, we like to we behave as if we reach a height that we've never truly attained. Like things are ours to take when we've not earned it. And I find that very interesting, because that is what I've been saying. Our people don't understand that you think you can just do all these things and it's just going to work for you. And I keep giving this example. You can't have a house and you leave the doors open every day and keep putting wealthy, beautiful things there, and you think you're going to maintain it if you don't secure that house. And we do it every day with our own individual house, but we can't understand it this thing globally or nationally. That is why everything we do fails. Everything we do seems to fail. Why do you think that is? You can put all the nice policies you want. Nigerians are some of the most alive people I know on earth. Nigerians are some of the most hardworking people I know on earth. And sometimes they can work for almost nothing. They are willing to do that. But the problem is that we seem to lack the ability to project and fully understand the scope of things for some weird reason. I don't understand why we are like that, because most of us are exposed overseas. We see how people behave overseas. They argue about their security constantly. And these are some of the most secure people. Why are they still busy arguing? It's crazy. Nobody's attacking the UK, but look at how paranoid they're acting, as if somebody's already attacking them. They are preparing for war. Why is it that we don't see it? They are preparing for it because they see it coming years ahead. Why is it that we don't think like that? We actually, most people, if you ask them, they don't think we even have enemies. They don't think we have rivals. They think the world is just there for the thing. Somehow you just go into the world, you negotiate agreements, and everybody's playing nice. No, that's not how it works. Nobody upholds any agreement. I heard recently when somebody was saying that in Nigeria, the Nigerian government sold their oil into the future, so they cannot supply Dangote, they cannot do this. So what? If it was America, I think America is going to live into by any agreement. America is going to say, like, you know what? This agreement that was then, this is now. We are going to do this for our own interest. That's how it works. Who cares about? See, he said whether we are going to lose credibility. No nation cares about credibility. America goes back on every agreement all the time. They want to ban TikTok. They put tariff on this in Chinese steel. They do it all the time. But it's only us that think like this. We never put ourselves first. We never put defending our own interests first on every front. Everything you do, first thing you have to think about is your security for it. Your economic policy, how do you defend it? Your debt, how do you defend it? Your healthcare system, you have to defend everything in this world, because everybody else will use every weakness they see in your defenses against you, and they'll make sure they use that to benefit themselves. That is how the world works. That is how we all behave when we are here on this panel sometimes and we are arguing. How do you think the other person argues back? They will use what will hurt the other person to hurt them back in the argument. That's how it works. That's how the human beings behave. And we have to make our peace with the fact that everything we do is tied to our ability to defend it. Nothing is given to you for free. Not one inch will be given to you for free. This is why I keep telling you guys, if Nigeria has a security...
But to get to your question, you can't defend things by mouth. Now, all this country just mentioned, what are the defensive mechanisms? Tell us, you know it.
There are defensive mechanisms. So many, like from clandestine method, this is conventional security. This is
okay, good. Okay, good. So, what does Nigeria have to defend it? What about name what Nigeria has to defend its own assets?
What Nigeria have to defend its own assets?
What do we have to defend our own assets?
We have
to the United States or the UK.
You start with your people. That's always where you start from. Your biggest weapon is your people. You start with your people and first sensitize them that this is the world you live in, and it has never been fair. IMF has never been fair to us. No world organization has ever been fair, and
my point is that we don't have leverage. You know that we don't have leverage.
Our leverage is our people. If our people,
but they have people too. Do we have more people than China, than India, than Pakistan, and all these other countries? Do we?
You don't have to have as much people as they do. Remember, Nigeria is a leading country technically in the black world, which means most people follow our lead. And secondly, even if we had only 200 million against China, China doesn't want to come after you when you know it's a 200 million that will cost it half of his leg. If he loses half of his leg, what do you think America is going to take? America is going to take his head. So it's not like you have to be the same power to resist. Because remember, those will also have enemies.
Thomas, can we get back to topic before we go start blowing shit up again? Can we?
No.
You've been speaking for 5 minutes. I think we had enough already. God,
hold on. Can we make you feel better?
No, but if you don't, hold on, just 1 second. Do you realize that our biggest stress in Nigeria are internal stress, not external?
No, actually, our biggest threat is both. You see, don't see it as one or the other. They are all working together. What do you think? The internal ones are working with the external ones. The external ones are working with the internal ones. Don't see them as different. They are the same. I don't understand. How can you see them differently? They are both the same threats.
They are different. Our biggest threat, if you mention the biggest security threats we have in Nigeria, they're internal. Your unknown gunmen are internal. Your herdsmen are internal. Your Boko Haram are internal. The bandits are internal. The biggest people who are hampering on our food security are internal. As denizens, our citizens, are internal threats. And when your threats are internal, the way you handle them will be different. If you are bringing threats from Niger or from Chad, those are maybe very massive people who actually insurgents. The way we will handle them will be different. But when your threats are just a random Shegun or a random Usman or a random Uche or a random Akpan, you can't use full military might And if you look as far back as we've been having unsettlement in Nigeria, from Masop to Mend to everything, they've been internal people, and internal people usually always want something, so they agitate to get what they want. And the first action of the government is to first listen to them, and then see how we can mitigate them. But we can't have soldiers fighting and facing local citizens. It becomes a different thing entirely.
Let me give you an instance that everybody can
relate. Well said.
Let me give you an instance that everybody can relate to. If, say, you have been bleeding, and somebody has bled you to a point where you are weak, and there is an infection within your system, are you no more likely to be susceptible to that infection? Okay, now, in that scenario, who is more responsible for your downfall? Is it both of them? Or you see, if you pick one and ignore the other one, you are missing the danger. Both of them are dangerous to you.
To Niger, I understand where you're coming from, right? We had empires. Okay, the last great empire we had in West Africa was the Mali Empire. What crumbled the Mali Empire? Did you think it's just outsiders decide to come and smash the whole thing? No, it was the Morsi people where Burkina Faso is today. The one that was keep poking, and then the Mali people fight for a long time, and they seek help from outsiders that came in to help with a different intention. So, the last speaker that spoke is actually well narrated to you. But the problem in Nigeria,
your audio is a bit low. You may want to speak up. Are you hiding under the table or something?
Shut up. No, actually the problem over there is internal.
We can't hear you. It's too low.
No? Okay, I'll come back.
Yeah, it's like he's afraid of his missus coming to do something to him. I don't know why he's sounding so quiet. So like the point I was making to the guy in yellow, we can't see the names anymore, so I can't tell who is the guy in yellow. Is that internal and external threat, they work together, they are symbiotic, they can be dangerous. As a matter of fact, sometimes the internal one may be less. Because if somebody is bleeding from the outside and kept you weak, that you can't respond to internal threats as well as you would. Like in the UK now, if something happens in the UK internally, they can respond to it effectively because nobody's bleeding them.
What our biggest threat right now?
Can you guys hear me now? Can you guys hear me better?
Yeah,
yes.
Okay. But answer the question. What are our biggest threats right now?
Our biggest threats are obviously the biggest powers out there. So the ones that are more powerful are our biggest threats.
Nobody cares about you the way you get paranoid for no goddamn reason.
This is exactly what Lord Lucas said.
No. Thomas, this is unfair. This guy shows up. We were discussing something. As part of agriculture, I agree. So we need security. It's one aspect. But you cannot just move the whole entire conversation towards, because if you let him go ahead,
I'm not forcing you.
Hold your horse. Hold your goddamn horse. I'm done with you. Hold your goddamn horse. Because we know you. 4 hours we'll be here discussing the same goddamn
thing. Oh my God, this guy. I don't know what's wrong with you.
No. We get it.
Baba T, how can we mechanize?
To be fair, to Nigeria, they were actually on an interesting trajectory. Yeah, so let them have that conversation. Then maybe after that, then you come in with the security something.
I heard what they were talking about the topic, and I was talking about the topic because they highlighted the aspect, that the security aspect. And the problem with our people is that they will highlight a core problem with the whole argument, ignore it.
Sorry, if you guys can hear me, if you guys can hear me,
can we listen to please go ahead, please.
How can we mechanize?
Mechanized farming. Thank you. Yes,
mechanized farming, and also keep people employed, because I don't believe in this. I've lost hope in subsistence. Subsistence farming is not going to get us anywhere. The food losses is too high. They don't have the financial muscle to kind of skirt the cost that is passed from transportation cost, infrastructure cost. But when you bring all these very rich farmers, like people that are profit-minded, profit-driven in farming, they can clear roads by themselves that will be able to use all these rugged SUVs or rugged farm trucks. They'll be able to absorb a lot of cost, and they can utilize the land more effectively. We won't be reliant on rainy season farming versus dry season farming versus, this old school style that we farm. And then they'll be able to bring in dryers to kind of like minimize harvest losses. And even when it comes to even securing the space, because I mean, all this goddamn conversation about some imaginary enemy coming from outside, nobody's stopping you from farming. So even with that, they have enough skill to even like monitor the secure from scarecrow preventing pests and to real stuff. And we had an example, and I'm going to follow up with some of my friends of the large scale farms that I'm talking about, even though they're white people from Zimbabwe that created farms in Kwara State, massive farms. So why can't each, like, I'm the one that said the landed area in Netherlands is slightly larger than Oyo State. So that means Niger State is probably bigger than Netherlands when it comes to land, not water. And Borno State is probably bigger. So we have the land, and we can even still maintain game reserves and maintain forest reserves or whatever we want to preserve for nature or whatever the fuck we want to do.
Sorry. You know, you said large scale farm. You know, when I spoke to you in the last time, I gave an example of JB Farms that does over 14,000 hectares of land. So
yeah,
we have people like that. Maybe we don't have enough of them, perhaps.
We don't have enough. That's what I'm saying. But you see, what if each state has 2 to 3 JB farms? Each state. Okay, look at it this way. If we say, okay, each state, we have 2 strategies. One for feeding, the one is for cash crop. So we say, okay, for cash crop, my state, Osun State, our cash crop, naturally we can grow cocoa. We grow cocoa. And then we can grow palm oil. Almost every state in the south can grow palm oil. A lot of the palm oil and coal. So they can use palm oil and rubber and the cocoa for their cash crop. And then they use cassava and all the, in fact, cassava kind of like is dual. Is a cash crop, is also a food crop. And then we also have a strategy for food crop. And we make it large scale. And from the value process, from the value addition, you can employ people that don't want to go to the farm. Okay, you want to work in team processing farm. Okay, go and work in sorbitol. We can create sorbitol, export sorbitol from cassava, ethanol from cassava, drug stuff from cassava. The cyanide can be used in pharmaceutical. There's so many things that we can then do from that value. But that value addition comes with money. You can't have my uncle or my cousin or something cannot do value addition. Well, how is he going to be able to afford the equipment? Is it me sending him $500 that he's going to use to buy commercial dryer or processor or something? So that's why I said we need to attract a big farmer. And then we keep talking about, okay, we have almost every large university in Nigeria has University of Agric. We have IITA, we have Research Institute, we have all that stuff. But like my dad said, my dad, retired professor, says, look, when it comes to practical, an Oyinbo man will beat you silly. But when they go to class, they beat them. So we still have our limitation of being able to apply the theoretical knowledge to practical. So I think the copying is the sincerest form of flattery. I don't mind bringing a few serious investors, that means foreigners, to come to farming, and we copy them. Just like China did, just like Japan did. They copy. Figure out what they're doing, learn it, and go do it by yourselves. You don't have to sell everything to them, just a few, and then understudy them. It's not, I mean, there's no proprietary knowledge in this farming. All we need to do is just focus, observe, and replicate, and we'll be good. So, I mean, that's what TINUBU should be focusing on, in my opinion, not be chasing shadows all over the place at this point. Yeah.
So do you think, I don't know, what about the foreign policy? What do you think about the Sahelian countries forming an alliance and still disrespecting ECOWAS?
The policy, now we need to, well, from any serious government, we need some form of policy or regulation just to make sure we don't, I mean, in the areas like GMO that you guys are talking about.
Yeah, at the moment, I'm just saying, like, security-wise, I'm not talking about food security at the moment. Or like
security, no, security-wise, when, I mean, if we adopt state and local government, municipal policing, to a large extent, the main threat of food security, when it comes to security, is, in my opinion, the first one is the herding. So the soft powers, I mean, the soft solution that they just did if they start implementing a variety of Ruga and whatever, it may curb some of them, not all of them. And if we implement state policing, or we have they give the local vigilantes more power to do stuff, and it will be curtailed. But we act like this security is stifling. Hold on, let me make this point.
Okay, yeah.
What I don't like is we act like our security situation is crippling, that no, we can no longer go to the farm. Where are we getting the food getting produced in the country? Is it not the farm? Is it not the same farm? People act like the entire Nigeria is burning down.
That's true. I agree with that.
The entire country is not burning down now. I mean, we have skirmishes here and there, but it's not like the generality. Like we can't do anything. Otherwise, there won't be single food in the market.
Right, right. So I agree with that. But my take, but yeah, you're right. The hardened problem that needs to be solved. But it's funny when you talk about agriculture, you know, people don't always mention the hardest.
Hold on, please. And Kolata, there are some local food that we are eating in that country that's not being imported in the country. We are the one producing those food. So how are they producing those food? How are they planting those food?
Because the farmers are doing it.
By the way,
anyway, let me finish making my point.
Okay, I apologize.
That's all right. My point is, you know, farmers, the hardest are farmers also, right? But when they talk about farming, they always focus on the individual farmers that grow crops. But it's a wide range. I think it's one area that the government have been ignoring. You know, that's that from the last government. You know, they haven't sorted that out because food security is secure. That's the one point I agree with Niger. When you keep going on about security, you need to actually break it down so people can understand what you mean by security. We have food security, we have all kinds of security in the country. Yeah, security is very important. Without security, you don't have a state. You know, but it's how you go about doing it is the maintenance. And also, as you mentioned earlier, state policing is not good because when you decentralize police, you know, when this group run from one state to another, you're gonna have to reconnect to this next state. You're going to share information. You know, it's gonna be a disaster. You know, if a big country like Nigeria to have what we call state policing, it'll be worse. Will be badly corrupted, and also, you know, information would not be shared by the other states. So it's a bad thing. You know, no one should actually contemplate doing it. That's my take on it. But yeah, food security is very important in Nigeria. That should be the most urgent thing. Even during the war, you know, you have to make sure food is growing in the farm, and the authorities should prioritize those farmers and their areas. Make sure, you know, they don't have any bandits coming in there and killing them. So that's obviously in the hand of the government. That's where government comes in any country. If you want the business to flow, you need to protect the businesses so they can make money. And that's not happening at the moment. So Nigeria is right in some point, but in some of this point is go too much and you make it all boring. Because the thing is, you cannot have just security when people ain't got nothing to eat. What are you gonna secure them? You know, like, you know, to Nigeria, as I mentioned the other time, Guinea, West Africa, they've got one of the highest security ready military in the region. They never had any invaders during the war in Sierra Leone, Liberia. None of them dare go to Guinea, and they destroy Ivory Coast. But however, Guinea is still a poor country because they invest so much money in protecting the country. The people are suffering. So where's it? You know, you need the balance. For a place like Nigeria, it's really different because you've got regional differences, you know, you've got tribal differences, and I think that goes right into the government and the system. That's what you see out there. So you need to actually, I think the younger generation in Nigeria need to put this tribal business behind and religious differences and regional and come together and build a country with a new talent, because all this talent that we got there, these old people, they don't have the interest. Old people are greedy all over the world. You know, so anyway, I'll just drop them on.
Okay, let me just say this: the livestock ministry that they just created, I hope it's not some exclusive. It's not exclusive to some part of the country, because you know, and personally, on a personal, I don't think there's any need for it. I think just the failure of government or the failure of state government, because these are things you could have done on your own. Now, the security aspect of it, I get. I think they might have something, you know, to secure, you know, but that part, beyond that, I don't think we need a livestock. Am I wrong on this, or am I alone on this?
I don't think there was a need to create besides the need
We
security.
actually do need livestock.
Ministry. The ministry.
No. So, but we actually need to have
you do.
a very stringent department that will focus on our livestock.
I strongly disagree. In the UK,
hold on. Yeah. So, and again, here's why. For the way we are structured as a people and the kind of consumptions that we make, we can't but emphasize the need to have protein. We don't want to go into the era of kwashiorkor anymore. We don't want to go into that, that malnutrition. The only bit where I don't remember, we also have a deficiency, so we don't even have enough of it. So look at Nigeria. Our biggest consumption is carbs, cassava. We consume cassava, consume bread, and we don't have a balance. So there's almost like a very large dependency on one part of the country for our protein. That's our meat protein. Every other thing that we eat, which is our maybe layer goat, is imported. Our stockfish is imported from Norway. And our large fish consumption, so we have places like Bielsa, we have rivers, we have Port Harcourt, we have, the Delta bases as well too. Those guys don't give us enough fishery. The North don't provide even enough fish for us. So we definitely need to have a department or an agency.
Sorry, Paddy, somebody's mic is on. It's kind of, is it Thomas?
I'm muted. I'm muted, so I don't know. No. I'm muted.
Okay, I can hear what I was saying like a few seconds ago still playing. So
it's probably a delay from your end or something. But let me mute and allow the
let everyone mute so we can.
Yeah.
No, go ahead and finish. Sorry. Don't want
to. All right. Yeah. So again, I just want to also emphasize that. So personally, I do not shy away from that responsibility. The only bit that I have concern with is what the government has identified to cater to that need. So I think one of the things when we focus on livestock, we tend to focus largely on just the cows and the meat healers. We forget that rabbit is a very huge staple that we can consume in Nigeria without even having to struggle. Rabbit meat is in fact a fast growing meat. It even breeds even faster than cows. But we shy away from it. Even our pygmy goats, that's the Ewura and co. It's not something that is consumed largely outside of our region. So it's just more like a southern.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying, do we really need a whole ministry for that?
So that's what I just said. I'm not sure how the government identified that a ministry is what can cater to it. Like I said, an agency or a strong department, a well-funded department would have been able to solve that. However, I would have assumed that there's probably some sort of discrepancies or some sort of need for it to have a very broader attention. But I personally also do not believe there should be a ministry. I believe they should still retain under the Ministry of Agriculture.
I think. Sorry, let me make a quick point. Sorry.
Okay.
From a need, when we say need, there are two needs. There's a political need for it. Is what I'm going to say. Is there an actual need? No, an agency can run it, but there's a political need, and the bottom line is needs to be dedication to this space. Let's not fool ourselves like livestock. Do you think they're going to pay attention to piggery, for example, or is there anything such as goatry or rabbit or whatever you say? I think the focus is just to placate the Fulani voting bloc. They're a powerful political bloc. And if anybody that's going to be president, let's not lie, you have to suck up to them. So this is a major suck up because it also spills into all that. If you notice, there's been a lot of pushback against TINUBU in the north. For example, that gay issue, that fake gay blackmail story from Samoan agreement, or you can see a lot of pushback. So this is just a way for TINUBU to kind of like placate the north and also start dividing the north. So if I give them what they want, Atiku or whoever is playing the shenanigans won't have a leg up over me. But yesterday I heavily criticized it. Then I now went to India. India has the same exact ministry. I think it's called something around livestock, milk, and something else. Basically protein. So it's not weird. Other countries have it too. But do we need it?
Exactly,
No.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I think you do because of the security issue again, because the sector of agriculture that you have security in terms of food security is that region. Do you know Nigeria is not the only country that's suffering with this hard farmers' hardest classes? Because throughout the Sahel, they don't have meat because they rely on heavily on the livestock. The livestock that you have in that region, those in the east are the Hausa herders that goes all the way to Sudan, and they're all the way down the Blue Nile. And those from the west of Nigeria, it goes all the way to Guinea and Sierra Leone. They're the borders. They don't have any problem. They've never had issues in them. But for some reason, they had the problem in that tiny region in east part of West Africa, where you call Nigeria and probably that region anyway. But the reality is that it's an urgent issue, for the government, because they probably realize, this some of the insecurities coming from this sector. Obviously, I know Boko Haram is the biggest problem that we face in Nigeria, not hardest. But the reality, if they can solve that problem, that's one kind of internal issue solved, and that's food security also solved. Because you were talking about meat earlier. I don't know if you know this grass-fed meats, those those meat that you buy in Nigeria is the best quality type of meat in the world you can eat. Those other meats that's fed by these farmers is full of cancer. It's not good for you. It's the worst type of meat. Even here, grass-fed meat costs you more money than the normal meat. That's just explained. But we need protein.
Oh, Prince? Is Prince Daddy still there? Okay, he left.
I think the
I don't
network
know.
dipped in. Yeah.
Was that
Yeah,
Prince
go
Daddy?
on.
I don't think that was Prince Daddy.
No,
No, I
it's
thought it
not
was.
Miss Daddy. It's Paddy.
Oh, that was Patty?
No,
That was Paddy now.
no, it
That
was
was Al. That was Al now. I think Al was the one speaking before he dropped off.
yeah. He probably stepped out.
Okay.
So Kulata, I don't know if Kulata is still here. Is Kulata still here? Okay, maybe it's
I
dropped.
did.
Okay, all right. How now, my brother? But another issue that I do have with this is that you see how Tinubu is so swift to want to figure out a way for his political ambition, as that much stealth that he's using to resolve and solve that gambit that's going on in the north. Do the same thing for the country. Don't just. It's that lapse that I have issues with, because right now I think that there should have been a very strong state of emergency on certain things that people resolve. I also do believe that the tax importation, the tax duties on some of the staples that we eat should have been taken off. I know some was taken out recently. I know the one for pharmaceutical products was also taken off, but there's still that lag in terms of how people are able to still buy and consume food. That piece is something that I'm seeing him struggle with. Unfortunately, is electoral power, or executive power, does not permit him to work with states or tell states what to do. But there's that big margin. But then again, another fear that I have when it comes to excuse me, when it comes to agriculture in Nigeria is I would hope that the Ministry of Natural Resources, that's Delialake, should do a qualitative. I think there is one, but I don't know how expansive this is, but a qualitative research on what part of our lands do we have natural resources that would fetch us good money, so that we can map out where our arable lands are and the ones that will not be our arable lands. So it means that whilst we are focusing on agriculture, let's not forget lithium, let's not forget uranium, because it is those things too that are also causing this people coming in to placate people outside of their region. So if people know that there's ore, as an example, in one region, and that region, remember what's happening in Jos, the Plateau states, places that were very, very big on agriculture before. Suddenly, those people are now becoming displaced. Why? Because they found out that beyond their land being fertile for agriculture, those lands also have resources that people need to tap into. And as long as that's happening, now that we are having a very effective mining, we have a very effective natural resource target, one will suffer for the other. And I think, to me, that's where the biggest problem is. If you're unable to filter and separate both of them and say, look, this region has these natural resources, we can't plant there. It's like a no plant zone, and see how we can have a structured minery, even if we want to sell to the Chinese or Indians or whomever wants to come and extract those places. I do not mind, but then we should focus on where it is. But what would be best for us is if each region can provide for itself, at least the very basic things that they do need. But but also to understand that for us to get there, we will need almost 2 decades. And here's why I'm saying so. We already have an active consumer base. We already have an active growing population that is not stopping anytime soon. Before so I don't know if you watched the interview of Seun Okinbaloye and Abiola's son. Like, you mentioned that his father has a silo, some massive hectares of silo abandoned that no one is using. So that means there's something existing somewhere that no one is tapping into, or probably someone is using it, but maybe a private company using it to export. So we need to have those replicas done within our states. Our state governments are not being called off for such things. They are focusing on the intangibles, maybe roads or parties or whatever it is, or politics. And that, to me, is like one of the biggest divides that we have in there. So I want to hear what your take on it is in what I just said.
Well, I know we have geological survey, but I don't know if it's those kind of new surveys that can tell you the proven reserves or whatever. I mean, we have something. We have an idea of what exists in each state. I mean, we've always known there's gold in Zamfara, gold in my own backyard. There's bauxite and tin in Jos. There's lithium. I mean, but now, do we know the proven reserves in each one? I'm not so sure, but I think foreigners have the ability of finding out. That's why you see all these Chinese everywhere in the nook and cranny in the country mining stuff illegally. So it will be good. I mean, I hope I'm wrong that they have like known proven reserves, but it will be good to kind of have that kind of survey and secure all those spaces. So at least anybody that wants to participate there, you need to have a mining license and you need to have whatever. And then we need to know that, okay, this area is secluded from farming, because honestly speaking, I'm going to confess, I hate mining. It's so destructive on the environment. And I think it keeps us in this perpetual lazy cycle when, I mean, we just rely on stuff in the ground.
Well, that means you hate gold if you hate mining.
I don't like mining. Honestly, you know why? I grew up in a university campus, right? I heard that some people have started digging the place up for gold. And I was pissed because it's one of the most beautiful campuses in Africa. But they've started digging it up for gold. So, I mean, all of a sudden it will go out of control. So I don't, that's just me. Personally, I don't like mining, but I guess that it is what it is. So if we seclude and earmark the lands that are meant for mining, let's secure it. If you're appearing there, you better have your license or they shoot you down. That's what I think. So, but in having states harness their resources and all, probably if the local government thing happens where 20% of the, I mean, they give the state 26%, local government 20%. If that 20% starts going to local government, then maybe.
Look, can we also push it further here? I think if TINUBU can push through with this local government autonomy, they also need to look at that sharing formula. They need to look at
like increase it.
Yeah, so it has to come. Federal government has to at least maybe 4 or 5% or so has to go down there, at least to start off, because it's going to be for that adjustment period. Like they need more funds to kickstart some things there.
Well, what I was even thinking is if local governments are collecting their own money, states collect less, then the states will sit up more. They will look inwards more.
States will not sacrifice. They will fight that one. Federal government will be the only one that can actually give up something. Those state governors, I don't think they're going to give up any more.
No. If the court says that
the
federal government can give the local government money directly, then all these I'm building this Lagbaja road in this corner is no longer the business of the state. It's now the local government. So the state will need to fund itself. The government needs to look inwards, even without changing the constitution. Then they can maybe think about, they remember, oh, we have Oduduwa, so company. Come and invest here also, you can pay us taxes, you know. All those kind of things will come up. Maybe that will kind of like get us to be a bit more productive. But
All right,
I think
can I have my own say? Can I have my own say now? You guys have been going around.
let me just land. Let me land my
On
point.
the topic, not that we're gonna go blow shit up again. That's what we're trying to get.
You're not gonna use nuclear war to blow Bororo.
Talk. Please say your own piece. Look at the people. Carry on. Let me finish. Have my say.
Let me land before we nuclearize the goddamn country. So
before we deploy the missile.
I don't know what tonight you enjoyed
like Pakistan has blown all their terrorists into space.
Having your say, please. You guys have been
bloviating.
Stop bloviating. I need to have my say. Otherwise, you want to become disruptive now. If you want to do that, we can do that. You have to.
Let him finish.
You've had your say now. Come on.
Tunaja, you know I can be destructive
the
too.
mic.
So you don't have the monopoly of that.
Stop hogging the mic.
So as I was saying, Babati, if immediate thing that can happen is if the Supreme Court allows federal government to fund local government, then we will have more desperation and people will even have more push. You see, if that happens, the state governors will have more push for more resource control. That can actually be a constitutional amendment that is feasible because then they're desperate. They need more money. And for them to get more money, they need more whatever exclusive list or whatever they call it. So that's the immediate thing I think can happen though. But the long term, like Paddy said, all this long term stuff, it will take a decade.
Hello, good afternoon.
More.
Still morning. Good morning. Good morning.
How are you?
Thomas, mute your mic. You're not on mic.
Yeah, I muted him. So yeah, let me have my say. It looks like you guys have been spending a long time running around the head of a pin, claiming advancement.
All right, Mr. Nuclear Weapon.
Let me say my piece. I think there's something wrong with us as a people, and to an extent, I can understand that.
Tunaja, give me 1 sec. Tunaja, I have an hour meeting. Can you take charge for 1 hour, please?
No. Thomas, no. Thomas, no.
I will make sure Baba T and Nata don't say
Thomas, no. Shut it down.
That means I have to shut it down.
I will make sure
because I have a meeting. I have a meeting in 5 minutes.
Shut it down and put it in the backstage. Let me beat this boy up.
I like to circle around the wagon constantly claiming that they are sharing knowledge, as if Nigerians don't know everything people have been saying. Goodness, Nigerians are some of the most educated people on earth. It's crazy.
Go to your point. Stop all this.
About all this jargon stuff all the time.
Stop all this fake outrage. Go to your point.
You are scared of looking at the sun because you fear your.
We have enemies coming to kill us tomorrow. They are coming.
How are we going to shoot down the Americans?
You guys are so scared. You're scared of your own shadow. You would rather hide your head and pretend as if the world is going to be all right. No, it won't be. No wonder we are treated that. No wonder Lugard said what he said. Because we behave like children. He literally called us that we behave like children. That's what he said. And he wasn't talking to us. He was reporting to his people. That book wasn't for us to see. He was telling his people, that's how we are.
See you in an hour.
Behaving the same
see
way.
You in an hour.
All right, I'll see you. Don't worry. I'll make sure Baba T and Kulata are kept in check. And they are right. Your freedom of speech has, from henceforth, been curtailed. Just like
let me say something. If you say your partner, I will drag you. So mind your partner.
Yeah, you don't have freedom of speech anymore. All these fake freedom of speech people are expressing. So, but for me, I find that peculiar where somebody tells you that you don't have apprehension of the future. You can't be able to project. You put yourself above a station you have not achieved. That is something we display all the time. Look at all the stuff people were talking about just now. What makes you think you can do them? You can't. You don't have the privilege to do it. It's for those type of things you're talking about right now. It's for the UK. It's for Netherlands. It's for Singapore. It's for other people that have done the relevant job to attain that height.
We've done it before.
No, that one, what you did before, you were just basking in the glow of the colonizers leaving, and you were always heading down. I don't know how you people read it, because when I look at it, we were always heading down. The only time it looks like we bumped up was during the 70s, when there was a lot of oil glut, and then the oil price went up. That's when we had a chance. But even that, because that's when we even created ECOWAS and all the rest. That was
actually no. We had a chance in the 60s before we started doing oil in large scale. We were self-reliant.
Yeah, but we went on to fight the civil war now. But we had a chance after the civil war to break out of the mess we are in, because we did a lot of stuff after that.
Let's engage you. Let's engage you, because you have a tendency of pie in the sky. You can't marry macro to micro. You can't. No, let me talk. Wait now, Farabale. You talk macro, but you don't have the ability to take it to the micro. So now the problem we're facing now, fix it. Let me hear you.
The problem we are facing now, if you first start with recognizing that you have a serious problem of people that don't understand their own priorities, that's putting their own people first on every front. And what does that mean? If you put your people first on every front, what is going to happen?
Okay, so
not worrying about their
let's engage one-on-one. Let's have this conversation now. So you said put your people first. Okay, now we have food inflation. Put your people first in food inflation. Now, immediate problem, not some pie in the sky. People are hungry. Food is getting expensive, blah, 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 blah. Let's apply your approach to this specific problem.
Yes, food inflation is happening right now. First thing I will do is, one of the stuff that is causing the food inflation is the foreign currency, and the fact that a lot of Nigerians, because our currency has depreciated, are sending most of our goods outside to go and sell to neighboring African countries. One, you have to stabilize the currency. You have to control demand.
How?
By putting tariff on goods that Nigerians don't need, useless goods that Nigerians don't need, by discouraging.
Okay, we currently have similar. We've closed the borders. We've closed the border, so that's not working.
No, they've not closed the borders. Nigerian borders.
Our borders have been closed since Buhari to Nigeria. Go and check.
No, I think it's been reopened though.
No.
You're not aware.
For food, we've closed our borders. It's still being closed.
They are still smuggling anyway. Was it not Tinubu's government that caught a lot of people taking our food?
Yeah, so all I'm trying to say is that tariff you said, effectively, you can as well assume tariff because we've closed our borders since Buhari.
But we know they're still taking food out. Why do you think they can still take food out? Lack of security. Again, security pops up there.
So, okay, and I'm not fighting you, so Farabale. So, the near now, you said to stabilize the currency, and that's one thing. I'm ask you how. You said you're going to put tariff. I said effectively we can as well assume a tariff because our borders are closed. And then you said, okay, we export food, which is true. Where people go and sell food because CFA is better now, so you can just take your farm whatever and sell it in Benin. But okay, you now said, okay, secure the border. So how do you immediately secure the border? We're talking about timelines here. People are still hungry.
Point. You are just trying to make
I've just passed the baton to you. I passed the baton back to you.
So first, you make sure the borders are secure. If you really want
how how is important.
Your people to go and protect the borders. That's what you
How long will that take?
6 months, you will have a significant amount of force at that border to start preventing this thing. Then within a year, you start reducing it.
So we need a supplementary budget.
If you need a supplementary budget, you get it done. Is that not what Tinubu?
Don't shout now. We're saying so we need it because we're looking at step by step, like we're consultants fixing a problem.
Okay, fine. I'll take it like you are doing it methodically and honestly. So go ahead. What is your next question?
No, I just said you continue now. I said, okay, we need a supplementary budget, but I think a 6 months timeline is unrealistic to hire well-trained, well-equipped, whatever to protect our borders. It's not a realistic timeline. Other people can pitch in.
They don't have to be super well-trained. They have to be just aware enough, and you have to build the border posts. Remember, building the border posts and all the manning the borders is an infrastructural project. You're also stimulating the economy by doing all those things. You're giving people job to do. You can also
Then you as a security military guy, I would have thought you'd probably recommend something like having half of the military faction that's not engaged in war, to involve in agriculture.
I can't hear you clearly. I'm missing some of your details. Sorry.
Basically, as a military guy, I thought you would have recommended having half of the military faction that's not involved in the war to actually involve in agriculture and road building.
Yes, the reason why I didn't do that, because I know full well that we have a ratio of active military 1 to 1,500. They are already stretched. So the idea of stretching them even further is not going to solve anything. The moment you move one from one end, you open another security gap in Nigeria. Because Nigerians are stressed, you always you will create a security problem the moment you move security from one point to the other. What you need to do is start bolstering in numbers to protect the borders.
Do you think most of these unemployed northern youth should be actually encouraged to join the military to involve in agriculture and farming?
Yes, you can do that too. You can employ them for security to protect the farm.
Okay, let's continue. Let's continue. So you said you recruit a 6 months timeline. I threw that out the window. I think that's trash. That's my opinion. But then the next thing is,
hold on. You know, before you call it trash,
that's my opinion because
hold on, let me rebut that specific point, because even at Chatham House, El-Rufai said within a year they recruited 200,000 into the Nigerian military when they had to go to war. So it is possible to do it if you want to do it.
El-Rufai is not an authority, so I'm just gonna unless I go and check it. So, but here's my thing. Okay, you bring them in, they're going to be paid. I mean, these are not going to be officer. I mean, well, you can't have a mix of just gudu. You have to put some officers. So their pay is not exactly great. So they're not actively fighting war. I mean, I don't even know, who do you even hire? Because these are not soldiers that we're talking about. We're talking about border patrol. So you hire people that are not going to be receiving the best of salaries. And Nigeria, it's not like we don't even have border people or customs people. They will facilitate that trade that you're trying to prevent. So how do you fund them, pay them enough to distribute them? Because you assume everybody is patriotic, like is in England or America. But we're talking about Nigeria here.
I think what you are saying, you are talking about more of, want of a better word, downstream problem. Because the idea is that, like in Nigeria,
it's a reality.
I'm not. That's why I said I didn't say it's not a realistic. It exists, but you cannot say Nigeria is zero security.
Sorry, others can pitch in, so it's not just me and Nigeria having back and forth. We
need to get somewhere.
Let other people pitch in.
If we are honest, don't worry about others coming in. I've been in conversation where two people drill an idea to the bottom so that we get somewhere. See, if, say, Nigeria right now, full well Nigeria doesn't have zero security. Otherwise, the moment you come out of airport, you'll be robbed. As a matter of fact, there will be no airport if Nigeria has zero security. What does that tell you? It means there is security even if there is corruption. The same is going to happen with the borders. There will be security even if there will be corruption. The amount of vehicles leaving and coming to the country will reduce. All those illegal trade will be cut down. And that is just one element. Like I said, there's no need importing things that we don't need. We are wasting a lot of our foreign exchange.
So one thing, though, I don't want us to be hung up on one factor, because the only thing we've been talking about here is the farmers exporting food to sell in Benin, Niger, and whatever. I mean, Cameroon. That's just one aspect of the food security. The other aspect that you talk about, cut demand, we already told you that tariff is nonsense, number one, and we've closed our borders. So that's even mute. So even that security that we've been hung up on, you're talking about, okay, we have existing border people there. It's not like they don't exist, but they facilitate the trade. Bringing more numbers, bringing more bodies is not guaranteed your result. Because we can't say they're patriotic and then they want the best of things while they're correcting the shithead salaries when they can be making money by just having some guy go sell yam.
Okay, what I'm going to say to you is that even our national security advisor told us that they don't have enough people to protect the Nigerian borders. This is a fact. They don't even
It's a fact. It's a fact. Nobody's.
So where that gap exists, then what is the point of your argument then? It's just making
it's not. No. We're talking about effective. We're talking about effectiveness. National security advisor. That's what I'm talking about. When you talk to security, it's like you have a tunnel vision of soldier. No, there's internal security. There's border patrol. There's private security. There's mock-up. There's all multi-layered. Everything is not nuclear weapon and fissile metals and materials and all that stuff. We're talking, in this particular case, we're talking about border protection, border control.
It looks like he just said a lot of words, but nothing at the same
There's
time.
not a lot of words because you're focused on national security advice. National security advisor was talking about the military in that context.
No, he's not talking about the military. He's actually talking about border security. We don't have enough.
Yeah,
that's what he was talking about. He admitted to that. My point is that just like our police, this in ISG, I think what it's called, said we don't have enough men. That's the truth of the situation. And
but we don't have enough men. But the result is what we're talking about.
Only that you asked me a question about reducing the cost of this in the inflation and the food inflation in Nigeria. That's one of the ways. Now, the other aspect that AL rightly pointed out was securing the environment enough for farmers to be able to feel secure in the areas that produce enough food. That is another
so what kind of personnel are for that for the farmers?
Yeah, either from police to the forest guards to military, you bolster their number. All, and then the secret services too. All our security agencies. When I say security, make no mistake, I'm not talking only about the military. I'm talking about all of them. As a matter of fact, I would think that the highest proportional increment should occur in the secret services. That is where, because you need a lot more intelligence and you need food and people on the ground covering the space of Nigeria. So this is something that you need to do. Even when I was speaking to a retired colonel, when I was speaking to a retired colonel, he admitted it. He said it himself. He said, you can't secure the entire country. That if you want to secure the entire country, you need 1 to 2 million people. I said, that is the point I've been making.
We get that, but let's get back to the immediacy of our problem.
Hold on.
You see, I'm trying to get you out of the macro to the micro. Let's solve in the micro.
Let me finish making that point. In his head, he had his solution, but guess what is happening there? But he doesn't think in our own nation, we don't have the capacity to do that. That is how scary it is.
Okay, in my head, we should have single-digit inflation. We should have low interest rates, but in reality, we don't. So let's get back to the micro. I think someone else wanted to interject.
Yes. Basically, what I was trying to say is to Niger, I agree. The military, the recruitment, they should come like from rangers, to border security, not necessarily military, and also the northern youth that happen to be the most unemployed in the country, should be supported to join this force, because you cannot come from another territory to go into another territory and fight a war. It's not easy. Always use locals to fight against this kind of banditry or Boko Haram. They will be more successful, than having someone from far away to come in the territory. But as you said, I agree on one point that they need to increase the border, like rangers and all this intelligent gathering from the local people, that live there, because not all people in the north or in one area would actually support it. There must be one person or two person. Intelligence is easy to gather, but I don't think African government.
Okay, now from the existing structure, everything is centralized, right? And for more effectiveness, intelligence gathering has to be more localized. Policing needs to be more localized. That structure does. Hold on, let me make a quick point. That structure does not exist. So if you increase scale, the results may be mixed. So that's why I'm trying to apply I'm almost done now. That's why I want us to apply what we're saying in today's world, not the ideal. We get the ideal. That's why it frustrates me, because everybody gets the ideal. But fixing, if they hire you to Nigeria consultancy services, this is the problem now. In 6 months, give me your solution, walk us through an effective solution that's impactful. That's where I want to stay. I don't want to stay into we should have 50 million.
That is exactly. I'm not talking about. I'm talking about what
having a centralized security. If it's actually organized, it works perfectly easier, better than when it's decentralized. That goes globally. In the UK, to Niger, for example, like all the forces in the UK, back in the days, if you commit a crime in London, the police in Bristol will not know about you. It's when they decided to centralize all the police and bring it to one, and now they can get their database and also sharing and stuff like that. That's when things become easy. So this when people talking about state police, decentralizing the security, it's going to be into fragments. Some states would refuse to work with another state based on their own interest. So what are you going to do?
Yeah, and that could lead to data sharing problems. But that said, anyway, I'm not anything that secures the country. I'm for it. My point is that
guys, I'll come back in a minute. I'll let you carry on.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. Your audio is very good now, though. And then
how many more minutes before Thomas comes back, please? 20 more minutes?
No, it's 2 hours. Don't worry.
Babati, you don't like Godo. You don't like Godo talk.
Don't mind Babati. Babati is not allowed to say anything. He's in the guard room right now. Stay there in the meantime and let the grown-ups talk. I'll say Kolata. Okay, let's get busy. So see, regarding
on a more serious on a more serious note. So for me, like security, the one thing that I want us to also talk about is border security itself, like in the entirety of the country, because we tend to focus on the border in the west part of the country, but nobody talks about the entire, like the northern border. Like what are we doing to secure that space? That's what I would, if I was to discuss security.
I think the biggest question, even from when you think about the way you said that the northern border, I think the biggest question is, can you even secure the northern border? Is it even possible?
Of course you can.
It is possible.
What I say is possible is because of the way those people identify.
Oh yes, you can still secure it nonetheless. You can. It's not because of the way they identify.
Do you understand the last statement I just made?
Yes, I understand.
The history, but
they don't see themselves different from each other, so there's no incentive to tell me you can't carry your cow across the border, or you can't carry your whatever they plant beans across the border, because you're going home this side, you're going home that side. That's what I'm saying. Is it even feasible?
Let me give you an example.
Very feasible.
You know, like El Paso, and when I lived in El Paso a couple of years, and you'll be surprised how many people actually live in Mexico but work in America, and you see them on a daily basis at the border, coming in to work in El Paso and they're working. So they have the same like ECOWAS now, where you have an ECOWAS passport. So you have the freedom of movement, right? But at least you know who's coming in and you know who's going out. Okay, so you can design those kind of means where at least my thing is, at least let's know who you are. If you say that your cousin, your aunties, your family is one thing, but let's know, okay, you're coming to this route. You can bring your cows or whatever, but at least we know who is coming in and we know who is going out. That's what I mean by securing your border. Doesn't mean like a barrier or anything. No, you can have drones. You can have, you can have technology to watch, just to guard. But at least let's just know who's coming in and out. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah, but we need a level of education for this stuff, because we're talking about two societies largely rural and same ethnicity, same everything. They don't count it. It's like I'm going to go and buy Gary in the farmer's market.
Just be biased. Have you considered?
I am not biased. Have you seen the pictures
Let me give you my reasoning. Let me give you my reasoning, because there is also a border between Nigeria and Benin Republic and that of Cameroon. But we're not concerned about that. Why are we concerned only about the northern one?
No, I've not told you I'm not concerned about that too. I'm concerned about that too. The obvious one is the northern one, and the reason I brought that up was the recent TINUBU shenanigans when Niger coup happened. I don't want to turn this to a dog. You could see that pushback against, like, this. You can't go and be messing up Niger. This is us. They've told him flat out, like, look, forget Nigeria. These are our brothers. So it's the same thing that will happen with Benin Republic and Ogun State now. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah, but okay, if you don't have a secure border, you don't have a country. That's
exactly what I'm saying. Is it even practical with what we are today? I'm not talking about what we are in 50 years. With what we are today, the level of our education, the level of our sophistication, the people. I'm trying to be real, not the ideal. I'm just trying to be real. Because if you're going to hire people, they're going to be the northerners there. Are you telling me, like, they will now say, oh, stop, don't carry your food? Like, it's not like he's carrying weaponry. The guy is trying to make a buck. And you're now saying, no.
Can we do
most of it will be stopped.
Can we do this way?
Are you saying
How
that
would
all
you-
the Benin people that want to bring food into Nigeria, Nigerian Yoruba guards allow them
They
to?
bring it though.
You know, we
They
have
bring it.
tribal, you know, we are almost the same people. Half of the people in Benin are like almost Yoruba anyway. So
Exactly, but are you saying that the Benin border is extremely porous in terms of just
I would say
because they are Yoruba, they let them through?
It is. If you don't know.
Okay, let's say it's porous. And that is why you need more border guards. Because I don't think that like there are countries where you have people that are of similar ethnicity that border them, but they still manage to keep their border relatively secure.
That's why I'm saying you are using ideal situation. That's why I'm saying who we are. Like, I'm not trying to pretend that we're what we're not. I can't project what happens in America to what happens to Nigeria. Now, we're not that sophisticated, is what I'm trying to tell you.
Okay.
And we're extremely ethnic.
No, I agree with you on that. But my point is that the borders right now are not zero protected. They've caught a lot of people that were taking goods out. The custom seizes a lot of goods that we know are being seized. This is not made up. So what it tells you is that if you put more, you will seize more. So in other words, you are going to reduce the amount going out. As a matter of fact, then one of the ways you can actually make sure that business completely dies is to stop the decline of the naira and the fluctuation of the naira, which is what the main aspect that I would deal with.
That we talked. What was the first thing I tried to address you on is the naira, because we're talking about we're talking about this farming stuff, and then you went to people selling stuff across the border, which is legit. You also talked about putting tariffs, and I said, well, that's a moot point because the borders are closed. So that's exactly where we started from.
The tariff I'm talking about is from goods coming in from overseas. And because those are the big ones. That's where the real damage is on. Remember, I'm talking about foreign exchange that reduces the value of our currency. That is the one I'm trying to.
There's some things you can't tariff because it's going to have a negative impact on your economy, and there's some things that are flimsy that maybe it will be ideal for you not to bring it in. But the flimsy stuff, some of them are not entering the country. They're not supposed to enter the country. That's why I'm saying effectively we have tariffs on them, but of course they still enter because of what we are.
There's no tariff. The government has removed almost all tariffs on everything that.
It's recently that it's not tariff. It's they allow you to use dollars, government dollars, to bring those things in. Before you can go and source the dollar from elsewhere and bring it in.
And which is also silly, because hold on, let me make a coherent point here, because so we don't keep running all over the place. The point is that you reduce demand, and one of the ways to reduce demand is sometimes outright banning of certain goods that Nigerians can manufacture. Because if Nigerians don't need it, why is it coming in? That's foreign exchange that we are losing. Outright put tariff on items that we know, yes, we need them, but we are in the process of developing a local market so that it doesn't kill the local market that is about to emerge. Because right now there's conversation that they're having that maybe they should import food into the country. If you do that, you kill the Nigerian manufacturing or farming community. And tomorrow you go and repeat the cycle again. What is the point of that?
Since we closed the borders to do food self-sufficiency, that's when the food inflation problem started. It just didn't start under TINUBU. It started under Buhari. It's good intention policy, not well executed, and that's why we're suffering today. Because
I think
let me land the point. Let me land the point. Because of the way it's implemented and also our own limitations as a people.
I think you are mixing two things there.
I'm not.
Inflation, you're mixing two things because it's not the same scale we are talking about here. We're talking about high increase in food prices in terms of when the current administration came in versus the previous one that was increasing slowly and relatively steadily.
We've had double-digit food inflation for a while.
When we talk about double digit, there's difference between 10% and 30-something% or 50-something%.
Yes, but we've had double digit. Yes,
yes. So that's what I'm talking about. When you see 50-something% increment, that is dangerous for any economy. There was increment even in the UK and all over the world, the normal kind of food increment in price due to the Ukrainian war. That is fine. But in terms of the one we are seeing now in Nigeria, that is a runaway one, you have to contain it, and because that is happening due to the foreign exchange. because most other services that they have to access it has increased in price. So even the farmers, they have to buy stuff too. So they have to charge more for their crops.
So getting back into the micro, your approach. Let's get back to that.
Yeah.
Fixing. We hire consultants to Niger. Fix the problem.
Yes, I'll definitely fix the problem.
Continue walking us through now.
Okay,
You're walking us through.
I'm going to control the exchange rate in terms of ensuring that it doesn't cross a certain amount. Like I'll peg like 900. I'm trying to explain to you now. You can't say how and want me not to answer. The way you do that is curtailing demand. You have to be aggressive in curtailing demand in such a way that our demand for foreign exchange, because if you run out of foreign exchange to back your currency, so be it. Then let the country remain as it is, because you can't.
Wait. If you run out of foreign exchange, let the country remain.
No. My point is that you see that's the thing. That concept completely eludes our conversations in the Nigerian space. That it almost seems like it's impossible. You have to spend according to what you can afford. You can't have an economy that keeps demanding foreign. From what I gather, we require $70 billion worth of this foreign exchange, while the Nigerian economy can generate $50 billion. Why would you have such a 20?
That's not true. Because we have a positive balance. We have a positive balance of trade right now, so that's flat out lie. That's flat out wrong.
You were on the panel with the professor on Sunday. Maybe you should have.
Because you can't push back. Will they allow you to do basketballs with him now?
See, I understand that. See, evidence for what he's saying is obvious, isn't it? That's why our currency is.
It's not, because right now we have a positive. Right now we have a positive balance of trade.
Don't do this.
Don't call me Pansat. You know my name. Stop fucking around. You know my name, so stop fucking around. We have a positive balance of trade right now.
Okay, hold on. But point is that it is clear that our currency is declining in value because the demand is higher. So that tells you that however you want to look at it, our demand for it is higher than we can currently afford. And there is also another angle he also highlighted. He said locally the Nigerian
but okay, fine. So let's talk about your control of the demand, because you see, if I say, I'm just going to cut the interest rate, I'll make sure that I'll make sure people don't demand for money. The interest rate will go down. I can't say that. That's a flippant statement. You have to give us specific.
I'm not talking about interest rate. I never said anything about interest rate.
I'm just giving another example. Like you say, I'll just cut demand. I think someone else wanted to interject.
I'll go after all the sources of demand. I'll go after all the sources of demand.
One second.
Which are wait now. Let him explain himself what he mean by cutting the forces of demand. Now, what does that mean?
Yeah, you cut the forces of demand from items that we don't need. You cut the forces of demand from people that are hurting the currency. You cut the forces of demand from people that are speculating on the currency. If you go after these 2, 3, you're going to reduce a lot of demand. And you also
items we don't need. Oh no, let's have items we don't need. So who determines what the country needs?
How you determine it is because whether local people can manufacture it. As a matter of fact, I will use that opportunity to set up local manufacturers to meet the demand, so that it doesn't come from outside anymore. You see what I mean?
So in the meantime, what would be the
then we find ourselves in the situation we have found ourselves now.
No, actually, you're going to get more money. You are going to get more local manufacturing.
Wait, friends. Let me just push back a little. If you make sure we stop importing the things that we can manufacture, and you are going to work on local manufacturing. That was what Buhari was trying to do with farmers, and we found ourselves in this inflation. So the cutting demand is the outcome. To me, let me not say it's outcome, it's sub-outcome. But how you are going to do that? Are you going to tell them, don't demand this, don't demand that? People have their taste, people have power in the capitalist system to acquire what they want to acquire. So if you are going to cut down those forces of demand, so the only thing you can do is to continue.
You increase supply first before you start cutting down the foreign imports.
I agree with the idea of dealing with supply.
One thing I disagree with you too, Niger, when you talk about economy, is that authoritarian mindset of dealing with economies. It doesn't work like that.
It doesn't work.
Yeah, markets are liberal. You know.
I'm not,
to Nigeria, wait.
Hold on, please. This is a very important point. I'm not going to take long. The truth is that if you think maggots are liberal, that's the first mistake you've just made, because he's never been liberal.
Oh,
no mistake.
Okay, we get it. I want to get into a specific point. So just hang on, guys. Permit me. So you've been talking about tariff. So I just went to check the tariff. Nigeria has tariffs on agricultural products. Nigeria has import duties on used vehicles and imported vehicles. Nigeria has tariffs on textile and apparel. Nigeria has import duties on electronics. Nigeria, they have tariffs on furniture. Nigeria. So look, the tariff stuff you've been talking about, we already have it.
You see, what you don't understand is that when they say tariff, even all goods you send to the United States has tariffs. But you increase it to a point. Hold on, let me finish my point. You increase it to a point where it's prohibitive for anybody to you reduce the demand for it. In other words, by increasing it a lot. By what the government has done now, do you know that? Hold on. Because of what the government has done,
let's stop. I don't want you to move away. Can you stay on that point?
I'm not moving from the point. Okay, fine. If you don't want me to move from that point, then we'll move on to the next one. You see, this is why it is good for.
I wanted to ask you just a follow-up question. So you put, let's just say, used vehicles. Let's use used vehicle for example. You tire the fuck out. I mean, one man is not there. You tire the fuck out of used vehicles, right? People still need cars, right? So Osun and Nord are the only guys you can buy from, which is kind of because you still allow them to import their own cars that they bring from China and they assemble there. So you can buy from them, but their production is just X amount. But the demand is so big. So economically, what do you think you've just created?
Okay. So what I would do is, you don't just do it. You have to do your evaluation to see, okay, what is the effect of the policy they are going to institute, and what's the amount you need to add the tariff by, because the tariff, the amount you increase it by determines how many can come in, isn't it? So what you're going to do is you use that to ramp up whatever money you get from it. Use to ramp up what Innocent is doing. You know why you do that? And Nord and all the local manufacturers, some of them are even making electric cars in Nigeria. You use it to ramp their own up, because you are thinking not only about today, you're also thinking about tomorrow.
You just said you'll make. You said you'll make.
They already do that. Do you know how much? Do you know the tariff on?
They are not.
Do you know? Wait now. Do you know the tariff on used car as of today? The duty.
It's almost the price of the car.
No.
Do you know how much they sell cars now?
It's online for you to look. It's online.
You need to learn to Nigeria. You listen.
Oh my God.
I don't know. I don't think it's as high as it should be. My point is that, okay, look at it. I'm looking at it right now, and I say 20% duty rate. So I don't know what you are talking about. When see, this is something that other countries have done. I don't know why you are fighting me for it. As if people want your country to remain the same way.
Anyway, let's move on.
Stop. No, what I don't like, don't go into all these holier than thou. Let's stick into discussion.
Okay, then this is why. Hold on. Okay, let's have a civilized conversation here, where every single point he raises, we check it and see which one this thing is correct. Because that way we know who is right and who is wrong.
We just asked you a specific question. Like you said 20% tariff is not enough. You increase tariff, and then you have you said local producers, but local producers have certain capacity. Local demand is way bigger. You just effectively created what? More money chasing after few goods. Inflation. You just inflated the local economy. Everybody chasing after Endoson motors with excessive tariff that you're putting on cars. And even wait, let me just
go ahead.
And even with that, you are still going to allow some imported cars to come in with a massive tariffs you're going to put on it. I don't know. Let's just call it 50%, just for sake of argument. So you've created inflation, and then you've created a situation where the country is going backward, because then you don't even have enough cars, and the few cars you have available, whether created or imported, is going to be prohibitively expensive because more people want it than is available.
Again, to Niger, your authoritarian thinking in economy, it doesn't work. And
why do you keep saying authoritarian? It's never. America just put about 200 to 300% tariff on Chinese steel. Is that authoritarian?
Niger. What you
I
don't
don't know why
understand.
you guys go, when it comes to us, you keep saying we shouldn't do it.
You
But others
can't
are doing
copy
it
and
left and
paste.
right.
It's not
No, but India has been doing it. South Korea did it even in
you see
the
the big. That's why I'm struggling. I always struggle with
We
you.
are
That's
not
why I
there.
said
That's
leave
different.
the macro alone. Let's talk about the Nigerian environment. Don't tell me what the fuck China is doing or India.
whenever I tell you, you say, "Oh,
And then
you
we're
can't do
explaining
that."
the situation with you with the hard facts in Nigeria, and then you
But there
now
is no
go
hard
back
facts.
to Jupiter and you go to Pluto.
You talked about your hard fact. Now let me deal with your hard facts that you claim is hard facts. Do you know what is going to happen when you reduce foreign vehicles that are coming to the country? One, you have extra money that you can spend on boosting your local industry. Some of them runs into billions of dollars. And secondly, the local manufacturers, what is going to happen is that people are going to be repairing their cars more. You're going to stimulate an underground economy in the Nigerian space that is going to be doing a lot of car repairs, and you're going to also stimulate the local manufacturing, which is actually for the future. This is the problem. We don't think about the future.
Don't calm the voice. We're not
You keep
fighting.
saying I should calm. But when you're talking loud.
So that 20% that we're currently making out of tariffs, that is extra money. What has it done to our economy?
The 20% that we are putting on the
No,
foreign,
the tariff, the existing tariff we're currently charging. What has it been doing in the economy?
the existing tariff that they are putting in the current in the cars that are coming to the country. One, it is damaging the locally manufactured goods. For one, it's not
But you
sufficient.
said we should bump up the tariff more. Then won't it damage?
So
See, you're not making. I don't understand.
It makes perfect sense. Except I don't know. What I'm saying is that you need to
You
increase
guys can
the tariff.
engage.
So
I can't.
you can. I don't know whether you lack logic or something. If you increase the tariff, what is going to happen is that you're going to stimulate your local manufacturing. I don't understand how that's complicated to you.
To Niger and the speaker. Hang on, wait. Let me just tell you one thing, right? When it comes to African government collecting taxes, you know the corruption that's there. What my mind is asking is, what did that money done so far? Because it's more corruption. They're going to be taxing the people, and at the same time, nobody's benefiting from the extra taxes that they be implementing on these goods. I think a country like Nigeria should really focus on manufacturing companies, because they will have to be a supplier of the region. In fact, they need to do that now. I was actually surprised that you didn't mention, as I said to you, the military again, because that's your expert. You always talk about defense. But a country like America, it was a military that introduced and invented a lot of stuff in the that we use today. So you can actually use the military and pay them more money, employ more of these northern youth, pay them more money to be top engineers. Also, like people like Dangote, they should be encouraged to actually open more companies and more sectors. But you need to balance it. You cannot just do it like that. Things like that is where you open the tap slowly, until you manage to get, your.
I agree with you on that.
Yeah,
I agree with you on that. I'm not totally agree with you on that. So, like in the 90s, 60s, 70s, the Indians have over 100% tariff on cars, foreign cars. They don't care whether it's used or not. They have over 100% tariff on it. So you can't necessarily bring it because they wanted to stimulate their own local cars. And the same thing was in China too. So the idea, I'm like, somebody's arguing that we can import foreign parts. Yes, it's not everything you ban. It would be stupid for you to ban everything. You bring things in that enables your local manufacturing to ramp up. That is what you bring in. You bring in machinery, computers. We don't manufacture computers, so you bring them in. But I'm talking about cutting it down by about 20%. That is, if you can reduce it by 20%, what you are going to get is now you have your foreign exchange is not going to be under so much pressure anymore. Then your currency is going to appreciate.
Another mistake you are making: the foreign exchange pressure that we have is not coming from what's it called, our balance of trade or whatever. Because, like I said, right now we have a positive balance of trade, so it's not exactly that is pushing. Because there are multiple factors that push forex. Balance of trade is just one of them. Inflation is another. I mean, of course, the things like speculation, inelastic demand.
Nigeria owe a lot of money, right? Nigeria owe a lot of money, right?
Sorry, can
Patrick.
I just put in some suggestion? You see, Kulata has a very direct question. He said, in the immediate, we have this scenario. What are you going to do? We need to first of all analyze the immediate problem. The immediate problem is, one,
People need to survive. They need to eat. They need to stay alive because we have a threat of insecurity. They need to stay alive. They need to eat. They need to be healthy so they can be productive in the system. And then they need to believe in themselves and in the country. So the government must, first of all, tackle insecurity. Measure the program that Tunaja wanted to bring out is a good program. It's similar to what Buhari was trying to do with rice. But insecurity frustrated is now. That was Kolata was saying, due to our own peculiar situation, some of those things. And that peculiar situation is that we have insecurity problems. So if you are going to ban tariff, you are going to improve manufacturing, you'll be surprised that very soon those people will start attacking manufacturing plants. Shebi na farm, then they attack now. If we don't tackle that insecurity problem, and manufacturing also require power. So to me, security needs to be addressed. Then two, agriculture, not big scale, intermediate.
I think, sorry, my friend, I think you great well said, but I think you missed the energy security.
Yeah, please let him finish what he's saying because
energy security too, which that's power and energy security. So the immediate, we might not be able to buy big tractors, but we need to now start encouraging small community family farms, even small farms. I'll give you a good example. We might not be able to buy a tractor, but I've seen some tractor head driven by Marua, driven by bicycle. Some people farm like 6 acres, 7 acres with those kind of equipment. Do you know that if you have cassava on 7 acres, my brother was telling me yesterday that he has like 2 plots in his house. Behind his house, he wants to farm with cassava. He has a family of 5. He said with the cassava from there, he will make gari that will feed them for the whole year. He has done it before, you understand? He stopped. Now he wants to start again. That means he can feed his family with gari and fufu from that 2 plots for a whole year. So you can imagine people have 6 acres, 2 acres, 3 acres with those small equipment.
Patrick,
Then
you're not thinking big. You're thinking immediate problem. Look, see the immediate problem that we're talking about. First of all, like I keep saying, if the insecurity was so bad, there should not be any food in any market in Nigeria. The insecurity is there, but is there specific areas that are heavily prone to insecurity? There are areas that are not as prone. And when we say fix insecurity, there will never be a permanent fix of insecurity. It's the way you brush your teeth, the way you will always have can you just let me talk?
Wow.
The way you will always have germs in your mouth and you manage it by brushing and flossing. That is how insecurity is going to be. There's no country that's going to be 100% secure. There's going to be incidents. It's something you are.
Don't they improve? Do you know?
That is not what we are talking about. We are talking about 5,000 kidnappings in 1 year.
Let me finish.
Don't they improve on politics? You have to improve on your security now. You have to change.
You have to improve on it. Yes, it's always going to be a work in progress. So there's never going to we won't get to Wuru and everything is gone. Yes, it needs to be at a very manageable, as a very manageable, sizable thing that we can contain. True, but we cannot hold on. Yeah. But we cannot just say we're helpless right now, because in a modern country, or your state has enough land to feed West Africa. If we can get the same level of productivity that they get in Netherlands, we will feed the entire West Africa region just from one state. So don't tell me Oyo State is that insecure that it cannot get that productivity there.
I don't know how you cannot understand the fact that you said that we cannot resolve our insecurity, as if our insecurity is the same. Like
it's always going to be a feature.
No, let me finish. I think people should be careful when they listen to your reasoning, because you don't see
it's
the
slightly
difference.
wrong. It's slightly wrong there. I think.
AI. I think he doesn't seem to recognize the difference between 10% inflation rate to 50% inflation rate, or normal insecurity that most nations have versus what we are experiencing. We're talking about 5,000 kidnapping.
When you guys say fixed insecurity, no, I'm trying to tell you, you will contain insecurity to a manageable state, but it will not disappear.
My point is that Nigeria is losing 10 to 50 billion dollars a year from insecurity. That is a lot of money we are hemorrhaging.
But also, if you look at America, it's a very developed country. They've got one of the biggest security in the world, but they're still struggling with insecurity inside their country. I mean, how many people have been murdered by guns?
How many people got killed in downtown Atlanta or Chicago tonight alone?
Exactly.
Yes. And they chose that. But remember, America is an anomaly versus the rest of the
No, but
hold
the
on.
point is
it doesn't matter, right? It doesn't
No,
matter.
I agree with you. I'm not disputing that point. So hold on. I don't know. So America is not this thing is an anomaly. I don't dispute the point. But if you want to compare the Western system in any way, you compare with your other nations. That's where you're going to understand the nature of the security challenge that they have versus our own.
It's no longer, you bring it down to the point where it's no longer a threat to your productivity. Bring it down to that point. Especially when those security challenges are at the heart of your production.
It's affecting all of us. We can't go back home.
Patrick.
Affecting the nation badly.
Patrick. Wait, no, just quick question. Patrick, where are we getting the food we're currently eating in Nigeria? Where?
We are getting it from those places, but it is not maximized. That's what I'm saying.
Exactly.
Yeah, but
I don't know why Kulata is struggling with this.
That's why we are getting those prices.
Wait. So if you are getting the food, that means it's not crippling. It's bad, but it's not crippling that there's famine in the land. There's no famine in Nigeria.
Nobody's talking about famine. But there's inflation. There's food inflation.
There's inflation, yes. So that's
oh my God.
So if we fix if we cut insecurity by 50%, then productivity will increase by X%. But if you talking like until we fix insecurity, and I'm telling you, Nigeria is not the country that you will totally fix insecurity. You cannot fix insecurity in Nigeria. You can only manage it.
In the 80s, were we this insecure?
Yes, there was my Tema or whatever. There was my whatever.
It wasn't anything at this scale, nothing even close. So the point is that Nigeria can be actually more secure, way better than it is now. It can. So what we are talking about here is we are talking about high level security level, where we look at maybe Japan or look at South Korea.
But back to the immediacy of the problem. In 6 months, what are you going to be able to achieve in 6 months?
I just gave you the list. Let me give you the list.
No,
again.
What you said, we've already pieced it apart. It's not realistic.
Okay, for you, it's unrealistic because you don't seem to understand the concept.
You don't understand all the stuff you're talking about. Like, I'm not an economist. I don't even know why people call me that.
Guys, hold on.
You talk as if you know.
Because what I know is what I know. Doesn't mean I'm an economist.
Please hold on. Can you let Prince Daddy back in? I think he dropped off. He's in the.
Where is he? I can't see him.
Prince,
not here.
He just.
No, it's free to come in now. Why would I?
Yeah, Prince, can you come back in? They will let you back in once you pop up again.
I didn't see him.
I saw his private chat. He wanted to come. Okay, is he there?
Oh yeah, I think it's there's Kandu there now.
Let me ping him to come in.
So for me, you have to control the foreign exchange issue. You have to control your security to make sure that we are not hemorrhaging $10 to $50 billion a year, and that is exponential. If you do the compound interest, we are losing. Maybe we've lost as much as this is 1 trillion in the last 10 years alone.
This is supposed to be a detailed conversation. That's why is the how we need, not the we have to do this, we have to do that.
Those people don't know that they need to control foreign exchange, but they come on
It's a very
Is the
beautiful
how.
job. Oh.
But you recruit your people. I've told you, and that stimulates the economy. Remember,
So
you're
do
giving
what?
people jobs. To secure your country. One, you are stimulating
No,
the
foreign
economy by
exchange.
giving
That's
people
foreign
jobs.
exchange.
Somebody has
How
to
you going
build
to
their
control
houses.
foreign exchange?
Somebody, hold on. Okay, to control the foreign exchange demand, you have to clamp down
Ozagbama
on the
tariff.
speculators.
Ozagbama increase tariff.
No, not only tariff. You have to clamp down on the speculators, and sometimes you have to downright ban import of certain things.
What are you
Okay,
talking? What are you talking
so do
about?
you think they are not trying to clamp down on speculators, or do you think it's like, is it by command
No, they
and
were not.
control?
Buhari didn't
They're
do it.
not.
It was Tinubu that came 6 months after
But we're talking about now to Niger fix the problem of today.
That's what I'm telling you. I'm going to do. I've just told you that the government now went and removed a lot of this thing,
Okay,
restrictions
so wait,
on
do you
tariff.
go and say, you know the way you wave a magic wand that, open sesame, like, oh, speculators, go away, be gone, and then they're gone. It's not
I
like it's not.
just told you. I don't understand whether you have listening problem. I
You've
just
not told
you.
anybody
Let
how
me
you are going to
tell you
control
now. Okay, let me
speculators.
tell
You've
you
not.
again. If you allow
Am I
me
the
to
only
say for
one?
30
Am I the only
seconds,
person that have not heard it?
I think you have issue with understanding. I
No,
think
Baba T, did you hear how it's going to control
understand.
speculators?
Can
We
you
are
let me
still
talk?
waiting now. We are
Can you
waiting
let me
for him
talk?
to.
Can you let me
Patrick,
talk?
did you hear how it's going to control
Okay,
speculators?
No, they have not.
Good. Now,
Okay.
okay, I'm not.
He
Okay,
just said
now,
he will do it.
let me say it so that you can understand again. It's not going to take 1 minute. So let me finish before you interject at all. One, you reduce demand, and how do you reduce demand? You go after the people that are speculating. You put tariff depending on your evaluation on the goods that Nigeria does not need, and stimulate locally manufactured goods. And first, you have to start recruiting into your security forces to defend the country's borders in terms of this in goods going outside the country. That's going to reduce the inflation of the food.
How do you go
Then,
after
hold
the people
on,
speculating?
can you let me finish now? Then the other aspect of your security that you're going to do is to defend against this kidnapping that is happening, that is preventing farmers from being able to grow, maximize the output of food, and this in trade. Even trade within the country is being affected. Some people that will be open for extra 2 to 3 hours, they will not be open because they are afraid of security. That's one. You remove all those ones away. Then now going after speculators, because you have the necessary forces to do this job now, you put rules in place to highly penalize people that are caught speculating on the foreign currency. And the Nigerian government itself that is patronizing foreign goods, you go after those ones. You stop patronizing foreign use goods, foreign currency that are being used to store value. You go after it. There are so many things you can do to reduce demand, and now the target will be to try to reduce demand by 20% so that the Nigerian currency will stabilize and appreciate. While that is happening, you are going to see reduction of inflation.
Okay, we don't hear. Patrick, let me ask Patrick and Baba T.
Yeah, we are.
So Baba T, so when you want to speculate on currency, you have to sit in the borders of Nigeria, and then you announce your IP address. Then Tunaja will send Godo to come and arrest you, and you can't speculate in Atlanta, Georgia, or Boston. You can't speculate on Naira. Wait, I'm talking to Baba T now. I'm talking. Wait now. I'm talking to Baba T. I'm being flippant to the purpose because you just said bullshit. You can speculate from anywhere in the world. We're not talking about the world you're thinking about. The world you're thinking about simply doesn't exist. Now, all this stuff you're saying, do you think there are no CBN policies that is now trying to control all these things? No. And then because you've hired soldier and all that stuff, then that means our judicial system, in fact, our civil service system, all of a sudden has changed for the better.
All you had is soldier, isn't it? Because this is what my problem. You don't listen.
Let me finish what I'm saying because I allowed you to talk. I said, first of all, speculation is not something you only do within the walls of Nigeria. So it's the rate at which you can control it is finite. Then the next thing, the rule of law in Nigeria, you're not going to change it overnight, the way we behave. Then the third thing, all this stuff you listed, there are existing measures right now to address those things. What's the effectiveness based on who we are? I'm trying to deal with reality there. You are trying to create a picture. Wait, can I finish? Can I finish?
Hold on.
No. Let me finish.
I'm making a lot of points.
Let me finish. Let me finish.
And I'll be allowed to.
So you are talking in like a magic wand, command and control world that simply does not exist.
Okay. Thank you for saying that. See, what you just said doesn't. Okay, I'm not going to use this in that kind of stuff. I will just tell you that the measures you say that they are put in place. One, it's true. They started putting measures in place while I was here complaining that there were no measures. The Nigerian government started paying lip service to people not patronizing foreign currencies and all the rest. They started going after the speculators, even the Bureau de Change. They started doing that 6 months after they floated the currency when the damage was already done. And if you look at the Nigerian currency now, it's beginning to stabilize to an extent because of that. But they should have done it a lot earlier, and they should have put more measures. One of the areas they've not really done is control the demand. They've not done anything about controlling the demand yet. If they want to control the demand, they need to start going after the people that are storing foreign currency, and some of all those things that are being imported into the country. They need to also curtail on that.
Okay, what is devaluation? What is devaluation if that's not the control of demand? What is devaluation?
That is control of demand in a negative way. Because in other words, you are saying,
oh my God, control demand. Okay,
yes, in a negative
continue.
way.
Continue.
One, see, if you say you increase this, you devalue to control demand, what you are doing is that you are impoverishing your people to control demand. That is not how you do it. If you want to control demand by increasing, devaluing the currency, first, you need to encourage local manufacturing. You need to literally start doing substitute manufacturing. In other words, the goods that your people are not going to be able to buy because you devalue the currency, you have to be manufacturing it locally. You have to start manufacturing locally before you start doing all those things. In other words, that's what the doctor was saying the other day. He was saying that you have to put measures in place before you open the gate for everybody to just start.
Who is going to start manufacturing locally? Is it the government?
Oh my God.
It's a question now. Is it the government? Can you answer the question and stop being ridiculous?
Okay, fine. See, it's not the government, of course. It's local. We have excess of local businesses in Nigeria. Now, Nigerians are one of the most entrepreneurial people in the world. So we know that you can sponsor them, you can fund them, you can do whatever you need to do to incentivize them to start doing those substitute manufacturing.
Follow-up question. So when we had a better macroeconomic environment, let's just say under GEJ or under Obasanjo, why weren't we turned to the biggest, to the manufacturing hegemon? If Nigerians had all this ability, even under better macroeconomic situations, but it's somehow now that we have high inflation, I decide that will suddenly happen, and you now you're going to use command and control to get that done too.
The reason why we are not there is because we lack apprehension of the future.
No, let's forget this Lugard stuff now. Let's stay in the real life.
I'm telling you now. I'm giving you the answer. Our people don't have ambition for themselves. Not to mention, look at the way you talk about Nigeria right now. You talk
but that's not an answer now.
See, hold on now. You asked a question. I'm giving you the answer. You may not like it. I'm telling you that because
Tunaja, I'm treating you like a consultant. You are consulting for me. You're trying to fix my problem. I tell you to fix my problem, and you're telling me Lord Lugard said in 19 I'm not going to pay you any fees.
Sorry. You asked me about the past, and it's my job as a consultant to tell you the truth about the past. What you asked about.
You're not telling me what I don't know.
But what I'm giving you now, based on the question you asked, you don't expect me to tell you the story of Father Christmas or the guy that is.
And so why are you telling me Lord Lugard said Kiniko?
No, because it's a statement of trying to give you what is coming next. That your people. I'm the consultant now. Let's say I'm a foreign consultant. I will say your people have not done what they were need.
I did hire you to come and abuse me. I hired you to come and fix my problem, and you are telling me you are telling me you're not
letting me get to it. You're not letting me get to the answer. Why are you fighting me? I'm your consultant. Stop fighting me.
I'm the one paying your fees. So I'm telling you, I have this fucked up macroeconomic situation. You're now telling me, you can do impulsive substitution, you can do this, and I tell you, when I even had better macroeconomic conditions, I couldn't do all those things. And you're now telling me I can do it. Are you a magician?
Okay, now let me explain this. Okay, now fine. I was giving the answer, but I don't want to trigger you as a
But you're not telling me how. That's why I'm pissed.
Since I like you to pay me, so now I'm going to give you the answer straight.
No, but Kulata,
I would say
you made a wrong statement there.
you mistook the ideal conditions that you were experiencing before that was more favorable to sustainable one. That was your first mistake. Because if you wanted a sustainable macroeconomic conditions, there are things you needed to do that was not done. One, national security this posture was zero. You didn't have any prospect of defending whatever you built.
Okay, fine. Fine. I admit I don't have the greatest national security, but I'm in this mess now, and I need to get out of this mess in 6 months.
And I've given you the solutions to it. At
But
least
you are not giving me anything realistic.
I'm giving you these are things I know I can do.
Okay. Babati is a neutral arbiter. Have you heard the how in any of these conversations?
We are here.
Actionable item. Have you heard
Babati
anything?
is in guard room now. Where is Babati? Babati is in guard room. Why are you asking him?
Okay.
I put him in guard room. Why is he talking? Babati is not allowed to say anything.
Let's give him answer. I don't know what. But just one second, just to go back to one thing you said real quick, like about the manufacturing. I think you give the example of car manufacturers. I think one of the mistakes of Innocent and Nord is that they're making cars that look like the foreign brands. They're supposed to be smaller, a little bit more efficient if they really want to break into that market. Because
Babati, are those cars cheap for Nigeria to afford them?
No, they are priced like they are Toyotas or Hondas. So if you really want Nigeria to buy from you, start making cars that are smaller. I'll say smaller brands, not this mid-sized brand or anything. It doesn't make any sense. So just
the truth of those companies is they are just taking shell and assembling it in Nigeria. That's what they're doing. So what they can manufacture is limited to what the source company in China produces.
Yeah, but I get you. But even those companies, they have small. But I'm saying, like what they're producing right now is not even. I don't know. Maybe they didn't even do any market research before they even. You get my point. Before you put anything out,
it's not adapted to the country. If they're able to produce for Nigeria, they should produce dead cheap stuff you can buy for $10,000.
My point exactly. So who did the research study for them before they start producing this mid-sized SUVs? I mean, really in Nigeria?
That was a bad idea. Actually, they were manufacturing things that Nigerians cannot afford. You need to start manufacturing things Nigerians can afford.
Please hold on, please. Yeah. That I saw the documentary yesterday about one guy. I don't want to promote his YouTube channel. He went to Nord, and I saw those cars. They look good, SUVs, and they said Nigerians are not patronizing them. So it could be it's expensive, isn't it?
No,
Why can't they
it should be a major. Okay, wait. So BYD is making EV cars now. I know Kate's going to say it's subsidized, but for them to break into the market, what do? They got government subsidies cheaper. They're making EV for $10,000 to $15,000 for the local market. Of course, guess what? It's more attractive. People will start looking away from Tesla to say, okay, that is enough market to say, man, this is cheaper. What is this? So you need to make cars that are different from what is already out there. Even the design of those cars, they look almost like they are Hondas or Toyotas. They almost look like the replica of like a knockoff version of Honda cars or Sienna or whatever.
Babati, if you were on my WhatsApp, I would have forwarded some video I stumbled upon. All the car designers of the West, all of them now work in China. The top ones. I just stumbled upon a video today. Like people. The guy that used to design in Rolls Royce is designing the luxury. I don't know the Chinese version of the Rolls Royce. There's another guy. All these European designers that have all this fine line stuff. A lot of them work in BYD, essentially they're in China right now, and I came across.
Let me give you. When I went to China for the first time, I was in Guangzhou, driving on the road. I saw some cars. I see their Camry. My friend said that's not Camry. When we got close, it wasn't Camry, but the design was Camry, but the logo was different. They had Honda like that. They had almost every car like that. So I think this Nigerian manufacturer just went to those component manufacturer, give me a Camry, a type kind of component. They come here, assemble and put in or put something.
But when you look at Nigerian economy, like someone called it on TV, like we're a sachet economy. Our purchasing power is now low. So why are you producing cars that can't even compete with Tokumbo?
I think it can. I think it can because sometimes
think those guys? Can anybody hear me?
Sorry,
Yes,
Prince Daddy.
we can hear you.
Let you go. 30 seconds, please. 30 seconds, please. I beg you. I think the problem is that our Nigerians and the car manufacturers, to be fair, have not promoted their cars to be a lifestyle choice, because according to them, they said when it comes to the utility vehicles, they do sell them like buses and stuff like that. But when it comes to cars that families use, that they hardly sell because Nigerians don't choose those vehicles.
Do you know why? The utility let me say this. The utility one is almost commercial.
No,
so those people have the money to buy it because it's commercial.
You are missing one point.
Can I say something?
No, Kando, wait, hold on. You are missing one point. There's one thing about Toyota that they have over all those special cars. The resale value of those cars is the reason why people buy it. If you buy a Nigerian Nord or Innocent, they don't have any. Okay, what is the resale value of an Innocent SUV that has already had 7,000 miles on it? Are you buying it? No. But if it's a Honda, I'm like, okay, the resale value is.
Can I say something?
Go ahead.
Can I say something?
Hold on, can do. Yeah, Prince Daddy will go for.
Hold on, man. As an international person, I'm gonna say something. Niger was right all along, and I think you all are dilly-dallying around real progress. You feel me? First of all, when it comes to these car companies in Nigeria, it is the government's fault. The government individuals should and procession should not be international cars. You feel me? The government has no loyalty. The government can make what you'd call put tariffs on importing cars. So you, the countryman, have to buy the car that's made in the country because it would be cheaper to do so. So it is the government's fault. The government don't pay interest to the entrepreneurs in the country. You feel me? The inventors, the government makes the inventors in Nigeria non-existent. They try not to have any research centers for inventors. They let me tell you something. I want to tell you this, man. It is Islam and Christianity that's destroying Africa and Nigeria. Okay. Let me tell you why.
Okay, that's a different topic. Let's go to the topic. Let's not go.
First of all, these people from the South, y'all are Christians. So I know it's affecting you. And Christianity, and also Christianity makes y'all some big old hypocrites. That's why you don't want to talk. Now, Islam and Christianity is too enslaved. Their history is of enslaving black people. So
you're talking to traditional FYI. You're talking to the bunch of traditional worshippers right now, and that's
okay.
To be honest.
Then don't interrupt me.
Yeah, but we don't want to move away from the topic.
Yeah, I'm still on the topic because these are the things that's making your country dysfunctional. You feel me? And if you want your country functional, you have to have loyal people to your country. You can't have people who wants to buy Honda when innocent is there. You feel me? These type of people should be hunted down.
Why do they buy this? Why do they do
you
that?
Type of people
you type of people don't have no loyalty. You're disrespecting you are the ones that's making your dollar devalue because you have no value for your country. You feel me?
You are missing the point.
Let me tell you something. Your problem is currency. Your problem is currency, but you are the people with the current. If you make it, the current is in your bodies. So it's what you think makes your money valuable. So every time you talk against your money and talk against your country and act against your country and act against your money, there is where your money gets devalued. Because you are appreciating somebody else's currency, the United States dollar, over your currency.
Got it.
And that's what makes your value. That's what makes your country money devalue. Not just the government, you, the people, because the people is the government and the government is the people.
Thank you. Thank you, Akamfa.
Thank you.
Is it Prince Daddy? I think he wanted to say something.
Yeah, Tunaja. Prince Daddy is supposed to come before, but let's hear from Prince Daddy now. You know,
Prince Daddy and
will not,
too.
Prince Daddy will not force our way in.
We can't see the name, by the way, Thomas. We can't see the name of the speaker for some reason.
Yeah, I don't know why.
I think the StreamYard removed the name. They remove, it's very ridiculous. I don't know why they do that. Yeah, that's all right. Yeah, Prince Daddy. Let's hear from Prince Daddy.
Yeah, thanks, Thomas. I was going to ask a question about T and Kulata, and nobody else for that matter. Do you think not all innocent motors can actually produce cars to the scale of $10,000 or less for people to buy? Do they have the economic skills to be able to do that?
Not at the moment. They don't have at the moment.
Except we can.
If they get support.
Yes.
If they get support, they will. If they get the first of all, they don't have the people not ordering for them to. People not ordering enough. Listen, people are spending a lot of money on stupid stuff in Nigeria. People are rich. Some of them is rich in Nigeria. They not support those people not supporting the car company. They buying Mercedes and all these things.
My brother, not is a personal business. You can't force anybody to support him. Is it a government company?
To answer that question specifically,
can you let
can we just answer the question?
Yeah.
I mean, I think maybe perhaps 3 ways. First one is, of course, if the government subsidizes that purchase, but then that's not efficient. Second one was if the major chunk of part of that manufacturing, if we get the raw material in Nigeria, for example, steel, and if they have a steel foundry where they can actually do the production in Nigeria, then that's backward integration. So that's possible because you have more control into the raw material, but that doesn't exist. Then the third one is if what is coming out of China is cheap enough and profitable enough for the partner company to be able to supply it. So that car will probably be something equivalent to Keke Mawa or something like that. It's going to be some shit car.
But what about electrical motors? Africa has copper. They can go to Zambia and get copper and make motors and use motors in their cars and have an electric car. You feel me?
I've looked into that before. One of the gap in that area is the magnet itself because they are made from neodymium magnets are made from
magnet. You gotta have magnets.
We need to do that kind of
I've thought about on this platform that there's a design that I think we work on in Nigeria, especially in the northern part of Nigeria, where you know how you have. No, I know. I'm just responding to Prince's question. That I think the best model would be like EVs, but the EVs that I saw this design was that because we can make lithium batteries if we really invest in it. But the hood of the car and the top of the car now becomes some form of solar panels where the car itself will recharge itself. So that solves the problem of looking for power ports to charge, where with the sunlight you have up there, if the car is parked outside, it can pretty much charge the battery. That is a natural design that we can implement. So whoever is willing to invest in that, I think will make a kill. Now, how cheap will it be is another question entirely. So we can do some things I think EVs would be the best way to go. What about the CNG cars? Also, they can also work in that. But my point with Nord and Innocent is that the design itself is something. Okay, if I have a car that looks like a Jaguar, literally look like a Jaguar, I'm gonna buy a Jaguar. And I said the resale value, and your price point is the same as a Jaguar. There's no point for me to buy a Nord. So I'm saying make something smaller and cheaper. Now, what others have mentioned about government intervention, I agree. Steel is a bigger component. I get that. But I think I believe that they said maybe Nord or Innocent, they make some of the parts in Nigeria in the East. I'm not sure what part they make, but part of those companies.
I think they said about 30 to 40% of the
in Nigeria. Yes. In Nigeria. So that number needs to go to about 50 to 60%. That will be.
And one other area that nobody has touched on is that based on orders, banks can provide loans. So it means when a government creates a policy that favors the local manufacturing companies, then the orders skyrocket. The orders skyrocket. The banks can provide loans. The government don't even need to provide most of the support. Then
your government needs your government, for instance. Now, let me give an example. Nigeria and Kolata. Do you remember when the commissioner in Lagos, I've forgotten his ministry, said that he's never heard of Nord, even though Nord is in his own state?
I heard it on TV. My mouth was agape. Like, what the?
If your government does not even know you exist in your state, it's a problem. If you have your government workers, maybe ministry, driving Nords, it helps the brand. So I think it's also branding as well. You need some big boys or government. But if I'm someone, I'll say, okay, someone you're right. 100 nods for state government, not because we didn't need it.
But you guys, let's just cut through the chase and stop the bullshit. Our consumption preference is not Nord and is not Innocent. So let's stop fucking around and let's say the truth. An average Nigerian doesn't go out of his way to go and buy a Nord. The only success those guys will have is what they're having now. Government buyers and utility cars. Nobody. Look, except you just want to bullshit your way.
You know why Nigerians have that preference. That's conditioning. You have to.
Do you remember?
It's reality.
But it can change. The government can change it.
The government can change it.
Only political will can change something like that, because just like a lot of people would like to steal, but because of the government regulations, stealing is illegal. A lot of people would like to do a lot of things, but government regulations have set regulations on it. So it's the same thing with what the people have. It's like this. The government can choose what the people have at their disposal.
Let me put it this way. China that has a lot of control in their economy. When I went to Beijing, I don't think I've ever come across the number of German cars that I saw on Beijing roads. So consumer preference is consumer preference. It's you just have to step up your game to the point where let me finish my statement. Let me finish my statement. You have to step up your game.
Have already.
Can I finish my statement?
Africa is nowhere to these places.
Let me finish my statement.
Can we hold on, Kolata? No, Nigeria can be dodgy that. I'm back now. We are not talking on each other. Let someone finish their statement, then you counter them, please.
So the only way your consumer preference will change is if the quality of those other cars improve to the point where it's almost a moot point. An example is, at some point in time, nobody wanted to touch a Hyundai with the 2-foot pole. But now you see people buying Kia and Hyundai because the quality has improved so drastically that in a lot of benchmarks, they're even getting better than a Camry or a Toyota. So now nobody has any qualms of buying it. So as long as those Nord and whatever remain shitty cars, You cannot force people's preferences to go and buy them. That's my point.
All right. Did Hyundai get government support, or did they do it on their own over the years?
No, Kia did. I can't speak for Hyundai, but I know Kia got.
I'm sure they got government support.
I think you are right.
In
See, the
a
idea is
Well,
that,
you
let
have
me
to
just
look at
add this
their model,
30 seconds,
their
30
business
seconds. I'm
model.
not going to speak more than 30
One
seconds.
second.
The idea is that if a government puts restrictions, I can fire is right. It can limit people's access to certain cards and giving the other cards chance to gain credibility. Credibility is the reason why people have preferences. And in terms
Come
of
on.
listen, so there is nothing wrong with that, and I don't think why we are arguing against that point. That's the direction we should be traveling.
Yeah, but the
Okay, let me
Hyundai.
make a point here. I
Let me
said
just make
earlier.
5 seconds point. 5 seconds. Hyundai and Kia or whatever, they had a low cost strategy that it was the government could, because they were cheap enough. These other cars are not cheap, so that's why you can't force that preference of consumption on people. The Kia and the Hyundai, they were at some point in time you could get them like $10,000 or something.
All right. Can I say something else? I think we are wrong. Hold on. I think we are wrong to
My
be.
brother, hold on. Let Prince come. Yeah, hold on, please. Prince, let's hear from Prince.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks for the rescue again. These guys are tough guys.
Hold on, yeah. He threw the question out. You guys have answered. So you have a follow-up here. Let's hear from Prince. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, thanks, Thomas. What was my question again? Well, let me just talk about the China one that Kulaka mentioned. See, the Chinese market, even though it's a large consumer market, yeah, all those American cars, the German cars you saw in Beijing and perhaps in Shanghai, they appeal to a certain class of rich or wealthy Chinese people. But apart from that, the ordinary common Chinese citizen that can afford Chinese-made cars, they're gonna go after Chinese-made cars. And keep in mind, of course, they get a lot of incentives and backing from the Chinese government. There's no doubt about it. And to Hyundai and Kia, see, they're today, just like I think Olaka said, those two, especially Hyundai, the quality of the car rivals that of Honda, Toyota, and Nissan right now. Right now, I tell you that. But back 20 years ago, or maybe a little bit longer, just like Kulaka said, those were shitty cars. They were terrible cars. But guess what? They had a price point and they had a penetration model or approach to the market. People still bought those cars, believe it or not. They were so damn cheap that people still bought those cars. They did, but they could afford to do that. Now, I wasn't sure how profitable those Hyundai or Kia was back then, but I think they were not a single line business. They had some other investments or areas that they dabbled in. So they were able to sustain for quite a long time, just like Amazon did, uh, making little profit or no profit and survive for such a long time. And just like I said earlier, um, see, technology or invention does take time through iteration, right? Over time, they own their skills, that they own their technology, that is Hyundai and Kia, and they were able to get to a point that today they're competing with the top models. So it didn't happen over time. It did not happen over time. So let's not pretend. I can guarantee if you want to do a little more study or research on them, they had some great challenges along the way. I mean, especially competing in the American market, it did not happen over time. And who knows, by the way, they probably get a lot of support from the host country. They were selling in America, obviously selling in Korea, okay, in the Korean market also. So they had a lot of things, moving parts that probably helped them solidify that market position today. But it wasn't the case before. That was not the case before. It does take time. So to my question earlier, Innocent and Nod, I don't think they have the wherewithal to be able to compete. They don't have the economical scale. They don't have.
Model. Do you question their business model? Like what do you question?
I don't know, like I say, CDK or whatever body, whatever they use. The model. See, I can guarantee you that if they were to make smaller cars to appeal to certain segment of the market, it was going to cost them almost as much as making those expensive cars that they're making right now.
Really?
They cannot compete. They don't have the economical skills. They don't have the factors of production. They don't have incentives or collaboration from the government or even the Nigerian consumers. And just like we like to say, let's stop the BS. You know, the Nigerians who go for the foreign made cars. Nobody's going to spend. You know, you have $40,000 or $50,000 to buy a car. You're going to drop it on an innocent car or not? I don't think so.
Well, what I would say is that, like I will give an example of the Nigerian music industry. People didn't start listening to Nigerian music because they just found, like, because of culture or because of the hours. No, they have to step up their game in terms of production, music videos, marketing, branding. They did the work to bring it up to the level it is today, and the consumer responded by starting to listen to them. So so when people listen to Burna Boy as a Nigerian, it's not because we love Nigerians music. I remember 20 years ago, nobody gave it. I mean, American music video dominated the Nigerian.
Who gave a shit about Junior and Pretty when they were singing shitty songs?
Nobody cared about like, just laugh at them like all these American wannabe. We used to make fun of them back in the days, almost 20. Now, because they did the work, they improved, they leveled up. We didn't come down to listen to them. They came up to the American standard, what we see as world class. So when we see Burna Boy sending out the O2,
but quick, that's what my point I said earlier. It took them time. See, Burna Boy and Wizkid and David Doe, okay, can put it in a new generation or whatever. But the length of Afrobeat, it has a span for, I can tell, maybe 20, maybe close to 30 years. I'm not counting for that, of course. Mm-hmm. That there's been a lot of reiteration in that industry until they get to a product, so to speak, that is appealing to the rest of the world. Okay, it never used to be like that, but there's always been Afrobeat. Afrobeat didn't start overnight, just like, it's been there. It grew. Okay, it grew. It developed.
They put in the work, and with little to no government support. By the way, let's put that out there as well. It was like government was funding some guys to support this thing. No, with little or no government support. What I'm saying is, on the part of Northern Innocent, what have they done? Where is Innocent's showroom in Lagos? We're still waiting for that big showroom of his so we can see it. So you cannot just stay in the East when you know the biggest market you have in the country is Lagos. So there are things you have to do on your own to push your own product. If you have to give the cars for free to some government officials just for the visibility, you do that. For the big, look at when Volkswagen.
Yeah, but Peter B said he bought a lot of cars from Innocent Motors, right?
What now?
Peter B said he bought some cars from Innocent Motors when he was the governor.
Now, forget. Don't let me deal with. Don't want to Peter B story.
No. I'm just trying to say. Something tells me that they've tried and they've showcased their vehicles, trying to get the government officials to buy in. They can't just be there and not have done such marketing techniques.
Well, they need to figure out their marketing and business stuff.
I think this Abia governor went there, and I think he might have bought or is planning to buy.
We don't want to. Planning to buy is not good enough.
They just need to keep. They need to keep working at it.
Yeah. So if I have to give the car out to free for some government officials, so you need that you need them to. The governor has some 4 or 5 nods, or you need that even for not for a second. Lagos, I'm even surprised. Not should be something that you market and you make money from.
But let's talk about the market realities in Nigeria. Nigeria is a country right now that someone buys a 2014 SUV. Let's just say Toyota Highlander or something. They will take it to the mechanic and they do something nowadays. I don't know if you guys are aware. They will upgrade it to 2024 model. Our mindset is so far away from this innocent, whatever you guys are talking about. Like, I don't see someone taking his money, his savings, and say, "Oh, I'm going to an innocent showroom and I'm going to buy this car." It's almost like people that buy it have to be compelled to buy it, or it's utility, like you guys have been talking about. So it hasn't reached the stage where those cars are differentiating themselves enough to kind of like make. I mean, maybe it's happening. I don't know, but at this point in time, my knowledge of Nigerian mentality is totally not buying
Okay,
those cars.
do you know what is even funny? If it eventually happens that people are buying Nigerian made cars, it will not be Nord or Innocent. It will be a completely brand new company that will just show up from the middle of nowhere and take over that space. I don't see this making it. If we ever get to that point where we now want to pay attention to Nigerian brand cars, I think it's going to be a different company that will just spring up from the middle of nowhere and just figure it out. I don't think these two will ever get it.
Because our
Good
consumer
morning.
behavior is our consumer behavior. Oh, go ahead, Kandu. Sorry.
Good morning, everyone. Good evening. Yeah, I've heard, I've heard a lot of people, hit on a number of different points. Virtually all of them are very good ones, but I think it's the Nigerian mentality. I remember, was it about 20 years ago when I was reading in Sahara Reporter that they appropriated 1 point something billion to buy trash can from the UK. I said human beings could sit down, and these people were actually debating this. I said there's what's his name over there in Lagos? What's his name? The one that makes all this plastic. This Yoruba man that has all this plastic.
Eleganza.
Eleganza is there. I said Eleganza is there, and you look at yourself in the mirror. I'm talking 20 years ago, 1 point something billion. But aside from the government, the average Nigerian wants foreign stuff. I remember about 35 years ago in Lagos, people used to say, "Oh, this one now Koro made, this one now Koro made." And I used to pose the question to people when I heard that which one is Yoruba made? Which one is Hausa made? At least somebody's doing something. All this Kia, as PD rightly stated, about 20 years ago, people were still buying them. I mean, people were, even in the news, you hear stories of them breaking down, but you saw them all over the place, and those definitely, I mean, I know because I follow documentaries of stuff like that, like this breakfast, not Kia, the other one is like Kia. They actually have other businesses, big time. I mean, big business. And I had said this, I don't remember if it was during the time of Jonathan or Buhari or early days of Buhari, because the government this is not just about government buying cars. It is about any government in any country supporting industries that will help to create jobs for your people. This is about job creation, not about selling or buying cars from the government standpoint. And I said to myself back then that, what if Jonathan or Buhari, whoever was the president, commissioned Innocent and said, "Look, make us some presidential fleets. Even go and get a bulletproof company to come and bulletproof these cars for us, but it's got to be done in Nigeria." They may not be as perfect. I've heard Kulata say this many months ago that well, those cars, they don't last long. These people change cars every 4 years anyway, and they don't even give us the car back when they leave. Okay,
It won't last that
okay.
it won't last that 4 years.
Even if it
My friend,
doesn't, No,
One of
hold
my
on, hold
friends.
on, hold on. No, you don't. I don't. No, hold on. Before you go into a peculiarity, the point of this is this. I'm not saying that even if all the government officials are driving innocent, that would, or all of whoever are putting cars together in Nigeria, that I will solve all of your problems. But just like Kia and all these people, like PD rightly said, it takes time. But you need that government to support because you need job creation. Those people that are working at those places, they will eat, they will live somewhere. The multiplier effect is what you're looking for as a government. Not, I mean, and the skill level of your people continues to be improved over time. I remember some 20 something years ago in in California, virtually every Asian, Japanese, Chinese person that you saw, they drove a Camry. Virtually every single one of them. It was like there was an order from the top that you all have to buy for, promoting their businesses, improving over time. When I saw this guy Modi that went and interviewed Innocent, this guy that does this travel all over the place, and he was showing the NAPEP that they put together. I'm like, wait a minute, why doesn't Innocent focus on a small car, something that will be like, however, whichever way you're going to procure, whether you're going to make it electric, whether you're still going to make it gas, you probably could go a full tank from Lagos to Maduguri, even if it's gas. So Tata Motors did the same thing in India. You don't need a big engine. It doesn't have to be a 2.5 um, engine for it to be functional. So that was my thought when I saw. I said, I wish I could know where to talk to this innocent man. I mean, instead of making cars that are only a
Kando, your thing is breaking up. I don't know what's going on.
million naira, maybe 5 or 10 million naira less than what. Yeah, I don't know what it is. Well, in any event, all I'm just saying is, the average Nigerian, this is from day one. They would rather buy foreign something than buy made in Nigeria. The mindset. Most of our problems are mindset based.
But Kando, if you're a local producer, should you be leading with like in your showrooms and your marketing? All I see all the time, I mean, most of the time, is SUVs. I don't think you should be leading with SUVs in that kind of market.
Yeah,
it doesn't make any sense.
I agree. I mean, yeah, I agree. I'm sure the man is a smart man. I mean, he's not a stupid person to be able to build a business that big. But if it was me, I would not be going for building things that are similar to what's already out there. Why do I need a substitute teacher if I have a teacher? Build something that'll be. I mean, Tata. You want to look at how Tata Motors developed in India. They got somebody to make a small engine. So I mean, like I've said it here before. There's a guy in Maduguri making these buses, just regular guy, not supported by anyone. I wish I could find the guy making all these 16, 18-seater buses electric by himself. I don't know where he's getting some of the components from, but they're welding everything together in his shop and they look wonderful. Someone like that needs to be brought into a innocent or whichever person is doing something in Lagos. But you need the government. You need, when we become serious, we're not serious people. When we become serious, you will ban importation. You will lock down. If you can't buy the ones that are put together in Nigeria, go and buy a horse or donkey or take the train. Until you're willing to do that, I don't know. And the thing is, just like it's been said, all these Chinese companies, they're making smaller cars. Those cars are going to be getting into the African market. If you miss this window of opportunity,
Kando, by sorry to break your heart. They already did. They're already in Lagos. They
See,
did
if you
a
miss,
video. They're in Lagos. As a matter of fact, it was commissioned by Sanwo-Olu. There's this Asian company that's going to be making all this smaller that Innocent should have been making. Those little
you see,
tiny.
but that's where the governmental part has to come in. The government needs to ban, fight China, fight whoever you have to fight. You need to ban that importation because you're exporting jobs. You're giving other people jobs in their country. I understand
the manufacturer is coming to Nigeria now. In this case, the manufacturer is coming to
Nigeria. They're in Nigeria. They're not importing. No, the one in Lagos.
They're not importing the car.
They are going to be.
How many are they going to manufacture in Nigeria compared to the ones they're shipping out? I mean, don't. The one in Lagos is what?
But Kandu is the same is the same business model as Innocent. Innocent is just a Nigerian. It's the same business model. The Innocent doesn't manufacture those cars. They're CKDs, completely knocked down.
They're semi-knocked down.
They're knocked down and then they assemble them. So if the Chinese are going to be assembling in Lagos, it's the same thing.
It's called
GAC.
That was it's called GAC cars. You can look it up. Yeah, GAC.
Yeah, but I'm not even talking about today. I'm talking about 10 years ago, however many years ago, that I was looking at this. Like, why doesn't you see if the president of the country, the governor?
Yeah, can I come in? Can do
like
that?
That should have been sacked.
Okay. Can do, you are breaking. Okay.
I can't hear Kandu if he's still talking.
Can I interject, please?
Yeah, come in, Remy. Yeah.
Okay. Good morning, everyone.
The manufacturer in your state. That is a fireable offense immediately. Because it's not about the company, it's about those jobs.
Can I quickly interject you, please?
Let's go.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
Go on, Remy.
Okay. What you are discussing is very interesting. First and foremost, I will look at it in three angles: the quality, the business angle, and the pricing. When you look at it from the quality of Innocent and Ford, both of them, because I watched a documentary on both of them confirm that the engine, like what Kulata said, are being brought in from China. I think the one of Nord, I think he has a partnership with a German company, where they brought in the chassis. And all the other associated products, they also buy, because most manufacturers of cars are virtually doing the same thing. It's just assembling. But the design and some of the other stuff, they do it by themselves. So for Innocent, the quality, in terms of quality, I doubt it, because I've lived in China before, and I know that he's in maybe Beijing, Shanghai, or something like that. Even most Chinese, they don't buy that one. And that brand is not the topmost brand in China in terms of their local car manufacturing company. So, and then the pricing itself, when you now compare it with even the, Tokumbo vehicle, an average sedan from Innocent is as much as close to about 35 million, 45 million naira. And when you go to Nord, an average sedan costs almost from 40 million naira upwards. So, and what they said for Nord, most of the thing he is selling is just kind of buses, passenger buses, that all those Chisco and all those big transportation companies, that is he sells most. For Innocent, he's quite lucky. He's always selling the utility vehicle like a van to police and the rest. Nigerian Army also bought from him. But in terms of business angle, that is where the problem lies. When the Chinese started their own, they came in with a very cheaper price, and the engine capacity is quite low, like 0.8, 1.0, and 1.2 vehicle. And I remember they started with small one, they call it QQ. That one sold as little as $4,000. And then they have a Sherry, that one sold as little as like $4,800 that time. So, and they target Somebody is making noise. They target the immigrants. I mean, the people who live in interland. Who is making noise like that? Okay, so they target the interland. So and you know, China has a huge population. So this gives opportunity to people who live in countryside to get their first car. And some they also like sell to them on installment basis, not paying the whole full cash at once. But now just oppose with Ford with Nord and Innocent for them to penetrate the market. First, Nigerians suspect the quality, just like Chinese did also. And somebody talk about maybe Chinese people prefer some different class that prefer the German model. If you go to China today, I can bet you will see more Cadillac, Rolls-Royce, Jaguar, VW vehicles, Audi, Mercedes-Benz, and so many of these kind of vehicles because they prefer that one too. They know the quality. So for them to penetrate, for this local manufacturer, for them to penetrate the Nigerian market, they need to go and sit down and find a way to do a passenger car that is very cheap, that will attract a young Nigerian, especially they can target young Nigerian entrepreneurs and young that are blue collar workers. So, but the pricing is so expensive. Like even if you want to buy a car, you can get a nice Tokumbo car for like 10 million naira. But for them, their new car started from 40 million. They are competing favorably with the quality one. So who's going to buy them? So their business strategy is not good enough.
Are you saying that the Chinese are using more foreign manufactured vehicles?
No. What they do is this. Initially, they have their own automobile company. And those automobile country, they can do the fabrication of the steel because China is the highest producer of steel. So they can do that one, which these two Nigerian companies, they don't have. So they can manufacture those steel into chassis and whatever they want to do. And they also have a lot of associated car manufacturing spare parts. There's so many of them in that country, which Nigeria does not have. That means
Remy, quick question. Do you think it will be better someday, not now, maybe 10, 20 years from now, where we will start making our own engines? Will that possible?
I don't think it's possible because the government policy and also it's not going to be an easy job for Nigeria to do. Because before, maybe in the 80s or maybe in the 90s or 70s, we have some of these car part manufacturing company in Nigeria. But where are they today? Most of them are gone. Most of the car batteries are being produced in Nigeria.
Do you know the reason why? Because back in the days when I was young, I used to hang out with all this mechanic stuff. You know they used to call it rewire. Even when you have a knocked, they used to call knocked engine. What's a knock? They would just wire the whole thing, and they would just configure the whole thing by that. These are like mechanic villages. Though. I'm like, wait a minute. If you know how to move things around in this engine, with government support and some funding, you should be able to. I mean, and some engineering, you're supposed to figure this thing out. That was in the 80s, so.
Even all these indigenous car manufacturing plant in China, initially the government did not support that. What their government did was that they have a very old manufacturing plant, they call it FAW. Their government, they pump in more money to that one, and that one was able to produce, to manufacture a kind of Cadillac for their presidency. That's the only one. But at the later end, this company have a joint venture with most of these big manufacturing like Mercedes, like BMW and the rest. And they started manufacturing VW vehicles like Jetta, like whatever you can. Toyota also have a very big joint venture with a local company in Shanghai. I think what Innocent and Not should do. But when I look at their plant, the Ford overall business, I mean, the production plant is no more than 2 plots of land. That's not a business. It's just too little. Where it's good to start from. And when you look at Innocent too, even their PR, the people that are supposed to be, the way he was not talking to even impress me. It's like the guy that intervened, he's just putting words to his mouth and then yes or no. And they asked him a very good question, which I think the answer is terrible. They asked him, what kind of vehicle are you using? and he said he's using Tokunbo, what do you call it, Toyota Havalon. I was expecting him to say I'm using this particular vehicle, Innocent. If I were a potential,
they lack marketing skills, and even from the very gate, even you can see that the gate, everything, the presentation was horrible. So, what do you think? Let me ask you now.
That innocent gate and embarrassment.
Man, I felt sorry for myself, but it's all right. So, what do you think we can do to improve the situation?
I think first and foremost, Nigeria as people, or for example, we have Ministry of Transportation. What I discovered that in China is that they pushing a lot of their people to technical colleges, like vocational school, after their junior middle school, because they have that like junior middle school and high school also there. After your first 3 years, they deliberately push a lot of people to that vocational school to go and learn the needed skills in automobile, fabrication, painting, everything that associated with an industrial plant. And once they are out, there's a ready-made job waiting for them. So if Nigerian can also follow that model, because it's all about skills.
Cannot push people.
Yeah, so that is why I said that Nigerian cannot push people, but we want the best things. So that's why I say
we can only incentivize them. You can't push people. You can't do that. Everybody has his own part in life. You can't just push them. Go to vocation. Everybody has.
Do you guys understand? Do you understand where we are?
So you want your country to grow, or you want your country to
grow? Because of where you are.
This is
let me finish. This is what they do.
To become somebody.
This is what they do. This is what they do. Maybe this is
the time to start flogging people. Are you on this planet?
Let me say this.
You go technical school for Lobe.
No, let me say this.
There's that capacity to go to Ife.
Let me say this. Maybe this will clarify it. Once you are in the junior middle school, they also have an examination to high school. And they have a score like JAM. If you are not scoring that high score to go to high school, they only give you one more chance. That means you can do it one more time. So if you do it one more time, that means you are losing 1 year. You are not following your mate again. So they give you one more chance to do it. And if you can pass it, then you go to high school. But if you cannot pass it, the next option for you is to go to this vocational college.
Or leave the country.
If your parents have the money, if your parents have
give you better opportunities to achieve your dream.
Okay, now in America, in Asia, how many people go to college? What is the percentage?
But you don't deny
not everyone that can go.
Give them the option to go or not to go. That's what we are saying.
Did we say anything about denying anyone?
Do you push them in this situation? Hold on now, hold on. You see, don't call Jesus in this matter. He just told us how they do it. You go to junior high. If you don't pass high school first time, by second time you have no idea any other option. You can't go to high school again. On this platform, how many of you wrote WAEC 2 times or 3 times here? How many of you? I'm sure some people wrote. And they now say, oh, because of that, you can't go anywhere. Go to Olobe.
But Patrick,
you understand what I'm saying? Go to Olobe or go to Abbey Technical.
Patrick, what I'm saying is not the high school.
How many people in Nigeria are not in university? Those people, those are the ones we're talking about. We're not talking about denying anyone.
Let me tell you where they have advantage than Nigeria. I will tell you why. For example, in Nigeria, you see a lot of people drop out from the primary school and go and learn trade, or go and learn skills like mechanic and the rest. And they can end up spending 6 years. Some of them end up spending 4 years. Some even can spend more. But the advantage they have over you is that most of their skilled workers are at least they are educated to a very good point. So they can write very well and they can speak very well. Sometimes you might not even know the difference between them and those ones that went to the university. So that way, they have a good record and they can monitor your performance. So, but in Nigeria, we don't have a good database to do this. Some people, because of money, they will not send their children to school. And even if there's free education, some people say they want their children to help them in their farm or in their businesses. That country does not allow that kind of stuff. You cannot do that. You cannot say because I'm a farmer, I must push my children to come to the farm every day to help them. No, it's not going to happen. Everybody go to school. So in that way, they have pool of skilled workers that can work in every manufacturing plant, maybe automobile, maybe in the in clothing or whatever you can mention. They have skilled people in this field. So in the university sector, China have one of the biggest universities. I mean, they are in terms of unit. They have even in a state they can have more like 13 universities. Both they don't have a lot of private. Most of them belong to state and to the federal government, and which the government subsidized the tuition fee and so many stuff like that. They too went to university just like Nigeria too. Most of their parents want them to go to the university. But in a nutshell, back to the automobile, the business angle that not and whatever they are doing is not good enough. The market they target does not give them that leverage for an average Nigerian to pop in 40 million naira to buy a vehicle where you are not sure about the quality. And if you pump in 40 million naira, you can get a good second-hand Tokunbo. So you can't blame Nigeria for that. So that is preference of the consumer. So I will rest my case so that another person.
Remy, and also you can't force people how to spend their money. You can't force people what to buy. No,
but I can categorically say that any country that want to develop in this world, you have to find a way to make the government have to find a way to make the citizen do their wish. If you are still thinking that as an individual you have a choice, we can see that in Nigeria. You look at our youth. We have a lot of people that are not going to school, and those ones that went to the university don't have a job. So what can you do? If you still continue to say, okay, I don't want to be a farmer, I don't want to work in a plant, I don't want to work in a factory, how can you develop the country? The mindset have to change. People have to sacrifice for their nation, for nation building. But if everything is okay,
don't you think that is not the problem of Nigeria? Nigerians are willing to work anywhere, almost for very little.
No, you are wrong. If Nigeria are willing to work anywhere in the world, why is only the northern part of Nigeria that is producing that is going to the farmland to plant to do whatever? Why is the south not doing the same thing? I mean, the southern part.
The south have less land available for
farming. No, it's not about less land. Have you ever traveled across the southern part of Nigeria? You will see a lot of land by the roadside, both on your left and right, uncultivated. If you live in abroad, you can never see that kind of land uncultivated. There'll be
I'm not saying that there's not an element of kind of snobbishness going on, but that
so
is
don't give excuse that there's not enough of farmland. That is not
the core of the problem is the ability of our government to project their own national.
The government and the people themselves. And if you are still thinking that
well, you're not the one that was saying that we cannot even we cannot manufacture our engines.
Remy and
there's no reason why we cannot manufacture our engine within 5-10 years. We cannot do that.
Remy, Tunaja, give me 1 sec. There are two people at the background, so I want to know who is with us and who is not with us. Obviously, Tunaja, you are here. Babati, are you there? Babati. Yeah, let me give them some seconds. Solly, I don't think Solly is with us. Solly, yeah, I will replace Solly with someone on the background. Who else? Baba Olatubosun, are you with us? Ola, are you with us? Olatubosun? No, it's not with us. They can come back. I will replace them with someone else. Yeah, continue. I'll replace with Simba. Yeah, go on.
So it's up to the government to decide what part they are. Even what we have access to, it's up to the government to decide. Like when Nigerians have access to Mercedes and all these foreign cars, it's because the government made it cheap for them to have access to it. What if the government put a 100% tariff on those things? Nigerians won't be able to afford it anymore. They will start shifting towards innocent because they will find that, oh my God, instead of 40 million, it's 80 million now to buy those cars. They will think twice. You see what I mean? So the government can, and what do you think will happen? When the government does that, people will place more orders for innocent cars. When people place more orders for innocent cars, innocent will be able to get more funding based on those orders and then scale up its manufacturing, and which will improve the quality at the same time. So the government can influence these things.
Sorry to
Can I just make a quick interjection? Sorry, Joe, Remy.
Okay.
You guys seem to forget that there's Peugeot in Nigeria too. Dangote Peugeot. So when you guys, what applies to Innocent applies to Dangote Peugeot. Just wanted to put that point in.
I also, with Nigeria, one thing you should realize is this: most, I can guarantee you.
Remy, hold on, please. Colata, Peugeot, which Peugeot? Are you sure?
Yes, it's in the north.
They are producing this new
Peugeot. I don't know Peugeot again.
508. 508. They are producing in Nigeria.
Wow. Was like, are you sure? I don't see any Peugeot in Nigeria. I don't see any Peugeot anywhere in Nigeria. I don't know.
No, I'm telling you, they are doing that. Maybe, but
it's in Kaduna.
Who is driving the car now? I don't know. I've seen any Nigeria driving.
Yeah, it's expensive now. If you want to buy a car of 2023 model,
and there's one Nissan. There's another
why they keep making these expensive cars? They should make cars.
Okay,
Nigeria, if you see a P-Dot card, can you recognize them? It's not the usual 504, 505. If you see the new series, you will not even be able to. You will not be able to recognize them.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now without their symbol.
So, to Nigeria, you are talking about Innocent. The first question you ask yourself is this: Innocent and Ford. To me,
I thought you arrested your case, Remy.
Okay. Okay. I just want to chip in this one. There's a new company in Ikorodu. The name is Saglef, and they have started assembling EV vehicle, electronic vehicle, and their design is quite good. And I think, and they are ready to build more charging ports, especially in Lagos and Abuja. So if you start seeing them on the road in Nigeria, so don't be surprised. So, but for me, Innocent and what do you call the North, majority of their what to use to assemble their vehicle, more than 85% of them are imported.
Sorry, Remy. I have a point that maybe people are not looking at. You are looking at all those old vehicles, all those old models vehicles that have survived and they are doing well. You know, the condition under which they thrived those days is different from what we have now. The another thing people are not looking at is that what is the effect of importation of Tokumbo on the survival of our locally made new vehicles? The other countries that you are talking about, they don't import Tokumbo the way we imported Tokumbo cars.
Exactly.
So
they say they should block the. They say they should block the border. People are crying.
But guys, every time they've tried to put massive tariff on Tokumbo, it always backfires. Always.
What do you mean? It only backfires in your own paradigm. It doesn't backfire.
Not my paradigm.
Let me explain to you. Kulata, just explain for you. See, Nigeria transportation system heavily depend on Tokumbo. Even those BRT buses you see, some of them are Tokumbo from Brazil. How are people going to survive? Even those your train, there's a Tokumbo from US there. People, you don't want to
Tokumbo training.
Yes, now coaches here.
Oh my God, we get Tokumbo for training. Oh my God.
You want to paralyze our transportation system. The distribution system. Most of those trucks carrying goods on the road are Tokumbo trucks. Do you want to cripple the system and suddenly come up with one policy, just like TINUBU came out and say you are floating the naira today, or remove subsidy without thinking it through? Look at, we are still battling that one now. It was a good policy, just like you people are talking
Patrick, give me 10 seconds. Buddy, your network is not connecting, so I can't bring you in. I will kick you out, then you can reconnect. Yeah, go on. Sorry for that. Yeah, Patrick.
So, TINUBU didn't think through his policy, just threw it out.
Don't change, don't change, Patrick, don't change the discussion. It's not, we're not talking about Tinubu policy.
No,
Don't change the
I'm just
discussion.
saying that.
So,
hold on. Let's talk about him now. That's what led us to this discussion.
Or it was not in the
So we are
budget
saying that
anymore now, Mr. Patrick. It was not there. It's time to stop.
it's
in
not what?
June,
No,
July.
hold on first now. Hold on. Whoever didn't put it in the budget should have also put structures to cushion the effect. Not just Tinubu, but all of us Nigerians.
we are talking about how can we improve locally produced things? That's what we are talking about now. Don't change.
No, Simba. We are saying that banning Tokunbo has grave consequences. So that is not a very good solution.
But is actually the availability, just hold on, Patrick, the availability of Tokunbo,
you want to encourage
the availability of Tokunbo will not make Nigerians.
One voice, you
only need little effort to put this in place. You are not talking. You have not thought about how they are going to source for material, foundry, steel.
We are not hearing you again.
Hold on. Is it my network is not good, or we can't hear Patrick? Patrick, you are
We cannot hear Patrick.
You can hear me. Don't use it here.
Paro now. We can't hear you.
I said, come here, Lenny. Ẹ̀gbọ́n
sí ni.
Ẹ̀yin olójoro alágbárí ni gbogbo wa.
Simba, you can hear Patrick.
But now you can hear me. You can hear me when I say Malo.
Yes, you can hear you. You are dipping in and out. You are dipping in and out.
So what I'm saying is this. We must think through our policies. They have grave consequences on people. Unfortunately, that's the situation we have found ourselves. You understand? It will
take Patrick, time. Are you backing the borders being open and everything is coming in? Is that what you're saying?
Not necessarily everything, but the borders need to be open for the essentials to come in now. For survival case, it's not
Patrick. It's like we are not addressing the issue. We say, okay, this is a problem. Then we have to look at, okay, what is actually caused this problem? We said, okay, probably availability of Tokumbos, which is a cheaper option for Nigerians, will not even make Nigerians to patrol.
That's not the
no, that's what I'm saying. Okay, the cause of the problem is that purchasing power of an average Nigerian is very low.
Good, that's the problem.
So that is the problem. Okay, now, and it's not only in cash, in everything.
In everything.
You understand?
Manufacture goods, yeah.
Even food.
Yeah, God bless you.
You understand? So now the answer should be, how can we now improve the purchasing power of an average Nigeria? If we don't do that, let me tell you.
Sounding like Ekene now. Ekene purchasing power. Go on.
So if we don't do that, let me tell you that there's no way you can encourage any local production or whatever. All these things that naturally we are just talking.
So Simba, sorry, a quick question for you. If you improve the purchasing power of Nigeria, especially the civil servants, which are about 6 million, and the rest.
Forget. Let me tell you,
it's not the target. He's trying to make a point towards what
to my question.
Concerns he just raised.
Which is about 6 million, and the rest, about 60% are entrepreneurs in Nigeria, and the rest maybe private sector. Are you telling me, even if your government paid these people 150 or 200,000, do you think most of these small SMEs?
So you think that the only way you can improve the position? Let me hold on.
Let me finish and then listen to my question, and then you put it together. So my question is very simple: the lack of purchasing power, and then you want to increase their purchasing power. It has to start from the government. Everybody always talk about government. Let's say now they agreed that minimum wage now is 200,000 naira. And then the private sector, they also have to pay that minimum wage. If they can pay or they will pay, I don't know. Now, my question to you is this. If they increase the minimum wage to about 150 or 200,000, should they remove to 100% removal of subsidy? No more subsidy. So that means the average liter of petrol in Nigeria
now. They have removed it
1,500.
100%.
No, let me finish.
They have removed it 100%.
About 1,500. What are you telling?
They have already removed it now.
They are giving intervention.
No, they have been removing subsidy.
And there's still subsidy. Without subsidy, petrol price.
No, Patrick, why are you pretending as if so you are telling me that 600 naira is the price of 1 liter of petrol?
Yeah, even here, some is close to €2. Calculate €2 to Nigeria is about 3,000 naira. So what are we talking about?
Don't pretend there is no subsidy in Nigeria. There is no removal of subsidy in Nigeria.
Sorry, before I fall asleep. So you guys are saying increase purchasing power. Do you increase you increase purchasing power by increasing productivity?
That's what I want to tell. That's what I want to tell.
But that's not my point, though.
On salary. It's only focusing on salary. There are so many ways you can increase the purchasing power of people. Not only by paying salary.
Money, if you increase the money, the goods are still fixed. You just bump up your inflation. Here's what I'm trying to say. Look, do you want to punish your consumers? Yes or no? Do you want to be stubborn? If Nigeria doesn't have a competitive advantage in producing cars at a cheap price, there's no point. There's some things you just don't bother. You have to focus on where you have advantages over and bump up productivity in that sector. And at that point in time, importing cheap cars becomes a moot point because you are making up in other areas. If China and other areas will be able to outproduce us at a cheap rate for cars, then maybe we're just not competitive in cars and we give it up. And we look for areas we're competitive in that they need.
That's the first time I would say maybe you made a point that is what this thing, because I think it's a valid point. Whether we are no.
I said you know they make sense to be
don't make me throw inside a room. Hey, that's the first time you made a valid point that is worth thinking about. If we cannot be competitive in automobile manufacturing, then maybe we should put our strengths where they are. But that said, there are companies that are emerging in Nigeria. We can start encouraging them to start becoming stronger because remember, we have the West African market to sell to, and we have other markets to sell to. So we have the ability to scale up.
West African market we buy from you. They will buy
no, they can't buy. We can't be using hand downs from other people. We can't carry on doing that. For that purpose alone, for strategic reasons, we should be looking to start manufacturing these things. And obviously, we need to get our steel manufacturing in place. I think that's a valid point Kolata made. And we have to look at it from that point of view too.
Who is breaking? You are breaking.
Patrick alone break one. Patrick
Oh yeah, mi lẹ́nu gbà náà ní sanwó internet. Gbà náà ní sanwó internet.
Good morning, everybody.
From all they can be.
Welcome.
He's still talking though.
He's playing guitar.
You don't have to.
The guy's playing guitar.
Patrick, you are breaking. We can't hear you. You are breaking.
Kulata, Baba rẹ̀ á gbé o.
Ta ló sọ jìṣà sí mi?
Èmi náà ni.
Àwé.
Àtinútú kéwòn gbọkògbọkò gbédè o kò fẹ́ pé.
Àwé kárí ọ.
Ọkàn gbọ́ jẹ̀sà sí rẹ̀ tú.
O gbọ́ jẹ̀sà jàre.
Mo gbọ́ jẹ̀sà, mo mi sọ díẹ̀.
Kí orúkọ ọ̀gbọ́n rẹ lílé sà? Kí orúkọ ọ̀gbọ́n rẹ?
Ó ti tán,
ó parí.
Ọ̀rọ̀ di hùn.
Don't worry, don't mind my brother. How you doing,
Good morning.
Morning.
We are great. Enukawa. they are still great.
Let me just add this input, okay? I don't know, because I just woke up now hearing someone talking about the subsidy or no subsidy. I don't know what we actually want in that Nigeria. Okay? If government do something, we complain. If they don't do, we complain. I think if I have to be TINUBU advisor, I will tell you to remove subsidy totally. Let them pay £1,600 and naira for a petrol of liter and see.
You want to kill our people?
So okay, now the guy
You want to kill TINUBU government? What is wrong with you?
No. The guy is helping them. They're still complaining. You know what I mean? I'm just tired of it. We all know that petrol is not 600 naira per liter. They added some money to it. And still, we are not appreciating what that guy is doing. All what we do all the time here is to complain.
No, we're not complaining. He didn't need to change the goalposts the way he did. The real problem is that floating of the currency. It's not the removal of the subsidy that is the main problem. Because if he hadn't floated the currency, he wouldn't have had to be subsidizing the petrol now.
Why are you talking this way? If it does no partial removal of the subsidy, where is it going to get that allocation for the state? Don't you think if we
No, I said the floating. I agree with the subsidy removal. It's the floating of the currency.
Most of the government will not be able to pay salary, will not be able to do nothing. So
I agree with
Remy, are they paying now?
Is the floating of the currency actually damage?
They are paying now. No, none of them is owing. Even they are paying 12,000 minimum wage. They are 18,000 minimum. They are not owing. Most of them are paying salary now.
I agree with subsidy removal. That's not the point I'm making. I'm talking about floating of the currency.
But if you don't float the naira, the same thing that is happening to the oil, we are subsidizing our naira too.
No, you don't have to subsidize on naira.
We are subsidizing the naira too.
Let me calm down. You have to reduce the demand for the naira. That is what you do. You reduce demand for the naira and keep everything where it was. Now they have all the billions at their disposal for subsidy removal.
Let me present a question to. Let me present a scenario. You see, it's like a human being. We have doctors on platform now. If you have a patient,
are you sure they are doctors?
No, we have medical doctors. We have medical doctors on platform.
I'm just joking.
Doctors, if you want, and project managers will know, if you want to carry out surgery on a patient, 2 major surgery at the same time, that can be done one after the other. It's not as if you are going to. It's not as if you are working on the same location or you are working around the same. That will say, okay, if I'm able to open this person up, I can do this and this at the same time. But they could wait. Would you rather carry out the 2 major surgery on that person and be trying to help the person to recover, or you would give him the shock of the first surgery, get him to recover, and then watch him and then think of doing the next one? I just want an answer.
I think, Patrick, you are really making a lot of sense there. That's the
No. Are you a doctor? Are you a doctor?
Yeah, that's the first time I'm making sense.
No. You have been making a lot of sense today.
I don't agree you are making sense, but let's hear from
the doctor, please. Yeah.
Patoski just be too clever for whatever they normally say. Why are you saying that the surgery they are not related? How is subsidy removal and then the floating of naira not related? We just want to escape.
If it's a surgery that can wait, that one can wait for the other.
In this case, we have two commodities that we are subsidizing. We are subsidizing naira.
Patrick, let me help you explain it. Simba, Patrick is saying you have 2 high-risk surgeries, and I mean you have the option to space them out, but you decided to almost do them simultaneously, which from a medical standpoint, they will rather have, like, it's like removing your wisdom tooth. Some will tell you, like, okay, remove one, come back later, or remove both at the same time. So it's like, should you take one out, then chill for a while?
Your question, and come back and I agree with you. Your question is totally different from the way Patrick framed his own question. He wanted to escape.
Is exactly the same.
It is not. Let me tell you. You can do a CS and as well as doing an hysterectomy, removal of the womb. There are two different surgeries that can. That's what I'm saying. So
but I would not consider hysterectomy as a high risk surgery. Then I mean, compared to
it's a major surgery. That's why I said the context of the
we are talking about brain surgery and heart surgery at the same time.
No, not even
It's
that.
not possible.
Okay, maybe
Why
you have
would you do
Babati. Somebody has cataract on the two. Somebody has problem.
That's the equivalent of what we are talking about here.
Babati. Somebody has problem on the two eyes. Somebody has
the
two eyes.
subsidy. The question we're supposed to ask is that subsidy and floating of naira, are they related or not?
They are kind of related. I mean, they are related.
No, they are not related. The only way they are related is the fact that foreign currency will become more available by removing the foreign.
No, they're related.
Let me tell you, what was the problem with the naira? The way we are regulating our naira at that time, because we are subsidizing it, and there's a lot of money being wasted subsidizing that naira. They said, hold on, let me finish now. Don't just only.
You have a point there, but where you miss the point.
I don't know why they think like this. We are subsidizing because we are not controlling demand. That's the only reason why we are subsidizing.
Wait. Patrick, maybe you didn't put the proper context. Okay, you have two major surgeries. Let's say eye surgery. You have cataract in both eyes, and at the point in time, like you are almost. The way your fiscal situation, the way your vision situation is, you're going to go blind. So do you take the risk to take one out first, manage the other one, or do you take both out at the same time?
You cannot do the two at the same time, Kulata. You have to do one.
So that's what TINUBU did.
Let me put it this way. You have to do both of them at the same time. This is you are going to do the same operation, but this
let me put it this way.
That's why I say one is brain surgery, the other one is heart surgery. You can't do both of them at the same time.
Let me put it this way. Let's say somebody can get where I'm coming from. Let's say you have to do like a bypass, right? Bypass, but at the same time, the person also needs lung transplant.
Pacemaker or insertion of pacemaker.
Right. But even
Babati, hold on.
We are medical doctors now.
Babati, hold on. Don't think only you know all this time. Me too. I know what you are talking about.
No. By virtue of your.
Give us
Go on, my brother. Go on.
Here. I'm saying that. Let's say you do like a bypass surgery with a pacemaker down the road, then plus like a lung transplant. You know, the lung transplant, the odds of organ rejection, you got to consider that, right? So, do you do the heart surgery first, or you do the lung transplant, wait to the rejection phase, then treat that, or you just do both together? So, even though it can be major, but one has to wait for the other. You most likely do the lung first, because heart you can still manage. Lung, if you reject that's it. So it depends on how they are related, like how it affects one another. So I will say, can you do major together? Yes. Can you handle the aftermath effect of it? I think that's the real question. I think that's the.
But what if you had a high risk of dying? What if you had a high risk of dying from either one of them?
Olata, just hold on 30 seconds. So this goes to the core of the argument.
Then you choose one. Then you choose. No, hold on. Then you choose the one that has a higher acuity.
Okay. So let me just make this point. It goes to the core of the argument that I've been making. Look at the removal of the subsidy. What do you think it is doing? It is controlling demand. In other words, you are reducing the demand for the dollars. That's exactly the approach that should have been consolidated upon. Because what he did was he reduced demand for the dollar, then devalued the Nigerian currency on top of it. What is the point of that? You just subverted the benefits that have just been created by reducing the demand for the dollar. So that is my issue with the floating of the currency. If you can devalue the currency, you can do what they call management.
We need to also consider our fiscal situation at that point in time. But I agree, you shouldn't do two major iris surgery around the same time. But if we look at one of them could kill you, you are almost dead. That's why they did both together. So did they do it right? No.
But there's a reason they did both together, because the country was in the fiscal cliff.
Yeah, but both of them didn't need to happen at the same time. You just solved one problem and created another problem. That's
Wait. When they did both, do you feel like that they were prepared enough for the blowback or the?
They were not prepared. That's the problem.
That is the problem right there. Nobody's
They weren't prepared.
They were supposed to be prepared. They were supposed to know these things. This is what that doctor was arguing. How can you reduce demand at the same time increase demand again at the same time? You can't do that, because what they did was, okay, I've reduced the demand for the dollar, so the pressure that was on my currency, that's the reason why I have to defend my currency. You remove that pressure, then you just floated the currency to put pressure on it again, so that speculation can go through the roof. Do you know how much has been harvested from the Nigerian state? Where do you think all that money is going to? It's not in Nigeria. That is the problem, and I think it's almost criminal, because they should have known that that's what they are doing.
Let me even support you. See, one of the arguments for removal of subsidy was that the money Nigeria was spending on subsidy was dollars. We're spending dollars because those subsidies were paid in dollars. That if we remove subsidy, or if you could get our own refineries working, the dollar we are spending to subsidize petrol will be in the economy. One, it will improve the economy. Then it will reduce the demand for dollar. That was the argument. They started it and we all supported. They never allowed us to watch and see the benefit of that. And then they came up with another one. And then, because it became a big problem, they now started subsidizing
Patrick, expatiate on that one. You can't just
They are confused now.
Patrick, wait. You said one of the arguments. Just hold on now. You said one of the arguments was that the money they are spending on subsidy was dollar.
Yeah, that was one of the arguments. That it will. One of the arguments was that Nigeria was paying subsidy, and these subsidies are paid in foreign exchange, because those petrol are imported from international markets. So
that's true.
They pay in foreign exchange, and that if we stop the subsidy,
but how does that one sound how does that one sound reasonable to you?
It sounds reasonable because that is reducing demand for the
It
dollar.
is because it's supporting your sentiment. Just wait.
No.
Whether you pay, wait now. Whether you pay subsidy or not, are you not going to import that?
It doesn't make any goddamn sense.
The Nigerian currency should have appreciated because of that. Because he has reduced demand for the dollar.
Simba.
Common sense.
See, it doesn't make. Look, you are importing. You are spending X amount of dollars to import. That X amount of dollars is not changing if your volume that you're importing is similar. The subsidizing is just you are paying some marketers the difference. That's the subsidy. But the petrol you are still buying. You're still buying it in the original price.
No, this what we are saying is Kulata. That subsidy.
So you're not. What I'm trying to say, you're not saving dollar because you still have to buy at the original price.
Now. The subsidy.
So that was never an argument, Patrick. It was never an argument.
Wait, I'll look for it for you. The subsidy itself is paid in dollars. That's what we are saying.
Patrick, you are falling my hand. You are a financial expert and you are talking like this.
Is this confusing for you people? They just reduce demand for the dollar and you people are finding it confusing. That's the point of review.
Okay, you guys are acting like Olodo today, honestly. The petrol you are buying, whether subsidized or not, you are still buying it at the price.
Exactly,
right?
the same quantity, the same price.
It's the same quantity, it's the same price. It's what you sell in Nigeria that you decide to subsidize. What you buy with your forex is still the same thing. So what are you guys talking about?
Why do you think you are subsidizing it? Because you are paying for it in dollars. That's what you are.
No.
But you still pay for it in dollars until you start refining your own.
At a lower price. Oh God.
You still buy at a high price. You sell at a low price.
It's too simple now.
Yeah, but how do you sell at a low price? Because you are spending
for your
money.
People, not for dollar now.
No. Hold on. You cannot create the money from thin air. When you create naira, you are devaluing your currency by creating naira. That is the whole demand problem. If you create naira to subsidize,
no, you are shifting now. You are shifting.
No, because it's still that's my point.
You look, to Niger, you buy to Niger. Wait now, wait. You buy a bucket of petrol at $10 and then you sell it in Nigeria at $5. you subsidize by $5. If you remove subsidy, you buy that bucket of petrol at $10 and you sell in Nigeria at 10 plus X dollars. You're still using $10 to buy the bucket of petrol.
Yeah, but
So what's the demand you are reducing?
But the subsidy is not being paid anymore.
Yeah, but you're not reducing demand in dollar that you're using to import the petrol.
No. The subsidy, where do you think that money goes to? Nigerian government spends about $10 billion.
Where are you subsidizing? Are you subsidizing abroad or you're subsidizing in Nigeria?
Are you listening? The Nigerian government spends about $10 billion on fuel subsidies. You know that. So why are you pretending as if
they convert to dollars now? I mean,
they
anyway,
convert it because they know it has ramifications for it.
Your dollar that you are using to bring the thing in, the money you are using to import is the same. Except you want to make an argument about volume, that maybe volume reduced after you remove subsidy.
Because Nigerian government, if Nigerian government is spending $10 billion, what do you think is happening? It means Nigerian government is creating 10 billion or 10 trillion naira at that time in the Nigerian economy every year. That it has an impact on the dollars too. That the exchange rate. That is what we are talking about here. It's not coming from thin air.
Look, you guys, the argument about doing things at the same time is a legit one, because I don't think they were prepared for the ramifications of both decisions. They weren't fully prepared.
They were prepared. They know. Come on, stop doing that.
Wait. So that argument is a legit one. But when you're now telling me, you reduce, that doesn't make sense.
That here in the UK, the prime minister that is now in the UK, 2 years ago, he went to America. He got training. He was working with the Rockefeller organization and all others. He was working with the CIA head and all the rest. Now he's the leader of Nigeria, the UK, and is highly compatible with what American this establishment wants. The same thing happens with our leaders. Our leaders, our current CBN governor went to the US to get trained. And you are telling me he doesn't know what he's doing? These guys know what they are doing. They're not stupid. They are experts at what they do. To tell me now that he went and did it without anticipating the consequences. They know the consequences.
It's not about anticipating. Look, there are many things. There are many areas. First of all,
if I know, they know. I'm not even that good.
It's not. Look, it's not the way you understand it, Nigeria. You understand it at a very superficial level. A lot of all those things are convoluted.
No, I understand it based on
at a very, very superficial level.
Also based on the result that is on the ground.
But the thing is, especially with that floating of currency, they were not prepared. But actually, both decisions, they were not fully. They did not do all the homework that they could have done. It doesn't mean they could have caught every single thing, but they didn't fully. I mean, the implementation was bungled.
Believe that you are, man, my God. If you believe that, you believe anything I tell you.
It's not because at that point in time, first of all, it should have done the floating when Cardoso came in. He did the floating when Emefiele was still in transition, and then they put this Yoruba guy, I don't know the name, the acting CBN governor. That was when he did the floating. The subsidy was immediately from the subsidy one was already in the budget, so I'm not even going to argue that one. That subsidy had been gone before Barry left. But the floating one, it could have waited to sit Cardoso in to do things properly, but it was too in a hurry. And if I'm to guess,
Colata, all this government we've been blowing. So what is the solution? Can we talk about the solution? Because Nigeria is just fighting his keyboard now.
I talked about it now. I talked about it. I keep telling that what we need to do is reduce demand for the dollar.
Don't have the technical.
Hold on. Let me tell you what we need to do. We need to reduce the demand for the dollar. Get our refineries going. Support.
They've already done that. The main thing.
Where is the petrol now? They've done that.
They've already done the demand reduction and all. They're on that.
Few queues in Nigeria now.
But
hold on, you know that some people are saying that the scarcity that you are seeing in Abuja for petrol right now is artificial, because there's no real petrol shortage in Nigeria. Because
but you know what's about to happen now. Don't you know what's about to happen? Dangote is about to start selling petrol.
So they have to shut all the petrol stations down.
No, they don't have to shut anything down. They have to get a real price.
That is the reaction. Reaction to what's going to happen.
They are trying to punish the paralyze the industry. Are saying that because Dangote
nobody is punishing anybody.
No, you don't understand. Look, do you think Dangote? I mean, except we're going to be owing Dangote money. can we? I mean, will Dangote be selling this petrol at 600? That means we're going to be paying subsidy directly to Dangote. We're still owing $6 billion on the subsidy we've already subsidized. That one has not been cleared. So if Dangote is going to sell, is either they subsidize Dangote or they sell at a price that won't be subsidized. That price may be $900. I'm sorry,
Dangote
900 naira.
foreign companies, I say.
And then Pansat and Co will bust a cap.
Because we own 20% of Dangote. Better they subsidize Dangote than subsidize companies that we don't own a percentage in. And
go and tell them Pansat before it busts
Kolata, sorry about that. Kolata, I think you should be arguing for every single benefit that the Nigerian state should get because it benefits our own people.
No, what I'm trying to say is at this point in time, there's about to be a price adjustment. That's why whatever is happening in petrol is happening right now. There's about to be a price adjustment because
why do you excuse all these things? It shouldn't happen.
It's not excuse, it's reality.
Why is that doing that? Why is it that Nigeria has to be paralyzed? One thing wants to change.
Hold on, please. Let me clarify. Do you remember when we were having the discussion about the loan that the federal government gave Dangote when he was building the refinery? And there was a clause that said that he had to sell to us in Naira, right? Do we still have that?
I think we were confused at some point in time.
Yeah, I was not sure what. Yeah, do we have a clarity? Do you know more about that clause that we need to? Because we have board sit on his on the board, right, for the refinery.
Yes, and there's also supposed to be a funny arrangement where we give him some preference in crude, but now that's not panning out.
So what's going on in that space? Because
because a lot of our crude, first of all,
yes. So are you telling me now that this 650 Nigeria is still crying on? Is still going to go up when Dangote started his own?
No, but that depends on what the agreement was for the sale to Nigeria from the refinery.
I'm suspecting
because we know that agreement. Do anybody know that agreement?
No, but it's not about agreement, Thomas. Because first of all, Dangote is buying crude from America. It's an international product. So if it's going to sell to us, if we're going to peg it at that 600, fine. NNPC have to pay him the difference. Otherwise, he can go sell it in Ghana, right? So if NNPC is agreed to keep maintaining that $600, then NNPC will pay him the difference
of the Naira one that they paid, right?
But that means you will still be paying subsidy to Dangote. Jesus Christ.
No, we have to pay subsidy to Dangote. To be fair, it's an international company, so you have to pay subsidy to Dangote. However, remember, whatever profit Dangote makes, it comes to Nigeria to 20% of it. So Nigeria can use that to offset the subsidy that they are paying to Dangote. Nigeria should also focus on getting their own refineries on stream, so that we can start actually manufacturing. If you want
that's refinery, Nigeria refinery. You think that one's going to come?
Even if Nigeria started producing, do you think that? Do you think that the cost will still come down? Do you think that even Nigeria refineries are working, we can still sell at 600 naira?
Yes, the cost will start coming down. If you can make it work, it will start coming down. Because remember,
that's going to be the most unprofitable refinery known to mankind.
It's very obvious now. One.
Nigeria are not just very realistic. I don't even know how some people think.
One voice.
Argument. See,
one voice. Yeah, let him land. Yeah.
The reason why it's going to come down is one, we used to buy from overseas where their workers are more expensive than Nigerian workers, and then we have to transport it over, pay taxes and all the rest. But the Nigerian refinery doesn't have to do any of that. We've already spent the money fixing the refineries anyway. So all we have to do now is manufacture and supply to the Nigerian market. So from that point of view,
do you want the refinery to survive? Do you want this refinery to survive and self-sufficient?
It has
or you don't want to run it down the way it comes and go?
Of course, I want it to survive.
So if you want it to survive, then that 600 naira they cannot be selling. There might be marginal decrease from the one that we're importing, but not to the extent of selling at present price or something even small above it.
Okay,
it's not realistic.
I think the price will come down.
We can manage things like taxes.
About 20-30%. The price can come down about 20.
We can manage things like taxes, transportation costs.
Which price? Are you talking about present price, or you are talking about the real price? Are you talking about the present price of 600 naira coming down?
Can you give us? Can you give us? No. Can you give us a breakdown of your, because you said it can come down by 30%. How did you arrive at that number?
The reason why I looked at the cost of this in manpower, transportation cost, and remember,
what's manpower compared to refinery cost?
Now, can you let me finish? Then you also look at the foreign exchange demand that is going to be reduced. Because of that, the Nigerian currency value will go up. So all those things will reduce the price of all these things. That's the point I'm making. If you look at it overall, the benefits are outpace some of the things we actually are thinking about, especially with the demand of foreign currency. It's going to cut it down. 30% of our imports is because of petroleum imports. All that goes away. Can you imagine saving 30% of the money we spend overseas and give it to Nigerians to do other things? That's going to make a massive difference.
Niger, if we can't supply ourselves our own crude, we still need to import crude.
Okay. Can we be talking on something that is realistic, not wishful thinking? Please, let's go on that direction.
That Bushman talking about realistic.
No.
Where did he come out from? Did he come out from forest in the Jebu?
You know, because at the beginning I remember on this platform, because we were even pushing for Dangote to sell in Naira at one point. If we the good old days, there was a push for sell everything in Naira so we can have more for it. And you're like, we need to sell in dollars to get more forex. So I just want to know before, because it will not make any sense for Dangote to be selling and we are still having issues. I thought it was supposed to come in and solve the problem, not add to it.
So, price will come down now. Price will definitely come down. Just because of
price will come down, but it's marginal.
I want to.
But even if you are talking about price coming down, that is even if we are selling at the real price now. The price that we have now is not even the real price.
That's what I'm saying.
So we should not be talking about price coming down. Because the price now is not the real price. You are talking about like times 2 of the price, or times 3 of the present price. That is the real price. So
my point. The government still has to pay the Dangote to keep the price low.
And it's crazy because Nigeria is spending more on subsidies right now than we were doing a year ago. That is crazy. It's mind-boggling. Go ahead.
Give me 10 seconds. Just yesterday, Dangote have a big meeting with airline operator in Nigeria. Right now, they are selling per liter of aviation fuel for about 1,200 to 1,300, and they are trying to reach an agreement to sell at 980 naira per liter. So that means the price of if you want to fly within Nigeria, the price might come down soon. And I think the independent marketers are also.
What is the question I want to ask you, Remy? What is the present price? The price they are buying because they had an agreement.
1,200 to 1,300 per liter aviation fuel. So they are reaching an agreement to sell. Dangote is reaching an agreement to sell within 980 to about 950 per liter to them. So this kind of arrangement can also come in stream with the independent marketers in Nigeria.
But Remy, the real price of petrol is not 600.
Yeah, I know. Even the real price of I'm trying to say here is that at the end of the day, maybe the price of petrol will be around 700 to 800, depending on location in Nigeria. It can never go below 600. Forget it. Because if you go below 600, that guy will not make profit. And no matter what happens, Nigeria will not make profit. So they are not going to. Maybe around 700 to 800 will probably be.
Yeah, you are just giving. I don't think it can even sell at 800 naira. Believe me.
No, it can't. Why not? It can, because they are going to give you a lot of leeway. Why not? They can't sell for 1.
Wait, Remy, if they can't give him crude.
Sorry, you said Dangote is still buying crude from abroad. So
from America now.
You expected them to sell less. Are we talking realistic now? Are we making sense?
No, Thomas. The point is
transport the petrol.
The point is there is still intervention as a form of subsidy in selling petrol in Nigeria. So that subsidy is what Nigeria is trying to say. No matter what happens, they will not let him sell above 1,000 per liter in Nigeria. Even above 1,000, that will be inflation. It's not going to be easy. So at the end of it,
they should
What?
stop the subsidy of it. They should stop the subsidy. To me,
If they say that country will crackle, that country will boil, man.
you know, we are just living a fake life.
Nigeria already
We
gets
are
used to
living,
free something now.
we are living a fake life. They should get used to good. They should get used to
Is that not what they're hyping against
yes.
already? They are hyping against it. So if you now, okay, let me ask you a question. Let's say per liter of petrol in Nigeria is about 3,000 naira per liter. What do you think will happen in Nigeria? Or it's about 1,500. It's not going to.
They'll continue crying now. They'll continue shouting.
They will not cry. Oh, that country
You know, but Remy, you know, I don't know what the price of diesel. The diesel is the driving force of the Nigerian economy.
Diesel is around below 900 now. From
and that one, there is no subsidy on it. That one has been removed years ago. Then why are we crying over petrol? That is just for commuters. The goods, a lot of goods and the factory depends on the price of diesel.
Okay, let me come in for a second.
Even buses, most of these big buses, it's only that sorry can do. It's only that Nigeria like exploiting Nigerians. Most of these buses also using diesel.
They like
okay, let me come in. Hold on. Let me come in. A lot of people were ganging up on True Niger when he said that the price of petrol will come down. Someone just said that Dangote had a meeting with the airline people, and the same the fuel that they're buying for their jets, that they're paying 1,300 and something, he's going to be able to sell it to them for about 26% less than what they're paying. So in the same regard,
you are disappearing.
Petrol can be able to table here is what is the refining cost of petrol in similar countries like ours. So when you break down the world market price of a barrel of petrol, what does that come to? No profit. We're just talking about cost per liter. To me, based on some of the numbers I haven't ran them of late, about a year ago, it is way less than 600. And what we're talking about is if you're producing 1.4 million barrels a day, okay, or whatever your number is, what is the percentage of that your production that your people utilize? So the last time I heard somebody really articulate this well was in 2014. When they were talking about the oil subsidy, that Sanusi told them, he said, you keep on paying this subsidy, you continue to pay it, and you'll be paying 3 times what you're paying in 10 years, which is what has actually materialized. So when people say, who knew? How will anybody have known? Thinking people did. Those that knows what's going on, they did. So if you are producing 1.4 million or whatever your number is, what you have to do is you have to now aggregate and say, okay, what is your local consumption? If local consumption is 600,000 barrels, you sell those 600,000 barrels at cost. Anything above that, you can sell to whatever market in whatever world, to Dangote or to anybody else. But for your own local consumption, you're not looking for profit on that portion of it.
Yeah, but the crude is what you can
Kulata is even talking, does he really understand the dynamics of even oil exploration in Nigeria?
I do,
sir. Is it Nigeria state? Okay, do you think that is Nigeria state that is actually exploring the crude?
No, it's not.
Okay, it's so not. At what cost? Wait now. Because there's a lot of things that we are not in control over. We are even talking about crude supply, and where the companies, the foreign companies that are even say they are saying that they already have an agreement over maybe decades that they have an agreement with countries where they are selling.
No,
exactly.
It's not decade, but this I mean, look, I understand. At least I understand this much. Even if the barrel of petrol is selling for $80 on the world market, it doesn't mean that Nigeria is getting $80. We might be getting 35 or 32. So I get that, but what I'm saying is, what is your local consumption? What percentage of whatever you're producing is being utilized within the country? You can manage that percentage, be it 50%, be it 30%.
Are you talking about the crude, Kandu?
So those who go at cost.
He's talking about the crude that they should sell at a lower price for Nigerian consumption.
Okay, Kandu.
Consumption. Yes, sir.
Kandu. You're talking about our crude, Abi?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you know we have some part of the crude that's supposed to be for our refineries, and that is what they're using for crude swaps. You know that. And we've not stopped that crude swaps. And we owe those guys money. So for us to pay them off, we need to continue those crude swaps. If we didn't owe them, there's probably enough crude to supply the local refineries. Then the alternative is to go into the part that they're selling, and that's where you're getting the pushback from those IOCs. So Dangote, being a for-profit company, owes us nothing. He needs to pay back his loans, and he needs to sell at a profitable price. So he doesn't give the rat's ass about Nigeria subsidy or no subsidy, except you guys are going to pay him back the difference. He will sell to United States, sell to Ghana, sell anywhere, because it's a dollar-denominated market, and he needs to pay back his loans.
I agree, but I guess the input here is that if and or when maybe that if is the Hail Mary, if and or when you can bring all these other your refineries in on board, you can with those ones, forget Dangote, forget the whatever percentage Nigeria owes in Dangote. You can have those ones. I understand, even to get them to where they are now, they probably borrowed the money and you have to pay back. But if you reduce your need to carry dollar to go and pay for whoever by utilizing your Port Harcourt, your
can do yesterday when we are discussing.
Yes,
it's US that you are living in. Are they selling because of look at the humongous amount of crude that they have? Are they selling below the world market price in US?
You see, we cannot use.
No, just hold on. You know why? Because we have to look at. Let me look. Let me see this. We have to look at all these refineries.
Simba, hold on. Simba, hold on. Everybody, please hold on, please. Don't let us talk on each other. Let him land, then you can respond. So we talk on each other, nobody's listening.
Simba, the question you have to ask yourself is this: what is actually not making Nigerian, industries, governmental industries, not running efficiently? Is because the way what you are saying is what is actually mitigating against the survival of government-run companies. This same what you call the refineries. Have you ever looked at yourself and asked question, why are they not functioning? And we want to still continue the same route. We run it, we use government money, whether you make profit or not, whether they can survive on their own or not, then we should run it like that. It's not going to survive, it's not going to work. You can't continue doing the same thing every time.
I agree with you that we have to make sure.
That is, hold on. He said I should come after you. Wait, they said I should come after him. I'm not saying that we should be running the charity organization. And for your question about does the US sell at cost? No, we cannot, because we utilize 20 million barrels a day. We produce 10 million. So we cannot do that. The comparison has to be the other countries that produce more than what they use, not those that have to go and import 50% of local consumption. We're not using 1 million barrels of oil in Nigeria a day. We're not. So the issue is that the percentage of what is utilized locally can be sold at cost. And whatever the 70% or whatever the remaining percent, you make your profit from that.
You're right, can do. But the thing is, my problem is the availability of the parts that's supposed to be used locally is used for crude swaps. And I don't know, one reason or the other, we owe them money and we're still stuck on that crude swaps. And one thing, Nigerian crude is one of the most expensive to produce. So even though you say sell it at cost, which is kind of like giveaway, I don't like anything at cost, really. But to produce a barrel is like, is it $40 or something like that? Nigeria crude costs like $40 per barrel, while in Saudi Arabia it's probably like less than $10.
And also they're also planning. I think so. Yesterday I read the report that they're also planning to do more crude swap for an additional $2 billion. So
okay, how do we solve? How do we solve? How do we get out of this? How do we stop digging? How do we stop digging?
I think we are.
Or do we just throw? Do we just throw our hands in the air and say, "Well, that's what it is," and just continue?
They need to fire Mele Kyari because I think there's too much corruption in that crude swap.
Wait a minute. Wasn't he fired and brought back?
It was never fired.
No. The NNPC guy that was taken.
It was never fired. No.
So who was first?
At this rate, we should be firing TINUBU too now because he too implemented some policies. Let's not.
TINUBU is just going to bomb your neighborhood in Delta State.
They should fire Cardoso too, but Cardoso, like most of the damage was done before Cardoso came in anyway. So who did the damage? Was it not the president that instituted the most damaging policy of this 1 year? He is the one that instituted it. It's not even the guy that did it. How you get out of it, I agree with Simba's concern that the Nigerian state has a habit of running things to the ground. So you have to have an element of separation where you have some private consortium run the refineries in a kind of market kind of way. However, the only aspect that the Nigerian state can extract from it is the profits. And if we can get Nigerian government, it means they will sell to the Nigeria at market.
But this is a very weird situation. Assuming we get out of the crude swap situation and we sell at cost. So are we going to sell at cost to NNPC refinery? Then are we going to sell at cost Dangote? Then how much? So will Dangote sell locally, or will NNPC use their refinery to sell locally? Dangote will not try and compete with them. It's just going to export everything else. So we're kind of like in a conundrum, even if we're able to use our own local crude at cost.
We don't sell at cost to Dangote. Dangote is a private institution.
Yeah, we're not selling at cost to Dangote.
But then our NNPC refineries cannot meet our local needs.
See, we can even sell at cost to the
they can. I mean, the numbers that I have.
Kando, hear my point, because it's still going to come back to your point. Even if we sell at cost to our local refineries, guess what's going to happen?
NNPC refineries is what I mean.
Yeah, NNPC refineries. Even if we do that, then we sell it back to the Nigerian state. What is going to happen is that the Nigerian state is going to make profit, all that profit, because they are supplying all their products to the Nigerian state. All that profit that the Nigerian state is making from it, they can use it to subsidize the petrol if they choose to, or they can use it to invest in other things.
Yeah, but you're now creating a disincentive. You're creating a disincentive for private refineries.
Okay, what is the disincentive there? No. This is a very good question. What is the disincentive there? I need to understand that.
Okay, first of all, you sell to your own NNPC at cost, so NNPC will be able to sell cheap petrol.
No.
Let me land now. Let me land.
No, that I don't. You have to get that right.
If we do market trade, then prices are going to be equalized all over. Kandu is making a good point that we can make the price cheaper.
But it's not going to equalize. Are you not listening? It's not going to equalize.
Let me even say something first now. You say I should hold on. I've not even made my point.
You are a moderator now.
Hold on.
Hold on. Please let him land.
It's mangling the point.
Let me just land first. If I mangle it, then you can fix it. If you say if NNPC take that local crude content and supply NNPC refineries at cost, so they can produce at near cost, their production capacity across those three refineries first is not sufficient enough to meet Nigerian internal need. Then you now have the private refineries, the Dangotes, the Modulars, the Boas and co, that will be cheated because they cannot afford to sell at the price that NNPC is selling because they have debt and all that stuff. So you kind of like cannibalize their business in Nigeria, and they will have to export. So at the end of the day, Nigeria will be forced to import additional petrol in addition to what NNPC is selling cheap, and then we'll need to subsidize the rest, even though the subsidy is going to be less than what it is. But then you create a disincentive for the private refineries that are in the country.
So the point I was making was that the Nigerian government sells to the local refineries at market rate, not this thing cost or anything, market rate. Then they manufacture it and sell it to the Nigerian government at market rate. Remember, what is happening there is there now that since the Nigerian government owns 100% of the company, the profit that comes from that market rate, the Nigerian government can say, you know what, out of 100% profit, I'm going to reinvest 20% to expand production, and the 20%, 80% that is remaining, I will take 60% from there and subsidize the price for the local market. Then 20% I can reinvest it in other areas of the economy. You can see the Nigerian government has flexibility then, but it shouldn't be run. I agree with that point that Simba made. The company should never be run as a kind of private and public company. It should be run as a private institution.
Everybody agrees on what you just said because that's the initial premise. But what Can Do is saying is different. It's saying that we have the ability to sell cheaper, but NNPC will not be making money, which is true.
In a roundabout way, he's saying the same thing that I just said in a roundabout way.
No, that is not. It's a different thing that you are saying tonight.
Let me have this. Yeah, let me have this from Kulata. Kulata, currently our refinery is not working. They are trying to put it in place. So why can't the quota that was budgeted for our refinery, why can't they sell that to Dangote for the meantime? What do you understand what I mean?
I understand, but that quota, from what I understand, a lot of it is still going to the current crude swap deals we have.
So why are they planning to sign more crude swap deals for? Why? If you already have
cash flow problems.
Cash flow,
but it's not sustainable. My point is, it's not sustainable if you keep it, because you can just sell. If you keep going down this part of swap, at some point, just could give everything to foreigners buying here.
Exactly my point.
You can't keep going this way. Even if it's very easy to get swap deals, you need to discourage that move.
Yes,
because if
people are making a killing with the crude swaps, they're making a killing.
Babati, the problem is very simple. This is a government that wants to spend 4 years, and it needs liquidity for most of the project it has in hand, and we don't have the money. And you need the money to construct your highway. So many stuff you guys are asking about. So if you are thinking this way, that okay, let's reduce this oil swap deal, that means it's going to take a lot of years before most of your refinery are not in production yet. Even the Dangote that's supposed to come on stream is not yet pumping PMS.
The crude swap is for you swap crude for refined petrol.
I understand. I know that. Is that not the reason why they get the money? They swap the crude. Well, that's why they are getting some of the loan.
They said they're owing those guys money.
And some of them are forward.
And then they have to repay back. So maybe they're using crude to repay back.
The best thing Nigerian can do is to find a way to improve the crude oil that we produce.
Sorry. Let me apologize. Look at your private. There's a story that they just dropped 2 minutes ago, barely 2 minutes ago, in regards to that 2 billion that they are looking to for a swap deal. So they're already raising that. So look at that. I don't know if Thomas can bring the story up.
If I click it, I may lose the link.
What is?
But just follow up.
I'm just curious. What is swap deal? What are they swapping?
It's like trade by barter. It's by trade by barter, Thomas. I give you my crude because I'm so inept. I cannot refine it. you will give me petrol back.
Yes.
That's just it.
Is that no form of Nigeria is too complicated?
You use the right word, ineptness. These people are inept.
Yeah,
After many
that is the
years.
fault of our people because we are not responsible enough. We don't do our job very well.
Two Nigeria thinks we're going to create nuclear bomb.
Graduates now. No. I'm
Hold on.
aspiring for something better. That's
Nigeria. That is why they say you should vote for Peter Obi. Peter Obi could have make everything better than this.
Yes.
Are you kidding me?
Yes. It's better than this one.
That's why you say you should vote for Peter Obi. If you have to vote for Peter Obi,
actually,
if you produce nuclear, don't talk about nuclear fusion.
What do you mean
Nigeria, if you create knockout, if you create knockouts in Nigeria, you blow up the whole country. So don't talk about nuclear fusion. You're not there yet.
So all the weapons the Nigerian government has with bombs and everything, blown
Let's
themselves.
not go there. Okay, we agree.
Look at Babati. Go back to your guardroom.
Let's not go to it. Don't encourage this.
Can you go back to your guardroom? What did you look at this one? This one that doesn't have any ambition for his people. Want us to serve forever. You have to be. Why are you so scared? You are scared that somebody's going to come and bite you if you mention the word.
So back to the crude oil discussion.
I have a question about that place. Why is the cost of crude oil production so high in Nigeria?
Now there's two Nigeria people now.
What kind of question is that? The crude oil price is international price now. How is that?
No, the cost of production
is
high in Nigeria. It's very high. It's one of the highest.
We don't even produce anyway. So you mean extracting it?
Extracting it, the average cost is like $40 or something per barrel.
Why is it that?
I guess it depends on where it is being extracted from. Sometimes it's offshore.
The offshore one. Well, a lot of the IOCs are moving offshore. The onshore ones, we know they've bombed a lot of infrastructure. The piping doesn't really is not that reliable, and so on and so forth. The offshore ones, I know they use all these floating.
Is that a question? You know why now? Is that the question? He will be expensive in Nigeria now.
Currently, the breakdown of the crude oil from one guy that claims to be the expert, he made a very terrible, that's sobering case about the Nigerian allowance in terms of crude oil consumption that we actually have control over after sharing it with the IOCs and all the rest. He talked about around 200 million, 200,000 barrels per day.
So no, if I tell you something.
Sorry, no, don't worry. You're going to say it after now. Let me just finish the point. He talked about $200 per day. The point I'm making is that is with the consumption, this in production of about 1.2 million barrels per day. However, the Dangote and the economic team that TINUBU just put together, their aspiration is to get up to 2 million barrels a day. If they can do that, they should have enough extra crude oil now to be able to service Dangote. But please go ahead. And Dangote
what I wanted to tell you that those numbers that we throw around is just a guesstimate. We don't know the actual numbers. We just want to invest.
Colata, I want to ask you a question.
Let me just land this point. Is today's federal, is it FAC or whatever, that meeting that the economic meeting that they have, the president and whatever, they're just trying to invest on accurate way to measure what is shared to us versus the IOCs. The rest is just a guess.
So my question to you, Colata, is this. When Dangote started refining crude oil in Nigeria, I realized that NNPC, they supply him 2 million barrels of crude oil, and the rest came from Shell and Chevron. So for this 4 million that he got, initial 4 million he got, so there is nothing for Nigeria.
You cut off.
Am I the one? Dangote started already. Most of it is exported. The only thing we got from him is diesel. That's the only thing we got from him is diesel. The rest of the product are exported. So this guy is already smiling to the bank already.
Oh yeah. He started exporting and making money.
Wow, you're making it look like Dangote is making a killing. The guy is losing money.
No, I'm not saying he's making a killing. I'm trying to tell you that at least they supply him this 2 million barrel from NNPC. So, and what we got is a price reduction in diesel from 1,003 to 1,001, and now about 980. They are talking about 989 now. So
this is another lack of planning that Nigeria does.
See,
They are building a refinery. Let me 15 seconds. We are building a refinery like Dangote. We didn't make any plans on how to supply Dangote crude oil.
It's not the fault of Dangote or the Nigerian government. You guys, Nigeria is broke. We need money. We need money, and this is a lot of things that is not.
No. I'm just saying, whose fault is it that Dangote is not getting the oil that he needs?
Relax. We forget who caused it. We all know the country was in a mess for 40 years, and to turn it around is not going to be 1 year or 2 years or 3 years. It's going to take time.
But they had 6 years to prepare for this day.
Calm down first. Calm down. The country is broke. Let's say it literally in the layman.
Mr. Remy, okay.
These two Nigerian are go ahead.
Again, I think for the most part, most people on here have agreed. Hold on. Most people on here have agreed that. Hold on. Most people on here have agreed that we cannot continue to do more swaps because it's not sustainable. So what do? We can't continue what we are doing. It's not sustainable. Then what are the viable options?
What we can do is increase production of crude.
Yes.
But that's what we can do to increase production. But the IOCs are not attracted to onshore. They want offshore. And then now they're saying they want a better deal. So I think, I don't know if it's 60-40%. I forget the ratio that we split it, but now they want a bigger percentage.
Most of the onshore.
And we get wait now. So who is getting 60? Who is getting the 40?
I don't know if it's 60-40 or 50. I think it's 60-40. I have to go and check. But Nigeria, NNPC gets the bigger 60, part.
Okay.
But when you are now drilling offshore, the IOC, is a lot more investment. Is more expensive. So the IOC has more skin in the game. So they're now demanding more cut.
I want to bring it to the notice of people. When they talk about
now you go drill, you sabi drill.
I think somebody was one of the
our graduate is too much. Honestly, our graduate is too much.
Excuse me, guys.
Dangote just buy one of them.
Sorry, guys.
Dangote has oil throttle.
Yeah, Nigeria made a statement that why can't we drill ourselves? And fundamentally, that's what I was asking myself before he asked that question. I was actually thinking about that.
Money.
Because if you look at, I don't think it's money. We don't have the technology.
No, it's money. It's money. You have to. You know how much it costs.
It's not money. Look at Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia. Hold on.
One voice.
Hold on, please.
Yeah, let's
Abdul
land. Yeah.
I totally disagree that it's money. It's not money. The problem is we don't have the technology, or else we'll not be depending on Shell and all these foreign companies to export for us. Look at Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia initially engaged Shell and all these companies, and with time they learn and develop the technology, and now they do it themselves. And, I believe this also adds to the cost of production.
Can you let him land, please? Please. He hasn't spoken at all. Yeah.
Thank you, Thomas. I believe this also adds to the cost of production. So I'm just saying, in our engagement and discussion here, fundamentally, I think it's time we start pushing for R&D in Nigeria. Let's start investing in technology, building our own technology, because for me, the security to Nigeria always shout about, you can't have security if you cannot develop your own technology, because if you have to depend on other countries, then you inevitably can't be secure. And look at what Dangote is facing now. Other foreign companies can influence how he gets crude oil, and this also goes down to the lack of indigenous technology. So this is my own point of view to these issues. Because if we have our technologies, most of these problems will naturally go away.
Oh, okay, I want to ask you a question. Sinopec and China Petrol, they also refine petrol in China. But when they want to buy the crude, because of sanction against them, they cannot buy the crude directly. They have to go through this IOC like Shell, Chevron, and the rest to get crude from Nigeria, Venezuela, or the rest. So what we are trying to say here is that it's not easy like that. They control the market, the Western world, and the technology and monetary aspect of drilling oil from the ground is not a child's play. First and foremost, do we have, in terms of people that are expert in this field, do we have enough people? And second, do we have the technology? 0. 3, do you have the money? If we have the money and we don't have the technology, we can still control. But we don't have the money. We don't have the technology.
But let's not bash ourselves too much, because even in Russia, you have the likes of BP and all that stuff that go and drill for them. So the technology aspect is not just, even advanced countries like Russia and co still rely on all these IOCs.
So what did Saudi do to overcome that challenge? I mean, because they
are you sure? I mean, well, drilling in Saudi is lucky because
flat land thing. No, they don't have
their land is easy to drill in Saudi. They're not drilling offshore like some complex drilling now. And our own landed drilling, we've used insecurity to finish it that nobody is interested.
Which can be fixed. Which can be fixed. Now you're walking back to my direction. And also,
we build nuclear bomb to chase all of them.
Yeah. Don't get me
started. Yeah, let's move on. Let's move back to
the point I'm making.
We get it. Insecurity.
Yeah. Come on now. I want to talk about.
I agree with you. Let's move back to.
I'm talking about the offshore drilling. See, the offshore drilling, the cost range from it's not as much as we like to think. Actually, the most complicated ones is somewhere around $500 million per well, but some of the other ones can be as low as $80 million, $30 million. Some of them, like the one that they did in the North Sea.
It's like, how do we get out? How do we get out of this mess? Because and all of this, the Saudi Arabia's, all those countries, over time, we're not saying that all of their extraction is done by just their own local people, but they've taken time, years, decades in some instances, to become experts in those areas.
But can we have $150 million? Is that impossible for us to generate to be able to drill?
Nigeria is not just you may drill a well, you may not hit oil, or you may not make a commercial hit. It's not that easy.
Actually getting it from a well, that's the cost. Exploration is different. Exploration is a little bit illogical.
The cost is expensive.
No, offshore is way more than that. You're talking billions of dollars, not 150 million.
No. From what I can see here, let me give you an example.
Please
hold stuff up from the real world. The North Sea.
Please.
Okay, go ahead.
Tunaja, please. Yeah. Just have to educate me. So, those companies extracting our crude oil, are they working for the Nigeria, or they are extracting it, then we are buying for them? How does it work? I don't know, so I don't need to be educated.
They are extracting and selling it, and we share the money.
We share it.
Yeah, we share it. So together.
No, say that again. They extract
it. We sell the oil. They share the income.
No, maybe you should explain to Thomas this way. Thomas, they bring the expertise, they bring the technology, they bring the money. You don't put nothing, so they do all the hard work. And when they not get the oil, they also
hold on. I see Ojoro. I just see Ojoro. Wait.
I just saw Ojoro. He just complicated the argument. What is wrong with you?
Calm down.
I see Ojoro.
And when they now extract this oil, when they now extract it, they will now help you sell it to willing buyer all around the world, and then you now share the money. What? Tell me what Nigeria do.
That would be Ojoro there.
Let me tell you the Ojoro that I just saw right now. Okay, we said these guys are extracting, right? And then we're sharing the percentage. Why are we still paying subsidy on what we gave away for free?
Crude oil is the natural resources. The byproducts are many. They need to work on.
Yes.
That's why we are having the refinery.
No.
So
Even just take the
our refinery
portion.
Before, when they extract this crude oil, they gave it to the refinery in Nigeria, and they refine in Nigeria, and they were able to sell at a good price, whether they subsidized or not subsidized. Well, for more than 20 years now, your refinery, they were all dead. They were not working.
Okay, I agree, but hold on. I agree. You said the crude is in the ground. You go and bring Chinese man or Igbo or whoever to come and extract it. It didn't cost me anything. It didn't. Well, it cost them whatever, but that cost is part of their
it will
portion
cost you. I think Remy Miss NNPC too will have skin in the game.
No, I'm talking about. I'm not talking about NNPC. But what I'm saying is, if it costs $40 to bring that thing up, and then it cost you add another whatever for refinery, and they sold it for X. Whatever that X is, we're getting a percentage. We didn't sell this portion we're talking about. Why are we paying subsidy on that portion?
Remy, do you know why? Hold on. Do you know why I asked the question, guys? So that means if we can extract the crude oil ourselves, all the money will be ours, isn't it?
Yes, exactly. Yes. Exactly.
So why can't we do it?
Exactly.
If we are not
expensive because somebody
welcome on board, Thomas. Thomas, that's the point I'm trying to make. That's the exact point I'm trying to make.
Thomas, now listen to me carefully. That is where we call international conspirators. That is where we talk about market leaders. So many things are into it. Aramco, one of the biggest oil companies in Saudi Arabia, most of the expertise are from foreign land because you are selling your crude to the rest of the world. There must be an agreement between that country. I'm buying your oil. What are you buying from me? So many things that you cannot even explain, and they have more leverage more than you. So when you have all the money, you have all the expertise, you have everything, you can even do it by yourself. But what about other things? Do you think it's so easy like that? Because I can produce this, then I just sell to America like that. America and just say, okay, bring it.
Remy, I honestly don't understand what you're saying.
Okay.
Yeah, Aramco is not. Aramco actually number one in the world.
You won't get it, okay? You won't get it. It's not easy as what you thought. You think it's a straightforward line. If it's like that, then Nigeria should be a superpower for all these years. There's a lot of.
What is not easy? Just calm down and explain to her. I don't understand what you're saying.
What I'm trying to tell you is that if we have the technology, one, and we have the money, and we have the expertise, and we can extract our oil, our refinery, they are all working, then if you want to export it to different countries of the world, then the bilateral agreement will come into it. Okay, I will buy your refined product, petrol or whatever. What are you buying from me? And apart from that, you are not the only one that have. You are not the only one that have oil. You also have competitors. So there are some that are market leaders, and they have the leverage. Especially, I'm sorry, because Nigeria is still a developing country. So that leverage they use. Okay,
Mr. Kulata, are you there?
Please allow me to land. Let's get the point.
Let me. I'm just trying to show us the
Mr.
Nigerian.
Mr. Kulata, I'm talking about these IOCs. These IOCs that we make a deal with. I'm not talking about anything else. That come with the equipment, with the expertise. They remove 100,000 barrels of oil. They go and refine it. They sell it. We share the percentage. On that portion, why are we subsidizing anything?
So it's because, first of all, the refineries may not be IOC. Like, they sell crude. People buy crude. A lot of it, futures contract. Some spot. There's also some spot trading happening to maintain the capacity of the refinery. The refinery sells back to us. Where there's clear ojoro, that's daylight robbery, is the swaps. Because it means we take crude, which is 100% our own.
Free.
We give Trafigura or Vitor or one of those Swiss trading companies. They give us petrol, trade by barter, and then you now pay subsidies on the petrol.
That's what I'm saying. I need to go and file a lawsuit. Somebody's doing bad way.
So that crude swap that's why I said it's shady, it's full of shady nonsense. So that swap is Ojoro upon Ojoro.
So, Kolata, a quick question. If Dangote starts refining in Nigeria and starts selling petrol, can we stop that? The crude swap? Because we are swapping for petrol.
I mean, the crude swap, they said they were supposed to stop it last year, June.
No,
you
can't. You can't, because these are contracts for many years. It's not something you do year by year.
They renew it. They renew the deal. Actually, I have some. I know some boys that are doing it. They renew the deal, like, is it every year or every 2 years? They renew the deal.
When the contract ends, then we say we are not doing again.
Yeah, but the thing is, they said they were supposed to stop last year, Abby, but we now heard that we are owing them money. So the deal between the swap, the subsidy, there's a lot of murkiness. Because if it's trade by barter, then we've already given you crude, you're giving us petrol. What's the cost? Because it's trade, is it supposed to be? I mean, I'm looking at it just at the superficial level. I know it's more complex than that. Then why are you subsidizing that crude swap? Now, if an NPC goes to buy from a refinery different from a swap, I can understand the subsidy because everything is at market price. But from the one we're swapping, I mean, and you now put subsidy on top the swap, there's a euro there. But the one you go and buy ourselves, marketers goes to buy, brings it in, then you subsidize, yes. But when NNPC became the 100% importer, and if everything is not coming from the swap, the part coming from the swap is a euro that's there. The part not coming from the swap is going to be a market price. Yes, NNPC is supposed to make profit. So assuming, a normal operation profit, but the subsidy is okay from the one you import directly from a refining contact versus the one from a swap.
That's why I preference what I said. I said just the swap percentage, the swap portion. I'm not talking if you go and buy and refine in the world market, yes. But
that's what whatever that percentage is.
Somebody needs to do a drill down. Yeah, somebody needs to do a drill down on this, and let's see what really our level of graduate.
If you want to deal with the Nigerian problem, this is why looking at things on the macro level is good. These are the two areas you want to target. If you target them in the next, 4 to 8 years, if you deal with these two sections, this one is easier to deal with because we have oil in Nigeria. We can technically deal with that. Then if you can come to this area as kind of supporting local manufacturing and steel production, you can deal with this area in maybe 4 to 8 years span. Then this area you can even increase imports with this area because we need some of these people to develop the country. So you
without knowing the nitty-gritty, you can't fix all these areas. You'll just be the macro will always be wishful thinking. That's the biggest problem I have when you talk.
You're talking about no. Those
look,
for me.
You can say, oh, we need to do this. Okay, look at example. Dangote creates refinery. Yes, we're supposed to be able to do this, do that. But when you now start peeling the onion and looking at the detail, that's when you're now understanding all these shenanigans. Like, why can't simple crude? He built refinery in Nigeria. We should be able to give him crude now. What's going on? The devil is in the details. Before you need to understand the details to be able to get to the macro goals that you want.
The problem with the way you look at things is that when you hear details, you think details stops you from action.
Details doesn't stop you. Details makes you understand the problem so you can fix it.
I think I don't understand that. If anybody
we don't have a command and control economy. It's not a dictatorship.
I already understand that. Yes, go ahead.
Please take this question. I checked and I discovered that most of the oil wealth belong to all Nigeria, whether you are from the southeast or south or north. And some of them that have offshore wealth, they don't have the money. So they have to contact this IOC to help them drill oil. and they can get their percentage, whatever, and government also gets their own.
That's how that Famfa oil, that madam, that what's her name again?
My question to you, to Nigeria and the rest of the platforms, that is it advisable to continue to share oil wells to these people, or Nigeria should just sell it as a country as a whole, not sharing any oil well to anybody?
Have you seen any other country that sells oil well to people like that? Does that happen?
So that is one of the biggest mistake that country did, because all those elite or power brokers, all of them go to your Abuja. Don't tell me it's a northerner that get more oil wells. So your southern people get a lot of oil wells too. And
I think the problem with them is that they are just doing a kind of
that's one of the biggest.
I think you have to stipulate that if you want oil well, you have to be able to refine it locally, or you have to supply it somewhere to
they give them oil well. They don't have the money. They don't have the money to exploit it. They look for the IOC to do for them. That means your hand is in our fate is in their hand.
Yeah. It's up to the government. This is what my point. It's up to the government to say, if I want to give you this, you have to start looking at local production and not necessarily.
They don't have the money. It's not.
They have the money. You keep saying the money. I just showed you the amount. You want to show the amount. It's not that expensive. We make it look like.
To Nigeria, it's not that straightforward. You just don't. Business is not like that.
Why do you keep saying that?
Because you make simple. You make everything like simplistic assumptions, and we know it's not like.
You don't let me talk every time. Anytime I open my mouth, you tell me it's not that simplistic. The way you talk, you can say that about anything. Then there's no reasoning behind what you say. The reason is because I've seen other countries make progress rapidly. If I show you the power generation that other countries can generate, it's nauseating. That our men keep telling us that it's not that simple. Because when they tell you it's not that, no, who told you it's not that simple? The only reason why it's not that simple is because you are busy listening to fools telling you, not even fools, smart people telling you what to do for your own people. You are the mumu listening to them telling you what to do for your own people. We know what should be done for our own people. If our leader, that's why I said, if our people don't change their mindset to start fixing their problem, forget it. They wouldn't even secure their country. They wouldn't do anything. Everything, they will be subsidizing everything and lying to their people, because this credit swap deal that you're talking about that is so corrupt. Why do you think it's so corrupt? Because our leaders are willing to take a cut as long as they can get maybe $500 million, $10 million, and they will sell their people out just for that. They don't care about anything.
Why did you mute me? You sound like a motivational speaker. We're talking about a particular industry with serious costs, depending on the terrain that you drill. It's not simple as, okay, I checked the internet, this is the drilling cost. It's not like that.
No. I hear what you are saying, but you have to give reasons for because if you just say because we have corrupt politicians, that's a fair point. Deal with the corrupt politicians.
It's not because we have corrupt politicians. Our onshore right now, everybody's running the way and they're selling it. I mean, they're handing it over to local companies based on the PIB deal. Those local companies will now have to. Can I land? Those local companies will now have to look for investments to be able to drill in all these, what do they call this, marginal fields and all these other abandoned fields. The offshore one, it costs a boatload of money. And also the offshore, some of it requires what we call FPSO, floating platform, something. The last one that was built in Nigeria cost $2 billion. They built it in South Korea. These things are not cheap.
They are cheap, actually. If you think $2 billion is expensive,
Jesus Christ.
You don't have a clue. Really
that's why you guys are borrowing $2 billion and mortgaging your crude. You think Nigeria has money?
The way you see, that's the problem.
I mean, what's the problem? You don't even understand the fiscal situation you're in. You're borrowing money right now. The $2 billion, you now think $2 billion just comes cheap like that.
You have the mentality of condition.
It's not mentality. Stop talking about people. Talk about the issues we're talking about. Stop talking about me.
Because you keep saying it all the time that we cannot.
Stop all the adomi names. Focus on the issue. Where is that $2 billion we're borrowing from? How much? We're just trying to borrow another one.
Let me say something. The $2 billion you are saying that is a lot of money. I'm telling you right now, the UK alone spends 1.5 trillion.
That's the UK. This is Nigeria. God.
Okay, fine. Hold on. We are not houseboys for other people to be living large, and why we cannot aspire for our own people. We are 200 million people in Nigeria.
Show me the money.
If they were thinking like you, If they
It's
were
not thinking
like
like me. Stop talking like that.
Where's the
Stop
money?
talking
That's
like
what
that.
I'm
Where's the
talking about. Where's
money?
the
Stop
money?
talking about
no,
me. Talk about the money.
where's the money?
What are you talking
Where's the
about?
money?
Let me tell you where we're
Yes.
going to get the money. Do you know how much we pay on fuel? Let me tell you now. Now you're asking me a straight question. The
Okay.
amount we pay for fuel subsidy is over 10 billion a year. And now, if you remove the fuel subsidies, guess what? You have $10 billion. Do you know how much we talked about exploring this oil wells? It's not even close to that. It's not even close. If you decide on one mission every year, you open one oil well, you start drilling it locally every year alone. You spend maybe $100 million, $50 million, depending on where it is.
Where will you get that 100 million from to drill it?
From the subsidy you just removed,
Oh, it's federal government of Nigeria that's going to drill oil well now.
I mean, what are you talking about?
What are you talking about? You don't understand business by a stretch.
Ask a question and expect to get a straight answer. You ask me a question, I'm giving you a straight answer. Where do you expect to get that money? From the subsidies that I just told you is $10 billion.
No, our subsidy is no longer 10 billion. It's $3 billion based on the current one right now.
Okay.
And that money is borrowed.
Hold on. Let's say it's $3 billion. Now, the amount it takes to drill this oil, wells, is not close to that. You can just say
the $3 billion. Do you think is money in our pocket? We owe that freaking money.
Oh my God! But you are saying you don't have access to that money. I'm telling you that we have.
Let me hold on. To Niger, let me add this. I agree with you. We can never say just because the problem is so big, we will not find a solution. But this is the problem. You see, for you to get that, even on land, do you know how many wells you have to drill before you find one productive one?
Yes, that is what they mean.
It's not just go out there, you drill million. No. You don't drill one and just get oil. That's not the way it works.
Yeah.
You have to drill several. So even if each one of those costs you 150 million, and like Kulata just said, even this subsidy money is not like you have a checkbook. It's like every time you go and borrow, cap in hand, every single time. So the money is not sitting somewhere. I agree with you. I totally agree. We have to buckle down and bite the bullets, because when we should have done it in the 70s.
There's another source of income, securing the
country. True, Nigeria, if there is, we would not be borrowing money.
There is because I just told you. See, okay, look at this now. Nigeria is losing $10 to $50 billion every year due to insecurity. If you spend
what parastatal is losing that money?
That's potential. That's potential, not what you're actually losing out of your pocket.
No.
That's potential.
Potential is quantifiable.
Okay, which agency in Nigeria is losing that money?
See, let me explain this.
Explain to us now. You said we're losing 10 billion. Okay, which agency?
I'm explaining
so we can channel that money and go and use it to
explain it. All agencies are
build
losing.
rigs.
If you are so shocked, almost all agencies are losing. One.
So let's quantify it now, so we know how to take that money.
Can you let me talk? Since it looks like you don't know, so let me try to educate you on this. If a business is supposed to open to 10 o'clock or 12 o'clock at night, and they feel like because of insecurity and the suspicious tension in the air, they close this in 3 hours earlier. That is how many % of the day that you've just lost business in that country. You've lost. In terms of farms, if farmers feel like they cannot go to farm anymore, and even 5% reduction in that, the country has lost billions in that alone. You go to other sectors, the same
we
thing
understand all that. We're not dumb.
So
we understand.
Okay, I'm glad you understand that. So
now take the next leap. How do you take that money and take it to NNPC? Because we need a vehicle, right, to drill. So how do you take that money this one didn't clock in on time because of insecurity, this farmer, whatever. How do you take all that money, get it into NNPC's hands, and then drill?
I think that's a fair question. If your country is more secure, one, it brings foreign direct investment. It brings businesses and even Nigerians to return to invest. So that is tax that you can collect. And that is also money that you can take and you invest in the NNPC itself. And from that point of view, the government will get more money in this.
Okay, let's stay there. So foreign direct investment is those IOC guys. The tax revenue is government revenue. NNPC is incorporated, right? So NNPC is a standalone entity. That money still doesn't go into NNPC. So it's going to be up to the IOCs now from FDI perspective. So it's not like when you say, oh, this, it's not automatic translation. Like, government financing is not exactly straightforward.
You didn't even let me complete it. It can be. If you
I'm just my point. Let me make my point. I don't even need you to complete it. The way you assume things is not the way it works.
Hold on.
That's just what I'm trying to tell you.
I don't know why you put roadblock. It's like you're a gatekeeper.
It's not roadblock. It's reality. I deal with reality. I fix problems for a living.
So that let me get you to where how it translates. The government can pass a policy. Hold on. The government can pass a policy that says, okay, this foreign direct investor that is coming to the country, these are the incentives that I'm going to give you. If you invest in this area, we can partner together, and I will bring money forward from the revenues that I've gotten for you to invest in this adventure that we have. We want to drill into this area, or you basically use the funds that you generate because of the nation becoming more stable and you getting more revenue. Invest in drilling the oil, in the wells, because yes, it's not cheap, but you have the money. The government has the money every single year. You can choose to spend $500 million every year exploration and drilling every single year. In 4 years, you have multiple exploration wells that you can be drilling yourself. Now you don't have anybody to pay to anymore.
How much did Buhari borrow to try and look at the frontier basins? He borrowed how many $1 billion did he borrow? Since then, what has happened to all those frontier basins? It's not
now.
Well, it's not stolen. I mean, the basins are still there. There's no because IOCs are not interested. You can't just take money from anywhere to say, okay, I'm going to go drill. So there's no activity going on.
IOCs are not interested. Why are IOCs not interested?
Okay, so why is anybody not going to Kogi State now to drill, or the Bauchi one they found, or even the one in Ogun State?
All right, guys, I know you're going to keep going. Please, just do me a favor, Kulata.
I wanted to know why.
I'm with you guys. I know, but please, it's very important. Looking at the screen right now, I think we all agree that we need to lower these percentages, right? This is what we're important. So my question to you too is that what would be if you're looking at this I can't see clearly, but I have my glasses with me. But which one can we tackle in the short and medium term, and in long term? How can we bring down these numbers, and which areas will you tackle? I'm just
short
looking
and
at
medium term.
Mineral.
Yeah, I'm looking at
the easiest.
Is that 33% we're able to handle in the short term with Dangote refinery?
Do we have a breakdown if you click on it, Tunanja? That
I think you can see the breakdown here. Imagine $21 billion. Actually, it's even higher than I thought.
For that,
$21 billion, yeah, for importation of these things, oil and distillation products. $21 billion to spend.
That's the one we can tackle with Dangote refinery, though. But
vehicular railway and tramway is costing us $13 billion.
That's not like the Chinese one, right? The Chinese train, whatever,
and Tukumbo vehicle. You can tackle that one too.
That's okay now. That one will stay. That's fine.
Man, this guy, do you have a Tukumbo business or something, Kulata?
Because I don't, but it's okay. I mean, it's not. How much does it cost in the grand scheme of things?
The nuclear one reactor, when is that?
That can build how many oil wells? How much does it cost? You see what that? See what Kulata does? Hold on, Kulata, I caught you right now, red-handed. Hold on.
You didn't cost me anything now, so you won't drive car because you want to build nuclear weapons. I mean, you want to build nuclear weapons.
$30 billion to buy Tukumbo is nothing, but
it's nothing now compared to like. It's nothing.
Nigeria, remember, we're discussing short, medium, and long term. So in the short term, you can't solve that Tukumbo in the short term now. It's going to be down the road.
You can sort it out in about 4 years or so.
No, that was the question. No,
he said short term.
Long term.
You listen to argue.
Short term, is it not within 4 years? Is that not
6 months?
No, that's not short term now.
Okay, short term, you're talking about 6 months.
To a year.
Yes.
What can we do?
I don't think that the short-term ones here, if you ask me, is very little that can be done in within 6 months, because even the Nigerian oil, if they start refinery, they start drilling and selling, it's not going to make a lot of impact here.
How much would that drop
until a year?
We'll be able to drop the mineral fuels and some of the distillation product. I mean, anything related to refined oil, we should be able to drop it down, and then we may get another category for crude importation.
We're going to drop it down within 6 months. Where are we going to drop this down?
No, Dangote, look, we already started exporting mineral oil, right, and selling diesel and selling all that stuff. And then Dangote is going to start selling petrol maybe next week. I hope so, or maybe 2 weeks time. And we'll see where that takes us. Like it will improve it.
3 to 4 years, that at 30%. How low can we go with that?
I think 3 to 4 years time. Ideally, this is why I said this
we can cut it in half. Or
this is why I said this government stands a chance of being one of the greatest. One, if this government within 4 years could cut it down to 10%. If Dangote goes full buster 10%. And the local refineries come online, because remember, it's not only Port Harcourt, it's Warri and Kaduna too. If they all come on stream, that number could go down to 10% or even less.
Someone should wake me up whenever those government refineries start working.
Forget government refineries.
Why are you people so fatalistic?
If it's not, listen, if it's not profit driven, it's not gonna. That's what it boils down to. It has to make money
now. I thought it's private now. It's not like it's private now. The NNPC
refinery. Then they promote people who no work. I beg, someone should wake me up when those government won't work.
But ideally, if they put you in office, Kulata, you're not going to go after that.
But I'm surprised.
Well, that's why I'm not in office.
But if you're in office,
guys, 3.4 for cereals. I thought we were making enough. I'm 3.4 for cereal.
I'm telling you, cereal. I would like. Are you mad?
Why are you guys focused on those ones? Like, we can't. I mean, do we have easy substitutes for those? If we don't have easy substitutes, I don't care.
We do
the one I care about is the one we have easy substitutes for.
The reason why I told you 30%, we can reduce 20% of this demand here. You cut down on these ones. Nigeria can actually cut down on this one quite rapidly from the point of view of
in the short
medium term. In the short term, we can cut at maybe 10% of 10 to 50% of that first one.
You can shave off 5% from here. Shave up. Remember the
short term.
The devaluation of the currency has shaved this one down already. All this value, this one here, the devaluation of the currency has shaved it down. People are not buying as much as they used to buy anymore.
But when the economy normalizes, they will resume buying cars now.
So my point is that you can shave this one down by 5%, and it's not going to make too much impact. And you come here, no, this one you don't want to touch it too much. Plastic, we should be able to make plastic in Nigeria.
Dangote should be able to give us plastic now.
Exactly. So you shave that one down by about 2% or so.
Okay.
Then cereal, you cut it down by about another 2%.
But that means you need to increase your operation in agriculture and processing and manufacturing. That has to come up.
I'll literally take
that one is more medium to long term. Though.
Let me look at cereal. This cereal is not cheap money. Cereal is 2-something%. 2-something billion. If you take that 2 billion and you invest it in the local
that's
market,
going to increase. Let me put it this way.
You can produce a lot of cereal in Nigeria.
Okay, what do you mean?
Cereal is going to increase.
Right.
If you take 2 billion,
you mean
500 million in Nigeria.
Importation of cereal is going to increase.
And Nadia, what will people eat while you're waiting for this magical cereal growth and industry?
Hold on. What you're going to do is transition. When you put tariff on it, you're not just going to ban it. When you put tariff on it, the extra change you get from the tariff, you use it to invest in local production. That is the transition.
Let me ask you one question. Do you remember?
They have the technical term for it. They call it
manufacturing. Do you remember cassava bread?
I heard about it.
Okay, what was the result? Because that was a substitute.
Yes, there was no follow through. Your thinking is that those things fail. You have been conditioned to believe in those things.
We're not ruled by soldiers. So I just asked you, there was a policy called cassava bread. It failed. So that cereal is going to Babati, the cereal is going to increase because essentially that's wheat. And it's going to increase because we want to drive down food inflation, and the quickest way to do that is importation.
Didn't we have the discussion about wheat on this platform that we're discussing the tons that we can? I think I showed you a while back.
We're not going to be self-sustained. I mean, even Egypt is not self-sustained. I mean, with food, and they eat small bread.
Is there anything Kolata will not buy from overseas?
No, it's not.
It's reality now. I'm not. I don't fool myself.
I'm looking at no, guys. Wait, I'm looking at short to medium term now. At the back end, we can always
Babati, on the long term, we're not going to be self-sufficient in wheat. You can forget
put
it.
that number down into 1.2.
Kolata, calm down. Is there nothing you're not going to buy from
overseas? No, for that. I see what he's saying. I see what I did, but I'm saying 3.4. We can maybe come down to maybe 1.8 or 1.9.
It's not coming down. It's actually going up.
I will bring it down. I will bring it down to 1% because.
But you are not the president.
No, hold on. What are the serious you are talking about? Are you talking about conflict?
No, it's wheat. It's wheat. It's wheat.
Okay, wheat. Okay, so you are talking about wheat. So if you want to bring wheat down, you have to go and start growing it, isn't it? You have to grow it locally, or substitutes. And the idea that the cassava one didn't work, it didn't work because they didn't complete the process. If you didn't complete the process and you gave up on it, what do you expect to happen? You're going to
Nigeria doesn't know Nigerians anyway.
Already. Look at what is happening now. Hold on. An example of what I'm talking about that is happening now is that right now today. Hold on. Now let me finish my point, Jared. See, the point I'm making here is that today, as we speak, they are talking about bringing back food importation into the country because Nigerians don't have follow through. The moment they have a little bit of difficulty, they want to go back to on the policy that is supposed to be benefiting the nation for the future. Then they transfer the problem to the future again. That is the point I'm trying to make.
Okay.
Okay. The iron one, the article of iron sheet, just 1.3. I thought it was going to be higher than that we were importing, really. But 1.3.
Iron.
I mean, 1.3.
We're not fixing iron or steel anytime soon. And if the economy expands, I expect that to go up.
I'm surprised it is this low.
That is even lower. I thought it was going to be higher than that.
Yeah, I thought so too.
The organic chemical. Yeah.
I have a small comment to make. I don't think you can live in this magical world where you think somehow if our issue is we don't have follow through, so how does this idea change from all the other ideas that's already happening? Isn't the fact that we don't have follow through already part of the equation when we're trying to do things? Isn't that something you have to account for?
I think you are right there. You see, now we are talking about high level discussion here. Now we are actually talking here, and that is the first statement I made here. I said, if the people's mindset haven't changed and you don't know how to prioritize your own people, forget it. It's a problem, and that's the same problem you just came and raised. And it's a fair question, and this is more of a theoretical argument based on if we had a clear control.
We're having a problem-solving argument, not theory. I specified.
From the very get-go. Okay, that organic chemicals, chemical plants, that can be brought down. 1.1. Can you look at the price? How much
is the chemical one again? What is the chemical?
How much is it? Organic chemical.
Organic chemical. Well, that one is
700. 700
I love money. Where is that chemical?
See, why are we just trying to bring stuff down for bringing it sake? Like, look, some things should increase.
I thought pharmaceutical was going to be higher. Actually,
some things should increase because they may reflect increased productivity in the country.
Right. That's true.
And there are things that we cannot do ourselves. It's obvious stuff that we need to reduce, like the gasoline stuff.
But I'm saying that the chemicals, I believe we can do some of these things by ourselves. Is what I'm saying. You might say, and to increase, so you can make it yourself and also benefit the economy, improve productivity, but it's made by your own people at the same time.
Let's put it this way: if Dangote cannot make those chemicals, and if you can identify a clear person making those chemicals now, then you can as well forget it.
So your point is, if it's not on ground right now, it cannot be created.
Yeah.
No, I disagree. I think it can have new companies spring up to start making.
Well, if the macroeconomic conditions improve, that you have new companies setting stuff up.
They have to take risk then.
Wow, we are importing.
There are risks.
Imagine we are importing paper. See, I think Kolata does have a point that some areas may need to increase. In fact, I would say electronic equipment, machinery needs to increase in the short to medium term because you need to increase capacity to manufacture. So you want to increase that, transfer some of all this to somewhere here because that's useful importation, isn't it? Then plastic, you can cut down. You can cut down on cereal, maybe, because Bata is making some coherent argument about.
Wait. Time out. We're not exporting fertilizer. Don't that? Wait a minute. Can you put your cursor on that fertilizer? How much are we?
Where is that again?
Right above the aircraft, something close to the
yeah,
flower.
that's it.
Yeah. We are still in I thought we were exporting. Wasn't that
Look at our exports here now. Let me show you our exports.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean we're not a net exporter. Like we may still be importing certain type of fertilizers, and we still export.
The only one that we are manufacturing is the urea.
The urea.
Other form of fertilizer like NPK, and they are still being imported.
We do export fertilizer. Fertilizer gives us $1 billion. Look at that. It gives us $1 billion export every year.
What is the price difference? Can you go back to the import? I want to see 1.6.
So do we have what do we have there? Are we importing more or we are exporting more?
About 700 million.
We are importing 265 million.
That's not a lot now. That's okay.
1 billion. So it's
about 700. Yeah, that's okay. At least that part is. What happened to cocoa though? Cocoa is what?
Cocoa exports is 1.3 800 million. That's quite a lot. Let me see whether we are importing anything.
But that's raw cocoa.
Yeah, that's the problem. That's the problem. I don't like the raw cocoa export.
So we even import milk, starch, preparation cereals and products for 500 million. Okay, you see anything below 500 million?
But we should not. That milk we can cut it off completely. Believe me, we have all the weather, everything to nurture all those cows to produce.
If you can get your cows to settle down.
Didn't Buhari sign a deal with Trump to import American milk stuff? Remember when he signed that deal? When Trump was
because there's some company like what's the name? This one that manufacture this plenty. I've forgotten the name. They have their farms in the Ekiti State where they have all these dairy cows. There is also some in Kaduna. I think it's something that is practicable. There are a lot of dairy farms in Nigeria now. But I think the major companies like the Friesland company that manufacture pig milk, they are still doing a lot of importing from their parent company in Netherlands.
I think these two we can.
Because the reason why I'm saying this is that Saudi Arabia, which is a desert, they don't import milk. They grow their own cow here. They nurture them under this extreme condition, and they produce their local milk for consumption. I've never seen pig making.
Where do we import meat? There's no meat here.
I'm talking about milk. You mentioned milk.
Okay, yeah, milk, yeah. But it's not a lot though. The big boys are the ones I want to go after. Like this one now, sugar. I think Dangote makes sugar. So why are we importing with 1.something billion of sugar? That's a lot.
Most of our, do we have any sugar company in Nigeria presently working?
He imports sugar. It doesn't make it.
He imports raw sugar and then just granulated sugar. That's what
we don't make that much sugar. How many sugar beets or
our sugar company in Bashita, most of the sugar farms are still not in. They are no longer in the Sunti sugar company and all those things. They are not.
Why can't we make sugar? We sell sugar cane everywhere in Nigeria. Now for us. That everything is very hard.
But those are okay. Can all these tourism that we are talking about now, we that we know better, we that we are in the diaspora, can we see all those opportunities and invest in them?
3%.
And let me tell you, if you don't, the issue is this.
I will ban import of sugar. I will ban import of sugar and paper. That cannot damage the economy.
But you know, the way I see you, tonight, that if you are a president, you will be a worst president any country can produce.
Come on.
Because
you'll be lucky to
you are always easy jumping around. Okay, you say you ban importation of sugar. Do you have a substitute for it already?
Yes,
and you are the one condemning the same government.
But I'm telling you now, it's easy for us to replace it because local manufacturing can fill the gap easily. We have sugar.
Where are the local manufacturing company? Where are they?
See, the thing is that sugar production is a well-known technology now. It's not very advanced. Anybody can make it. So
we've been making combustion engines since the 19th century. Do we make it in Africa? No. So stop making those kind of arguments. That's useless.
That's similar argument, but it's a fair argument for you to make. But combustion engine is a lot more complicated than sugar refining process. It's just boiling sugar and.
In Nigeria, before we do all those things, I can mention like 4 sugar companies that I know. Basita is there, Suti Sugar Company is there. There are so many of them. What led to their crash?
Look,
even in the lorry, I remember Tate. You remember that time, St. Louis Sugar, Tate Sugar. Tate is manufactured in Nigeria.
Okay, I won't ban them. I will just put tariff on them. Take the money, sponsor Nigerian
To
farmers.
Nigeria. You know, we're still spending about 400 million importing toothpick.
I can't find toothpick on this list. People say that all the time.
It's not 400 million for toothpick. Why? How many people use toothpick
I've been looking for that toothpick. I can't find that toothpick. People
No, we don't spend 400 million on toothpick. No, that's not true.
You will enter.
Those are the obedient stories.
You leave obedience out of this one.
No, this is not. Hold on. This is not obedient talk. This is something that I had read in.
Do you even need to be putting? Even the dentist will say you should not even be using toothpick. So why are we importing toothpick?
I said this is one thing that I read about how much we were spending importing toothpick like 15, 16 years ago. So this is not an obedient.
It's an exaggeration.
You're telling us 15 years old.
Okay, I will stand to be corrected, but it's not.
It's an exaggeration. It's not true.
Can you let me shame Baba T a little bit? The Baba T, the man that doesn't have ambition for Nigeria. Are you seeing what I'm hovering over? I said imports. You see what they put there? They said nuclear reactors. Did you see that? Whenever I mentioned it, whenever I mentioned it, we shouldn't ever think about that.
What did you? No. You explain what this means.
They are saying that machineries are.
Forget what they are saying. Forget what they are saying. What do you think this is?
It means
reactor to do what?
Nuclear reactor.
Yeah. What is it for?
For power plant or something,
So something. So you don't even
not to build a nuclear bomb. Not to build a nuclear bomb.
That's what they all say. Then they go. You know what needs to happen. Point is that we can bring it in for power plant. Okay, are we in agreement? We want nuclear power plants.
No, we are not. You can't manage it.
You
can't even.
Are they going to put it in your village?
This is why you need to go to the guard room. We can put it in
No. I'm being serious now. You can't even manage a refinery and you want to manage a nuclear plant. Are you kidding me? No, I don't think so.
I would rather manage it and fail than not try.
Let's put it in Delta State. Well, I'll make sure it's not near my wife's area.
I have no problem with that.
Nigeria is trying to wipe off the whole country. That's what it's trying to do. Wipe out the whole country.
Okay, let me play this scenario out. The West now, all of them are preparing to fight each other with the Japanese and all that, and the Chinese and all that. What if something happens now? They go and bomb their countries. They will
don't mention Nigeria. The one that is brothers in Niger Delta will go and bomb one day.
If they go and bomb their country, they say,
You see, Simba, you know it's Nigeria where a tanker full of petrol will pour down, and then you see people scooping the petrol, and then you see some guy light a cigarette. That's the country that Nigeria wants to put nuclear reactors.
So are you telling me North Korea is better than Nigeria?
If you say so.
Kolata, now you are crawling under the ground. You have submitted to the fact that North Korea is superior. If the fact that they can do it, now Nigerians cannot do it. You're arguing that
because they have a crazy dictator there, like Nigeria.
Crazy
like Nigeria, we have democracy.
The one that can perform better than us.
Nigerians, we don't need not because I don't think we should. I mean, if we can get nuclear, but I don't think we have the capacity to manage. I'm not.
We can't manage it. Let's not kid ourselves.
Wow, that is sad, isn't it? Isn't that what this guy said, Lord Lugard? That's painful.
Who told you Lord Lugard is lying?
He said that we don't have capacity to take into the future and the past.
What
That
are
we are
you?
like, he says
Why
that
do
we
you
are
always
like
bring
children.
up from? I
No,
don't know
because
why you
when you
talk.
the reason why I bring it up is because there is this our nature that we don't see, and if somebody tells you that, that's why people go counseling, isn't it? You go counseling so as somebody reveals things that you cannot see yourself.
Who
And
told you we don't see it?
I don't think so, Kulata.
Oh, we don't
I
think
don't
so.
think
That's
I
why
don't
I've
think
I've told you age long since I mean maybe 2 years ago that we don't have collective intelligence and everybody wanted to bite me. I beg, forget all that love God
who
matter.
bite
We
you.
know
No,
all
I don't
that.
think I bite you for talking about collective intelligence. So
I've said that shit a long time ago. I didn't want to say it, but forget. You think we don't know each other? We know ourselves now.
No,
So
the collective was a cop out by Kulata. It was just even it doesn't believe in individual brilliance. It just tried to but smooth that, but it's okay. I know
I've never
what it
had
did.
him. I've never
I know what
I've
it
never
did.
had him use that
I
term
know what
before.
it did, but it's just to like a soft landing to make people feel better by themselves. But I know it doesn't even believe in individual brilliance to that level, to that capacity. So
let me put it this way: all this talk we're just joining. We need to look at all that list. The area where we have strength, we focus on that part of strength. The weaknesses, don't spend too much resources on your weaknesses. You're wasting your time. Spend more resources on your strength and expand it.
Okay, Kolata, let's indulge that your strengths. Okay, tell us where we go with your strengths.
It's very simple. I've thought about it. Apart from, let's just, we all know the crude oil, blah, blah, blah. Then the next thing is our cash crops. We need to get maximize the palm produce and plantation. There's a boatload more of value chain in palm oil than you can imagine. There's that. There's the rubber value chain. I don't know why we're doing that. Then there's the cacao, the cocoa. There's a boatload of stuff we can do there. And then there's the cassava, there's a boatload. These are areas where the Chinese, the Vietnamese, whoever they are, they will not be able to beat us if we're serious with it. And look at how much Indonesia is making from palm oil alone. Just palm oil. They're making a killing. And we gave them productive seedling. I went to Costa Rica last week. They swapped to palm oil from banana. They got the seedling from Nigeria. They're also making a killing. So we have natural advantages in those areas.
So
We should
why do you
focus
think
on
we
that.
are not
Okay,
doing
let
this
me
thing?
hold on, brothers, hold on. Let me pose this. Is it that are we saying, or does it appear that all the intellectuals in Nigeria they don't know these things or something?
Exactly.
Is
It's
it
not,
that
we're
they
not
don't know?
organized
They
enough.
know, they're just not interested. We're just
No,
going.
my
I mean,
brother.
is it that other? I mean, because we come here all the
Brother, you
time,
see,
we put these things
the,
on the table. So is it? I don't think it's just an issue of knowledge. It's application. Do we have people that will implement these things? Do we have people that will not take $10 million bribe and let the country just continue to go the way that's been going? So I don't think this is a lack of knowledge, but are people going to
it's
do it?
not.
And unfortunately, some of the people, all of these keyboard warriors, if they are there, they'll be collecting the money too. Unfortunately.
Of course.
That is the problem. Now I think when Nicolata used the terms that something about whether we are not organized, there is some truth to that, because that is the concept of collective intelligence. This thing operates at a higher level where you don't need to convince your people too much to do something. They all fall in line. We all operate in a paradigm of our of reality. We have extremes on every society, but society generally have is a kind of space that they operate in, and the one we are operating in is we seem to think that we have the luxury of whether we should work together or not, until we realize that we don't have that option, that we seriously need to get our act together. We are not going to be able to raise
no,
our
can I give
collective
you an
intelligence.
example of if I was a governor, what kind of corruption are we indulging if I was a governor?
Okay, are you asking me to
No,
ask
no,
you
no,
that?
no, for myself. If I was a governor, because this is the kind of I don't mind politicians stealing, unlike everybody else. I'm not there. I
I
don't.
can give you the Peter Obi style of corruption now.
No, it's not even that.
Oh my God!
Like no,
So you have to pick this
no,
Kolata, I like that. I
you
like
have
that.
to pick
Give
why
us.
you like this? I'm trying to be serious. You're trying to make me laugh. But I'm saying that I have access to lands, right? And I know the
no. Babati, you know Peter Obi is the livestock of the livestock of the world now. So if you want to pick some comments,
I'm not going in that direction. I'm being serious. I have access to lands, right? And like you said earlier, we should focus on our strengths, right? What is our let me say opposite now. I mean, growing up, anywhere you put cassava, it just even if it's a flat land, even with no AB or even it just put it there, it will grow.
That crop is a demonic crop. It grows anywhere in the south.
So I know it's a trend.
What do you mean demonic crop?
No, it grows anywhere, everywhere. You just throw it on the ground. It's just for some reason.
Crop, not demonic.
Are you saying cassava?
Cassava.
Yeah,
and it's not indigenous to us.
So I'm saying that.
Where did the cassava come from again?
Hold on now.
It came from South America.
If I was a governor, right, and I had access to all these if I had access to all these opportunities, I'm going to call my crazy friends. We're going to invest a lot of funds where when I leave office, there will be jobs, but I will own this manufacturing, these export companies where people get jobs, but I'll be making money in the long term. Like I will still, that's the way I will steal funds. It will be like a long-term investment for me. That when I leave office, 10 years, 10, 20 years from now, the money will start raking in. That's the way I think you should steal money, where everybody wins. But taking cash and
please. Babati, please. I can't do this, please. Let's listen to this.
Let's ask this question. You took money belonging to Anambra state government and put it in a company in which your family has interest. That's what you're telling me.
No, let me tell you. Look at what you're saying. I bought shares in banks. Let me tell you what I did. It wasn't only in that I invested. I invested $50 million of Anambra state money in power sector. I invested another 10 over several billions in banks, including banks where I have share. I was investing for the future of the state. It doesn't matter whether I have shares there or not. But so, if the shares is making profit, so if I have an opportunity of building a future for the state.
This guy just
Wait.
What was incriminating? Wait. What was incriminating in this video that you just played?
You can't. As a government official, you cannot buy shares in the same company you invested. It doesn't. That's a criminal.
Is that what that man said in this video? Maybe there's another video.
Now,
that's not what was said. That is not what.
No, don't play it again. It's not necessary. Election is over. Don't play it again.
Can we move on from because I don't really want to. But Kando, my point to you guys is that I believe that our so-called politicians need to find a better way of looting for government funds where it benefits all. That's just what my point is. So
see, Babati, I'm sorry to use this example.
Great job. Sorry.
You see, our people, we act like monkeys. You know, when you see human beings giving monkey banana, there's banana. You see the way the monkeys, they'll just run, grab one, grab two, just try and grab everything. But people that are more intelligent may look like, okay, this is a lot of banana, but if I go and plant, then all this one that I'm grabbing, that I'm trying to eat immediately, I'll be able to cultivate. And then I'll feed banana for my next generation, the generation coming, and I'll have way more banana than I can ever imagine. But the African politician or the black guy is interested in that immediate banana, that small one that they give you. So that's how our politicians act. They look at security votes, they steal it. They take local government money, they steal it. It just that immediate what is coming to my pocket right now. They give them licenses to either build refinery or import petrol. They just do the shortcut. So they just shortcut. But you will make way more money. That's what Oyimbos have figured out. That we will make way more money if we're organized and we cultivate. So that's the mistake. Are you going to tell a governor of Ogun State?
Kulata, do you know the difference here? Nigerian people like to oppress the poor ones. Oyibo, they don't oppress each other.
So
No,
they
no.
would rather have the
Oyinbos oppress each other too. Don't say that. Oyinbos
yeah,
oppress.
but
I think
not in
the
the scale of
argument.
Nigerians, yeah.
I think that is not it. I think the argument Kolata made is a coherent one because anybody that is greedy and rich should understand the concept that wherever you are making money, you want it to grow so you can make more money. Like you have
Yeah.
a livestock farm. If you have a livestock farm, you don't go about starving the livestock so that they don't give you enough milk, they don't give you an egg or whatever. You want
See
it to get
Niger,
faster so they can produce more. But in the case of
see
the Nigerian
Niger,
elite,
see
they don't seem
Niger.
to
We've broken this thing down many times on here. These
yeah.
people don't have brain. If you have brain, what you do is you create a situation where you end up even being able to steal more money.
Exactly.
If people have jobs, they pay taxes. They pay taxes. There's more money coming into the coffers. You create
Right.
employment. These people are brainless.
So basically, kind of your quest to acquire wealth as a corrupt government official should benefit all in the long term.
Yes.
It sounds
Yes.
crazy.
Yeah,
That's
mutual benefit.
Let me put it this way, Babati. The closest politician to do it is our current president in Lagos.
Exactly.
Yes.
He
So
created a
money, you
working
can see
state,
evidence now. You
and
know
he's
it's so
making
money.
a killing from that working state.
Everybody wins. I mean,
That's the
but
closest we've
killing
had.
I think you have a point, but the killing he's making was like over the bar. Like I think
Yes, but it's
that's
kind of like Onyibo kind of corruption, but at least the state is working relatively. No, not relative to, I mean, when I say in Nigerian context. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I think you have a point there. In the end, if you really want to fix this stuff, people with the right mindset and with the courage, you have to have courage to do this thing. It's not easy. A lot of people are going to come and tell you, "Don't do it." A lot of people will tell you, look into your eyes and say, "You dare not do it." And it takes people of steel to go ahead and do it. This is why I mean, whatever you like, you say, "Oh, I think this Niger, Burkina Faso, and Mali, those guys are brave." Young guys, look at what they are doing. I guess the Burkina Faso.
Yo, stop that. What is the outcome now? What are you talking about? Just stop all this thing that you propagate.
No, but at least they are showing courage. They are doing something that they
Which courage? Which courage?
Hold on, listen to me. Here for me today, that those three countries, it will not end well for those leadership. It's gonna be a bitter. Trust me.
Okay, can you give us a scenario how it ends?
One of them, they're gonna get betrayed.
Thank you. You've seen this movie before now.
You've seen it before now.
Come on, it's going to happen.
One of them will get betrayed, and that
yes,
will
no. Isn't that what happened? Isn't that what Kampare did to this guy?
I think that depends.
Thomas Sankara. That's what he did to Thomas Sankara now.
Right. What is that noise? There's massive noise coming through.
There's a baby crying.
Yeah, see, that depends on the geopolitical weather. From what I can see so far, the East is rising. The BRICS organization is getting stronger. Russia is getting stronger. So while Russia stands, while China stands,
how is Russia getting stronger? Just elaborate on that. Let us know.
Russia's economy is growing stronger, and even the West has admitted that Russia's economy is a war economy now. So they are already very, very strong, and it's growing. It's growing faster than the Western economies. So now at the core of it, what makes these nations quite strong is because they have mutual defense pact. That is a very powerful tool. If you take out one, like now, the Sankara situation occurs, the others are going to come for you immediately. So that's what it means, because they are basically one nation now. You can't just go and knock one off. This is something that West Africa could not achieve. At Nigeria, Nigeria's height of power in the 70s, this is something that we should have done at that time when we had height of power, but we didn't do it.
To Niger, if for example they buy the Burkina Faso one, the next person that comes in, as long as it consolidates power in that country, it will just tell them that, okay, I'm withdrawing from this confederacy. That's all.
Yeah, but by the time you do that, because now you've attacked, it's like somebody in Nigeria attacking the federal government. By the time you do that, they will respond. This is a confederate international.
It's an internal thing. Isn't this the same way they got in power then?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Yes.
Go ahead. Simba, go ahead. Like, it's not going to end well. It was a military coup, so the chance of them even of a counter coup sooner is going to happen eventually. It's not I don't know why
you're making a lot of assumptions.
It's not an assumption. Okay.
They said Russia share. Hold on, this one, because you just said something that is not true now. They said by 2025, Russia's share of global GDP is going to shrink by 3%. So what are you talking about?
By
By 2025. 2025.
Okay, look at hold on. GDP. Maybe the other parts of the world.
Maybe what?
You know the parts
Oh,
of the world.
I'm surprised that you have not lead us to this your security this thing. You are just trying to propagate what is not.
Let's not do that. Just find out the growth rate of Russia.
Simba, we pay nuclear bomb no go give Russia #1 economy.
You can say whatever you like. The growth rate of Russia. Let me see if I can find the growth rate of Russia for 2024 or growth rate GDP growth.
2% is 2%. 2%.
Yeah, do you know that of the UK and this thing? And that's
focus on Russia. Nobody discussing UK. Russia was the question.
I'm talking about Russia now. I think they said 3.something%.
So why did you bring UK into the?
This year they are projecting that that's IMF is projecting that Russia is going to change 3.52% or so GDP growth in Russia. They said 3.2%. That is IMF. Oh, look at that. Another one, projected consumption prices 6.1% or change. So Russia is doing very well economically. They are not stressed.
Russia cannot stay perpetually at war. At some point in time, the war economy will die.
Why would it die when they are fighting? The point is that
they're going to stop. You can't fight forever.
No, why would you fight forever except the other side surrenders? Otherwise, you can fight
You
forever.
think this thing is going to continue for another 2 years?
I don't know what.
See, you don't understand. Man. When they say you have transitioned your economy to a war economy, it means while that war is
it is to Nigeria. We don't even know where this to Nigeria come from. Actually, maybe we should move into North Korea.
Hold on. You see, when they say you've transitioned your country from a normal economy to a war economy, it means while that war is going on, the economy will continue growing. Because it is the war economy
but the war is not perpetual, it will stop.
When the war ends, then
but do you need to go to war to get economic growth of 2.8%? Just 2.8%. You are not talking about 15%. You are not talking about 10%. So I don't understand your argument.
No.
Nigeria. Did you hear what NATO said? Did you hear what NATO said? Did you know what NATO people said yesterday about Ukraine? About being a member of NATO?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know. What did they say?
Yeah, they are virtually guaranteeing Ukraine to be a part of NATO.
Oh, yeah,
let them virtual guarantee.
Can I hop in here tonight?
Go ahead. They are preparing for war now.
To give you some cover fire.
Thank you.
That Ukraine will never be a part of NATO. NATO as an organization won't exist in a year. And the Russian economy will grow. The Russian economy will grow because all the Western European powers are going to shrink. The United States is going to take their industrial base. They're already doing it. And because of that, NATO will cease to exist.
Keep dreaming. I know.
No, it's already happening. It's already happening. If you doubt me, look at the UK. Wait.
I don't have to doubt you. Logic, common sense tells me that that's not possible.
For a second.
Hold on, everyone.
Google the British companies that have relocated their headquarters to the United States.
Philip, hold on. Can we just let him? He hasn't even say a word.
I think Simba also lied and made a false statement. Okay, please.
No. I want you guys to Google the amount of UK companies that have relocated their headquarters to the United States. The Europeans, and I know a lot of you guys are in Europe, don't understand what the real play on Ukraine was. It was two things. It was
UK is not part of EU anymore. UK has its own issues.
It was to take control of the second largest grain producer in the world, and it was to deindustrialize, particularly Germany, and make them a vassal state to the United States by getting their biggest companies
Good night, gentlemen. Good night, gentlemen. This is the end of my conspiracy theory. I'll see you all later.
Oh my
Good
God!
night.
Seriously, can't do it. How can you say that?
It's a fact. Google.
Okay.
No, guys,
Google
wait,
where Portia is relocated.
Please, speaker, please. Kando, I'll see you 11 tomorrow, right? We could do a recap. PM. I hope
yes.
you man. Okay, brother.
Yeah.
Why is everybody running away?
Go back because the apologies of the West are not being satisfied by this.
Hold on, BT. I beg. Hold on, please. BT. I beg. Hold on.
Number, Simba. That's
BT. I beg.
from the World Bank.
Is this a private session?
No, we're doing Zoom now. People can hop in. I don't think one man wants. It's a Zoom, or people can join. It's open. It's just to discuss
Okay, that's all I need to know. I'll email you the link.
Okay.
15 minutes to time.
All right.
Good night, gentlemen.
Good night.
Good night. Thank you for coming in, Scando. I appreciate you.
Now to the war story
where is Simba now? Before
I want to ask you a question. What was their growth? Wait now to Nigeria. What was their growth before the war and during the war? Compare.
I think it started around. They were doing how many percent? -2%. Is that 2020 they started the war? Okay, that's what they started.
No, look at it. Don't pick a year. Look at that graph that you are showing.
When did the war start? You know,
2 years ago, 2022.
2022. Okay, so let's go back. That's 5% before 2022. Then they hit sanctions. 2022 -2%. They hit sanctions. Then 2023 back to 3.6%. 2023.
Okay, so they were relatively doing better before the war than during the war.
You can argue that.
Don't say them. That's what you projected now.
We can see before the war. If you go
to not argue, we can see it. 5.6, not 3.
Okay, hold on. Calm down. Now, 5.6 is for 1 year. If you go to
then what happened next?
2020 is -2.7. And this in 2020,
you are making it worse for yourself now. Your argument
hold on now. 2019 is 2.2, 2018 2.8, 2017 1.8, and 2016 0.2, 2015 -2. 2014.
The year before the war.
There's only the only time they
no, you hold on.
high enough was around 2011.
No, hold on. The year before, the year before the war, 21, they were what?
21 is 5.6%.
Then after that, they were what?
-2.1%.
And now they are what? Where are we now?
Now they are somewhere 3.6%.
So what are you talking about?
They are still growing. My point is that okay, let me bring
still growing. Okay.
Let's see if we can get one other country in. If we get the UK in, then
leave
we'll see
the
what
UK
the number is.
Russia. Why are you?
But I'm showing you that the country that you are saying is at war, that is dying, is growing. It shouldn't be growing. Do you know how many sanctions they've been put in? They've been put on them. I think the sanctions they put on Russia is probably harder than the one they put on North Korea, and yet they are still growing. What does that tell you? You don't necessarily need to.
No. My issue with you that you're making it look like they're like a 7 or 10% because of the war. That's the way you're sounding.
I think they are doing better during the war than pre-war. That's what you are
saying. Nigeria heard the buzzword. He has a buzzword and he wants to defend it with ground.
I'm not saying they are doing better. I'm saying they are doing better than Western economy.
Wait. The way you are describing, the way you were talking about it earlier, like they were growing at some kind of rate. Like, oh my God, the war is just making them, the economy is just amazing right now. That's the way you were talking about the country. And it's not
okay. Maybe that's
whenever you hear anything from Nigeria, go and check.
Okay, look at UK's 8%, and
we are not talking about UK. We are not talking about UK. We are talking about UK is not in a war. UK is not in a war. And if you want to compare, you compare another country who is in a war and is supporting your arguments.
But is that not worse? What you are saying is it's actually worse then, because they are not at war and the economy is growing less than a country that is wasting a lot of money.
But you can as well get another country who is doing better even without war. So what are you telling us?
That country, United States. United States should grow. I think the United States is doing quite well, I have to say. United States economy, United States seems to be doing relatively okay. It may be
Saudi Arabia for us. Who's Saudi Arabia?
United States is growing less. Oh my God. United States is still growing less than Russia. Okay, let's go to the next one. Which other country do you want, please?
Saudi Arabia.
Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia has oil now. I don't know. Let me find Saudi Arabia now.
Hey, because the economy is similar.
I guess so. If you want to put it that way, Saudi Arabia is not at war necessarily, but let's see. Saudi Arabia Federation, this thing. Let's see Saudi Arabia one. Saudi Arabia went into recession actually 2023. Ouch, that hurts. Which other one you want me to show you? Can you give me another one? One other great Western state, France. The Francais. Let's see what the French people are doing last year. Oh, look at that. My point is being made. What you are, I think we are the Nigerians. We appear to be the biggest apologists.
To Niger, stop this nonsense. Now you're looking at post-COVID economies.
We have to be we are somewhat the biggest apologists of the colonizers, Nigerians. We are so brainwashed that we don't think there is another way to live life. For some weird
Why are you muting me? I said you're looking at
post-COVID. What are you talking now? So for you to grow, you have to go into war. Is that what you are telling us now? That one of the ways to achieve the great economy is to go to war?
No, what I'm saying is that the countries that you are saying are going to fail because they are coming together to build their own thing. It's not necessarily true. Because if that was the case, North Korea would have failed, Iran would have failed. The only country that failed is the country that go halfway.
So all these countries the country that you mentioned that they are doing well in your own way,
they are doing better than us for
North
sure.
North Korea is doing better than Nigeria.
Yes, you don't know. If somebody has not told you that, breaking news. Yes, they are doing better. You want to measure any matrix, so you see, they are doing better than us. Russia even went to them recently to go and sign a defense pact. Do you see any country that has signed a defense pact with Nigeria? Because we are completely hopeless. They don't need us for anything. So, and they are selling weapons to Russia. These are people that are sending satellites to space. They are building nuclear submarines. Come on, man. Nigeria, when we mention nuclear, look at what Babati says. So that crazy dictator in North Korea can do better than us. All our graduation and our degrees, what are we doing with it? My goodness.
Where are you from in Nigeria?
I'm from your tribe. How do you know?
Where are you from? Let's know. So we know where to hold on now. Hold on. So we know where to put the nuclear plant. You put it close to your apartment, your house.
So you are afraid, You're afraid. That's your problem.
No, I mean, no, you are not afraid. That you are bold. So let's try your
Why should I be scared? I don't mind.
Don't mind.
Look at what is happening with the riverine area right now that is being polluted. You think they have a choice? See, if it's going to mean that we have to survive.
They already put nuclear waste in Delta State in Cocoa back in the 80s. They put some nuclear waste in a place called Cocoa. So you can put it in Tunaja in Agbo area. That's where Tunaja comes from.
You see, this is the kind of thinking that gets us in trouble. This kind of thinking, not in my backyard. So we should never develop, not in my backyard attitude.
Put it in your backyard, we'll draw the power.
I want to contribute to your point. Sorry, guys. I don't totally agree with Tunanja, but to some extent, he has a point. I've noticed that when it comes to ambitious projects or steps, or when it comes to technology, we kind of like to take the backstage and just believe that only the Europeans or the Americans are good at that. That it's just that it seems like we Africans are not built for stuff like that. And honestly, it's part of the reason why we are where we are, because we don't steps. Technology might be advanced, but where they will, if the Nigerian government wants that, we can get it. It's just to make all these issues, all these points you guys raised about it. We just have to just put policies and actions in place to prevent them. So I really think we like to take the backstage when it comes to technology, advanced technology, and taking bold steps. We always scared, we always give excuses for that. So in that respect, I'm gonna give it to Nigeria. We have that problem, and I think we should
Can I ask you a
acknowledge it.
question? Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Do you like motivational speakers?
Yeah, to some extent, yes.
Okay, that's why you can align with Two Niger. If technology
There's
will be
nothing
coming
wrong
from
with
a
motivational station. Wait,
I'm not saying
Listening.
anything is wrong.
You see what he does. You see what they do there. I think Kulata
Two
behaves like
Niger son, let me talk to the guy, I beg.
you sound like a perfect gatekeeper that wants
Two
to.
Niger, shut
Hold
up.
on,
Let me
hold
talk
on.
to him.
You sound like a
Let me
perfect
talk to him.
gatekeeper.
I'm
Hold
not.
on now. You want to limit your people's ability to project the ambition. You want to say, oh, we can't do anything, and for some reason you feel like you are losing something. I don't know what you are losing from our people aspiring. Tell us, please.
Hey, but if you want to aspire, you aspire where? It's not that kind of your own aspiration. Even the North Korea that you're talking about, I just fact check now, just hold on. The North Korea economy is going at minus 0.8%, and their GDP per capita is $460. And you are saying that they are doing well.
Yes.
Meanwhile, South Korea is having 31,000 GDP per capita, and their growth is about 5%. What are you talking about?
North Korea is doing better in everything. All those figures you are seeing because they are not taking their data
Tonight,
properly.
why do you keep muting me now? What's your problem? Don't let me fight
No.
you.
I only see if you notice when
Don't,
the only
don't
time I
let me
meet,
fight you.
see, no, don't fight me now. Why would you want to fight me? No, me, you are my brother. And I don't know whether you are my buru or the senior.
Is your in-law now? Kulata is your in-law.
I'm his in-law.
Is my in-law. I would so that.
You see why I laugh. Like you need to a people will demonstrate their abilities and capabilities. It's not like we like throwing things down and just we don't wish Nigeria well. I wish dust the mountain. I wish we're doing this. I wish we're doing that. I know when we're in the right environment we do stuff. But when you know your people and you see how they're going and you don't see them being able to organize themselves and do things, then you need to put your expectations where it's more realistic. Am I supposed to think that Nigeria will somehow come together and start building nuclear weapons? I'll be deleting myself when we can't even run our own refineries. Like, I mean, we're trying to set things to realistic. We can dream big.
That is why I said I agree with Two Nigeria to some extent. But generally speaking, what I'm saying is, if Nigeria wants to do nuclear technology, they will do it. It's not something that is beyond
Let me put it
us.
this way:
The
where I
same
grew
brain
up,
the Europeans have is the same brain we have.
the place
There's
where I grew
nothing
up in
special about
Nigeria,
them.
there's nuclear technology where I grew up, but it's not used for whatever. It's used to research. Where I grew up, I even know where the
Talking
place
about the
is.
north.
No, not the north. In the southwest. There were at some point in time, one of my the friends, professor that was working on something like that, Institute of something. If I remember the
But
name, I'll give it.
we don't have any reactor in the south. It was only in the north.
No, it's not reactor. It was some fissile
Okay,
stuff.
just fissile material.
Uh,
That one you can go and dig it up from the ground now.
there was some fissile stuff that they're looking to, and at some point in time in the 80s or something, was there a reactor? I have to remember. I can ask him. But
We had one in Nigeria for research purposes, and guess what? Our Nigerian government.
But the thing is, am I supposed to think that within Nigeria we're going to build something out of it? No. But if I take that man and his crew and we put them somewhere, yeah, they'll be able to build something. It's because the environment. You're in Heathrow Airport, everybody is organized. The same crew, they land in Nigeria, and then they're disorganized. So, I mean, it's the environment.
Look at the structure of North Korean economy. North Korean economy, the structure agriculture to the 2.5%, industry 47.6%, services 29%, and look at
Simba
that.
can get you a visa to North Korea, to
Hold
Nigeria.
on now. Let me give you the structure of that of Nigeria. Agriculture 21%, which gives North Korea a slightly legs up. Industry 23.65% in Nigeria, which gives North Korea a large step forward. Then services, like I said, we are there to serve, isn't it? 54% in Nigeria. The reason why North Korea is not doing so well because they are banned from exporting. Their industry, if they were doing it right, the only people they trade with is with China. If they were allowed to export, they will be very, very rich economy. South Korea is allowed to export, but North Korea is not allowed to. They have very industrialized economy. That's what makes them better than us.
They're broke. They're poor.
They can survive on their own. You see, I think
They're poor. Doesn't matter whether they survive. If that's survival, I don't want it.
They are doing better than us.
They're dead poor.
We are poorer than them.
We're not.
See, you are using money to determine how rich how well your people are doing. Their healthcare,
people that are hungry. Why would I be envious of people that are hungry?
Okay, life expectancy.
Tonight, did you say we're using?
Are you seriously arguing that? Are you seriously arguing that North Korea is doing better than South Korea? I don't want to believe that.
No, Nigeria. I mean, North Korea. I'm talking about they are doing better than Nigeria. North Korea.
What's the GDP per capita again? Is it $400 or something?
Yeah, with that $400. No, hold on. Let me give you the GDP per capita so you see it. North Korea GDP per capita. So it's going to pop out now, isn't it? Should it not? Okay, it's not pop out. Wow, what kind of trouble is this? Yeah, so I have to spell everything out for this Google this thing. Okay, that's it there. So North Korea GDP per capita. Did I type it right? North Korea.
Are you comparing North Korea?
A lot of body experience here. Nobody is supposed to show you. Is that their GDP per capita? That's quite high. Hold on. Look at North Korea GDP per capita from CIA website. Oh God. And that's 8 days ago.
It's 1,700. Nigeria is like 2,000.
No, Nigeria is Nigeria. Thanks to Kulata and his brother. Let's see.
So you went tribal all of a sudden now. Okay,
no.
Don't mind him.
Hey, don't go there. Don't go there. I didn't go tribal.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
Did you hear me mention?
Thank you very much. 2001. And now,
no. Are you looking at the point?
So even as Nigeria, as TINUBU even destroyed Nigerian currency, North Korea is still poor.
Go back to your guard room, Babati.
You are your own. Don't call me. Just stay on your own.
Don't come out until you are allowed out, Babati. Hold on. We are talking about 2023, isn't it? Because that one is 2022. It doesn't count.
And again, look, GDP is not something you just kind of calculate based on dollar. It needs to be rebased. Otherwise, we have a GDP growth rate that's positive, and then all of a sudden you just use dollar and say, "Oh no, that's not how you calculate GDP."
Let me zoom in so you see what.
That's a lazy way of calculating GDP.
Oh, no, he doesn't like it anymore. Look at our
it's not like no. I'm just telling you the truth. Until they rebase it.
Nigeria has half a GDP that per capita than Kenya. That's crazy, man.
That's where this is the great achievement of this administration, and this is in 1 year they achieved this. And look at North Korea, 1,700. You see, and this value you are seeing here, you will not see it in many sites. This is CIA.
Okay, that's fine, Nigeria. But let's not use Nigeria, right? What about Kenya? Kenya has 2,200. So Kenya is twice. It's better than North Korea, then, according to your logic.
I'm sure you are very happy about that. I'm not here for you to compare Nigeria to Kenya.
Nobody cares about Kenya.
Those guys, what's the name of those guys in Kenya that eat raw meat? What's the name of that? I forget their name. That everybody goes to visit from America.
Maasai.
No.
Is it Maasai?
I don't think they eat raw meat. They eat raw blood.
They eat blood, yeah. So Maasai people are better than North Koreans now.
See this
yes. North Koreans don't have food. North Koreans, hang on.
They don't have food now in North Korea. They eat grass.
Of course, they are starving. North Korea. Okay, with that, they are starving the economy. Let's compare the life expectancy versus that of North Korea.
I mean, what is your point?
His point. Nigeria is having a hard on because they sell.
I don't know why.
Hold on, I'm trying to share.
I think maybe he's selling weapons. He's looking for
because they sell weapons.
You look at the life expectancy of North Korea. 73 years, that of Nigeria Nigeria that is not under any sanction at all.
Wait,
Nigeria life
Nigeria.
expectancy.
North Korea has 26 million. Someone tried to come for Kenya. Kenya has 50 million people. This country has 26 million people. Our GDP per capita is better.
Oh
You
my
can't compare
God.
Kenya to North Korea.
No. You see, this number is not ideal for Nigeria. 52 years. I think we.
You know why? You know why life expectancy is 52 years? Because heaven, going to heaven is better than staying on earth.
He doesn't even know how it's calculated now.
Rush to go to heaven.
Okay, we don't know how it's calculated.
No. How is it calculated?
Okay,
That's the question.
Do you want to use HDI then? What other metrics do you want to use? Can you come up with a new one? You see, I keep trying to tell you people that
the question we're asking you, why are you?
Stop saying your nonsense. Otherwise, Pakistan with their nuclear weapon, they're as broke as any African country. So stop all these nuclear weapons guarantees you this is blah 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 blah.
You can
it's bullshit.
Find one excuse. You can find one excuse that is not doing well. I'm not telling you that.
It's bullshit now. I've put it to you before.
Why would you even use North Korea as an example? I don't know. Don't you have any?
I'm using it as an example because we have a habit of thinking like there's only one way to do things. I'm trying to disabuse us of the idea that there is only one way. There is multiple ways to get to your objective. And you're
arguing with yourself. Nobody said there's only one way to do things. Nobody has ever said that.
Whenever you mention most Nigerians say that they are doing worse. And you know why? When Nigerians say that those people are doing worse, what that does is it closes you off to options that you have.
Do you admire North Korea too, Niger?
No, it's not about admiring.
So why are you gung-ho about North Korea?
But my point is that you are limiting the way we think if you start saying some aspects of society that is able to succeed is completely ruled out.
I am sure you're the only one out of this panel that is admiration of North Korea. You can take a vote.
Okay, good. So I'm the only one that has admiration for North Korea. That is exactly my point.
You're weird. Everybody knows that.
Not us. You are the one that has the problem.
You're the one with the problem.
You are saying that you are saying on this. So you're acting as if because I have admiration for North Korea, that is supposed to be a bad thing. And
no, it's not bad. It's just unique to you.
No, of course. I'm the only one that sees that, but I'm seeing it from what reality is telling you. You are looking at the number now, and your eyes cannot believe it. Even when you see it, you don't want to believe it. You still think it's a bad thing.
If I'm given a choice to go and live in North Korea or to live in Nigeria, 10,000 out of 10,000 times, I'm going back to Nigeria.
Most people will choose their own countries. Only us actually would choose.
Okay, Kenya. I'll go to Kenya.
Yes, you would choose Kenya, but I'm sure
Benin Republic. I'll go to Benin Republic.
If they give you all these countries and they give you America or Switzerland or Sweden, you would choose.
Okay, to Nigeria, I will relocate to 80 before I move to North Korea. How about that?
Then it just shows you that you're mumu your trouser now. It's all right.
Why would I go to North Korea?
It's all right. You're allowed to do that. It's all right. So the point I'm making is very, very simple. You have to be open and see reality for what it truly is. Don't keep getting brainwashed that this. If you look at North Korea, oh my God, you're gonna go. You are crazy. Where did you get that idea? Look at the data for yourself and tell yourself, are these people not advanced? If you look at their technology, they are far more advanced than we are. The only reason why you're not seeing them being reached right now is because they are not allowed to export. And face it, when this nation has problems, like a nation like Pakistan that you give as an example, just because they have problem right now, doesn't mean they will have problem forever. Every nation has problem. Russia had a problem in the 90s.
When has Pakistan ever done well? When?
No, my point is that they will have a better chance of emerging than we do, given where we are. They are more advanced than we are.
Look,
they are more advanced. They
technology advancement doesn't
build nuclear weapons. They are more advanced than we are.
India has been able to build nuclear weapons since when? The 90s or something. They've been flying rockets since the 60s or something like that. If you go, I went to Hyderabad, some areas, I saw poverty I did not even see back home. So it's not just because I can build a rocket or I can build a this, then all of a sudden your life is great. No. And their countries, you go to the Seychelles.
Point? I don't get what is your point.
You go to the Seychelles, they will never build any nuclear weapon or whatever, but the life there is better. So you just don't say that, oh, because I built nuclear weapon, then
it's a war economy that they're trying to build in Africa.
Everything is war.
I'm not trying. See, the West is always at war because they learned it. They understood what that they have to be. When Keir Starmer spoke to this Biden just today or yesterday, the first thing he spoke about.
You said that already tonight.
Yeah. Let me emphasize it for people that were not here. The first thing he spoke about was war. You see, the idea that you guys don't understand this, I don't understand. I can't help you. But if you understand the world, the way they behave is that they finish one war, they start the next one. Because to them, it's a way of life now. They have to survive. They have to fight for every breath.
Can I ask you a question?
So, yeah, please go ahead.
Are you not saying Nigeria should go to war with Niger so that our economy can grow?
No. That is
because this war you're talking about, it doesn't make any sense to me.
No, I'm saying we should
who are we fighting? Who's our enemy? That America has they have their
enemy now.
So who's Nigeria's enemy that we are going to be fighting in this?
Let me tell you who your enemy is. Anybody that is technologically more advanced than
you. Give us a
you.
name. Give us names, please. Don't just say anybody.
No. I'm just trying to show you how many there
are.
No,
it's more specific, please. Who are the enemy?
All your enemies, all your potential enemies include all the more advanced developed countries. Every single one of them are your potential enemies.
Be more specific. No, please.
Why?
United States, China, Japan, North
and you should prepare nuclear weapons and armory because they are coming to fight. They are coming, right? So you must defend yourself against the invasion of the West.
Idea is that you are strong enough so that if one of them wants to come after you, remember they are all not also.
No. But why are they coming after you? That's what I'm asking you. Why?
They are coming after you because they want to use you for their own interest. Either to deny their rivals.
And currently, hold on. And currently, we're not being used currently right now.
We are being used now.
Okay.
Because we are not benefiting from it. This world is a transactional world.
What are you doing is that yourself when you say this.
You are not listening. If you are listening to me, you will understand. This world is a transactional world.
Nigeria is everywhere. When you are going and having conversation, you're always everywhere. You go around.
Because he's not letting me answer the question. What he does is he asks me a question, then he cuts me off, then he says, "Oh, I'm not making sense." That's not how it works. If you ask a question, allow me to answer it. I'm not even taking long to answer it. I'm taking less than 15 seconds to answer these questions. So give me that 15 seconds to answer it. I'm not expecting you not to be in the
so America, Japan are coming to attack Nigeria. So we have to defend ourselves and benefit from the war, defending ourselves against them. Right?
Yes, you should be able to put yourself on a footing to be able to defend yourself and protect whatever you
Babati.
Yeah.
When American helicopters enter nuclear Pakistan to go and kill Osama bin Laden, no heads up, no nothing. They just went there, did whatever they wanted to do with nuclear war. How does Nigeria story line up?
In the case of Nigeria, the U.S. doesn't have to
have issue with it. Like
they borrowed so much money. They borrowed so much money.
Pakistan, we don't even have issue with the like.
You see what is killing? You see what is killing Pakistan? This is what is killing Pakistan here. Industrialization that they've not industrialized. That's what is killing.
No, don't move to the. No, you are moving to go. Stay on that point again. Don't move the goalpost. Stay on.
It's already changed the definition.
In Nigeria, they have them by debt. They can shut down their economy any day of the week.
Yeah, they can always do that. Even if you have nuclear weapons, they can do that.
They cannot do that. They cannot do that if you have the ability. Don't you understand?
Hold on, listen to me. The best way to fight the West is to grow your economy and be stronger. That's how you fight.
Oh my God. I can't believe for people that have been colonized and enslaved.
The best way to fight anybody is to have a strong economy. That's how you fight.
But you have to be able to protect your economy. You can't have a rich house.
The same Russia that is using as an example, was it not that same mistake that they made? America was growing their economy, they are growing their weapon. At the end of the day, what happened? They lost all the power.
And Russia lost all its power. You see, what kind of
okay,
where do you what kind of perception?
So you want to compare the USSR of those days with the present Russia? Is that what you are saying?
Mind down.
If you are talking about the
When the
Soviet
Russians
Union, yes.
went to a market economy under Yeltsin, the U.S. came and absolutely looted the country. That's how they got Putin.
Exactly.
Yeah, so if they have all these weapons, how would they allow them to loot the country? Like, isn't that like almost opposite
set
of what
them up
Nigeria
with
is
a
saying?
free trade agreement, and they
Forget
went in
about
and set up,
whatever methodology they used.
They went in with the derivatives market
the
and
saying
destroyed their
is
economy.
you have nuclear weapon, nobody will be able to mess with your economy. But
No,
you just gave an example where they mess with their economy.
There are two different issues. In the case of Russia, that you don't remember when Clinton was doing all those photo ops with Yeltsin and they were best buddies. Meanwhile, the United States looted their country. That's how they got.
So how will according to Nigeria's theory, you're not supposed to be messed with when you have the big guns, and you're telling me in Nigerian parlance. Hold on, let me say this. In Nigerian parlance, gone past gone. So if gone past gone, I'm speaking pidgin English, by the way, meaning one guy has a bigger gun. If gone past gone, how will Nigeria build the deterrent gun that will prevent the likes of America from messing with their economy if they could mess with the Russian economy? So the whole thing doesn't make any sense.
The Nigerians haven't built an economy that's a threat to anybody.
We're talking about we're talking about
Stop interrupting him, Panzer. You do it to me. Allow somebody
stop
to talk.
calling me Panzer. Tonight I'll slap you.
Oh my God, I'm sorry.
Wait.
Oh,
it's a good point, but let's deal with the real issue. The real issue is Niger is presuming that the Nigerians.
This guy is one of the Niger disciples.
Wait. Niger is presuming.
No.
Wait.
How can you call him my disciple? That guy, no, it's not.
Wait. Just let me make the one point. I'll let you guys go back to it. That Niger is presuming that Nigerians would actually build an economy that benefits Nigerians. If they did that, then the United States would want to attack that economy. But they don't do that. They build an economy that benefits the West. Their primary customers are all Western countries. It's India, it's the Netherlands, it's France. They're not a threat. But what Niger is saying is if we actually built a country that benefited us, then that would be a threat. And so therefore you would need to defend that. But if Nigerians continue to take the position of we are not going to build a country that benefits our own people, well, then there's no need for nuclear weapons because you're not a threat.
But the benefit is a zero-sum game. Is the benefit a zero-sum game?
But sorry, you even know what zero-sum game is.
Hold on, please.
I know. I mean, I know. Is it a zero-sum game? You mean once you benefit America, you guys cannot benefit together?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but so far,
I'm saying that. Hold on, for that, I'm saying that. But to the speaker's point, I don't know what your name. I can't see your name. Is Felipe. But it goes to my earlier point. You need to build the economy first, right? That's the first thing. When you
you have to be willing to build an economy
that
actually benefits your people.
Let him finish talking now. Jeez.
No, but
you're making a great point. I am all for, when I come on these panels, economic stuff. But the problem is that Nigeria, for whatever reason, is afraid to take a position to benefit all of its people.
Right. I agree with you that the economy has to benefit the people. So once you build an economy that benefits your people, then we can have this nuclear weapon conversation.
Well, but you kind of have to have that. You have to have them in the process, because by the time you build it, then you become a threat. So therefore, you have to be occupied.
Well,
the world doesn't work that way anymore. You can build an economy that benefits you, and also shut up. Man. You can build an economy that benefits you, that also benefits whichever part of the West. For example, if you're exporting cheap stuff that the West needs, your economy will grow, and the West will be able to buy cheap stuff.
No, that we are on a complete inverse relationship to Western wealth.
For now.
We are. There will never be a day when any Western country is going to invest heavily in any African country to their benefit. Never. And the reason why is because their economy is built on getting cheap resources from us. They cannot invest in us and keep the prices cheap. That's not how their economy is built up globally.
So that's why I said for now. For now, that's the equation for now.
No,
he refuses to understand. Chinedu,
I understand. You think I don't understand?
Chinedu, why can't you explain yourself very well, Chinedu?
I said it's for now. That's the equation for now.
For now, Kenny, if you want to build an economy, you have to recognize that you have to protect it. You can't have
sorry, I agree with. Sorry, let me make this point real quick.
What do you mean by for now? What does for now mean?
That's the equation for now, solely. Africa is a place for cheap resources. That's what it is.
That has always been the equation, and that's always the equation for them.
Yeah, but until things can shift globally.
They know the moment
it shifts.
You want to turn your country to Libya.
No, it depends. I mean, stop looking back.
I'm going to throw it to you
like
a little deeper. Why do you think the IMF and the World Bank is loaning Nigeria and Kenya so much money when they don't need it?
Exactly.
Why? Why do you think they're giving them so much money?
Who told you we don't need it? We need the money. Who told you we don't?
No, you don't. No, you actually don't. No, you actually don't. If you collateralize your resources and focused on growth, you would not need to borrow money from the IMF.
Perfect.
Why can't we just do business with China? They come, they invest, and we have infrastructure.
Because Chinedu there that calls himself collateral doesn't like it.
I don't understand why we are collecting the loan when we could have collected that same loan from China and they will actually come and build infrastructure. The West knows that they will give us the money and we won't use it to do anything. We'll just take it and go and put it back in Western banks.
That's a problem for your leadership. That's your leadership issue.
And who put the leadership there?
It's not just leadership issue. There's what they call the rule-based international order. And the Western people designed this order. So if you go against it, that is when you become a threat. And that is when you will need to build your security, like Tunanja is saying. But as long as you don't go against that rule-based international order, you don't need to be afraid of these people. Just like Europe.
But is that not reactionary? That what you are saying is reactionary. You have to be proactive. If you wait until you go against them before you do it, that's wrong. You have to do it first before you take any action. This is exactly what is wrong with our government. We take action first, then we start trying to fix the problem. That's why they fail.
You're not going to have. You're not. Hold on, Solly Joe. Solly Joe.
We don't even need nuclear weapon. We have population on our side. Come and attack us, and then you have 50 million youths running to Europe. Plain and simple.
Running to Europe because you think they're going to.
We don't even make our own guns. We don't even make our own guns.
It's not about gun. It's the threat.
No, we can't. We can't defend anything that we have. Not at all.
No, wait. It's the threat of immigration. If you destroy our country, then you have millions of people running to Europe through the desert. And how are you going to handle that?
They don't care about that.
They can stop us from coming in. They can stop us if they want to.
You can stop 50 million.
They don't care if they scatter your country.
They can if they want to.
The small hundreds of thousands, they can't stop it though.
They are not stopping it now because they want you to come over. If they want to stop you from coming in, they can. And by the time they shoot a row of a few thousand, let's see anybody that crosses that boundary again.
The thing is,
why will we take a frame of a losing, fractured country rather than to just try to win?
Let me tell you, in this European Union, if they do that, they will destroy the European Union. A lot of these countries, wait now, it's not me that's leaving Europe. A lot of these countries in Europe do not like the fact of this immigration, and a lot of countries in Europe support it. This has been an ongoing battle with a lot of countries claiming that they want to leave Europe because they don't like the immigration rules. Denmark said
they would never even get to the Mediterranean. They would do exactly what the United States.
I mean Europe too.
And a lot of countries
to answer your point, they would do what the United States does in Mexico.
Hold on, please. Can you let the Soli finish, please, so you can hear what he's saying? It's when I leave.
So if millions of youths are coming to, they are not. Yes, some of them will attack. But some countries in Europe will not. Some countries in Europe will say that, okay, you know what, I'll support them, I'll take them in, I'll do this. And that's where problem will start. And before you know it, the European Union will scatter. Because if you allow somebody, wait, just let me finish. If you are, okay, if Italy says, okay, I'll allow people to enter. The moment people enter Italy, they can cross through anywhere in Europe. So they have this ongoing battle. And this is just,
let me not waste your time. If you have 50 million people moving into Europe, every European country will be against it.
You know, you can just let me finish. And this has been an ongoing battle for thousands of people. If you dare destroy the economy or the nation of Nigeria, you have millions, and not just from Nigeria. As Nigerians are going, you know, other countries will copy and follow too. You cannot stop millions of people. See, the European Union and the Europeans know that this is a possibility. That is why they are fighting against it. That is why they are trying to invest in Nigeria, but they cannot.
Wow,
they cannot
that is quite interesting perspective. See, let me say this. If even 20 million Africans are looking to move into Europe, even those countries you think will support migration, they will turn against it. That's a demographic shift. They will never accept that kind of number. And when that time comes, hold on. When that time comes, when they are coming after Africa, they will not even let us near their border. See, when America was fighting the Second World War, they put the Japanese inside internment camps. What are you talking about? This is no joke business. This is life and death. If you rely on that for our survival, we are done.
Have you seen the routes that they passed to come to Europe? Do you know it?
Wow. Okay.
I'm just asking you because you are talking like you know it, but from the sound of it, you don't.
I know. You forget I'm in Europe.
Okay.
Okay.
And what routes did they pass?
Soli has a point. Soli has a point. But the other mistake Soli is making is that he's using the current status quo. If the interest of the European is greater than the concern of immigration, they're gonna do it. That is a point you are missing.
Everybody, if you come near that border, you die. Period.
I'm not denying that fact. However, I'm trying to point out that yes, if they decide to do that, they can do that for up to a certain point. They cannot do that. Wait now.
I believe you just keep saying these things. These are people that enslaved us. These are continent killers. And you think they will allow you come to their homeland and change demographics? Are you serious?
Will you let me finish?
Man, your perception of reality, go ahead, please.
Okay. It gets to a certain number where it becomes overwhelming. I have seen the issue at the border crossing. It is already overwhelming for them. And I'm talking about tens of thousands of people. It is already overwhelming. When you are now talking about hundreds of thousands, millions, they are going to leave Europe unsecure. And if Europe is unsecure, guess who will want to encroach into it? Russia. So it's either you face Russia or you face those immigrants. It will be a beautiful thing for the enemies of Europe. The only people that will benefit is USA, because it's not going to affect USA in any way. And USA is always happy to this. You see what they did with their gas. So if anything like this happens, it's most likely going to be USA that will push it. It can never be the Europeans that will come and attack Nigeria. We have an advantage that we don't want to use.
Okay, let me give you one very clean example. Look at the Gaza war now. When Egypt said the Gazans can move into this Egypt, can they force themselves in? Because they know if they try to...
How many are
2 million. 2 million in Gaza.
Is it the whole 2 million that wanted to go, or just a few thousands?
Almost all of them wanted to leave. Who wants to stay in Gaza right now?
Is it a few thousands or few millions?
All the million wants to leave the area, but they can't leave.
I know these borders. These people can't handle millions. Even
See,
if they decide to
oh my
block and
God.
shoot and bomb these people, you cannot catch them all. They will
See, you will
eventually,
try.
and once the first few thousands come in, the rest are coming in. Because these people give up very easily. The rest are coming in.
Wow. Okay, have you read the history of the Second World War, the First and Second World War? Have you actually read the level of hostility that was involved amongst Europeans, not with us, not to mention them, us coming to impose ourselves on them?
That is war, and there's a difference between war and immigration issue.
Yeah, but you are saying that when they are fighting us in Africa, because of the fight that is going to go on in Africa, we are going to rush to their country and they are going to let us in.
Yes,
that is like crazy. They are busy killing us in Africa because they perceive. You know what you are arguing. Let me say what you are. Let me give you the idea of what you are arguing. You are saying like America, after they are fighting Japan, the Japanese immigrants flee Japan and wants to enter America. America lets them in.
Can I reply now?
Go ahead.
America fought war with Germany. They let German immigrants in. All these European nations, they fought war with Arab countries. Wait now. They fought war with Arab countries, and the Arabs not filling the whole of Europe now, almost everywhere. So this is what happens whether it's during the war, whether it's after the war, whether you have millions. They can never risk it.
See, the one you are talking about is
that is our nuclear weapon.
Sorry, this modern warfare. This modern warfare is the one you're talking about. You're talking about a modern warfare where they are fighting war of choice. There's a difference between that and total war. Total war is a civilizational war where they go all out to destroy you. And when that happens, believe you me, killing 1 million is nothing. Before they bombed this in Japan, they killed almost 1 million in bombing in the weeks leading to it. So make no mistake, when these people mean business, they mean business. Forget it. If you think if you use your people as cannon for that, man, you really want your people to be destroyed completely.
My point is, yes, okay. Even if they decide to use their full out war, they go all out, they leave their continents insecure. Do they not?
No, they don't go. They don't leave their home insecure. These are nuclear powers. They don't leave it insecure.
Okay.
They are very brutal. Now, in the Second World War, the weapons they have then is baby right now compared to what they have now. The kind of stuff they can do now. Jesus Christ. If they say you are not coming over that Mediterranean Sea and all the borders, you are not coming in. Forget it. I think we underestimate their capability. I don't understand why we think like this.
I don't underestimate their capability. I'm just telling you, based on population, you cannot keep on doing that shit forever. Eventually, human beings are going to persevere and find a way on that continent. You cannot stop millions.
If it was you, would you allow millions of people to flow into Nigeria? If it was you, would you?
No, I would not. But they do not make.
Why do you think that they will do that?
Wait now. They do not make individual.
I just wanted to say thank you guys for letting me join your panel, and I wish you all the best, brothers. I look forward to the next time.
Thank you. I really appreciate you for joining us. Not mind the people saying that whether you are my disciple or something. He's quite highly educated, though. Don't do that. You are insulting him.
To be underuse and insult. That's what you're saying.
My point is
that this guy who let you out of the guard room.
So who's the low IQ?
Who let you out of your guard room? You want to get involved in my own palava. Where is Chinedu? Chinedu is still there. Carry on. See, the point is that you cannot use your people as cannon for that. You have to
look.
Basically, if you are building your economy, build your security along with
what do we have to lose? We already have millions of those people suffering. It's not like they will ever let us have our freedom in the country. So why not just try to destabilize? Let everybody just destabilize everybody now. Abi?
You can't destabilize them.
If not, what is our future? They are just going to keep on sucking us drier and drier and drier. The poverty rate is just going to keep on increasing.
Our future is what I spelled out for you.
Okay, what is the poverty rate of Nigeria? What is the poverty rate of Nigeria? How many percent of people are living in poverty?
I don't know how to describe it. You know how parents that are poor.
I'm just asking you a question.
We are quite poor. A lot of people, I think you are 70-80% are poor in Nigeria.
Okay, so what is 70-80% of 200 million?
70-80% of 200 million people, you are looking at about 160 million,
So
70
what
50 million.
do we have to lose? Because the poverty is just going to keep on increasing.
What do you have to lose? Your life, your future.
Are
You
you
want
not
to go and live
losing
you
your
want to
life
go and
when
live
you're
a
in poverty?
reservation? This
Are
you
you
want
not
to be like the
starving
Red
when you're in
Indians?
poverty? You
No,
don't understand the mind of somebody in poverty that has nothing to lose. When somebody is going on a boat and staying at the end of the boat just to cross into you, you don't understand what people are
See, your
doing to
problem is that
entitle
you
you.
see,
That is why.
I think the thing about Nigeria that makes Nigerians' poverty seem higher than normal is because Nigerian system stresses Nigerian people out. Make no mistake, East Africans are poorer than Nigeria. They are
What is
suffering more
minimum
than
wage?
Nigeria.
What is minimum
No,
wage?
minimum wage is not the measure. It's whether you can
And
eat,
how much is a
sleep,
bag of rice?
and all the rest. Most Eastern African countries, they suffer famine every year. They are the ones you see on the TV. They are saying, "Oh, please come
Are
and help
they
them."
in
They are
hundreds
starving.
of millions?
How many Nigerians have you seen do that? How many
Just
Nigerians have you seen on TV?
because you don't see them do that doesn't mean they don't do it. Though.
No, I've been in Nigeria. I can tell you that most of the people you see, even the poor ones, generally don't look emaciated. Yes, they are stunted. Nigerian state stresses the people. That is true. But we are compared to many African countries, our suffering is not even as high as we like to think. How about the other countries that have suffered more than Nigeria? Did you see them behaving like the way we are doing? We have not seen suffering, no.
Their
If you see suffering, or people suffering, the kind of suffering those people went through, or people went through.
Okay,
If you know,
but it's just like saying, okay, me too. I can give an example. You are placing Nigerians at the rate of all these other Africans. It's just like me saying, oh, the Dutch are uncomfortable, so they are going to riot like the French. They would never do that. Not in a million years. They will never protest like the French. But when the French want to protest, they scatter and destroy the whole nation. So there's a difference. You don't expect other country people to behave like Nigerians, but
no.
sure know how
I
Nigerians
hear your
behave.
point there. That is a valid point. I think the French they have these like they feel like they are custodians of egalitarianism and solidarity of the working classes. That's what the French represent. Remember, they are the first to create what they call this kind of modern republic through Napoleon. So and during the period when they had their revolution. So maybe you can argue that French is slightly different. But even people in Europe say the French are always acting like spoiled children. They say that all the time.
And another thing is some countries in the European Union, they do not want immigration because they do not believe it is part of their faults. The French cannot be benefiting alone while all the other countries are taking the immigration problem that they are causing. They have these issues. Some of them want to leave the European Union because of this kind of nonsense.
I think Hungary and a few other countries don't like what's
because
going on.
because this is not their problem. How will you be oppressing people and be telling us to come and collect the problem that you've caused? So what are they benefiting from?
My issue with your comment was
what are they
that we can throw
benefiting
our
from the
bodies at them.
European Union? That is their point. If anything like this happens, that will scatter the European Union. And once you scatter the European Union, that will make Russia so happy. And they will suffer it eventually.
See, the thing is, why do you think if Russia interacted with European Union, the European Union is going to suffer?
Because Russia will start encroaching into Europe.
Okay, let's say Russia encroaches into Europe. Why would they suffer?
I don't know, because the Europeans think that if Russia take over them, they will suffer. That's how they behave.
No, because that's what they have been told. But it's not real.
Tell that to European now. You don't need to tell that to me.
Even Europeans, they know.
They don't know. They don't know.
Hold on, let me explain to you now. Many of them, the ones that are in power, know. And it's true that most of people don't know. If you look at the severing of the gas line between Germany and Russia, and let's call it between Europe and Russia, who do you think did that? That's the Americans that did it. If you look at,
but majority of Europeans think it's Russia that did it. They don't know it's America that did it.
Actually, from the point of view of the UK, most of us just understood that it was the Russians that.
I'm talking about the population. I'm not talking about the leaders.
If the people believe that in Europe, I will be surprised because in the UK we all know that it's the West that did it.
You know how they are now. Even if you give them fact and proof, you know how they used to do their hatred.
even Biden came out and said there will be consequences for that thing if Russia went to war. So this is something that
you live in Europe, right?
Yes.
You say you live in have you had conversation with an average European citizen?
Yes.
About this kind of topic.
Yes.
They will just vex and they behave like obedience when you give them proof and facts.
Which country are you in? Is it like Netherlands?
Yes.
I remember you were online when you said that before. So
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter when.
I don't know. If the people in Netherlands actually believe that it's Russia that blew that pipeline, then they are really heavily brainwashed.
They chop propaganda very easily now. We can see the case of Germany and Nazism. It only takes somebody like an obedience to believe in Nazism for the whole country to believe.
It's a very, very interesting point you're making here.
You should know that these people chop propaganda. The moment is a white man talking that is from Europe, they will believe no matter what, whether there's no proof. That's how they are now.
There are two layers of Europeans. I don't know whether it's different from the United Kingdom because United Kingdom is quite unique among Europeans. So I cannot speak for the entire continent of Europe. But I can tell you that in the United Kingdom, yes, the establishment like to push the narrative that is the Russians that cause all this problem, the Russians that. But most of the intelligentsia, that's people that discuss these things, that know about these things, even on TV, they will tell you that it's the West.
And how many percent of the population is intelligent? How many percent?
Reasonable percentage. I think if you ask the UK, okay, let me look for the actual polls. I don't want to.
Is a minuscule amount of the population, basically an amount that doesn't matter. We're talking about the majority. You can't be using the minority to judge the majority. It's what the majority thinks that matters.
Yeah, I think
when you look at the obedience, if you put facts and proof in front of them, maybe only 1% or 2% of them will actually believe you and actually do the right thing. But the majority of them won't. They will rather believe the lie. So does the 2% matter? No.
I think that quite a lot of European population understand that most of this conflict that is happening is originating from the West. It's not Russia that is generating it. Most of Europe, at least UK nationals, understand that.
Let me tell you how the conversation will go. Oh, we have too many Arabs in the country. Well, and you reply them, well, the Arabs are here because your country is attacking them. Then their reply will be, and you take all the benefits from them losing. Then Europeans will simply reply you with, well, that's how the world has always been. Everybody has been attacking everybody to collect resources from them. Let the world be. I still don't want immigrants. They will accept it, they will acknowledge it, and they will tell you that, well, that's their problem. They don't care. That's how the conversation will just go. I'm not saying they won't acknowledge it. Some of them won't acknowledge it, but the ones who acknowledge it won't care. They won't give a damn. They don't care. They just want to benefit and they don't want to see you. They don't care if you are suffering. They don't care. You should know this now.
Yeah, I'm just trying to check the countries that see Russia as with a positive image, especially if they are European. Yeah, I want to just get to those countries so that we can see how many countries that the country that supports Russia the most in Europe. I want to see if I can find Greece, 25%, and this thing Greece is 25%, Hungary 17%. United States, 17% of United States supports this in see Russia positively, while others feel neutral. Quite a lot of people are neutral, actually.
It's not a lot if it's the minority. You are talking about the minority and you are saying quite a lot. I keep on saying the minority.
Okay, hold on.
The position of the minority does not matter.
Okay, let me put it this way. 33% neutral, 17% for. So those two put together is 50%. That's United States alone.
Out of how many? 50% out of 100%.
50% is negative. 50% is committed negative, while 33% is non-committal. They are not taking any side. Then 17% is actually positive towards Russia.
So minority
that's in the United States. No,
so that's minority.
Yes, it's in a minority. It's a smaller.
So you are arguing for the minority.
But if you include the minority plus the neutral ones, that's 50%.
No, you can't do that. If they wanted to decide, they will decide.
Neutral means they are not against Russia.
So if okay, then let's take Atiku's vote and give it to Obi so you can win the election now. Since that's how you want to do your math.
No. If it's election, obviously negatives win.
So now those polls don't matter. Your argument, you can't argue like that. You can't just.
This is not an election now.
No, you can't just take other people's decision and mash them up with another person's decision.
Okay, so if 100% of them said, hold on,
then why don't you take the undecided and add them with the other side too? That
I think you have a point. If it was a vote, the ones that
but that is a vote now. It's not made from a poll.
No, I agree with you, but I'm trying to get you to see this other point of view. What if 100% of them said they are neutral? What would you make of that?
Well, that means they don't care what happens. That means
exactly. So a large number of them, which is 33%, don't care.
Okay,
they don't see that as a big
but what now? Let me give you back your argument. If they don't care, that means if their country decides to do anything about it, if their country decides to oppress, they won't do shit about it. If their country decides not to do, so it is hands of the minority who already don't, is back in the hands of the minority who already don't like Russia.
Yeah, you can
because if you look at it, let's go back to those statistics. You said 17% don't support Russia, right? And maybe 30% don't care. That means we still have like 50% the remaining. Now, if that 50% decides to do something, the people that don't care, their 30% doesn't matter. Now it is back to 50% versus 17%. So who wins?
Yes.
Because that 30% cannot support the 17%, and that 30% cannot support the 50%. So it is just back to 50 against 17.
I think from that point of view, you are right. So if you look at like Ukraine now, Ukraine itself is only 2% that supports they say Russia and Ukraine. And that is a country where some people actually speak Russia. So it's only 2% that supports Russia. But that tells you that the other countries where you have 21%, like Norway, 21% in favor of Russia, that's in Europe. 21% is in favor of Russia. So what are in Germany? 12% is in favor of Russia. That is significant amount over that of Ukraine that they are falling into the war.
Does not matter. The minority does not matter. If the majority decides to make a decision, the minority can't do anything about it.
Yeah, it's true, but the minority's voice is also important in a nation. What does that tell you?
And what is their voice going to do?
No, what that tells you in a nation is that it tells you
hashtag on Twitter.
No, I'm saying that those people that believe they are positive, like the people I try to tell you that those ones that are wise enough to see what is going on, they are the ones that will say, you know what, that pipeline was not blown up by Russia.
And then what will they do about it? They will go and enjoy their gas at home.
No, the truth is that when you see the thing about Europeans, one thing that they tend to do very well is no matter what their people do, right or wrong, they back their people. That's what they do. So once their government have chosen a direction, they will back their government, whatever happens. Hence, that high percentage that you see supporting their government. So that is what they do. But it doesn't mean that they are not aware in reality what their government.
And what is their awareness now doing about it? Nothing.
Yeah, but that's what I'm telling you now. They may not do anything about it. It doesn't mean they are not
so
aware.
Then they don't matter. So why do you keep on bringing them up if they don't matter?
No, but you are saying that they are brainwashed to all think that Russia is.
Okay. Now, in terms of action, it doesn't matter what I said. It doesn't matter what you are saying. They don't matter. In the grand scheme of things, they don't matter.
Why do you keep saying they don't matter?
Because their decision, their voice, is not going to change anything.
Do you know that if you look at the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, most of the people in most nations are against Israel, but their governments but their governments are doing the opposite. What does that tell you? Sometimes the minority gets their way. That's what. So to just say the minorities are not important, they are important. Let me say.
So you are saying Israel. The majority of Israel don't support what Israel is doing.
Majority of the West don't support it. Majority of the world doesn't.
Of which West? Like which country?
Let me see now.
The people that are sending them weapons, those are the ones that don't care about it and don't support it, and are sending them funding and are sending them billions.
That's the point I'm making. The governments may support Israel, but the people themselves don't. That's the point I'm making. That minority can get their way.
Which people don't support? Is it because you are seeing some Arabs rubbing the flag and writing "Free Palestine," disturbing everybody up and down on social media? That's why you think that.
Okay.
Which European have you seen come up on social media and say, "Hey, free"? Show me one video.
There are many.
Show me, just show me. Give me. Since there are many, there should be one that is so popular. Tell me the name of this person.
Okay, see now, let me get this.
So you see, you need to focus. The people that are shouting are Arabs. It's not any European anything. You show me one European shouting "Free Palestine." Let me see.
Hold on, let me see. Let me
show
see.
Me now. I'm waiting.
Hold on now. Okay, you see it. That one is too many now. I can't.
If there are a lot, you should be able to pull out 10 by now.
Solly.
There are so many.
You know what? I didn't think I was going to enjoy talking to Solly, but it's all right.
There are so many of them now. They're everywhere. When I go out early in the morning to go and buy food, I see so many Europeans shouting "Free Palestine." I see them everywhere on the streets.
Hold on now. Let me see what I can find for you. I'm trying to look for data now. Britons are increasingly likely to say Israel should call a ceasefire and less likely than they were in November to see the military campaign action as justified. So let's see what they say now. This thing, the graph is too small, so I can't make it big enough. I'm trying to sympathies for Palestinian side of the Middle East conflict are now higher than they were before the latest round of fighting. So Israel 13th of May. What does that mean? I don't even know what this graph means. I'm trying to find proper data here. Public sympathy for the Israeli side in the conflict has fallen. Okay, so let's say sympathize. Okay, let me just share this graph so that I don't keep making stuff up here. I can't see very clearly. I'll try to zoom in as much as I can. So public sympathy for Israeli side in the current conflict has fallen since November. So in November, let's see, sympathize a great deal. You see, these are people that sympathize with Israel a great deal, 25%, and somewhat sympathize, 36%, and neutral, don't know, and don't sympathize, 15% was very, very strong. So, and now I think that went down, sympathize a great deal, 18%, isn't it? And somewhat sympathize, 35%, and don't know has gone up. If this don't know, what is happening don't know, they're actually not for Israel, but they're just pretending as if they are. And this is 20%. So they are losing support all over the world. And that is the UK.
Can I go and create my own website and give you my own charts too? I'm not asking for charts. I didn't even ask for plenty people. Just give me 2 people, 2 Europeans that call out these attacks. Just 2. Since
Europeans,
you know what? You said it like
on Israel, Gaza.
Wait now. You said it like there were thousands of people. I'm just asking.
I'm going to get you. No. I've got you on that. If you are looking for Europeans that are against
yes, show me 2 names. Two popular people.
Owen Jones, George Galloway. You know George Galloway?
No. Who is that?
You don't know George Galloway?
Does anybody on this platform know George, including the people in the comment section? Do you know any George Galloway?
Yeah, of course. Anybody that knows
anybody help to Nigeria, please.
Let me find another one. Let me find another one that is against this thing. George Galloway. What is his name? Jeremy Corbyn. You know Jeremy Corbyn. I don't know whether I know him. You know of this thing. What's her name again? Diane Abbott. I don't know whether I know of Diane Abbott. Okay. She's this an MP in the UK. You don't know this in Owen Jones. Maybe you don't. Which other one? Finkelstein. I've forgotten it. Other than Finkelstein.
Why is their voice not as prevalent as the Arabs that I see on the streets disturbing everybody? Why are
Finkelstein they not is a Jewish? His voice is very loud. Finkelstein is very loud.
Why don't I see them waving flags? Why don't I see them making posts about freeing Palestine? Can you show me their post, please?
The people that make posts about freeing Palestine, they are all over the place on the social media, on television.
I'm talking about Europeans making those posts. I'm not talking about Arabs disturbing everybody. I'm talking about you. Show me the Europeans posting
let
street
me look
Palestine.
for. Let me show you the protest then. Are you?
Okay.
You want me to show you the protest in Europe?
Show me now with Europeans, oh, not Arabs, oh, not white Arabs, oh, Europeans.
Yes.
You see how hard it is for you to find
no,
one.
it's not hard.
Because if it was happening
You are
every
really
day,
funny, man. How is that hard? That's not even hard at all.
wait now.
I'm about to pull it up for you. What are you talking about? That's one of the
if it was happening every day, by now you will not be searching for it. You will just wait it out. You know, it's such a hidden gem that all of us are waiting for us to see it for the first time in our life. And this one has been going on for months.
This one is the US. I want to find one in the UK.
I must not see Arabs inside there. Oh.
What is wrong with you? So protests, they have to only be Europeans now?
Yes.
What is wrong with you? That is not right. What if Europeans are there? What is your problem with that?
What I'm just trying to say is that in the grand scheme of things, we have no choice as a country, Nigeria. Because if we do nothing about it, these people are going to suck us dry, down to our bone. You may not see people living wretched. You may not see people being skin and bones. But trust me, if you allow these Europeans to continue without trying to help yourself, they will take you to that level. They will take you to that, and they do not care. If you are not going to see, North Korea cannot defeat all these countries, but North Korea is standing their ground. They are standing their ground. Eventually, they will get to where they want, and they will be able to trade. If these BRICS can work, only one person out of how many hundreds of people that were there, only one person out of how many hundred, and the hundreds of other people did not even support her after the end of this speech. They did not.
You mean this
they
lady?
were even mocking her.
Are you saying this lady? Are you talking about this lady?
What is the point if after
this
speech,
on now? Are you talking about this lady?
There's a lady and there's a guy. I know about this kind of video. There's a lady and there's a guy.
So you know this lady. Okay, so you are saying that because the establishment are corralling the people, are controlling the people, so that means that the people are supporting it. Most of the people are against this thing.
No, that is not most. After the speech, most of the people that you claim to support them laugh at this kind of people, and then they just move on to the next topic.
What?
The moment, even before she finishes her speech, you can already hear people in that parliament laughing.
You see, so what you don't understand is that
what are you saying? If two people come out and the remaining 100 and something are laughing at them, do you think they are really taking them seriously? Then those two people don't matter.
You see, your problem is that you look
How
at
is it a problem? I'm telling you,
can you let me talk? You can't just keep talking over me and expecting to make a point.
No, I'm not talking over you.
Then let me finish talking then.
Okay.
If, let's say, the establishment politicians that are already sold out, like we like to call them in Nigeria, corrupt politicians, that's what is happening in Europe too. In America, every single politician, that's the House of Congress and Senate, they have their Israeli handler. This is something that is not a public knowledge. I can show you a video of it, of them saying it themselves. They are corrupt and they are being handled by Israeli handlers. Hold on, let me finish my point. So if you want to make an argument based on that, because the establishment are against this person, against this thing, I just told you that, yes, the establishment are like that, but it doesn't mean the people are supporting it. Most of the people are against it, and they know what the establishment
that's a lie.
Doing.
That's a bloody lie.
Let me look for percentage of people that are against.
Can I reply you? Please stop showing me posts that some websites did. That's not reality. When you go on the road and you speak to people, that's reality. You might be saying that, they support this and that, but when you go on the street and you talk to people, are you telling me that the Israeli handlers are going on the streets into people's houses and handling them too?
This is establishment. Hold on, this is establishment. I'm giving you the number so that you see the general public support for it. The establishment, this is an establishment newspaper, The Guardian, and they carried out a poll. He said the poll shows that among voters in the UK, majority of 56% to 70% are in favor of a ban on export of arms and spare parts to Israel. These are people that are against exporting of weapons to Israel. Most of the people in these countries are against what is going on in Israel, but the establishment, almost 80% of them are in support of it. That is the problem.
Okay, you can use your statistics, but I'll tell you again, if we
go online and do statistics and you give it to Europeans and say, do you support slavery? A lot of them are going to vote no. But when it comes to reality, do you want to give up all your benefits so that the Africans can build up? A lot of them in real life will not support that. They will want to continue to suck Africans dry so that they can.
I'm going to be president of this country. President of this country.
So that they will continue to live their lavish lifestyle in Europe. I don't understand why you are fighting for these people when you know the truth. Their online polls do not represent reality. If you decide to take away, if you decide to take away all the benefits,
my God, some of the things you are saying
let me finish. If you decide to take away all the benefits they enjoy from oppressing people, these people are going to tell you straight to your face that no, they want the African country.
Sorry to Nigeria. Yes.
Yeah, even in the US, they want a ban on export of arms to the Israelis. Even Biden supporters.
Sorry. I was. Who's the day that wants the ban of? Who's the day?
In the US, even Trump and Biden supporters want ban on.
You know what they say. What they say in public and what they actually do is two different things, right?
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Talking about?
Anton Niger knows this. He knows this.
Solly, what are you talking about? I just agreed with you that the government people, they do it, but the people themselves, the population, are not in support. This is
no. Wait, you're a man that talks about public policy.
Yes,
you do that all the time, and you know how this thing works in regards to what you just said.
Mm-hmm.
What the people of that country say is not the opinion of the government. They can have an opinion, but you need to look at the leadership of whoever controls that is who determines what goes. It's not what people say. So you can't be quoting the people some online tablet or what people are saying. What is the politicians in that country saying? What the leadership is saying? That is what should be focused on. Not what the people are saying. For example, now when you say Israel, you know Biden will tell you, well, the war should stop. A, B, C, and D. But behind the scenes, therefore, what happened? They won't say it in public. So don't tell me what the people are saying. Tell me what the president is saying or the people that are controlling that country is saying. That's who matters.
Imagine that kind of mindset. Don't tell me what the people are
saying.
Which
kind of mindset? Something that
not
mine.
You know this better now. You are trying to limit the discussion by saying, you know what, the opinion of the masses of that country don't matter. It's the opinion of the government that matter.
When it's time to act.
Hold on. On an issue. Hold on now. Can you let me talk on an issue when we are discussing the support within the nation? And you saying I should dismiss the support within the nation at the same time?
Okay, guys, let's go. What I'm saying is, let's say the war in Iraq or whatnot. People support it initially, right? But they change their mind. In America, as a matter of fact, if you go against the grain and you are right, you are more valued as a leader for standing by yourself. They love that. They might disagree with you and say we don't agree with you, but because you even stood by yourself, they're like, yes, he's a true leader. If you have something that agrees with everybody the most, they will not respect you. That is in America. I don't know how it works in Europe, but here they value that in leadership. What I'm telling you is when we're breaking things down and we're having these conversations, I'm not saying people don't have opinion if you don't care. What I'm saying is to have a more robust debate, focus on the leadership. What are they saying? That's what you should look at. I'm not saying that we shouldn't care about necessarily about people, but I'm saying, in all honesty, it does not really matter what people think. I know it sounds terrible when I say it, but what the head of that government or that place thinks is what counts, because that's what moves the needle.
If you are arguing that,
Tunaja, we have to go. Yeah.
I can close it. Don't worry.
You can shut it down. Oh yeah, that's all right. Yeah. See you guys. Yeah, good guy.
Thank you. Nice one. So
it's for policy conversation that we are having right now. So what I hope you get my point. Not that people don't have it, but I'm saying that when we don't have this kind of conversations, we should take into account the leadership, because that's what matters. They're the one that moves the needle. Is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, so, the highest it depends on the topic. If you are talking about the policies of the government, then obviously you focus on the government. But if you are talking about a subject where you're talking about the support within the population, you can't ignore the support within the population.
Let me give you an example.
We are discussing.
Let me give an example of what I'm saying. You know how some Americans they're against immigration. They don't like foreigners in their country.
Mm-hmm.
Like, why are you here? We go back to the country. Blah 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 blah. What can they do? They can have an opinion, but at the end of the day, the American government knows we need these people to pay for ABCD. You cannot, the population growth cannot keep up. They can't pay for all these social welfare programs. They need people to come in and work and make money for them to pay for these social services.
Yeah.
The people might not understand that. They might be looking at it from the office like, oh, we don't want these Mexicans, we don't want this black in our country. But the government knows they need these people to come in. Right? So if you want to have a about immigration, for instance, now, I'm not going to be discussing people's opinion. I'm going to discuss the position of the government because that's what matters. That's what counts.
Yes, that is understandable, but not when you are discussing a topic about the support of the masses. That is the point. We are talking about whether Europeans supported the war in Ukraine or whether they are against it. We talked about, then at the same time, because you came on, solely jumped on what you were saying and say, yeah, you shouldn't support, you shouldn't look at what the people are saying, worry about what the government is doing, when clearly the subject was about the support of the population itself. He was saying earlier on that the support of the people doesn't matter. The support of the people matter because the majority always have their way. That if the 50% want to have their way, then the 17% that support Russia in Norway doesn't count. So, but when it comes to Israel, when the majority, 56%, are against selling arms to Israel, suddenly they don't matter too. It's like you can't eat your cake and have it. You see what I mean? There suddenly is the government opinion that matters. So I just think that when we have to restrict ourselves to the topic we're discussing, because then if you shift the goalposts, then it looks, I can concede that point. I don't have any issue with agreeing with the fact that when you're looking at what a country is doing, you have to focus on the government. You can't focus on the people. Because sometimes the government does something that is different from what the people are doing, like we see in the policy of Israel. You see what I mean? So that is that. Anyway, I think we've exhausted the topic, and we've actually, I think the conversation was quite constructive by and large. Some people,
it was for the most part. Well, minus the time you speak, that's when you just derail.
Oh, come on, no, it was the most constructive when you.
Let's ban to Niger.
He was most constructive when he was
in
Ghana.
My only thing with I can't even see names anymore. I don't know what's going on with StreamYard. I can't see the names of the speaker.
They said they're taking it off now.
That's
Kezo there. Kezo is right there.
The Kenya guy. Yeah, he's here.
Yeah.
He didn't bring his American friends to insult me today. I know. So that's a change.
Did he come to curse you?
He has attack dogs that he uses against me when I come on. He won't say a word, but he would just launch them against me. And he would not tell me, "Oh, I'm so I didn't know. I had no idea. It just happened. Sorry." It does. Like,
but tonight, are you mentally ill?
Why?
No, it's a question. I want to know.
I'm probably mentally ill, but why? Why does that matter? As long as I'm coming up with some important and relevant information.
I'll tell you why. You keep talking about how great North Korea is, yet you don't even live in Nigeria. You live in the UK, the best country in Europe.
What does that mean?
It means
nothing.
You can't trust what you say. If you want to be a leader and to be taken seriously, you need to
go back home and do something.
I can tell you right now, there are even Americans inside North Korea doing some business.
No, forget them. We're discussing you.
No, forget about them. We're talking about you tonight. You can't be a leader here talking about how great one country is, and you're living in the
you see this one guy, this one guy, maybe I should send you back.
I'm in my country, Niger. I'm in my country.
I don't have to be in the West. See, you tried to call me a leader. Who says I was a leader? One, and secondly, when I came here, the Lo Wang is on the chat. Who is Lo Wang? Is it you? They don't know that you're a one guy tribe man. See, I'm not a leader. I am somebody that came to the West when I was just like every Nigerian that wants to come to the West to come and enjoy, live life, go to school, do all those things. That's what we all did. But it doesn't mean that now that I'm aware, I still share the same.
To Niger, I went to UK too, the same like any other African. I crossed in the Atlantic Ocean. However, the difference between me and you to Niger is I don't claim to care about Africa and then not do something about it. You claim to care about Africa and Nigeria. Talk about Nigeria this, policy here, policy there, but you don't have stake in the game. You don't even have jollof in the game. Your game is on bread and toast. Bread, toast, and egg. That's all you have the stake in.
I have a stake. I'm from Nigeria. I clearly have my bloodline. I have investments there. So how can you say I don't have a stake?
You know what I mean to Niger, right? I actually claim I care about Kenya. And guess what? I live where to Niger? Kenya. I took my knowledge and skills. Yes, of course, to Niger. Where else am I?
You live in Kenya. No. I'm not disputing that. My point is that I think you have a point.
This is honest truth. He cannot. If you go back, this is the thing. He cannot survive in Nigeria at this point of his life. That's what it's afraid. It's I don't think he can survive in that country.
Yes, I agree.
Oh my God, man.
Some people they've lived so long in the West.
It sounds like he's projected.
No. I have business interest in Nigeria, unlike you. You
can't survive in Nigeria. That's why you're not there.
Because if you go there with this kind of mindset, you'll be killed in about a few weeks. They will just take you like nuclear weapon. Like, my God.
If I die, it's only one life. We've all got to live. It has been said, and maybe someday something happens, and then they'll realize that he did say it once. Maybe it's time for see.
Africans don't think about the people that much.
Nigeria, you're in the wrong. Nobody cares about attacking Africa, right? This day when the modern day of trade and controlling us. Nobody cares. Yes.
This is the one. Was it Femi Kuti that says sorry? Yes.
Imagine an American president declaring war to attack Kenya. Let's now go and do what to do? Like just laugh.
You see why you said that? It's even more pathetic reason why you laugh at that. You laugh at that because we are so pathetic that we are not even worthy.
That's my point. Like let's exactly first. Like
you want to remain pathetic to the point whereby whenever they want to take that from you, they can take it. That's what you want.
I want us to get strong.
Get better fed.
You're not going to get strong. You will never get strong. Don't you get it? You've been trying for 60 to 70
You've not been trying at all, is what the point is. You've not been.
Oh my God, you've not been trying. You've not been trying because you never bothered to secure your country because you're afraid.
Listen.
You Jagpa. You're a Jagpa. From now I'll call you to Jagpa.
Oh, look at this one. You're even struggling to say Jagpa with your Wanga accent.
Jagpa.
I have a question for Kaizoria. I have a question for him.
Go ahead.
What is your take on this? Because I have some friends I talked to from. One was there. He left a week before the whole thing started, the whole protest. Because to other Africans, not I know you're Kenyan, but to other Africans, we always see your current president as one of the best leaders on the African continent. That's the way it's perceived.
I also agree.
That's it. But when I discuss with Kenyans, they feel differently from that position. Because according to what they told me, I'm just trying to confirm that he made a lot of promises that he just went the opposite way when he got in. This is not what he told them before he got there. They see him as a Western puppet. That's the way they. So are they wrong or are they on the right track?
Good question. So I don't think there's such a thing as a Western puppet. First of all, I know what you guys mean by Western puppet, but there's no such thing. Every leader gets something in return for cooperating with them. But I guess a puppet is someone who continues Western agendas without considering the agendas of their own country. Fine. Ruto is far from that. Look, when Ruto first came in, let me give the context. He was bright-eyed. He was like, okay, we're going to de-dollarize. We're going to create bilateral agreements between Kenya and these other surrounding countries in the EAC. And we're going to, do all these things. But then, of course, when he's now in power in the office as actual president, he realized nobody wants to do those things. So I'll give you just a simple example to kind of explain the larger problem. And don't worry, I'm not sick. I'm coughing for other reasons. So this is what happens in Africa. The reason we don't have any free trade area, and I'll speak about Kenya and Uganda, just one example. Uganda is a landlocked country, so they obviously get their goods through the Kenyan port Mombasa, because it's closer than the Tanzania one. So, and of course, it's better than the Somali one. Somali one, there's no country there, right? So they use Kenya's port Mombasa to Nairobi, and then Nairobi to Kampala, and then of course they distribute the goods all over the place. Here's the thing: until recently, Kenya was acting as a service-based economy, right, for Uganda when it comes to importing oil. So Uganda will pay Kenyan middlemen to import the oil and then also get the oil into Uganda. However, Uganda realized they're losing money. They're actually losing $180 million US, as in real dollars, not the conversion money, because you obviously import in dollars. So what happens is Uganda realized that this is silly and this is stupid. Why are we paying Kenyan middlemen when we can just import? We're already paying Kenya to use their port. Now we're also paying this middleman. We're losing 180 million in total in this transaction. And that doesn't even go towards the actual product, right? The oil. So they took Kenya to the East African court and then they won the case. So now Kenya has to allow Uganda to import it using the Ugandan middlemen and merchants. So without me kind of being long-winded, the simple story here shows that in Africa, the reason why we don't collaborate with each other is because we are afraid that we will lose our immediate short-term gratification, aka the real-time money that we're going to lose when we start to integrate our economies with our neighbors. Right now, in this hyper-competitive capitalism, free market capitalism, which the Mzungus want us to be in, and unfortunately, because we are short-sighted people, we remain in that field by hyper-competing with each other. So
did he promise economic integration with the neighboring states prior?
He did try that. Yes, he did. Yes, he promised it. The dollarization, because if, for example, if you do those two things together, both countries will benefit. But of course, Uganda knows. Well, Ugandan fuel is cheaper. We're talking about like petrol. Ugandan food is cheaper. So of course, they are worried that Kenyans will come buy from there for cheap, then come sell it in Kenya. It's this whole economic integration that was issue. So Ruto realized, nope, this whole Pan-Africanism thing doesn't work. The presidents I've tried talking to just don't want to sign these deals because they're afraid of the immediate economic issues that will arise, and they will arise.
So the people never didn't want that bill signed in the first instance. Right?
This new bill for finance, that's now a separate issue, right?
Right.
People don't really care about the bill that much. It's the fact that they don't trust Ruto anymore. So anything that Ruto says, they are against it, regardless whether the thing makes sense or not, because they don't trust him. They think he's a liar, and they think he flip-flops, which I have heard him say one thing, then say another thing later on. But of course, there's nothing wrong with that if he just explained why he had a change of heart. The problem is Ruto is not the best communicator. So when he says a new thing, he doesn't explain how he reached the new analysis of the situation. So people just think he's a liar. So right now, most of the country wants Ruto to leave the presidency, and they think he's a liar. I don't think he's a liar. I think things happen, right? You have the right intentions, then you realize when you're in office, you can't integrate your economy with Uganda because it's going to, people don't want to integrate. So now he went looking towards West. That's why people are calling him a puppet, but he's not a puppet. I mean, I would say Ruto has secured $7 billion of investments in Kenya, loan-free, as in we don't need to pay that money back, right? That's just to do with, I'll give you an example how it works, because people are going to say, well, what do you mean $7 billion for free? Kenya has a land, right? The highway, the land to build the highway. This is just like a new highway from Port Mombasa to Nairobi. The American government, company has the money to actually buy the materials. Kenya has the labor. So all three people work together, right? Private companies and the state-owned endeavors work together to build a superhighway. The American company will take toll prices from all the trucks going to Uganda or Kenya, whatever it is, and they'll pay themselves back through that sort of deal. Then Kenya will own it outright after 30 years without ever having to have paid anything. That's a good deal, right? People don't care about that. He's also secured a new data center, 1 gigawatt. That's the only actual data center in Africa like that size. So he's doing
data center. Gigawatts is not the storage. What is the storage?
I mean, that's the energy capacity, right? But the point is, I don't know the exact storage, right? It doesn't matter. It's biggest one in Africa. That's not even relevant. We're not going to go down a street fight.
That's
So
quite
it
a
is
lot,
the biggest.
Yeah, you're right. It's 1 gigawatts is quite a lot of power.
Yes, yes. And it's going to be, so it's going to be a big data center. So that will actually cover.
Listen, sorry, let me just scale it so that Babati can understand in the Nigerian language. You know the language, you know OT of Abia State, Abia State, the power plant that he built that everybody was crowing about is about 0.1 gigawatts. So you are saying the one Ruto is building, is it 1 gigawatts?
Let me show you. Now, 1 second. Let me. Yeah.
If it's 1 gigawatt, that is a lot. That's a lot of.
So he secured that. But you see, the youth in Kenya don't know how business is done, the long-term, benefits of all these deals that Ruto secured. And again, this is all free, as in this company will own a share in this, and of course the government will own a share, and then they'll make money through this.
So what I'm getting from you is that you believe in those policies, but the people don't see the long-term benefit of these policies, right? But do you think
people
have
don't care? That's the thing.
Do you think it was politically motivated, like an political attack against him to rally up the people against his government? Do you see some element of politics from the opposition? Maybe
I don't think it's from the opposition.
Maybe they didn't start it, but they helped kind of promote it when it became a thing. They kind of supported it. Do you think there was kind of political move here?
Yeah, I mean, after this whole thing started, sure, but afterwards, right? Not initially. Initially, I think these are young people funded by Russia. And
my worry is that this is higher level operation here, because the way that protest it went out of control. Maybe the company that they are working with, is it Western company for this data center? So it's a Western company. You see, that's the thing. When Ruto came
Western
out,
and UAE, Western and UAE,
so that is high level stuff that he's getting involved in. 1 gigawatt data center is no mean feat. That is some serious investment. And I noticed that Kenya seems to be looking to make some strategic moves. They are even talking about microchip manufacturing and all that stuff.
Yes.
And this destabilization you are seeing that is going on is a form of destabilization this act. Kenya has to be very careful what they are doing. They should not destabilize their nation too much, because some of all these things that he is doing is actually quite strategic and it's important. I wish Nigeria was doing it.
Yeah, so even the whole, for example, people say, well, Kenya's a coon. They became a major non-NATO ally like Israel is to America. Here's the thing, though. I don't think Kenya wants to be a coon forever, right? We're playing a game because we don't have resources, remember, like other African countries. So we need to sell services until we have the manufacturing hub created. So what Ruto was able to gain from the recent meeting in America was also an agreement from Biden about the Microchips Act. So that means we will be able to, in theory, be able to buy the machines if we have the monies, right? So if we're smart enough, the machines that ASML creates, right? There's only one company in the world that creates the highest level nanotech microchip making devices. By microchip, we're talking about these semiconductors and transistors. So with the Microchips Act, as now Kenya being a non-NATO major ally, we won't be disallowed from actually purchasing these things. In theory, now if Ruto is smart, he's going to push it, right? And again, the Kenya has the only microchip company in Africa, actually, right, for transistors and all these kinds of stuff. So what that means is, if Ruto is smart enough, he will push this microchip thing to, of course, to have the exchange of, technology with America and play the long game until Kenya has some kind of manufacturing hub where we can make our own drones and all those kinds of stuff. So this is what the issue with the youth. The youth don't understand any of this, right? I tried explaining to them. In fact, yesterday I did a live with the youth from Twitter. I linked my friend's Twitter account to my channel, and I asked them questions. This is what they told me: we are leaderless. Okay, they told me they don't want to have a dialogue with the president. They just want the president to do what they want them to do. I asked them, do you have a manifesto? No, we don't have a manifesto. We don't have leaders. We don't want leaders. Are you going to create a political organization so you can run in 2027 elections? No. These, to me, are youths who are anarchists, sponsored by someone. And again, there's money that's coming into some NGOs, a lot of money, for $200,000 every week. That money is going to these people, allegedly, right? I'm a journalist. I can't, unless I show my sources, I can't just say it out there. I think they're funded by someone, and I think they're funded by, companies or countries that don't want Kenya to obviously move forward. Ruto is a great president when it comes to the vision. Now, whether people on the ground agree or not, that's a separate issue. All the issues they're, accrediting to Ruto has nothing to do with Ruto. The economy, this is everyone suffering from post-pandemic economy, has nothing to do with what Ruto did. All the loans that were taken was under Uhuru's government. Yes, Ruto was vice president, but really vice president doesn't mean anything in Kenya, right? So instead of blaming Uhuru, they're all blaming Ruto. This just seems to me like a crazy, and you can't reason with these young people. They're just angry, right? All they have, my money went down, the economy went down, I'm going to blame Ruto. Everything is about Ruto when Ruto is not even the issue. It's the parliament who voted for that bill, last week. They blame Ruto, the president. The president has no power. He can't, even whether he signs it or not. In Kenyan constitution, if the parliament agree that this is law, it will become law within the next month or two, regardless of whether the president agrees to sign it or not. So the local MPs are the thieves. They're the ones stealing the money. It's and they don't want to hear it, right? Yeah, they'll point out a couple, one or two corrupt people, but no, they don't want to hold the parliament and the members of county assembly and senate and the senators, right, responsible. They just want to say Ruto must go. They don't have a replacement in check. They don't care. These people just want to break down the country. So for me, as someone who has a reasonable brain, fine. The initial protest was great. You don't want you reject the finance bill, even though taxes are needed. Fine, I get it. You don't like it? Fine, go protest. They got what they wanted. Now they're still protesting 3 weeks in, every single week, and they're reducing our foreign direct investment, right? Right now, because tourism, right? Kenya makes $2.7 billion in tourism, and that is needed because that money is what circulates around the central bank for us purchasing things abroad. That money is going to probably reduce by 40% if this thing continues.
Because at some point, they demanded for something to be reduced. I know about the reversing of increasing taxes. That one was the one that started the whole thing. But they've added some more demands to it. Are they meeting the government? Or what is the demand?
The government. They want to dissolve the government. These are anarchists.
Okay, that's not good.
Ruto, just listen to what the main thing is. Ruto must go means Ruto and all his cabinet members goes. Okay, fine, they go. What do you think happens next? We don't have election until 2027. Sure, we can force the speaker to take control, the speaker of parliament. But is that any better? You can't pass laws until you have a president. So what's the point? There will be no point of parliament. The laws will continue because it's an independent branch of government. Now, KDF, the army will take control at some point, and then maybe the chief justice, right? These are the kind of people who can take power. The chief justice, the head of the Supreme Court, she can take power. The KDF, basically general, can take power. We could become a military nation, or we can have the Speaker of Parliament take power. None of these things are good for creating a strong country. What these people don't realize is that there are deals out there. Microsoft has left Nigeria to come to Kenya, right? For a reason. Why? Because of course, this new data center being built, and of course, Kenya's political stability. So these people don't even understand how the whole system works. They just focus on their tiny little lives. Fine, get rid of corruption, but don't create anarchy and chaos, because Kenya will lose all. Again, like these people don't seem to realize, we're not an export nation. We are a service-based nation, meaning we are reliant on our other people to purchase the services that we produce. Now, if the services that we produce are under political instability, then Kenya is just going to become another S-hole country like its neighbors. It is what it is. There's nothing we can do here. So until we get this manufacturing thing, which Ruto is trying to do, this benefit from the Microchips Act that Kenya is now part of will allow us to finally use, because again, we do have a microchips company. It's called in Dedan Kimathi University. It's there. We have some of the equipment. We can already manufacture some chips. But of course, we need more money and we need more skills exchange. So we can only do that if Kenya's international reputation is that of stability. So yeah, BT, the first protest was great. Exercise your constitutional right to have a peaceful protest. They got what they wanted. Now they want him to go. I mean, look, if you had an alternative in mind, fine, I get it, right? But they don't. In fact, they even said the people we don't want to see in an election. They show all the possibility. These people are just anarchists. So for me, I can't support them, and I've tried to reason with them. Right? I asked them a question. Well, how are we going to pay the debt back that we have? They won't answer you. They just ignore you completely. Tell you about government spending. I'm like, bro, the government spending is so small and minuscule. Even if you reduce the government spending, and all that will do is just make you able to keep the country's budget in line. But you're not going to pay debts because you reduce government spending, right? We pay debts in dollars. We don't pay it in shillings. And this is another thing they don't understand. They think you just exchange the money. And I'm like, no, you exchange the money if the money's there and someone is willing to do it. And your central bank, if they don't have the dollars, then you can't exchange it. Without more FDI, they don't understand anything.
You understand the intent of the government. You broke it down. Do you think the government is doing a good job educating the population about what this is all about? Because it sounds like
I don't think even the government really understands this stuff.
Wow.
Even the advisor for Biden doesn't really understand how this stuff works, and he's like the financial advisor.
For the Kenyan government, because you said people are
nobody explains it. So people understand something called forex, right? They think this. Let me tell you something. It's like the way TINUBU used to think. They think somehow you just exchange your naira to dollars somewhere magically, and they don't understand that there's a reserve currency in your central bank, and the central bank manages the exchange of these currencies to kind of prevent inflation between the shilling and the dollar. And the only way you can exchange dollars is if you either have it in circulation in your country, and two, if there's more FDI, like things, for example, like the remittances from the Kenyans abroad, or new business ventures. They really believe that you just 1 trillion Kenyan shillings. That's like $1 billion. They just think it's a 1-to-1 ratio. You can exchange it anytime and use it to pay off the debts. And it's hard to explain to them that no, we need to actually be productive. We need to reduce our import-export ratio so that we can get closer to now having an excess and abundance of dollars. We need to obviously increase tourism. We need to increase all the ways that we get so-called dollars in the country. We need to improve them. It is what it is. That's the only way we're going to pay off these debts without having to take loans, because right now we're taking loans to pay the loans. Why? Because the debt is in dollars. I mean, it's simple as that. And we haven't increased our economies far enough for it to actually, have far-reaching consequences in growth of the economy. Unfortunately, I don't think I know a couple people, right? But not many people can explain this to people. And even if you explain it to them, I promise you to God, I've tried to explain to them. They don't care. They won't listen. They will start talking about reducing the budget, the MP stealing money here and there. I'm like, yeah, but no, that is an issue, but that's not the same issue. We're not talking the same thing. It's like it's like Tunaja talking about building a nuclear weapon. No. That's not Tunaja. It's like me saying, let's build a drone technology, and Tunaja is telling me about employing 1 million men with spears. It's two different problems. They're not the same thing. So that's part of the issue with the Kenyans. Someone is paying some people and they're refusing to listen, and they just hate Ruto. I mean, I get it, right? Fine, go hate whoever you want, but it's just emotionalism. I talked to them like multiple times. You can't reason with them. And I get it why they don't want a dialogue, because they're not reasonable. They don't want, how do I say this? It's like they think that they're showing the establishment in the Kenyan political elite that to watch out, that if you ever try something like this again, we are even willing to burn our nation. And I get it, right? Symbolically, that means something because it will kind of hold these people at bay. I get that, right? But on the process of you doing this, you have literally lost Kenya millions of dollars already just from the loss of tourists. I mean, white people have left the country because they're worried about this stuff, especially the ones in Nairobi. Because every week, once a week, there is some kind of protest. Now, people have not been dying in these other new protests. So, I think the government listened to the High Court saying don't use extreme measures. But still, people are scared. Even I'm too scared to go there as press.
Wow, that's I didn't know, that's why I was asking about the political undertone, like a position. I mean, because if something was, I mean, because he reversed the taxation, whatever, and he was willing to listen. I mean, that's the way it was reported. But I didn't know about this campaign for him to go. I didn't hear
That's the
about
main
that.
one now. Yeah,
Also,
Ruto must go is what they're saying.
which, well, just wait till the elections and vote him out. Is still able to run for? Is it second term or third term? Or?
No, this is his this is his first term. So there will be election in 2027 in August.
Yeah, then wait to 2027, and if you don't like him, then vote him out. Or
they don't believe in leaders. That's the thing. BT. These people don't want to set up their own political party. They don't want to set up their own leader. This is a communist revolution sponsored by someone somewhere.
That's why I asked you. And remember, that was my first question. Like, do you think it was sponsored? And you didn't really want to answer the question. You danced around it a little bit, but
yeah. I don't want to. I'm oppressed. I have to remain neutral, especially if I'm within the country, right? But the point is, whether you like Ruto or not, you cannot attribute the issues of the other presidents and the debt that we took to Ruto. And people keep saying, well, there's nothing to show for it. This is one of those things which I think, when you're stuck in something so much. Kenya has 24-hour electricity. We have a standard gauge railway. We have new highways created in Nairobi that reduced traffic. Our roads are well maintained for the most part. You can't say that there's nothing to show. I mean, that's the other thing. People maybe think that, money's cheap or something. I get it. Tanzania just made their own standard gauge railway. They did it for cheaper. They were able to negotiate better deals. I get that. But you can't use a country that made a deal 10 years later as if Tanzania did the right thing and Kenya did the wrong thing. It's one of those things. Kenya was a pioneer, right? They did a deal 10 years ago. So they're now saying, well, you see, the politicians did a bad deal and they squandered the money and they put it in their pockets. I'm like, sure, that happens all the time, but that's not why it was so expensive. It was so expensive because here's the other thing, right? The reason why it's so expensive, because there were other competitors. There was Germany, there was Turkey to build the standard gauge railway. The reason why we went with the Chinese and for that price was simple. China gives you all the money to build it up front. Germany, Turkey, and all these other places expect you to pay something up front. That's it. People always forget that, you're going to go with a deal that you can afford at the time. So, and also, like, as I said, right, China doesn't give you the money. So I'm even confused what these people mean by hyperinflating the cost. China gives you the project and the workers, and they pay themselves.
This is what bothers me about this, because we have something similar with the obedient movement, with the like youth below the of, I'll say 35 to 40 and below. But in Nigeria, for instance, we have, let's say, about 60% of our population is below 35 years old, right? So you have the numbers, right? So if you have the numbers, then come together, form the political movement, and take over the space, and let's see how you perform. That would be a logical way to go about it, right? Or join a political party and bring those numbers in, and overwhelm the so-called leaders or elders, and change the country the way you believe, run the country what we've experienced in Nigeria. Nigerian is like when we do elect the youth into political position, maybe be it minister or governors, they are even worse than the elders. They're worse. Like the ones that we have won so far are even worse than what we've been complaining about. Be it governor, be it minister. Even in TINUBU's government, who was the first person to be removed? A lady in her 30s. So many billions of naira the first few months. She didn't even wait for a year. She was just... So they've not demonstrated any. So my own worry is when we have youthful movement that want to change the system, the question is to what? Do you have the capacity to even run the country if given the mandate? So I'm not for just going on the street. Let's see you in the political arena. Show me something, maybe at the local level, council or something, demonstrate that you have the ability to lead. I remember our grandfathers were leaders in the 60s and 70s, in their 30s. I will walk to today, we still revert to today, is still one of the best leaders we've ever had. And he became something in his 30s, early 30s, 40s. But our youth just going on the street and protesting, like you said, the communists just protesting for protesting. I don't see the end game here. That's why I was asking, like, what is the end game? What are you?
They don't have an end. The end game is anarchy, chaos, and for Kenya to not have basically a government. And after that, I don't know. Maybe they magically think, because again, like I really did grill them yesterday. I asked them very specific questions. What do you want? They want nothing to do with the stable economy or country. And again, these are kind of communist-like people. They're entitled and they want things for free. They don't want to work for anything. So that's one of the other issues. They believe somehow that the world just gives. There's some people who have money.
They want more free stuff, but don't increase taxes to pay for those things. They don't borrow either, but find the money from there. Okay.
Yeah. Exactly, and they don't understand. Okay, so here's the thing. Also, I've noticed. Maybe it's common in most Africans, right? They confuse finance with economics. Now, finance is more or less about, managing, like in and out, right? In an economy, in a house, is basically maintaining that you're not spending more than you make. Okay, that's finance, right? Or you want to invest in a business. Finance is the person or thing financing that business. Economics is all about the moves of goods and resources to grow. So they don't understand economics. So when Ruto secures this big deal here, signed it and everything, it's a $1 billion worth 1 gigawatt capacity data center. That's going to be a huge data capacity. And that will change everything. We have so many redundant systems in Africa, right? In Kenya specifically, but in all Africa. For example, when you go for a passport renewal, I mean, why do you think you have to take biometric data each time? Because they don't have it. They don't keep it in the database. All they can keep is your ID number and your raw data that doesn't really cost anything. It's just kilobytes. But anything more than that, right, they can't keep it. So every time we end up, being redundant, you're just doing the same thing over and over because we don't have systems. We talk about security, right? Security, why do you think we don't even have CCTVs? If we did, we wouldn't be able to keep the data because we don't have data centers, etc. Right? We can't afford to keep using Amazon, Azure, and again, that will be slow when the power goes off. Why this is important about the power capacity also is because it will be fully sustained using Kenya Power's geothermal, right? So all these issues that we have in Africa, lack of technological revolution, which is the fourth industrial revolution, we need these things like data centers for us to go manufacturing technology. We need these things. So they don't understand this at all. I tried to communicate with them, and all they want is Ruto must go, and then they get emotional, angry.
They better be careful, because when you other useless president or other presidents were around, they were not doing. They should go. They should go. I think Ruto may have made some mistakes in terms of his own presentation of himself, and I think that's what is wrong with many African leaders. I think another one happened in Egypt recently when the Egyptian president came out to tell the people to take a cut in their lifestyle and hardship. And while he was going to make that speech, he put a red carpet that was about 2 miles long on the road.
Do you think that building a new capital was a mistake for Egypt?
I can't.
Because they spent close to $500 billion on that thing. That's a lot of money. I would have spent half of it to improve Cairo, but
I think they must have their reasoning. But I think if it's 500 billion, that is too much. That is too much.
It's failing because they have all these new cities that even the government workers cannot even afford. They're having to bus them from Cairo to come work there because they can't even afford to live in the capital.
It's an elephant project. Cairo is not in no position to be doing some of the things that they are doing now. This is why I like Europeans. Europeans, they always cut their coat according to their size. There's something about Africans, they just want to overdo things.
I was in a documentary on docuseries on YouTube. They said one of the most, anytime somebody moves a capital from somewhere to go build a new one, in most cases they fail. And one of the few successful ones was Abuja. I was surprised the name came up. But the summary of the whole thing was when you build a new capital, you have to let it grow on its own. You can't force that development that rapidly, because people when they build new capitals, they want it to grow rapidly. No, you gotta let it grow on its own, like Nigeria did. You build your government office, but let it grow that way. So when you said Egypt, it kind of, I've been there before, and I know how Cairo looks. And in my opinion, you could have gone subways and it's a better system, but to just move the whole capital to a new place and spend that kind of money, and yet be demanding people take a pay cut, it's ridiculous.
Maybe they have their reasoning. Maybe they believe that they can get all the necessary supplies.
They said
to
it was
that
overcrowded.
location.
It's overcrowded, like
Yes, yes.
so that was the reason they moved.
Yeah, and they probably want to save their monuments and all those things. So you can sympathize with some of their arguments, and it also matters with what they can be able to harness. Because if you cannot provide the necessary supplies to that city, it will fail. It's obvious it will fail. Abuja stood a good chance of succeeding because it's the middle of Nigeria. The people that transiting from north to south, south to north, they have to go through Abuja, and the food basket of the world is just in Nigeria. It's around that area. There is water. Abuja stood a good chance, and the ambition wasn't too grand too. The ambition was just to move the capital. They were not looking to build some great capital that is the greatest in the whole world. That's not their plan.
It's $65 billion to build the new capital, but because of the way it's designed, they said they're gonna make the money back because they have new tourism site. The way they designed the new museum.
I think they're trying to make Egypt like the Africa's Dubai, so it might work out for them. They're gonna be able to sell.
To not lose that cultural heritage of the music, the way they designed it is more welcome to foreigners. So that's what the way they can make the money.
I think they'll be selling a lot of these contracts.
But what happens? You are pricing out your own. The locals are priced out from the new city, because even the apartment that are selling there, they are being purchased by foreigners. They're even marketing it to foreigners.
I think Egypt stands a good chance of succeeding if they cater to all the needs of the city, because like you said, if they are creating something like Dubai, and Egypt attracts a lot of visitors because of their ancient past, you can see how if they harness it properly, they may stand a chance. I think one of their biggest challenges is water. Egypt is very dry, and it's getting drier due to the climatic condition in the Sahel and the desert. So they have to combat all those things. If one of those things fail, like let's say they are not able to fight the drying aspect of their environment, that thing will fail spectacularly. But maybe they plan for it. Maybe they plan that it's not going to fail. But the plan seems sound, if you ask me, that because the other site is in the other area is crowded, and they want to move it to a cleaner area where, just like Abuja, they have an area that looks like UAE. Yeah, it could work. I can see a future where that could work. Egypt is a bold state right now. I don't like Assisi the way he came into office, but he's doing a lot of good things. One of the things he's done too, he sold some part of his land to UAE, and they will share income from it. A lot of money that he got from that, basically for free. And then there's also the other one that he did. He went to Russia for the summit that he went with many African leaders. They came back talking about how they are going to build nuclear power plants. No black African leader has done it, but he has started construction. So Egypt's future seems to be on a firmer footing from his own vision. He must have a good vision for what he wants to do. So because of that, I would say maybe he just may succeed in his vision. He may succeed. The guy is hustling, man. He's really hustling for money. And I don't see Egypt bowing to anybody's narrative. Egypt is doing its own thing.
At least they're planning towards. You can see what they're doing. I mean, unlike other countries, like I was asking Kaiser, that we have all these youth that always protest, they want power. And I was giving an example of Nigeria, that our own youth did not demonstrate anything. That anytime they tested power, they've even been worse than the so-called corrupt elders. They even, like, example, Ayabilu, and our former suspended minister of humanitarian affairs, Beta. How old is she again? 36 years old? 35, 36, 37 years old? So we...
Are you talking about Beta Edu?
Yeah, I mean, she's from your state, by the way. She's from your state, Abi. She's from...
Why not? Everybody's from my state.
It's your sister now.
While I'm from your state.
Already for 2 months. You can't even wait 1 year. Already. least wait now. I mean,
is it not President Tinubu that has had her back now? See, I don't understand. These people do all this and they come back. It's like, I said it that Tinubu should just close EFCC office in his administration because they don't have any job to do. There is no point. Because this guy, when Tinubu came on that retreat he had with his ministers and he was saying they should be kinder to Nigerians and all that, like this guy, the attitude that he's taking to setting the standard for them is too low. He's saying if they misbehave, they get sacked. What does that mean? So they steal all the money, they just sack them. That's their own reprimand. No, you should be letting them understand that this position they are holding is very, very important. That they hold people's lives in their hands.
Do you remember when they went to UAE and he told the UAE government that if any member of my administration asks you for a bribe, tell me. I'm like, God, why would you say that? You just say them. You don't trust them. That's what you're saying.
He brought it up himself. Can you imagine that?
That means you don't trust them. You don't trust
them. That's a fair point because it means your people are not trustworthy. Oh my God! You are supposed to have reined your people in enough not to have to say that. Ah man, that's a very valid point you just made.
I'm like, why would you? They wouldn't trust, so you don't trust your own people to even do the right thing. And
if I was the one he was telling that, he's just told me that his people are corrupt and he doesn't even have any solution to it. His only solution that is outside should come and report them. What kind of movies? The moment you do that, you've already conceded a ground that you are relying on outsiders to tell you how corrupt your people are. You've not cleaned house. You see how you can reveal some of the holes and inadequacies and deficiencies of our leaders, the way they approach life. It's a big problem, and I don't think it's only him. We all do that. To an extent, we all are part of it. Did I not run to the UK like everyone else? Because my mindset was not in the right place, was it?
But let me give an instance. So everybody has different perspective. Like my own father, they came here first. So, but these were successful businessmen that ran industries. Okay, that ran major firms, that started banks, that manufacturing on a large scale. That business collapsed because of bad policies of the government. Okay, that so if his own perspective will be different from mine, right? Because it affected him directly at that time. So when I'm speaking about Nigeria, if you notice when I'm discussing, I always refer to manufacturing because I grew up in that area. I knew what it was, how big manufacturing was in Ogun West at the time. So I wouldn't blame him if he feels bitter. I mean, he's a successful guy, he's retired. But if he's bitter about the way Nigeria was his business and the opportunities that if like the government wasted for people that really wanted to invest in manufacturing in the 80s, early 90s. So of course, it's going to feel that way. So if I say, okay, I want to go invest in ABCD, and it gives me his contacts, right? And I'm encountering the same thing that he was experiencing in the 80s. Even till now, like we were in Benin Republic. I'm going to put my business online, but I was doing something in that area, and I made some calls and it's like, oh, don't do this. It's going to be ABC and D. I'm like, yeah. It's a new age, blah blah blah. He didn't even say a word until they show me paper. Like, see, I told you. So we have business interest in those areas, but it's not as big as it could have been because of the environment where the business are situated. So we always have to consider the Nigerian factor in anything we do, which I think is I hate that. We do ABCD, we plan for something. We also have to plan for some things for the boys, plan something for this. I'm like, why do we always have to have something set aside for some government officials? That is part of your budget. So that's the kind of environment. Not everybody can pay that. Not everybody has access to some people. So if I've stayed in America for 30 years and I want to come back home and I don't know how the environment works anymore, how will my business survive if I begin? I'll be ripped off. And that's the problem we're facing.
But from what I'm looking at here on the map, it looks like where Egypt is building their new capital is not as far as like Lagos from Abuja. It
No,
looks like
no,
it's
no.
relatively close.
It's about 25 to 30 miles away from
Okay.
from. So they bus people in to work, but they can't afford to live there.
Yeah.
In Cairo. So
and that plan looks like a horrible plan anyway. It doesn't look like something that somebody thought through.
No. It was well, but do you know how I designed the capital? This is what I followed this. Is it B1M? You know B1M on YouTube. So the way they designed the capital, it makes it impossible to protest, to invade the place and protest. The way they designed the main building and the house of the way they designed, you can't have protests in that place. The way they that was considered before building the capital, so you can't come there and begin any revolution and anything.
Wow,
you can't get to them. You can't.
Like, all these people, they are thinking about protesters while they are constructing.
Yeah. Look it up. No, seriously, look it up. How it was built. You would just be laughing like this guy is crazy. No, you wouldn't even get to like 10 miles to him before they clamp on you like.
But how do you, as a leader, have without conscience have a red carpet that is more than 2 miles long, and then you are going to tell the people that their lives should be harder? It's like, what is wrong with Africans? There's something. Is it genetics? Because these are not Europeans now.
So
this is not Africa. This is not Black Africa anymore.
When cases you have low IQ, you start arguing that no, it's not everybody. It's some people.
No. These individuals are quite smart. If it is the individual,
it said collective intelligence. What really happened that day that they started saying that was because is actually, I know he's not here to defend himself, but his initial position was the black man is just the intellectual. It doesn't have the intellectual capacity to even produce anything that would change the course of history. When people push back on that, is when it started for the collective intelligence thing that it was now saying now.
Who did you say? From what I remember, I'm the first to use the term collective intelligence. So I don't know where you are saying.
No, I mean, we were just having a conversation about, I think it was about, we were discussing like how come we've not had a Nigerian that has come up with an innovation that has changed the course of history, like a Tesla, like Einstein, like something major, not just working for. Okay, the discussion was, we always talk about brilliant Nigerian minds in the diaspora, but they always work for somebody or a company. But we've yet to see someone that just come up with a major design, independent, and just like to that level of a T model car, like we just change the course of history. We've not had that before. Yeah. So the argument when he was making it that is because it doesn't believe that the black person's mind has the capacity to even do that, to even come up with something that magnitude.
I actually believe, BT, I believe as a race, obviously, I'm an outlier, right? As a race, we don't have the capacity for high level fundamental reasoning. What we have capacity for is engineering. So what I'm trying to say is this, right? Like Europeans, specifically, people from Germany and those kind of countries, they have unique geniuses who are born who have the inquisitive mind of knowing the why, until, for example, Einstein figuring out how, time is relative. Do you remember when you were young? I don't know if you experienced this, but when I was like 6, 7, I used to, let's say we're driving, right? I'm in the back seat and I'm watching the cars next to me and the trees, and it feels like the trees are going backwards. And I was able to kind of think in that moment, okay, something is happening weird about the time over here. Things is, relevant. I mean, relative, right? Now, if I actually, had all the access to the things, I would have been able to come up with those kinds of ideas. That's the kind of mind you need Africans to have, but we don't have it. What we have is an engineering mind. So if we were smart, we would buy these technologies and work on engineering feats and advances. Because I do believe we're better than Mzungus in engineering, actually. Because they're very innovative, right? We can find unique ways to make things work. So if we don't have that inquisitive mind, let's invest in engineers in Africa. Like
I think this is all. But that means somebody has to think for you, which defeats the purpose in the first place. If we can't, even if you have engineering mind, somebody has to think for you. You
will never be the best thinkers, like fundamental thinkers, but we'll be good enough that we can create our own, engineering innovations. Indians are doing exactly that, like tuk-tuk. Tuk-tuk is in almost every African country. So you guys know tuk-tuk, the three-wheel, mobile. It's cheap in fuel. It's easily accessible in all the dusty places. It's great for third world countries. India is making bank by exporting that to every country. Why do you think in Africa there's no country that can make?
So basically, let me get you. So they know their own limitation. We are delusional about so they know their own limitations and they settle with that. We are delusional to think we're better than we actually are. It's a difference, right? So we think we're actually better than what we really are. They know where they are and they've kind of settled with that. They're doing it. Okay.
Exactly. Like I said, look, it is what it is, right? Yeah, there's some genius black people out there. Yeah, they exist. But by genius, I'm talking about fundamental reasoning people. Fine, they exist. They're all over the place. But we don't have as many of. That is not our normal. How do I say this? In electricity, right? Electricity takes the path of least resistance. If it's between a copper iron log versus a wood log, it will go through the copper iron, right? It will burn the wood a little bit, then it will go around and go through the copper. So why are we forcing ourselves to be like Muzungus? We need to know our limits and we need to know what we're better in. When it comes to engineering, I guarantee you, we are way more innovative when we already have the material that exists. We need to focus on that. And yeah, those who can go the fundamental routes, go ahead, but let's not try to do everything thinking we're great and everything.
Okay, what is the area you think we are weak at?
Fundamental reasoning.
Can we don't
have the ability or
reasoning?
Can we sit to our strengths instead? Our strength. What are we strong in?
Yeah, but hold on. No, let's not shift now. Come on, we just asked a question about the other one. He's already started about fundamental reasoning. Give us what is it?
Okay, first principles reasoning to Niger. Reasoning from fundamental theories and assumptions. We don't have the ability to use logic at a high level. We can't. It's been demonstrated, right? Let me explain exactly what I mean. Africans, we are what we call nuanced people, right? We go with innuendos, right? We go with assumptions and things. Why do you think, if you go even engineering wise, right? Why do you think there's such a thing as African stairs? The African stairs are the stairs which every other stair is misstepped, like different heights. Somehow we mess up in basic things like that. We don't have the care or interest in being fundamental at thinking about the value of getting every information correct and then building from that point. It's not our culture. I'm not saying we don't have the intellectual capacity. Remember, intellectual capacity is only one part of this whole thing. Culture is another part. Our culture is to see something with our eyes and then interact. We see shit, do shit. That's our culture. European is willing to not see something like an atom. It's unseen, but they can reminisce about an atom until they somehow connect it with a real physical thing, Avogadro's number, multiply it. We don't have that kind of interest. Even if you look at African philosophy, our philosophy is all about the material world. It's not about really the spiritual world or the unseen. So spiritually speaking, we just don't care about fundamental abstractions of nature that we can then expand into the so-called material world. It's not our strength. Our strength is we see the material right now. We will do any crazy stuff with the material. I'm talking about witch doctors. They were able to do pharmacopoeia, right, with limited information of theory, but they're still able to do it. So we're able to use real materials in real time to do things with it, but we're not really that theoretical when it comes to fundamentals. So we need to know this and focus on the materials stuff. I'll give you one last example. You can argue, okay, the reason why we haven't come up with so many Nobel Prizes or Nobel Prize worthy, right? Let me remove white supremacy because Nobel Prize is irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. Nobel Prize worthy achievements in Africa because we don't have money. I get it, right? If you want to do I'm a materials physicist. If I want to do experiments, I need some money. I need equipment. I need the machines. I need to be able to study things. Fine, I get that. But how come we don't have any of it in mathematics? The only thing you need in mathematics is an office and food.
That is the point. The point I wanted to say is that the ecosystem, you need to build an ecosystem that nurtures and creates extra. Yeah, you need to have that. Yeah, you can say culture too, that creates those extraordinary individuals. See, and that culture's ability to do that depends on their collective intelligence. And it's not necessarily conscious, it's their ability to work with each other to build
That's culture,
an environment.
That's the part you don't get. That's all
No,
culture.
I agree. I agree.
Have
I'm not disputing that. But we have culture, but we don't have the culture that nurtures. How do I put it? That nurtures conscious pursuit of this thing, ideas. And
Okay, let me just save you. Let me just save you the trouble. Should Africa be recognized?
By people like me,
just to save time. I mean, if you don't have the capability, somebody has to come help.
Hang on,
no. We have the potential.
He says you don't have. He says you don't have it. So
that's where I disagree with Kezo. Kezo is.
Wait, hang on.
I believe that he's
questions
committed in the way he's looking at it.
No, to Nigeria. He's asking two questions, right? If Africa was colonized by Britain, do you think Africa would be poor? Of course not. Should Africa be colonized? That's a separate question. Now, that's about sovereignty and, self-determination. But yes, 100%. If we were colonized by a superior nation, we would not be poor because they can manage resources better than we can. That's just a fact. So, but should we be colonized?
Right now?
Sorry, it's Niger?
The American Aboriginals are rich right now because they are in the US. Is that the kind of reasoning you are?
Who's American Aboriginal? You talk about Native Americans?
Native Americans.
I mean,
hang on. They're not just going to kill us.
They have access to more opportunities, technically, but they're battling with alcoholism and drug abuse.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the kind of potential future you are.
Well, let's use Black Americans. Why use Native Americans? They're dusties. Black Americans are doing well.
What about the Chinese?
The Chinese are okay. Most of them
are
cool,
according to his own logic, they are more intellectually superior than the Africans.
So exactly.
So
they have higher IQ than us, but they're not as high IQ as
that. If we have the ability for the engineering, but we cannot logically think to bring up the theoretical part of it, because you must first design something for the implementation. If we are good at implementation, somebody has to think on your behalf. So if somebody has to think on your behalf, it's better you just align yourself and you're subservient to them. And
I think that is wrong. I think
that's what. I don't agree with that logic, but that's what he's saying.
Let me just try to precisely.
One second.
Go ahead. Then I'll.
So I think what Izzy can do. I think your
Kando. Wait, hang on, brother. Respect me. My name is Kaizo, not Kando.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
I was
Kenzo protested. Why are you protesting with that profile image? Please go ahead.
Sorry, it wasn't intentional. I wasn't too sure who exactly was speaking. That was why I used the word "it can do." Like I wasn't too sure who was speaking. So Kaizo, according to your own analogy, if we were to follow it, because then we have to assume that some European nations are also more intelligent than others, because not all of these countries are also industrialized in different nations. So this industrialization that we're talking about in terms of engineering are kind of specific to certain countries. It's not all Europe countries you go to that you see these big manufacturing industries and stuff like that. So are you going to say in some countries they are also more intelligent than others?
Yes, I actually started with saying the Germanic countries are the most intelligent. So Germany, France is mixed these days, so France counts, and the UK. Those are and the Scandinavians. These are the intellectually superior countries. Because these countries were, first of all, they were colonized by the Roman Empire. So it helped them increase. The reason why Britain is called Britain is because that's Breton. That's a Roman word. So these people were able to take the knowledge from the ancient Romans and then build from that. This Lithuania, these other countries were near Russia. These were kind of shitholes. They resisted a bit more before they were fully colonized. So they maintained their cultures, which were backwards. That's why they're poorer. But yes, 100%. There is a difference between Lithuanians and.
I don't think they are backwards. I just think everybody just played to their strength. One of the problems we have in Africa is that we have not played to our strength. And playing to your strength means that you understand where you are strong and where you are weak. And there are countries whereby they are not industrialized, but they have other areas in which they are very good at. So you have some countries which are like into farming. and you have some countries who are into technologies and stuff like that. So, and I just feel like in Africa, what we need to do first of all is to massively invest in education, because even let's be honest with ourselves. If you were to set up a factory somewhere in Nigeria now, like 5 out of 10, five out of 10 people that you will employ, they will be underemployed. They have no skills. They don't have the right skill set. Yeah.
Can I make a comment there shortly? Sorry to cut you off. In Ethiopia, the Chinese have employed obviously the Ethiopian population in factories, specifically handbag and shoe making factories. Now, the average IQ of Ethiopians is 69, right? It's below what is required to work in a factory. So every day, they actually force them, they almost beat them into submission. They have a no-nonsense rules. So basically, what China is doing is China is able to work with low IQ Africans because they force them in real time with overseers like slave masters back in the days to make sure that they do their job correctly. So it is possible to still use under-skilled workers in Africa.
Yeah, but when you're talking about on the scale, when you're just talking at basics level, working in the factory. I mean, for us to be productive at the level that we have to be, we still need to invest massively to educate our people. Like these countries that you're talking about now, you look at the United States, United Kingdom, and some of these European countries, they have some of the best, some of the top universities in the world. So you can't, the top 10, 20 universities in the world.
No, I think what he's saying is that even with the education, your basic capacity to even decipher is limited.
Sorry, so your what?
Your capacity to decipher how things work or how to navigate that space is limited. So education, I guess, is one aspect of it, but we're actually discussing your brain capacity, like
progressive. Let me ask you a question.
To other races. So going to school or not going to school it helps a little.
But the thing is this, right? We have to be honest.
No, progressive. I'm not agreeing entirely with his position, but that is what he's saying. Like, so
like what I'm trying to say is that what he's trying to say in a way makes sense, but then there are certain things you have to understand that some of these countries, it's almost like a way of life for them. It's something that they grow it's been generational for them. They grow into it. So for us, industrialization is not something that we've lived with. So if we were to industrialize, we want to industrialize our society, it's going to be something new to us. So yes, you can say, okay, they have an advantage, but I don't think that is because they are just they are just personally superior. I just think it's a culture, a way of life that they are used to over many years. So it is easier for them to just set it up and get it running compared to when you go to a Nigeria whereby like everybody's looking at, what do we do here? What do we do here? Okay, so it's not. I won't put it to say they are like more superior people in that aspect.
So progressive. Let's look at the African education system. I'm generalizing here. In Kenya, when you ask someone, this is kind of funny. Like when you ask someone a question, let me repeat this. Let's say one time I was speaking to a cop, right, and I mentioned to him about an alibi. Do you know what he does? He repeats alibi. The form of being able to account for your position. Like these people just memorize shit. They don't even integrate it to their mind. This is so common. When you address people, they address people with both names. That is already a red flag. Everything they learn the specific about that trait as opposed to have the ability to generalize. So when they say to Niger, they will say to Niger's full name. Why? Because they don't have the ability to generalize what a Tunaja is and move on with the abstraction. So everything they learn the specific. You show them pizza, they think pizza is a yellow thing with the cheese. It looks like this. They don't understand. You can have white cheese. You get the point. They don't have the capacity to abstract.
So you're saying that we don't have the capacity to be creative in our own way. That is what you're trying to say.
Yes.
So but then that is if you go back years back, many years back, right? So a lot of these artifacts that we're talking about today that were taken away from us, our forefathers made those things. right? So that is some level of creativity. You cannot be like as dumb and then you have the idea to be able to.
Those were the shamans, right? Those were the shamans. Those were the spiritual and intellectual elites. The problem with us, we never created a culture around it, right? We have a culture of elitism, right? You come to Kenya from one of my tribes, the Kisis, right? We had superior brain surgical techniques compared to Europeans in the early 1900s. However, we never developed it. It's only a few knowledgeable, witch doctors were able to actually gain that knowledge. Well, Europeans, what they did is they demystified their knowledge and made it accessible so that the dustiest person has access to all the technology and information. We don't do that. We have this elitism mentality. That's why you have all these great Africans in the past, but how come the general dusty never got that knowledge?
Yeah, it's cultural. It's cultural. What you need to associate with us as people is that we have this mindset to be top. So if you, I put it this way, say if you, I'm not saying you, I'm just making a general example. So if you the way we work or the way we behave generally is that once you are on top, you want to be on top. You don't have this mindset of bringing other people in. So you want to be the leader, you want to be the top man, you want to be the man that everybody goes to. So there's a saying in a Do language. I don't want to say. I'll just use it. I'll just say it in English. That there's a drummer for the king's palace, right? So because he's the only one. He actually is the only one that can beat the drum very well for the king. That there was nobody else that could do the job. And then he pretended to have died just to make the palace suffer. So he's surprised. He found out that somebody else started beating the drum and he will beat the drum better than him. That was when he woke up and said, "Who is that person beating the drum?" So we have this attitude, once we have knowledge, not to want to share with other people. But the Europeans are not like that. That's why you see a black man will build a mansion on a bad road. Where he's driving on that road is a garbage road. Just because he's living in a neighborhood, he couldn't use his influence in government to fix the road. And he has the money to fix the road and he won't fix the road. He just wants to be the big man in a shit neighborhood.
Can I make you laugh on that topic, okay? It's dead now, so I would not mention it. Dead. It used to be in Nigerian that was a judge on the World Court. You probably know what I'm talking about. World Court. It was in Nigerian, and he used to live on my grandfather's side. Do you know that because it's federal government, right? They built the road from the main road, and they built the road in the inner road, and it stops at the back of his fence. So literally, driving. To drive from the main road, once he drives into his house and the fence, that was the end of the road.
That was the end of the road. That's his black man. Like,
so it's just for you to just get. I know, but
you see, that is. Look, it has the influence to probably fix all the road.
Yeah, like it has. It's just me, man. For everybody.
So you see, but that's the problem. That is one of the problem we have as a people. So we don't know how to pull ourselves up when we are in position to help others. And that is one of the challenges that we have. A white man will never do that. A white man will tar all the road.
Progressive, the end of the third road, there's still dusty road down, but the third road that was fixed, that's just him. And
it happens a lot. Like it happens a lot. People, you see, these things are so. It's just a lot of the problem that we have today is just who we are as a people. So that's why you see a country that is like some people still think Nigeria is a rich country. It has potential to be a rich country. It is not a rich country. So that's why you see a country like Nigeria, the government will be they will run so expensive government in a country where people are struggling, where people are like really, really struggling. We have insecurity challenge, education challenge, infrastructure challenges. But you look at the level of the kind of the government that we are running, it's almost the same in terms of financial value compared to all this Western world. Like, how does that even make sense?
Let me add something to this. I think I don't know whether anybody has heard of the Jane Elliott's this is an experiment, that blue eye, brown eye experiment that was conducted. And what it did was it showed that depending on what you perceive of yourself, your performance improved and or declined based on your performance. And this is where the kind of stuff Kezo is talking about, how it can become a self-fulfilling prophecy. Because this experiment was conducted in the sense that they told that the teacher would tell the blue-eyed children in the class, you are superior, you are better than the brown-eyed children and all the rest. So, and the brown-eyed children would discriminate against the blue one. Once with the the blue-eyed children would discriminate against the children with the brown eyes and have more confidence, and their performance improved academically. And when she reversed it, the same thing happened again. So what that tells you is that your perception of yourself also matters in the way you do in this world. If you don't think you are worthy, you will not be worthy. And so that is one aspect. And the area I think Kezo is missing is that collective intelligence plays a significant role in these things. It's not only about our.
You don't have that either, Niger.
Let me finish my point.
I mean, come on, give us hope now. Can we keep that one? Let's keep that one, please.
I'm trying to finish the point. Let me finish the point I'm making. So that part of it that you are referring to, that okay, we don't have the people that think in that way. I think every population generates almost every type of characters within them to be able to meet the requirements of those traits. However, if the shape of the world and the events, how things unfold in the world does not favor you, it's almost impossible to force it to favor you. The idea, the point I'm making is that, like, the nations in the Middle East, that in that this thing, what they call it, the latitude, this thing, that Egypt, Rome, Greece, all those nations, they didn't have a choice. They didn't like vote and say this is where we need to be, and hence their position in the world determined their outcomes. So it tells you that the environment you are in affects how your collective intelligence performs. It's not because. The point I'm making is that your environment and how history unfolds affects your collective intelligence. And
right,
also,
right. But how does that help us uplift us tonight? Your point was, right? How does this help us?
That's what I'm coming to. To uplift you, you have to understand what you are dealing with. So what I find that we are dealing with is that because we are cut off from the interactions with the first world in terms of competing at that high level. And part of the reasons why we don't compete at that high level, because first, we perceive ourselves as not being in that game. First, you need to discount that. That is where that blue eye, brown eye, this thing comes in. You have to discount that you are worthy and you should be there in the game.
Secondly, what you're missing is, go ahead. Sorry.
Secondly, if you want to counter it, then you go, after you deal with the personal one, then you have to deal with the collective one. That collective one is the more difficult one. That is where things truly matter, because that's the one that actually gives the outcome that
right.
You
need. So, what you're missing is we're not in a neutral zone, right? I know those studies you're referring to. We're not in a neutral zone whereby the blue eye and brown eye people are equal, but it's just perception. We're in a situation where the blue-eyed people have enslaved us for 400 years, controlled our economies, built everything around the world, and we have done nothing. So we're stuck in the middle of this delusion.
Yeah,
we can't just wake up and it's like, like Pan-Africans. Hey man, black man, you're a god. You're a goddess, man. Black man, black. No, that's not going to work. What will work is when we start seeing that Africa looks good. Hey, look, my city looks good. It's clean. The guys are not corrupt. That's what will give us that empowerment. You can't force empowerment when we're in the middle of shit. That's the problem.
No, I'm saying you have to believe that you can.
How can you believe it when you live in Kibera and you see a white man over there going to the moon? No matter what, belief will be called illusion. That's a mental illness.
I didn't say, come on, stop it. I didn't say just believe
mental illness
will solve that problem. You have to, come on, man, stop it.
No, I want you to tell me. I'm telling you, right? For us to believe, we need to
believe what you want.
Functional. No, tonight you're not even listening to me. You see, I'm answering your question. If you want us to have a self-belief, we need to show people that actually black can do it too. So when you see a black country, you see it's managed well, like Botswana or something like that. People are relatively happy, educated, things are happening. That's how you see it. But when you look around the world, every black country is a shithole. No matter what delusional self-belief you have, in fact, it is a mental illness for someone to start believing they're just as good as a Mzungu when a Muzungu is going to the moon, and right now you're having a revolution in Haiti where gangs are in control.
Let me say
that's
this.
delusion. That's a mental illness.
Hold on, stop it. I'm not saying you are going to say like somebody that is in a technical school say they are better than a theoretical physicist. That is not what I'm saying. I'm saying that you have to believe that you can rise up to that rank, or maybe your children can rise up to that rank. If you don't believe that, you are done. So that is the whole point. That mindset has to change. Then you deal with the issue of collective intelligence, and collective intelligence can be improved in various ways. And I have not seen ways they can do it in terms of within nations peacefully, especially the nations that are in our own situation. But you can do it in very, very small ways, and you bring people together within your nations and build on from there. Like having a nation have an agenda that they want to work towards, and especially if that agenda is something that most of your rivals will not like, but the locals love it and they know it's going to be good for them too. If they try to do those things and the people outside don't like it and want to come after them, the people's collective intelligence will increase further, and they are more likely to be galvanized to do the right thing by the people. So there's thin information out there that doesn't involve violence that I know of to increase a people's collective intelligence. Often it involves violence. If you look at most Asian countries and in many Western countries, but in the context of Africa, since they are not visiting us with violence, since we are kind of kept away from the rest of the world, we have to find other ways of getting our people to understand the urgency of being able to protect whatever they have. And
I'm glad
you
brought that up. I'm glad you put that. You said the urgency. Yes. If that is the truth, then and if what Kaiser is saying is true, then I don't believe democracy will work for a group of people that
definitely not. Democracy holds us back.
So it's almost like you have to have some kind of like a benevolent dictator that will force them to do the right thing, where they cannot really have a choice because they've not demonstrated that they're capable of making the right choices in the political space. So if what Kaiser is saying is true, which I partly agree, but I won't go there all the way, then democracy cannot work on the African continent. You have to find a different system.
It depends on what you call it. See, what you say just now, there's some truth to it. Most of the nations we are talking about, it took exceptional leaders and the right condition too.
Nigeria was better off doing the military days. I'm sorry, they built more. It was a better. I'm sorry, people don't like me. Okay, now let me just stop before
No, you're allowed to say that. Why do you think that anything is taboo? Nothing is taboo. See, you're allowed to say that, but the reason why I would disagree with you is not because you just said that. I disagree with you because I believe that yes, we're better off, but we're always heading in the wrong direction. We never really try to rein. I think Abacha tried a little bit, but I'm not sure what he did it for himself, what he was doing it for us. But he tried to break away from the control of others. Wanted to
look at this, Nigeria. This is the issue with democracy. Ruto told the youth, right, hey, we're going to have an independent forensic audit to really give us the exact numbers on what the Kenya's public debt is, right? That someone took it to the High Court and it got turned over. This is what I'm talking about, democracy, right? Everyone is hating Ruto, but he can't even do anything. This is it's unconstitutional. You see what I'm saying? Like,
you are right there. You are right there. But you see, my own kind of democracy that I have in mind, because I fear that if we choose not to go, you could do it your way. I think I agree with you. It's possible if you have.
China did it. India did it. All the great countries.
I agree with you that if you have the right kind of dictatorship, it's possible. But the thing about dictatorship is that the people's conditioning have to be right, because somebody has to carry his orders out. You see what I mean? But however, the point I'm making, the reason why I think democracy may actually be possible to do this is if you have like a kind of direct democratic system like the type that the Swiss have. I think there is a new type that somebody was talking about, that if you can have something like that where the people have the power, like this one that you talked about right now. Sorry, I want 15 seconds, please. This one that you talked about just now, that Ruto, the court struck that stuff down. If it was a direct democratic system and the people wants to know about it, they will force the court to reveal that information. They will get that information. You see, that's why direct democratic system can be a bigger enemy against foreign interests.
But we don't have an educated population, so it can't work in Africa. You see, Scandinavian from 99.
The education rate. Give them power. See, all of them go to church. If you give them power, they will take it. All of them go to mosque. All of them go to church. If you give them power, they will take it.
To Nigeria, listen, democracy you talk about is just a way to govern. It's just an idea to govern people. How you structure that governance, it's entirely up to different countries. No, like many countries, especially European countries that I know, many of them don't practice the same system of government. They practice it in a different. That is one of the problems that we have in our own part of the world, is that we just copy and paste. So the fact that the people go to the polls to elect their leaders, that is what democracy. That is all democracy says you should do. But whether you have a federal system of government or parliamentary system of government or whatever system of government you want, like Kagame in Rwanda, it's been there for how many years, but they still call it democracy because they host election and it keeps winning. So you can still structure your democracy in a way that suits your nation. So you don't have to just copy and paste what they are doing. The idea that you say democracy doesn't work or it's not for us, I don't think that is right. That is right. I think we can still practice democracy, but we have to tailor it in a way that suits us. So we have to come up and say, look, okay, within this democracy, how does it work? This idea that we just copy and paste the American system of government, for me, I never believed in it right from day one. I think it's one of the worst systems that we could adopt as Nigerians. Or I don't know about other African countries, but I just think that we should give the voice.
Let me ask. Let me ask Kezo. What is the reasoning behind the court blocking that audit?
Unconstitutional. Unconstitutional.
What?
It's unconstitutional, right? That's it. Yeah. It's not whether it's good or bad.
You don't want the people to know how much debt they owe and where the
debt is coming from. If that is the law, that is the law. You cannot.
For what argument?
That's
for to what? And I think that constitution needs to be changed. That's a
it goes
dangerous
against tenets. Okay, here's the thing. It goes against tenets in the constitution. That's their reasoning. That's the problem.
The tenets of the constitution, in what sense? Privacy or what? What is the argument?
Hold on. Tunaja, let me give you an example, right? You remember there was some years back when two London boys who were of Nigeria origin, when who were like all these radicalized Islamic people, that by one of those British soldiers guys on the street of London. So back then, before those guys, when they were going through their trials, at the time, you don't have like an indefinite life sentence in the UK. But that was the law, that your life sentence have a time limit. So you can say a life sentence could be 25 years, it could be 30 years, but indefinitely no. But you know what they did? They rushed a bill through Parliament to change the law before those guys were sentenced. That was how they got those guys on permanent life sentence. So you look, if people are not happy that the law is like that in Kenya, let them go and change the law. Let them harass their parliamentarians to change the law. That is how it works.
Yeah, but you see, that doesn't empower the people enough. You have to create a system that is direct, that tells the people you don't need the permission of your parliamentarian, you don't need the judges. The constitution already empowers you to change the rules yourself. All you have to do is
you have to be conscious. You have to be conscious of when you then have, if you say, okay, you want to run maybe kind of a dictatorial system of government, you have to be conscious that you're not going to get the good ones every time. The time you get the bad ones, you are in trouble.
You have to give the power to the people. That's why I think that's a sure. And Africa is so diverse.
Niger's literacy rate is 20%. Burkina Faso is 30%. You want these people to have control of the economy and the government? No, these are dusties, and they will reach.
Tell me what they are going to get wrong. Tell me what they are going to.
What they're going to get wrong? Everything. Like, for example, to Niger, what do you think these niggas even know how economy works? No. All they know is their bread and their food. You know that in Nigeria doing elections, in Nigeria during elections.
Hold on, no. I think you are mistaking the system for being that everybody is running the economy. No, the professionals will still be running everything. It's a critical point, like foreign military base. Or
if you gave Kenyans right now that kind of power, they would I get your point, Nigeria. But if you gave the Kenyan Gen Z their power right now, they would run this economy to the ground. The will of the people.
Okay, paint a scenario why they will run the economy to the ground. The people themselves. Tell me.
Because they want Ruto to go with his whole cabinet and they don't want anyone else to be replaced. These are anarchist communists. You don't want these people in power. No,
they want Ruto to go and they don't want anybody to be replaced. What does that mean?
They just want Kenya to be in anarchy. They're anarchists.
No, but that is not the entire population that's the majority of the population of Kenyans.
I don't know. They're the vocal.
Come on, you know that now. People. There's no way the major population of Kenya will want anarchy. They will. Yes, they may call out Ruto on certain things, like this type of law that in terms of revealing the debt or something, they will make sure they show it. And if Ruto is one to do anything like in terms of the 1 gigawatt data center, they will want to make sure that what he said is what is going to happen. Those are the kind of things. That's why it's good for the people to be paying attention. And if you give them the power, they will be more engaged because now they know they have power to change things. But when they feel like there's this elite class that they have to elect all the time, and most of these people, they are like generational politicians, so they elect them and they go and represent them.
The real reason why I think the High Court stopped this, maybe even Ruto was involved, who knows? The reason why the High Court probably stopped this though is because if you do a forensic audit of the public debt, this will also elucidate the contracts that were signed and what the assets as collateral that were also placed. So if the Kenyans now find out that the Jomo Kenyatta airport and the Kenya Airways and the Port Mombasa and Port Lamu, these things are in collateral, this will cause even further distress and also possibly reduce foreign direct investment in the country. I'm guessing that's the real reason why they don't want this audit. Because with an audit, you have to now
distress. Okay, you mean protests?
No, not for protests. Forget the protests, right? It will mean that Westerners, people with money, will not want to invest in Kenya because now things will be in a chaotic situation and limbo. Okay, now we've elucidated the $6.5 billion debt we got from China. Okay, if we don't pay it back, maybe China owns 20% of Port Mombasa. What does that mean? Sovereignty, all these kind of chaos that will ensue. This is the real reason.
See, if the people know the truth.
No. If the people know, the foreigners know also to Nigeria. Remember, this is a matter of national security as well. If the people know, the foreigners know. If the foreigners know, they can now move in ways that may be strategic.
The foreigners that your country already don't know about the deal that they signed with you?
No, we're talking about every other foreigner who come on. We have the deals with multiple different organizations. Right? We don't have a deal with only one country.
Okay, now let's put it this way. I assure you, any foreigner that is self-respecting knows all the relevant deals that they need to know about that the Kenyan government has signed with other groups. They
don't. We have a lot of small-scale businesses, $1 million. These people don't know. We're not talking only about the $1 billion deals. We're talking about to Nigeria. Come on, I hope.
Why would they care about the small deals? They care about the big deals. The international actors don't care about small deals. They care about the big ones. Those are the ones that really.
Nigeria, what you're doing is gaslighting, right? The reality is, you know that when this becomes public information, it will cause some kind of distress and reduce the FDI somehow. Because now, remember,
I'm not sure about FDI. It depends on how it is and this thing portrayed. Let's say it came out. See, some things that will come out may be distressing to the citizens, and the one that you should be more worried about is if the leaders didn't let the people know that they did certain things and they found out that let's say the airport gave away the airport for something that the Kenyans know that they can never pay for, then they know that they will lose that airport in a couple of years' time, and these politicians didn't tell them. That is the kind of stuff that will cause distress, and they will end up on the street.
Yes, that's the point. How are you going to remove that? To Nigeria. The point is chaos, right? You don't want to start dealing with chaos, having to explain things. People might take it to the street and kick out the foreigners. All these things may happen and then just break the country. We know what will happen when people know the truth, and it's not what they want to hear. Let's not gaslight each other.
Yeah, but once they know, but the truth has come out once in the case of many countries. When Julian Assange released information, it didn't implode the countries. I think sometimes we think people are totally stupid. if you release this information, maybe it will even sober them up and say, you know what, yeah, our politicians screwed up. And if Ruto is a good leader that wants to do the right thing, you'll be surprised. They might actually want to work with him to clear those things. People are not stupid.
You're living a delusion to Niger.
Maybe.
People are stupid.
I prefer to think that people generally that run their homes and manage their home affairs and their resources, they are capable of making serious decisions.
But they don't run their homes to Niger. Like, for example, let me ask you a question. How many months rent can you pay? If you lost your benefits right now, how many months of rent can you pay?
Pardon? How many months of rent? What do you mean?
You lost your UK benefits right now. How much months of rent can you pay?
I don't know what the context means.
There's a context here. I'll explain it. If you don't have your benefits anymore, how many months of rent can you pay in UK?
Forever.
It's asking for your emergency funds in case you lose.
I'm asking you,
that's if you
don't have a source of income. Yes, if you don't, I know you don't work, but you're on benefits.
Okay. If you don't have a source of income, let me see. That's interesting. If you don't have a source of income, you can't pay a month's benefit.
You to Niger. I'm asking you. You mentioned a comment, and I'll explain why I ask you. You to Niger right now, is it 1 month or 2 months that you can survive living well enough that you're not depressed?
Tomorrow,
how many months?
Kezo, you have been around long enough with me to know that I don't like to disclose information about myself.
No, Nadia, this will not let anyone know anything.
So it makes no difference.
Nobody tell me about your friend. Give me your friend, Nadia, your black African friend. Just it doesn't even have to be you.
I promise. Okay, I promise I will not use the information against you in the future.
Nadia, just say it's your friend. Okay? Give me a number, and I'll explain why you made a comment.
I don't know what you are going on about. The point I've already told you that if somebody doesn't have this is savings and you don't get public support, you are done for. You can't pay one
Exactly. To Niger, you said these people are managing their house. No, they're not. Do you know? Guess how many months I can survive right now if I don't have a job? Guess.
In the UK, in Kenya.
Well, wherever I am, it doesn't matter, right? But yeah, sure, in Kenya. Since
no. If you don't have a job anywhere,
let's say I'm in Kenya. How many months can I survive with the same lifestyle that I have right now, or close to it?
Oh no, not 1 month. Now you're not. If you don't have savings, yes, you can't survive.
Look, but why you see me? I don't have. I'm asking you to ask me about. Okay, who says I don't have savings?
Why should I ask you when I think I know the answer?
Dinaja, I can survive 2 years right now.
Without a job?
With no money. Without a job, without any money, 2 years. Yes. Now, someone like
me... Can you explain to me how you can do that?
Because I have savings.
Okay, I just said without savings, if you don't have savings.
No, but what would you tell me without savings? My whole point, Niger, is you said that these people are managing their homes. No, they're not. These are just slaves in a cog in a machine. They're barely managing anything.
You mean
you can't trust them? Someone like me to Nigeria, despite all the challenges I've had, I can survive two full years in Kenya with no money at all. At least 2 years.
Okay, so you are telling me Kenyans cannot do that?
Nobody can do that. Kenyans, UK, America. The average citizen is so unable to manage their finances. Therefore, you can't go around saying these people can manage their homes. No, they can't.
But
they're barely surviving.
What you've just said, even if you said you can survive 2 years, that is not all your life. Somebody can still say that is not managing your affairs very well. 2 years is not good enough. You should be at the level of So you are just using your own metrics to judge everybody else. No, I think it's not fair what you are doing.
No, come on. You're not gonna gaslight me here. I'm an average guy.
Your reasoning is within your paradigm, and sometimes it can be expanded or shrunk depending on what argument you are trying to make. I get what you are saying, that many Africans don't necessarily manage home, but same you can say for most people in the West. I don't think some of your argument that Africans don't. I think your basic argument is Africans seem to be limited in their capacity to be able to, change their fate. I don't think we are only limited because mostly, I think most of it comes from our history, what has happened to us, and our perception of ourselves has been altered, and also what is happening around us, the environment. And I think these international actors, they are very, very clever. They don't want to trigger us, for want of a better word. They don't want to trigger us to get us to really wake up, because they know if they do, we have everything to gain, they have everything to lose. And at the core of it, you need to think about it more closely. These people are very clever. This is why no African country has ever been attacked. No African country has ever faced the kind of nonsense that they like to do to Middle Eastern countries or Asian countries. If they did that, even European countries are facing attacks today, for crying out loud. Ukraine is under attack, but we can't even be entertained with that, because they know if they do that, 1.4 billion black people around the world will not find it funny, and that they will never go back to sleep again. So I think that is at the core of our problem, that we don't have anything to trigger us to a point where our consciousness rises up to the point where other countries have done to get them to mess
that's all good, right? The point was simple. You are supporting some grand democracy where the people the people are stupid, and the people should not be close to anywhere with power. The people should only fight when things are so bad, which is the kind of democracy I agree with, right? They can protest, they can even change the government if they really get angry, right? Things are not going good. But in the usual affairs, these are retards working, selling tomatoes on the street, and you think somehow they understand what an economy is, what a country is, what a nation state is, with the average IQ shorter than my left toenail. No, we don't want these people having access to the economy.
Of course they can. Come on, you are talking nonsense.
No, they can't. Nigerian Prince. Nigerian First. Yesterday, you were here.
This guy badmouths me all the time, but look at the praises praising me here. So I was worried that these praises were insults, but I don't see. Do you see any insult here? This guy badmouths me all the time. I was quite shocked for him to say this. So I let him briefly.
Tonight is changing subject. Nigerian First.
No, forget this.
Yeah, he donates to my channel.
Keyawanga, be quiet, Keyawanga. Let's talk about the real stuff. What Nigeria? This thing, does anybody know this team, because he really says
I know him. Donate to my channel.
I'm just curious, since you you're also streaming on your channel, so when somebody contributes to the show, does it split the bill? Does it split the funds between the channels, or
it only goes? It goes to the channel.
I'm just curious.
I'm not qualified.
The money,
I don't have super chat privileges.
Not yet. Not yet.
Yeah, I'm pro member now, because none of you subscribe to my channel now. All this.
No. I've told you, if one member talk about non-nuclear weapon issues on your program, you will come. I'm serious. No, serious. Like, if you expand the discussion beyond security, it will be more appealing. I think
I agree with you. I would. To be fair, I barely even stream on my channel. Really, I always.
Actually, no. The main issue for Niger is he needs to stop doing Nigerian shows, because
that's not okay. For example, that's not.
For example,
no, Nigerians can. I can get a lot more followers if I talk fully Nigerian and talk about other issues.
If you create a new channel and make it Nigerian, we're talking about the people that subscribe to you are from the Pan-African platforms. So if the people who subscribe to you are from Pan-African platforms, when you start making a show with let's say the Uju Kennedy to Reps Committee,
you're right.
Click on that? No, of course not. But if you say something, what do you think? I only come into this show on one man's stream at the end, where it's now more geopolitics, and I say my title is "Where will Nigeria get the money to fund its security force? Why do we import more than we export?" People can click on that. But when it's like some weird Nigerian terms, Ujuku, no one's gonna click on that, because your people to Nigeria are Pan-Africans. So create a new channel, make it fully Nigerian, or stop. I don't know, doing all these crazy.
I think you have a point there. I may want to split them in half. I do have one other channel that is based on.
Use that one to Nigeria.
I can use that one for Nigeria, and then use it to Nigeria for.
No. I disagree. Nigeria comes first. We remain on the main channel. You can really get to that one. we don't carry last. We don't carry last.
You see,
if we're not number one, don't even bother. Don't.
You see what you just said? Do you know? Do you know that thing that Nigeria say that we don't carry last? Why do you not say we don't carry second? What is this thing about we don't carry last?
Let me see the way Keizo normally does the show. Keizo might put like he starts with a particular subject. However, most of the time, the conversation as it goes on normally switch. Sometimes it end up becoming either Nigeria, Kenya, or Nigeria, Black America. So most of the conversation they normally evolve as the conversation continue to goes on. So what I think you should do, you don't need to create another channel. Just start your topic. Then at least as time goes on, you can switch to other topics.
And Kezo too, I have to give Kezo, he does to an extent entertain, to an extent, and you get sometimes it gets a little bit ugly, but there's an element of entertainment in his shows. You could also argue that is the reason why he's not even grown beyond where he is at right now. Question I want to ask is it that
grown to Nigeria? I get money. Hold on. High value is money.
You guys know that YouTube pay live stream more than normal just posting video and walk away.
I'm not even sure, I'm not sure.
Live stream more revenue.
To grow a channel and get more views, you upload normal videos, 5-10 minutes.
Now, that's true. You get more subscription if you put short videos, actually.
Right.
But
the problem there is you don't get money.
You don't even do independent streaming anymore. You always link to. Last time you actually did an independent show.
Independent stream where I don't stream to any other channel. Wow, that has been a while. All the time.
That's the problem.
There's a problem. You have some weird Nigerians coming to with like some old men that look like my left toes. Mummy, and then they're just there. They don't even speak good properly.
Kaisorian, I've been very respectful of your country so far. I've been struggling for just to be respectful. Don't let me go there, okay? Let's be respectful. Okay?
You want to trigger Nigerian patriotism now?
One nation bound.
You want to trigger Nigeria's patriotism now? They don't play around.
I forgot that was the old anthem. I need to go learn the new one.
I just hope that by the time we have to learn the new one, they change it again. I'm not in the business of singing that anthem.
You know what? Till I die, to me, bang, 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 bang. That is my anthem. We can have
exactly.
I'm not changing anything to any new. How do you go back to the colonial anthem, anyways? Who does that? I don't understand.
And they did that within a week. This hopeless people that cannot do anything for years. Within a week, they changed the national anthem. Yeah, but that said, anyway, that said, I think I'm trying to get up to it. I think if I cross a threshold like 500 subscribers, because I can be able to take payments, I believe that there will be people paying and doing super chats, and that will also, I think,
you must have a schedule as well. You must have a time that people know you will be on. Like people know 1 man's time; they know when it comes on. If people don't know,
I think it will motivate me to do more. If people because if I know that the amount that I'm doing here, people are paying money to do this thing for me to be streaming. You can see that can have. I might like to think that money doesn't motivate, but it does, and it will motivate you to do more. I think if Casey was coming online and nobody was super chatting and all that, he's not going to be coming online as much. He's going to reduce. So
have you tried to reach out to any government official, like security in Nigeria, military, to interview?
The only person I've interviewed was just last week, a retired colonel, regarding security issues and a constitution that he talked about.
On your channel or on the other channel?
It was on both. It was on both of the channels, Dr. Damage's and mine. So, and I put the title on mine that I'm interviewing a retired colonel. So he was willing to share.
Dr. Damages are not as good as the one on One Man as well. Some of those guys just talk for 5 hours saying nothing.
I don't know. It depends on the topic they are talking about. Like many of them prefer when we are talking in Nigeria, they are not necessarily talking too much geopolitics. However, when we start talking philosophical, man, we do go deep. Oh, huh. We do go deep and talk about different concepts and stuff like that. But I'm sure if I was here discussing that, the same thing is going to happen or on your channel. It may even go further. And I think some of all these things, can you imagine that kind of stuff? It's very good for one to be able to do this sort of conversations, but I need to get my channel to a point whereby I can be able to stream almost independently and be able to engage anybody. I can engage people on this channel. The damage
But
is
I'm surprised though. But why? You know, you're well loved in Nigeria Watch and Dr. David. Why don't those guys subscribe to your channel? I mean, they love you down over there, right?
I know that kind of love. Yeah, where did you get that one from? Me that they abuse left and right. What are you talking about?
I know.
They abuse me like that's why now. I think because I tell them all the time that you guys abuse me. At the same time, they voted me the what they call it, the greatest moderator or something like that. I was like, you are saying that I'm the worst all the time. I know when I put on Dr. Damage, you all show up, but when I go on my channel, you disappear. It's like, what kind of weird situation is that? So because if everybody that comes on Dr. Damage were subscribing to my channel, I would have had well over 500 right now. So but they are not.
Let me ask you, do you tell them to subscribe to your channel?
I do.
Really?
I think they are not that used to it where they are on one channel and that channel is telling them to subscribe to another channel.
They hate him on that channel. That's the truth. They hate him.
Oh, so they don't like him.
They annoy him. There was a day, Kaiser. There was a day for I think it was a Nigerian word for like 2 hours. People piled on him. People were literally crying, complaining about how dare you? How dare you not want the release of our leader? I said, man, I'm not joking. They were literally crying, complaining about him for like a couple of hours. Just different people just coming up. This guy, and all he said was priority. Now, what is more important to you as a people, releasing him or getting your? And they went off on him for like, I'm like, they really hate this guy. Why does he go there all the time? Though? It's just, but it is what it is.
But at the same time, they too, they are the ones that will praise me and said nobody has taken nonsense more than me.
That's what I'm saying. Like one day you're being praised, people are crying, complaining. Next day you are the best.
Oh, he's a masochist. I see.
Huh? No, I'm not a masochist. I just feel like because sometimes you have to understand why they are saying what they are saying too. I do understand where they're coming from.
Literally explaining why you're masochist.
No, it's not about masochism. If I was suffering from it, then that's masochism. I'm not suffering.
You allow yourself to get disrespected everywhere. I remember that one that Somali chick was disrespecting you, then you became a simp for them. You just let everyone walk over you to Nigeria. You're a masochist. You enjoy it.
By the way, I forgot to ask. I wanted to ask Kaiser.
I'm not exactly that.
Before I forget, can I ask Kaiser a question? Kaiser, do you remember the day you were talking about some patents for some leave in one African country? That's
Ethiopia and Dutch company. Yeah,
Ethiopia and Dutch. Thank you, because I'm a part of Harbour Medical Group that we discuss. I have all these Harbour practitioners and doctors. We just come together. We have the conversations. And when it comes to medical, they've had similar stories in other countries, and even I think the Simba, I think is a pediatrician on the platform, talked about sickle cell medication that was taken from Nigeria. They stole the patent and they kind of control it now. So when I could not remember, and it comes from one of our chewing sticks that they use to make those sickle cell meds. And it came from Nigeria, and they did this study in Nigeria, but for some reason, they kind of took it, and they own it now. So
they better not. That's sad. As you say, you're part of some medical thing board.
I have a group on Clubhouse, Medical Herbalism. So it's a group of doctors, pharmacists, and herbal practitioners. So we come together and have conversations about, like I have patients that take herbal medicine, and I'm trying to understand. Because we have drug interactions, we have all those things. So it's just the modern day where people are taking herbs, and that's my interest. So I have conversation with that group. We compare notes. We have conversations about health and herbs being part of. So I could not remember. I remember you told me about that. I just couldn't. It just didn't come up. I was trying to remember, but I wasn't sure the country. So
yeah, it's worse. Hopefully, Nigeria has like has made 4 new vaccines against different strains of meningitis. I hope you guys maintain whatever patterns you have for those strains. I was actually kind of very, I made a video on my second channel, right, for the Pan-African. This one is more, straightforward. But I don't get that much views because I get views actually. I don't get that much money from it because Africans would rather listen to dust. The other day we had a show about penis. Hey, everybody came. I made good money, right? But if I do have a show about raising Africa,
you did that show. That show it went well.
Yeah, I did the show about penis. It was a good show. I think Nigerian Plus was listening in the back. I think
No,
he came in.
no. I was not part of that.
Why did you have to defend yourself on that one that you have first?
No, I was not. I didn't know when you did that kind of show. That was crazy. When was that?
I think that was
it's called Niprisan. Niprisan is that extract from that chewing that came from Nigeria, and they did the studies. But how they lost the patent, I still don't understand. I'm trying to research that into.
Okay. Yeah, I want to see that. See, this is what I want to see more. Like Nigeria, when I saw they made new vaccines against meningitis, I was like, okay, this is what I've been expecting Africans to be doing all this time. So I saw a lot of hope. I made a video on my channel.
But I'm finding that this foreign white, they're actually coming into the villages doing a lot of testing that we have no clue. So they are testing a lot of things behind the scenes. Extract, they taking samples, and they're using our own people.
Yep.
That's a
I
guinea
remember.
pig.
We trust the white man as well. Yeah.
So it's about not knowing the value of what you have until it goes out there, then you realize, oh my God, what did I do for peanuts?
Yep.
But it's gone.
Yep. Exactly. But I think BT, I don't want to come for these brothers